This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the winter of the 10th year of the star calendar, the temperature on the planet warmed up. Even if it was close to the coldest days of winter, you could go out wearing only a thin long gown. Jiang Xuyan was pushing a cart in the convenience store downstairs. Picking out goods on the spare shelves the food stored at home was not enough. So he had to go downstairs to buy. While picking, the public TV in the supermarket suddenly started playing. Now insert an urgent news. It is predicted that a new round of crazy bird tide will arrive in the city at around 1300 hours today. Citizens are requested to leave the public area as soon as possible and go to the emergency shelter for refuge. Citizens at home should not go out at will. Citizens who are temporarily unable to enter the refuge area, please take self-protection measures and find refuge buildings and tools nearby. Now insert an urgent news. Jiang Xuyan looked up speechlessly and looked at the public LCD screen hanging at the entrance of the supermarket. The track of the crazy bird tide is being played there. A mass of crazy birds are flying from the sky above the sea. As the screen moves, you can see the direction the crazy bird tide is flying to, which is the blue island city built by the sea. Crazy birds are strange creatures that suddenly appeared in this world a year ago. They look like birds, but their habits are completely different from birds. Their beaks are as hard as iron, and their lives are as tenacious as iron. Every time they appear, everything they go to will be destroyed by them. Any creature that appears in their attack range will be pecked and eaten by them until they die, including humans who claim to be able to overcome everything. Jiang Xuyan glanced at the local time in the upper right corner again, 12/29/12:00:03. Time is running out. He retracted his gaze and stopped picking. He pushed the fast food area at hand and filled the entire cart in an instant. He came to the rice and flour area again, picked up a large bag of rice, and walked to the self-service checkout counter. There were few people in the supermarket today. It was windy and foggy recently, and citizens rarely went out. At this time, there were only Jiang Xuyan and the girl at the checkout counter in the supermarket. The little girl who realized that someone was coming and was also watching the news turned around. When she saw Jiang Xuyan's face, she was startled again, and her face flushed instantly. Boss Jiang, you are here? I was just wondering if I should remind you that we will be closed soon. Jiang Xuyan put the products into the automatic scanning area, watched them pass through the conveyor bar, and said in a flat voice, "It will be ready soon." The little girl immediately took the products sent out from the scanning area and helped him put them into the shopping bag. Alas, the bird rush has been coming more and more frequently recently. It just left last week, and it's coming again this week. Oh, by the way, our supermarket has also limited the purchase of goods. You can only buy 5 of each item every week. You can only buy 1 bag of 25 kilograms rice every 2 months. Other specifications cannot exceed this total amount. There is no way. The bird rush is coming more and more frequently. The supply is insufficient everywhere. In order to ensure the basic needs of every resident and prevent the malicious monopoly of the rich, the purchase limit order has been issued by the top, and all merchants must implement it. I saw that you were very fast when you were shopping just now, so you might have taken too much or too little. If you take less, I can wait for you. You can check out after you have taken enough. If you take more, the extra items will be automatically deducted when the machine scans them out. I hope you can forgive me. The girl kept talking while packing things for Jiang Xuyan. No one spoke for a long time, and she thought he was not listening at all. So she raised her head. Hey. She didn't expect to meet his eyes when she raised her eyes. There seemed to be a swallowing abyss in the cold and dark eyes, which made her forget words in an instant. She trembled slightly, and a trace of fear arose spontaneously. She didn't know the reason, but it was real and terrifying. Jiang Xuyan came back to his senses and realized that he had done something wrong. He slowly put away the fierceness in his eyes and moved his thin lips slightly. Thank you for reminding me. I took just the right amount. The girl was stunned again, and then she realized that he was answering the topic of purchase restrictions from a long time ago. She immediately looked at the barcode scanner with a smile. It doesn't matter. If there is less, make up for it. And if there is more, just deduct it. It doesn't matter. It's a matter. Before she said it, the barcode scanner just finished scanning all the goods and quoted the price. The girl was surprised to find that the machine did not send out any goods after deducting the goods from the export on the list of the machine. All the goods were neatly displayed with the words X5. Except for rice, which was X1. No more. No less. It's just right. She opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that she really saw him shopping quickly just now, thinking that it was a machine malfunction. She counted the goods in the bag again. Unexpectedly, no matter which one she chose to count, the quantity was indeed the limited quantity. She was stunned, and after a long while, she awkwardly handed several large bags of goods and a large bag of rice to Jiang Shuyan, a total of 1,457 yuan. Thank you. This guy has such a nice touch. Jiang Shuyan didn't mind her ordering, and used the smart chip attached to the back of his hand to scan the code and pay. He took all the shopping bags with one hand, and the rice with the other. Is it heavy? Do you need my help? Anyway, I live nearby. No. Thank you. So the girl could only watch Jiang Shuyan carrying 25 kilograms of rice, and a pile of at least 10 kilograms of stock, walking out of the supermarket, and disappearing into the apartment building across the street. When she could no longer see his figure, she slowly retracted her gaze, thinking that men are strong. Just then, she suddenly found that there was an extra person at the counter in front of her, almost scared to scream. The man covered her mouth and asked in a low voice, "Hello? Is there a big man called Boss Jiang living nearby?" Jiang Shuyan returned to the apartment with large and small bags, and found that the elevators in the apartment were all out of order and were being repaired. So he had to climb all the way from the corridor to the top floor of the 32nd floor. When he got back to the door of his house, he was a little out of breath even though he was physically strong. He took a break at the door, and then used the elbow that was carrying the rice to poke the doorbell. Someone soon opened the door, and was surprised to see Jiang Shuyan carrying a lot of bags. And his eyes widened in shock. "Boss Jiang? You should have told us earlier. We would have helped you downstairs." Jiang Shuyan walked to the kitchen counter in the open kitchen, and put the things down. "The elevator is under maintenance. Can you help me carry it to the 32nd floor?" The other party didn't dare to talk. After a while, a pair of twin sisters with buns and tang suits came out from another room, came to Jiang Shuyan, and stood on tiptoe on the left and right to massage his shoulders. And their voices were obedient and soft. "Boss Jiang, you have worked hard." Jiang Shuyan is their landlord and the owner of this super large luxury apartment. He is widely known as Boss Jiang because he always gives people the feeling that he is super rich no matter how you look at him. But in fact, Jiang Shuyan is not very old, only in his 20s, and he doesn't seem to be doing any big boss business. He does own a gym, but he doesn't manage it much except for his own practice. He only checks the accounts and the operation status every year or two and then leaves. It doesn't seem like he runs it himself. Jiang Shuyan waved his hand to tell the twin sisters not to worry, and walked to the mechanical control console in the living room to check the arrangement of the mechanical curtain outside the window. This is a special metal curtain used to prevent the collision of crazy birds, which is uniformly distributed and installed by the Interstellar Police Department. After installation, any behavior of not lowering the mechanical curtain for defense during the crazy bird tide invasion period is considered personal negligence, and the insurance company will not compensate for the losses caused. If it involves other people or public order, the tenants will be held responsible. It seems that since the tenants learned about the crazy bird tide, they have consciously put up the mechanical curtains in the house. He made sure all the windows of the apartment were protected, and then sat down on the big sofa in the living room. Old rules. Store water and save electricity, and don't go out. If you want to eat together, move out the stored food and take turns cooking according to the original schedule. If you eat by yourself, keep your things safe and don't cause trouble. The four tenants nodded in unison. Room number 1 was a boy from Wan province. He glanced at the time on the wall clock, sat on the sofa next to Jiang Shuyan, poured him a cup of kung fu tea, and asked with a smile, "Boss Jiang, how long do you think this bird craze will last?" Jiang Shuyan took his teacup, took a sip, and raised his eyes slightly. "Ask me?" "Yeah." Boss Jiang is so accurate. Room 2 is a boy from Hong Kong, 1 year older than the Taiwanese boy. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. "Generally, it's only 7 days. It's always like this. I don't know how to flatter." The Taiwanese boy looked at him. "Maybe this time is an exception?" "What exception is there?" "You think too much." "What exception is there?" "You think too much." The Taiwanese boy pouted, made a face and stopped talking. The Hong Kong boy didn't say anything else, seeing that the water on the tea table was boiling. He also made himself a cup of tea. The twin sisters sat on the sofa on the other side, one on the left and one on the right, looking at the two boys who were bickering with each other every day. You boys are so childish. They are younger, underage, and have cute baby faces, which makes them look even more childish, because they are young. Jiang Xian doesn't want to see them being bullied by the two boys, so he often doesn't let them speak loudly to them. Otherwise they will receive his terrible gaze. The two boys really didn't dare to refute the twins' words. They pouted their lips, looked to the side, and kept silent. After a while, the boy from one province suddenly remembered something important and broke the silence. By the way, Boss Jiang, someone just called you. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyes again. Who? It's the apartment phone number. It said, they want to rent a house? The twin sister. But we don't have a room? No matter how big this apartment is. It has 4 bedrooms and a living room. There is a small duplex structure on the south side of the hall. But the space upstairs is not big. There is no room. And it was arranged by Boss Jiang as a small gym with full floor-to-ceiling windows, which everyone can use. The twin sister, there is a storage room. It is a small storage room built in the corner of the apartment. After placing various sundries, the middle passage can only accommodate a camp bed at most. The boy from one province frowned. We can't let people live in the storage room. Right? I told the person that we have no room left. Only the storage room. But the person insisted that the storage room can also be lived in. Tell Boss Jiang to remember to contact him when he comes back. Chapter 2. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Name? Live in the storage room too? One province boy. Where are you from? The twins looked at Jiang Xuyan in fear, and saw that his face was indeed gradually sinking. They were afraid that he would be angry. So they pushed the boy from one province. You have written down the person's phone number. Asked him to hand over the note with the other party's mobile phone number. One province boy realized it later, and hurriedly flipped through the note. Huh? Where is it? I was just here. Just as he was anxious to flip through the call records of the landline. The landline in the room rang by itself. The twin sister, who was closest to the phone, looked at the caller ID, picked up the phone immediately, and held the microphone with both hands. Boss Jiang. It's him. Jiang Xuyan glanced at the area code on the caller ID. Out of town. From the neighboring province. The number was not recognized. He took the phone and put it to his ear. Jiang Xuyan. Silence. Who are you looking for? Still silent. Jiang Xuyan frowned. Wrong number? He asked again, but still got no response. He didn't want to play pantomime with the other party, so he was about to hang up. Just then, a clean and pure voice came from the receiver. Boss Jiang? The voice was like a clear mountain stream and a late-night breeze, which seemed to purify people's hearts. Jiang Xuyan just caught it, was stunned, and had to put the phone back to his ear. It's me. Who are you? He was used to the name Boss Jiang and didn't care where the other party got it from. The male voice on the other side said anxiously, My name is Fong Qing. I want to rent a house. The tone was extremely urgent. Jiang Xuyan, sorry. I'll rent a storage room too. It's okay. Don't care about my thoughts or rights. I can sign a contract. I can sign a pledge. I just ask you. No. Please take me in. Jiang Xuyan felt that this person was not right, asking for someone to take me in. Sign a pledge? He sank his face, and the temperature around him immediately dropped, causing the tenants present to shiver unconsciously. Are you here to investigate undercover? Who are you? And why do you have to rent a room from me? His voice was calm, like winter frost, cold and sharp, full of vigilance. The man opposite was silent for 2 seconds, and then whispered, Boss Jiang, is there anyone around you now? Who? Someone who might hear our conversation. Jiang Xuyan's face was even more wrong, and there seemed to be a cold light in his eyes. But the other party didn't notice at all, and continued to talk to himself. Please go to a place where there is no one. I have something very important to tell you. Is there anything you can't say directly? You must say it in a place where there is no one, because I am afraid that you will find it difficult to believe or accept my words for a while. Jiang Xuyan suddenly thought of something, frowned and asked him, Are you going to announce a death? It doesn't matter. Just say it directly. The other party was a little confused. Announce a death? Announce what death? No. What is it? Jiang Xuyan looked at the number in his hand again. He really didn't recognize it. And even the area code was rarely seen in his address book. So maybe he misunderstood? It's not the thing or person he thought. His mood suddenly became a bit complicated. And he couldn't tell whether he was relieved or disappointed. Skipping this topic, he stood up and walked to a corner where no one was. Okay. Go ahead and talk. No one can hear you. He decided to listen to what this guy was doing first. Fong Qing always felt that his tone of voice had changed. Low and deep. Not as ruthless and strong as before. As if there was a trace of melancholy and gloom. But he didn't think much about it and asked again, "Are you sure? If you beat around the bush again, we don't have to talk." "No. No. No. I'll tell you right away. Find a place to stand firm." Fong Qing took a deep breath. And then solemnly said word by word, "Actually, I am a person who came back from the future. I am a reborn person." Jiang Shuyan thought he had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Fong Qing explained very quickly. "It's rebirth, rebirth. Understand? Come back to life again. I died in my previous life. And when I opened my eyes, I returned to a year ago, which is now. And the present time is the same as the present time. There will be a wave of crazy birds that looks no different from the past. But this wave of crazy birds is not simple. The crazy birds will advance. And they will stay in the city. No. They will stay in the world for 2 months. When they leave, the various corpses that died on the road will mutate. The rotten corpses will bloom and bear fruit. Crystal stones will be formed. All species will advance and mutate. The global temperature will reverse. And finally the whole world will enter the end of the world." Fong Qing took a deep breath and said. His voice was full of fear. As if he was in such a doomsday. "In my previous life, I escaped from Gufang City in the province. Because there was nothing but a space. I persisted for a year, and still died in the zombie tide. At that time, I heard that you were already the overlord of Blue Island Province. And you had established your own Doomsday base in Blue Island Province. You were strong enough to compete with the superiors. So I finally came back to this life again. I hope you can give me a chance to stay with you. I have space. I can store resources. I don't eat much. I use very little. I can run, jump, and warm the bed." Jiang Shuyan was listening very seriously. But he was suddenly stunned at the end. And his expression was a little subtle. Warming the bed? What did this brother experience in the end of the world? Wait. Why did you follow his train of thought? You've made a joke. Fong Qing knew that he wouldn't believe it. And he was fully prepared to persuade him. "I know you won't believe it at first. It doesn't matter. Boss Jiang, you can wait and see if what I said is right. I'm downstairs from you now." "Yes. You guessed it right. Downstairs from your apartment in the alley on the side. You don't have to feel sorry for me. Really. Don't feel sorry for me sleeping on the street. Really don't. As long as you figure it out one day and come down to see me, I will be satisfied. No. I can prove to you that I really have space. And the world will usher in the end of the world in 2 months." After he finished speaking, he didn't say any more nonsense. And hung up the phone neatly. As if he deliberately wanted to let this call hang in the middle. Jiang Shuyan listened to the busy tone on the phone with a confused look on his face. After a long while, he looked at the call record on the call screen and confirmed that the other party had really hung up. What's going on with this person? When the tenants in the apartment saw Jiang Shuyan hang up the phone, the boy from one province walked over curiously. "Has Mr. Jiang made the deal? Will we have new roommates?" He was very concerned about this because he really didn't want to hang out with that violent and rude man. That person was the only one of the same sex as Boss Jiang in this room. He couldn't hang out with 2 little girls all day. Right? He couldn't be good friends with Boss Jiang who looked super fierce. So he hoped that a kind and cute little angel boy would come to accompany him. God! Give me a perfect roommate without any problems. When Jiang Shuyan turned around, his face was still filled with astonishment from the sudden end of the call, and doubts about the content of the conversation just now. He even wondered if he was dreaming just now. Space. Doomsday. Could that person be a deep web article addict? He shook his head and said to the boy from one province, "No. What downstairs? What sleeping on the street? Would a normal person risk running out when he knew the bird tide was coming? Even if there was a mechanical door protection downstairs, it would be impossible." He put the mobile phone back on the landline and went back to the room indifferently, leaving the boy from one province also stunned. "Ah, not coming? People don't mind living in the storage room?" The boy from Taiwan was obviously very sorry. The twins glanced at him. Do you really want people to live in the storage room? Be more careful. The twin sister. People who are not wanted by Boss Jiang must not be wanted. So give up. We will listen to Boss Jiang. The boy from Taiwan had no choice. How dare he not listen? He is the landlord. He curled his lips, glanced at the boy from Hong Kong, and returned to his room disappointedly. Only the boy from Hong Kong was still content, sitting on the sofa and making tea. After the boy from Taiwan returned to the bedroom and closed the door, he turned around and looked at the room with the door closed. Still want a new roommate? Humph. The crazy bird tide really came as expected. To be precise, they arrived 10 minutes earlier than expected. When the black flock of birds came, the sky became dim and dark, and was completely blocked by their large and wide wings. Outside the mechanical curtain, violent and rough collisions came one after another, and the screams of stray cats and dogs were heard from time to time on the street, sometimes mixed with the cruel screams from humans. The sound of broken glass, the collapse of road signs, and the metal collision of the mechanical curtain under the impact, one after another. Endless, thrilling. Jiang Xuyan was in his room, carefully wiping his treasure tang sword. He was accustomed to such noises since the crazy birds appeared in this world. Such noises have become the norm in people's lives. But after a while, he still looked up and looked out the window. The mechanical curtain was not light transmissive, and he could not see anything from the room. But he still looked at that place. And without warning, the person he had just called appeared in his mind again. Fong Qing. Is that the name? The voice was as clean as a little boy who didn't know the world. He turned his head again and glanced at the alleyway that he couldn't see. No one would be so stupid these days. No. Right? He stood up suddenly, thinking of that voice that seemed to be untouched by the world, and suddenly felt that maybe he was really so stupid. It was rumored that some young people who were too addicted to online literature and the second dimension would kill themselves when they went crazy. Although there would be people setting up protection in the streets and alleys downstairs. It was about a life after all. So he thought it was better to go and take a look. What if he was really addicted to online literature? He would do stupid things. He took the tang sword, put on a coat, picked up the key and the flashlight, and hurried out the door. The tenants in the house had gathered at the coffee table in the living room to play cards because they had nothing to do. Seeing Jiang Xuyan coming out with a knife, they were startled. Jiang. Boss Jiang? What are you doing? Jiang Xuyan didn't even look at them, and strode past the living room and walked towards the apartment door. Several people looked at them. Boss Jiang. Are you going out? At this time? But Jiang Xuyan seemed to be unable to hear anything at all. He disappeared at the door in the blink of an eye, and disappeared at the entrance of the corridor like the wind. Chapter 3. In the dark and chaotic afternoon, almost all the people in Blue Island City took shelter at home. Only some people who didn't have time to go home and couldn't get to the shelter to take shelter were struggling under the attack of the bird tide. As bad as it rains, in such an environment, the sky suddenly thundered, and it rained heavily in Blue Island City, which had never rained. Jiang Xuyan came to the door of the apartment with a knife, and saw that the security guards downstairs had gone home to take shelter. The lobby downstairs was empty, and there was only the constant noise outside. He turned back and came to the emergency exit of the building, and put his ear to the door to listen to the movement outside the door. Behind the door is a narrow alley connecting the front and back communities. Residents who usually walk or ride bicycles can take a shortcut home from there. Because of this function, a mechanical curtain will be set up here, which can allow everyone to go home safely and quickly, and also allow some residents who can't go home in time to temporarily come here to avoid the bird tide. Jiang Xuyan heard that it was relatively quiet outside, without the sound of crazy birds flying. So he quickly opened the door of the passage and flashed out, so fast that it was difficult to catch. As soon as he went out, the damp smell of rainy days hit his nose, accompanied by the darkness that was almost pitch black, giving people the illusion that it was late at night. Jiang Xuyan picked up the flashlight, holding the knife in one hand and lighting the flashlight with the other hand to shine on the narrow road full of damp smell. It's better that the man is not a liar. Otherwise he must be torn apart by hand. Unexpectedly, when the lights were turned on, someone actually shouted weakly from the side. Boss Jiang? Jiang Xuyan was slightly surprised, turned back and looked for the source of the sound, and finally saw a group of curled up shadows in the corner of the alley. Really? I just thought about it casually. The latter was also very surprised to see Jiang Shuyan appear. He hurriedly stood up from the ground and ran over. Boss Jiang. You really came to see me. Good man. Big boss. Before he was about to pounce in front of him, Jiang Shuyan took a step back with a cold and distant expression. Fang Qing? Yes. It's me. That's me. The me on the phone. Jiang Shuyan adjusted the flashlight and first shone it on the backpack in his arms. It didn't look like he was hiding a big weapon, so he shone it on his face. In an instant, what came into view was a beautiful face with fair skin, red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. The eyebrows were thin and curved, and the eyes under the eyebrows seemed to be dotted with stars in the sky. When looking at him, they smiled and curved into two slightly curled peach petals. Jiang Shuyan suspected for a moment that this was not a boy. Are you a man or a woman? He almost asked rashly. Fang Qing blinked and tilted his head in confusion. What am I? Soon he started laughing again, revealing two small canine teeth. It turns out that Boss Jiang is so handsome. Also, Jiang Shuyan came back to his senses from his words. And after hearing this clean, but obviously male voice, he believed that he was a boy again. He turned the flashlight and glanced at where Fang Qing had just been. He saw a large cardboard on the ground with a neatly tied folding umbrella on it. He looked back at Fang Qing. Are you really going to wait for me here? Wait until I am willing to come down one day. Fang Qing was blinded by the flashlight and raised his hand to block it. But he still smiled softly and brightly when he spoke to Jiang Shuyan. Boss Jiang. Are you a policeman? Like to shine the flashlight into people's eyes. Jiang Shuyan realized that he had gone too far, and silently moved the flashlight down a little. But it still did not leave the range of the other person's face. Fang Qing's eyes were no longer hurt. He put down his hand and smiled and returned to the previous question. I don't think Boss Jiang is a person who takes people's lives lightly. Take people's lives lightly? Fang Qing said to himself. I think since I will be with you in the future, it is reasonable to have some sincerity. Boss Jiang, take me in. I will show you my space. Jiang Shuyan silently took a step back and blocked the door with a cold expression. Can't you prove it here? Fang Qing was stunned. But after thinking about it, he quickly nodded and smiled. It's not impossible. Then you watch carefully. The spotlight is on. As he said this, he raised his hand in the air, and immediately a can of meat appeared in his palm. Then, without waiting for Jiang Shuyan's reaction, he continued to conjure up the next items. In order to show my sincerity and make a contribution, I spent a month searching for supplies everywhere. Now I have 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of bottled water, 30 cylinders of tap water, a shelf of canned food and many snacks. The end of the world is coming. After 2 months, when the bird tide is gone, many people will rush to buy food. When that time comes, we will go to the supermarket to compete with the uncles and aunts, and we will definitely not be able to compete. So I packed all the things that can be packed, and they will not expire. As he spoke, he took out the goods in the space one by one and piled them all on the ground. No one will come now. Will we be robbed? My space has limited space at the beginning, so I can only put so much. But I can collect corpse crystals on the corpse flower to upgrade in the future. As long as I can get enough corpse crystals, it will grow. I will make a high-level mobile backpack for Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan watched him chattering while setting up a street stall, displaying a pile of supplies that could not be brought by one person. And he didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, when Fang Qing was out of breath and had almost finished displaying, Jiang Shuyan turned his head and looked at him silently, feeling very subtle. Seeing that he didn't speak, Fang Qing raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Boss Jiang? Jiang Shuyan retracted his gaze, looked at the things on the ground again, and was silent for 2 seconds, and finally asked Fang Qing, do you plan to use these things to exchange for a storage room to live in? Or do you want to charge money? Fang Qing tilted his head. Is it okay? If not, I can pay extra rent. I said these just out of my sincerity. Jiang Shuyan was surprised that there are still such people in this day and age. Such simple and selfless people. But he took another look at the supplies on the ground, and after thinking for a while, he waved his hand to signal, put the things away, and go up first. Anyway, no matter what trick it is, this pile of things is a very good resource in a city with purchase restrictions everywhere. He was happy to use these resources to exchange for a storage room for rent. No tricks. Fong Qing quickly put the things back into his own space. Hearing this, he finally looked at Jiang Shuyan with a strange feeling. This person seems to be a little defensive? It's hard to say what it feels like. But it's definitely not the defense of ordinary people against strangers. From his words, he felt that he treated himself as another person. But who is he? Who is he guarding against? And what does it mean to report the death? Are Boss Zhang's friends or relatives outside? Strange. Fong Qing's intuition has always been accurate. But he never studies them. So even if he had many thoughts, he didn't ask a single question. He was about to follow Jiang Shuyan into the door of the safe passage. But suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air came from the side of the narrow passage. Fong Qing's heart shrank suddenly, and he was about to hide with his head. But he didn't expect a big hand to grab his wrist and pull him back. Then a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes, and the dark creature rushing in front of him was cut in half. Fong Qing looked up in shock, and saw a tall and majestic figure blocking in front of him, holding a tang sword, with a domineering posture. Just looking at his back, he could feel the professionalism and strength coming towards him. At this time, he looked through Jiang Shuyan's flashlight, and saw that Jiang Shuyan's eyes staring at the falling bird were full of terrifying murderous intent. He had been in the apocalypse for a year, and had seen many strong men and people who were born to kill. But no one's eyes were sharper and colder than his. And no one could make Fong Qing feel a real and solid sense of security at this moment. Wow! Jiang Shuyan didn't expect that this man was not only not afraid, but also secretly excited. He restrained the murderous intent in his eyes, and turned back to a cold and indifferent look. He swung the tang sword in the air, and the blood on the blade was shaken off. He immediately sheathed the sword and looked at the remains of the dead bird on the ground. Jackdaw? I thought it was a crazy bird that took advantage of the opportunity to get in. He used a few more times when he took action. Fong Qing also quickly came back to his senses. Seeing the neatly cut jackdaw, his face instantly became solemn. This is... Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shuyan said, "It's abnormal. There must be crazy birds when there are jackdaws. Let's go!" Fong Qing. This is a detailed sign of the crazy bird's attack. In the last life, until the end of the world came, the mad bird stayed and did not leave. And people gradually discovered this detail. I didn't expect that this life was just the precursor period. And Boss Jiang had already discovered this phenomenon? Wow, the Overlord is the Overlord. However, he didn't sigh too much. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurried to follow Jiang Shuyan into the apartment through the small door of the safety passage. As soon as he entered the door, the mechanical curtain outside the narrow passage began to clang loudly. That was the sound of the mad birds hitting the mechanical curtains. Sure enough, the outside was surrounded by mad birds. Even if Fong Qing was reborn, he was still afraid of this sound. He silently quickened his pace and followed Jiang Shuyan closely, keeping shoulder to shoulder, not daring to cross, but not daring to fall behind half a step. Jiang Shuyan led Fong Qing directly into the staircase passage. When he first saw that he had to climb the stairs, Fong Qing asked Jiang Shuyan naively, "Boss Jiang, do you live on the lower floor?" 32. 30-something? 32 floors. Top floor. He thought it was only 6 or 7 floors at most. 32 floors. Why not take the elevator? The elevator is out of service and under repair, so you can only climb. But in fact, the elevator has been repaired. Jiang Shuyan saw it when he passed by the lobby just now. But he didn't tell the truth. He wanted to test this person. Didn't he say that he could run and jump before? Let's see how much he can run and jump. So Fong Qing really believed what he said. He didn't know Jiang Shuyan's true intentions, but he didn't think of doubting him. So he spent a long time accepting the reality and followed him, thinking that he was unlucky. Jiang Shuyan thought that Fong Qing's can run and jump on the phone was. It was fake. I didn't expect him to be able to run. He climbed at least 20 floors. Except for a pale face and a bit of breathlessness, he didn't have any major problems. He was able to keep up with his own speed throughout the whole process, and didn't need to stop and wait for him. Jiang Shuyan was very satisfied with his physical strength. Being able to climb so high in one breath was already very good. If it were a few tenants in the house, he would have to spend more than an hour to pull them upstairs. He rarely had the patience to be with this person who didn't bother him. In the last few floors, Fong Qing couldn't keep up, so Jiang Shuyan began to slow down and walk and stop. Finally, after climbing to the top floor with great difficulty, Fong Qing raised his eyes and glanced at the door of the apartment that was close at hand. He looked at Jiang Shuyan with tears in his eyes. Jiang. Boss Jiang. What is your profession? Why do you climb such a high building without changing your face or heartbeat? At this time, Jiang Shuyan paused as he walked towards the door, and his eyes suddenly changed. After a long while, he still didn't answer Fong Qing's question. He silently took out the key and pointed to the door. We're here. Go in. Chapter 4. Fong Qing and Jiang Shuyan were climbing the stairs, while the tenants in the apartment were playing cards. During the bird rush, normal people would not go out, because they didn't know if someone would be stupid enough to leave the mechanical curtains open. So the birds would most likely break through the glass and fly in. If the people in the house panicked and opened the door to escape, they could fly from the house to the building, which would make it difficult to end the situation. The responsibility, the country said, was to bear was this kind of responsibility. If the bird rush entered the originally safe public area due to the negligence of the residents and caused other people to be injured, then the negligent residents would definitely need to pay high compensation or even be sentenced. As a landlord, Jiang Shuyan usually set an example and would certainly not go out at such a time. Who knew that he would make an exception today and go out when the bird rush just came? When the attack power was the highest, the vitality was the most, and the emotions were the highest. He was carrying a big knife. What on earth is Boss Jiang going to do? He's not going out to cut people. Is he? The boy from one province muttered quietly, while throwing cards on the table. The twin sister tilted her head, thinking, if you kill someone at this time, you must have a deep hatred. Right? Right. The Hong Kong boy ignored the twins and rolled his eyes at the Taiwanese boy. You ask people every day. What? Don't you care about etiquette? The Taiwanese boy felt choked and glared back. Sorry. I don't understand. You ask people every day if you like him. The Hong Kong boy immediately translated it for him in Cantonese. Taiwan. What do you care if I like someone? He didn't want to care about this person, who was always arguing with him. So he immediately changed the subject. I just saw a post on the forum. The poster actually said that he was a reborn person who came back from the end of the world, and said that this bird-crazy tide was a precursor to the end of the world, and asked the masses to prepare well. Do you think this person is too addicted to online literature? The twin sisters were startled at the same time, looked at each other, and threw out a few more playing cards. Maybe you are teasing people? The boy from one province shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. Who knows? But if the end of the world comes, I will stay in this apartment of Boss Jiang. He is really rich. Even the mechanical curtains are not universal. The best kind. The twins smiled again, and suddenly became happy. Of course. Super high-quality young men like Boss Jiang are simply rare in 1,000 years. Whoever gets to seduce him will win the prize. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the apartment was opened. First, a thin figure slipped in through the crack of the door, and then the familiar tall and domineering figure of Boss Jiang appeared. Seeing a stranger coming, the tenants who were still chatting enthusiastically were all stunned, especially when they saw someone entering the door. He stood obediently by the door and did not move. His body shrank slightly against the wall due to restraint, and with a delicate and beautiful face that was more tender and fair than a girl. At first glance, he looked like a fragile white porcelain doll. The tenants were all shocked. Where did they pick up this foreign doll? A boy? After Fong Qing saw the apartment clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, with a look of surprise and shock. It's too big. Huh? He was stunned by the size of the apartment. Originally, when he came out of the corridor, he saw that there was only one door in the entire floor area within the visible range. He thought that this apartment building was symmetrical, and there might be other apartments on the opposite side that could not be seen, and everyone was an ordinary apartment. The result was unexpected. After entering the door, I saw that this house really occupied the entire floor. The living room alone was nearly 3 times larger than the single apartment he used to live in. The whole living room was spacious and tidy, with simple decoration but all high-end brands. Even though the light-proof mechanical curtains were all lowered outside, the lights here were as bright as day. The wall was hung with an ultra-high-definition screen comparable to that of a movie theater, and with a long sofa opposite. Watching TV was more enjoyable than going to the theater to watch a movie. Fong Qing looked at the scale, and then looked at the few strangers sitting together in the room, who looked like rich people. He suddenly wanted to ask, isn't the storage room here bigger than his single apartment? He can't even afford to live in the storage room. Right? He couldn't help but look at Jiang Xuyan helplessly. His voice trembling, Jiang. Boss Jiang? May I ask you, your rent? Jiang Xuyan glanced at him inexplicably. Pointing to the place where the tenants gathered, go over and get to know each other. Then he said to the boy from Wan province from a distance, the roommate you wanted is here. The boy from Wan province was extremely surprised. Roommate? Looking at Fong Qing. Are you Fong Qing? Fong Qing immediately showed his signature smile. Polite and gentle. Yeah. I'm Fong Qing. Hello. The boy from Wan province immediately threw away the poker cards in his hand and greeted him. Wow. Why are you here now? Were you nearby when you called just now? Fong Qing was embarrassed to say that I was just waiting for your landlord downstairs. And smiled shyly. Yeah. I'm nearby. The boy from Wan province has already started to make up reasons for him to live in the storage room. So you are in a hurry to rent a house. And you don't even mind the storage room? Are you afraid that you can't escape the bird rush? I see that you are from another place. Traveling to Blue Island City? But why do you have so little luggage? Do you only have one bag? Do you have any clothes to change? The bird rush usually comes for a week. Do you really want to live in the storage room for 7 days? Fong Qing's head was buzzing with questions. And he didn't know where to start answering. He thought, how come this guy can talk more than me? He was much more familiar than me. He thought that when he was pestering Boss Jiang just now, he was already passionate and familiar with others. Suddenly, Fong Qing, who was a little overwhelmed, subconsciously hid in the direction of Jiang Xuyan. Next to Jiang Xuyan, who was 1.93 meters tall. He suddenly looked weak and helpless. Jiang Xuyan realized his timidity, lowered his eyes to look at him, and silently pushed him towards the living room to get him out of this embarrassing situation. You guys go over and talk. Fong Qing was as if he had been pardoned, and hurried over. Hello. My name is Fong Qing. Then he began to answer the boy's questions from Wan province. The Taiwanese boy was so happy that he didn't notice his own problem at all. Hello. My name is Rensheng. I'm from Taiwan. The twin sisters naturally introduced themselves. My name is Shi Mei Wei. I'm the older sister. And her name is Shi Mei Xin. She's the younger sister. We're twin sisters. Fong Qing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Hello. Hello. You look exactly the same. Then he looked at the last young man who hadn't spoken the whole time, waiting for him to introduce himself. The Hong Kong man first looked at Rensheng with dissatisfaction, and then looked at Fong Qing coldly. Li Bai. He spoke in Hong Kong dialect, because everyone in the apartment could understand him. So he subconsciously assumed that Fong Qing could understand it too. But in fact, Fong Qing didn't understand, and stood there awkwardly with his eyes blinking. What? Li Bai finally reacted, frowned, and said it again in his Hong Kong Mandarin. Li Bai. Oh, okay. My name is Fong Qing. Fong Qing smiled again. And after saying hello, he immediately turned around and asked Jiang Xuyan, excuse me, Boss Jiang, where do I live? Jiang Xuyan was a little speechless when he saw that he couldn't wait. Does this person know that he is going to live in a storage room? The kind of storage room that normal people would not be happy with? He pointed to the small room in the corner without saying a word, turned around, and led the way there. Fong Qing seemed to have gotten used to his cold and distant look, and followed him silently and consciously. It was really big inside, but it was crowded because it was full of shelves. There was a relatively wide aisle in the middle, and Fong Qing estimated that it could fit a camp bed. Looking at the empty shelves next to it, he asked Jiang Xuyan curiously, Boss Jiang used to run a shop? Otherwise, why are there so many shelves? After he came in, Jiang Xuyan closed the door with his backhand and turned on the light. Hearing this, he looked up at the shelf and then calmly retracted his gaze. No, he said, without further explanation, cleaned up the surroundings a little, and pointed to the aisle. This is the only room left in the apartment. If you want to live here, you can only live here. There is a folding camp bed in the corner of the room for you to use. But are you sure you want to live here? Fong Qing felt that this was the longest sentence he had said since they met, even if he didn't explain the problem of the shelf. Fong Qing didn't care and nodded hurriedly. Sure. I can do it. Boss Jiang, let me live here. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything more, and took another look at Fong Qing, who was a little thin, and inexplicably thought of the pile of luggage he brought. I am the only one who can enter here. They don't know what's inside, so you can put the things you brought on the shelves temporarily. He thought that bringing so many supplies would not be a burden on his body. Fong Qing quickly shook his head. No. No. Boss Jiang. You are stupid. The space supplies are for life-saving, and will not be heavy. It is best to carry them with you. How can you take them out casually? When Jiang Xuyen heard him say that he was stupid, his eyes paused and his long eyebrows raised. He glanced at Fong Qing silently. His dark eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Mysterious and dangerous. Fong Qing didn't notice it, and was still excitedly planning how to clean up the room. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyen didn't pursue it, silently retracted his gaze, and walked out of the room without saying a word. Fong Qing, who was unprepared, said, "What's the matter? Why did you leave suddenly? You are too arrogant." But he didn't care. Seeing that people had left, he let go of his hands and feet, rolled up his sleeves, and happily arranged his camp bed. Jiang Xuyen left the storage room and saw Ren Sheng and others gathered around the LCD screen in the living room, staring at something. Seeing Jiang Xuyen coming out, Ren Sheng hurriedly called him, "Boss Jiang. Look, we just found several completely different crazy birds in the station." Jiang Xuyen walked over and saw that the news station was broadcasting urgent news again. Now insert an urgent news, according to observations by relevant departments. A special crazy bird with red and black wings appeared in this crazy bird tide, which belongs to a new species that has never appeared before. Since the characteristics of this kind of crazy bird are not known for the time being, we now remind the general public to try to avoid this kind of crazy bird and never conflict with it. At the same time, we remind the general public to avoid the attack of the crazy bird tide, take defensive measures, and do not walk around at will. Now insert an urgent news. Chapter 5. In addition to the warning messages that were played in a loop, there were also real-time tracking images of the bird tide in the news. Those were images taken by the special drone of the weather station, which are usually used to track the dynamics and flight trajectory of the bird tide in real time. It is also good to release the news of lifting the alert to the public after confirming that the bird tide has left. I didn't expect to take pictures of a new type of bird this time. The body is a little bigger than the ordinary bird, and the wings are different from the pure black of the ordinary bird. The inside of their wings is also completely black, but the outside is dark red and shiny. When they open their wings to face the sunlight outside, they can reflect the bright brilliance. In the past, perhaps because the weather station only took pictures of the distant sea on land, and the bird tide happened to be a large black area, these new birds were not conspicuous. Now with the targeted shooting of drones, these new birds become unusually prominent, mixed in with the ordinary birds. They seem like the lords of the Dark Army, and give people a sense of higher level and more oppression in terms of senses. Jiang Xuyen looked at these pictures. His long eyebrows gradually gathered together. Suddenly, he thought of Fong Qing, who claimed to have come back from the future, and silently shifted his gaze, wanting to call him out to ask. Although he still didn't quite believe in the other party's reborn identity, for some reason, he inexplicably felt that this person would not lie, probably because he had a harmless face. Unexpectedly, Fong Qing just came out of the storage room, and remembered Jiang Xuyen's rule that only he could enter, and carefully closed the door before walking into the living room. "Huh? What are you all looking at?" When he saw everyone standing together looking at the large LCD screen in the living room, he asked curiously. Jiang Xuyen saw that he had arrived at the right time, so he pointed at the screen and said, "Do you know them?" His voice was very low, and only Fong Qing, who was standing next to him, could hear it. It took Fong Qing about 3 seconds to see the appearance of the new type of crazy bird, and then to see the news topic written in the news focus below. "Oh, they." Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked at the people next to Jiang Xuyen. Soon he lowered his voice, and because he was not as tall as Jiang Xuyen, who was about 1.9 meters tall, he had to stand on tiptoe to barely whisper in Jiang Xuyen's ear, "This is the first stage of the advanced mad bird." Jiang Xuyen raised his eyebrows. "Advanced mad bird?" "Yes. In the future, all species on the Alpha Star will be able to advance. These black and red mad birds are also called red stone mad birds. They are the first advanced species we know for sure at that time." "What are the characteristics? How are they different from ordinary mad birds?" "Red stone mad birds have greater attack power and destructive power than ordinary mad birds, and their bodies are as hard as rocks. So they are called red stone mad birds. They are now in the initial stage of advancement. They still look like this, black on the surface and red inside. But once the advancement is completed, they will become dark red all over, and one will command thousands of ordinary mad birds. By then, they can also peck through steel and stone, and those thin iron signs standing on the road can be pecked into pieces by them. Jiang Xuyan's eyes sank. What about the mechanical curtain? The material of the mechanical curtain is much better than the roadside sign, and they can't move for the time being. But they will have a big retreat in 2 months. And when they come back again and evolve to the second stage of steel mad birds, the mechanical curtain will not be a problem for them. Iron mad bird? Jiang Xuyan murmured the name, and he knew what kind of bird it was without thinking. How do they advance? He asked again. Fong Qing recalled the news he got in the end of the world, and finally shook his head. There is no answer. Jiang Xuyan looked at him silently. Fong Qing raised his hands and complained. I have only lived for a year. The voice was low and hoarse, and it was a little out of tune because it was too squeezed. Jiang Xuyan retracted his gaze and looked at the display screen silently. The first stage, the second stage. These birds are everywhere, and no country in the world can solve them. It seems that he can't dream of eradicating them. At this time, Fong Qing seemed to see through his thoughts, and suddenly whispered, these 2 months are the 2 months when they are madly absorbing energy. Even if some departments come out to clean them up later, they can't be completely eliminated. So we don't have to struggle for these 2 months. Just wait at home. But 2 months later is the most critical time. At that time, many rotten corpses on the road began to grow crystal flowers. The crystals inside are the best energy for species advancement. As long as we get as many crystals as possible to improve ourselves first, we can protect ourselves well. Speaking of this, Fong Qing patted Jiang Xuyan's shoulder excitedly. Boss Jiang, I surrender to you just to ask you to help me improve a little bit. I don't want more crystals. I can protect myself. I don't want to be chased and bitten by alien corpses and beasts anymore. The feeling of being bitten to death is really terrible. When he said this, he couldn't help but think of the scene of his death at that time. His eyes turned red, and his body trembled violently. That was the most subconscious reaction. Jiang Xuyan watched him smiling and gentle in the last second, and then full of fear and despair in the next second. Jiang Xuyan saw this look and thought of something inexplicably. A string in his heart suddenly moved. He retracted his gaze and his thoughts, and his tone was extremely cold. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The implication, if you lie, you will be in trouble when the time comes. His sudden change of mood also made Fong Qing stunned for a moment. Immediately, he felt the strong chill emanating from his body. Fong Qing's previous intuition came up again. This person's defensiveness has risen again. Like an airtight gate. It was originally in a normal state, and suddenly hit something, and it fell down with a clang, blocking all in and out. What on earth is this person thinking? Fong Qing didn't understand and looked at it blankly. At this time, Rensheng and his friends saw that they had been mumbling for too long, and couldn't help but come over and ask, what are you talking about? Are you discussing this new type of bird? You guys chat. Jiang Xuyan suddenly said this, and turned to walk towards his room, which made everyone stunned. After a long while, Rensheng cast his eyes on Fong Qing again. Boss Jiang just. He wanted to ask him what happened just now, what they talked about, and even the question of whether you knew each other before, which he had been curious about for a long time. Unexpectedly, Fong Qing was afraid that he would make more mistakes if he said too much, and expose himself. So before Rensheng finished asking, he pointed to the storage room and said, Boss Jiang asked me to clean up the room, so I'm going first. Otherwise I'll be kicked out. A gust of wind went back to the room. Rensheng. Sister Sure may we? Why are these two people so strange and sneaky? Rensheng was puzzled. Li Bai glanced at him and said coldly, gossip. He turned around and went back to the room coldly. Rensheng. You are really annoying. Since Fong Qing moved in, there has been one more card player in the apartment, and it has become more lively. More than a week has passed, and on the 5th day after the end of the crazy bird tide cycle recognized by all the people, everyone found that the crazy birds had not retreated, and suddenly fell into a panic. At this time, Fong Qing sat next to Jiang Xuyan with his arms folded and his legs crossed, and whispered proudly, I told you. Didn't I? I didn't lie. Boss Jiang, please protect me. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him silently and found that he really enjoyed it and was determined to have someone protect him. But in fact, Jiang Xuyan himself had no clue yet. He withdrew his gaze without saying a word. and looked at the reports from all sides on the palm screen, silently summarizing the news. His slender fingers kept swiping on the virtual light screen. Fong Qing didn't even finish reading a sentence beside him, and he swiped down again at a very fast speed. Fong Qing always wondered if he wasn't reading it. But occasionally, when he mentioned the news he saw on the same platform, this person could accurately join in the conversation. It was obvious that he had read the news, and read it more carefully than himself. Fong Qing gradually dared not question him anymore. Maybe those who can be the overlord of a place should be born to be excellent in everything. While they were thinking about their own things, Rensheng and others were also unusually serious over there. Rensheng flipped his virtual light screen, and his expression became more and more solemn the more he flipped. The Sure sisters at the side followed him, and looked at him with strange expressions. Is this the Doomsday prophecy you mentioned before? When Rensheng finally fixed the screen on a certain post, Sure Mei Wei crossed her arms, and frowned as she looked at the dense words on the post. Rensheng nodded, yes. Look! Everything he said has come true. Damn. Is he really a reborn person? When Fong Qing, who was sitting not far away, heard the word reborn person, he subconsciously shuddered and pinched the light screen on his palm back. What reborn? Rensheng didn't notice his nervousness. With a slight movement of his fingers, he swiped the information on the light screen in front of him. Look, there is a post predicting the end of the world. It says that this time the mad bird tide will not retreat on time, and it will stay for at least a month before leaving. Sister Shermation added, it also says that after the mad birds leave, the various corpses in the city will be infected with mutant viruses, and mutate one after another. When the time comes, the official end of the world will come, and the city will fall into great chaos. Fong Qing looked at the post in surprise, his face full of disbelief. This? Who posted the post? At this time, Jiang Qian glanced at the post. His eyes sank, and he looked at Fong Qing silently. When the latter received the gaze, he hurriedly shook his head, leaned close to his side, and whispered, it's not me. There is no need for this. When Jiang Qian heard it, he felt that it was indeed not like him. But this is interesting. He raised his long eyebrows slightly, leaned forward with interest, and began to look at the post carefully. There was a lot of information about the end of the world, including what Fong Qing had said before. What was even more bizarre was that it mentioned the mutation of the mad bird, that is, the new species of mad bird that was captured by the weather station before. But the time mentioned was before the time reported by the weather station, and it also accurately stated the specific time when the weather station reported the news. In addition, it also predicted many things that Fong Qing had not said, including which continent would fall first after the mad bird tide, which city would collapse first, and even where the mutation was first discovered. These posts all mentioned it. Some of them were not even known by Fong Qing, who claimed to be reborn. Chapter 6. This post has attracted a lot of attention, and there are many different opinions below the post, and many netizens even quarreled. Jiang Qian felt more and more strange. After quickly reading the entire post and the post author's comments, he pushed the light screen back to Rensheng, looked at Fong Qing silently, and stood up and walked to the gym on the second floor upstairs. Fong Qing understood what he meant, and soon ran up when no one was paying attention. Boss Jiang? What do you think? He asked Jiang Qian quietly as soon as he arrived at the gym. The latter leaned against the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking calm. It really has nothing to do with you. Fong Qing raised his hands. It's really not. If I had posted it, there would be no need to hide it from you. Jiang Qian asked, did you have any abnormal changes before and after your rebirth? Is it possible that it was a large-scale rebirth event? So Fong Qing tried to recall the scene at that time. Well, I came out of the shelter and lost others, and then I was attacked by a strange beast. Before and after, I didn't feel anything unusual. Jiang Qian thought about it again. Maybe it's some kind of time and space confusion phenomenon? Fong Qing, this question is beyond the scope. Jiang Qian also felt that it was not easy to discuss, so he fell silent again. Finally, he said, if you are really a reborn person, there is a high possibility that there are others. Fong Qing's eyes turned and smiled. I'll go and check it out. Jiang Qian looked at him, thought for a while, and nodded. If you can, go. Fong Qing nodded and stood and waited for a while. Jiang Qian, anything else? Fong Qing, don't you have anything to tell me? What do you want me to do? Fong Qing realized that he might have overthought and felt a little embarrassed. I thought I thought you would give me some instructions or something. Jiang Shuyan. What do you think I am? No. Just do whatever you want, and don't expose yourself. Oh. 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 Fang Qing felt that this overlord was unexpectedly easy to talk to. And happily agreed, then I'll go get him now. Jiang Shuyan. This guy is really... He didn't say much. And let him do whatever he wanted. Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing were busy with their own things, while Ren Sheng and the Shi sisters were very anxious. 2 days later, the crazy bird tide still did not dissipate. Ren Sheng stood at the window and turned around, wanting to see what was going on outside. But he couldn't open the mechanical curtain. He was so anxious that he changed the channel from time to watch the crazy bird scene shot by the drone outside. What should I do? Why haven't the crazy birds left yet? How long will they stay? The rice and noodles I have stored are not enough for me to eat. Li Bai, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, was dizzy because of his shaking. He frowned and looked up and shouted at him. It's useless for you to make a fuss. Sit down. Since he found that Fang Qing couldn't understand him at all, he started to speak his Hong Kong-style Mandarin. And he got used to it after speaking for a while. Ren Sheng was so angry that he glared at him. I don't want to make a fuss either. But I didn't buy rice. The ammunition and food are running out. He still had 15 days of food at that time. According to the usual practice, he could survive 2 more waves of crazy birds. So he planned to go downstairs to replenish the stock after this wave of birds. Unexpectedly, now more than 10 days have passed. These birds have not retreated. There are still news on the internet saying that the new type of crazy birds is increasing, and the attack power is getting stronger and stronger. Some people also predict that this time, the crazy birds may begin to mutate on a large scale. So the cycle of the crazy bird tide is likely to be extended accordingly. I have no food. Ren Sheng emphasized again. What the post said was so right. Li Bai sighed and said helplessly, You don't have it. But I still have it. I can lend it to you, just borrow it. Ren Sheng was a little stunned when he heard it. Huh? This person who is against him everywhere wants to lend him food. But it's a good thing anyway. He was about to thank him, when the Shi sisters came from the kitchen with a melancholy look on their faces. Looking at Li Bai and Ren Sheng helplessly, Can you lend us some too? We don't have any food. Their rice jars were also empty. In fact, the residents who were used to the crazy bird tide, and used to stocking up according to this cycle, began to see the situation of running out of food. When the food stock ran out, everyone was naturally very panicked. But now it is different from the previous shortage of food. At that time, no matter what, you can find an opportunity to go out and buy it. The crazy birds during the crazy bird tide were too terrible. There was a 99% probability of death when you go out. No one dared to take this step. Faced with the overwhelming crazy birds, no one dared to take risks. But seeing the tracking images occasionally broadcast by the news station, and looking at the mechanical curtain that could not see the sun, no one knew when the crisis would be resolved and freedom would be restored. No one knew when this sudden and abnormal wave of crazy birds would dissipate. The mechanical curtain that isolated the crazy birds from spying and attacking also isolated people's hope. What made people even more desperate was that 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In general, more than half a month had passed. The wave of crazy birds did not subside. Various fierce remarks broke out on the internet. And there were also many messages for help. That Doomsday warning became the most concerned topic. But the poster suddenly disappeared after updating the direction of the next 2 years. And no trace could be found. Some people suspected that he was noticed by the organization and had been taken away for investigation. Others suspected that he was trying to find a way out on his own. Like the Reborn protagonists of those online articles, posting a post to kindly remind people, and leaving the rest of the time to go out and grab treasures. While everyone was making a mess on the internet, Ren Sheng and the Shi sisters in Jiang Shuyan's apartment were completely out of rice, with only a little grain left. But after a few days of scraping together, they were almost exhausted. Since Li Bai gave his rice to Ren Sheng, he soon couldn't afford this consumption. Seeing that Li Bai couldn't protect himself, the Shi sisters were too embarrassed to ask for money from others, and they were sitting on the sofa with a look of hesitation and worry. What should I do? Shi Lanqing grabbed her sister Shi Meihui's hand, and she was so worried that tears were about to fall. Shi Meihui rarely showed her gentle and mature side. She patted her sister's hand and comforted her. It's okay. Such a serious problem will be solved by the higher-ups. Of course she was also afraid, but she was the elder sister and had to take care of her younger sister first. If she was also depressed, her younger sister might collapse directly. It is said that they have begun to discuss the plan to provide supplies. And there should be news soon. There are so many people in the same situation. The country will not ignore it. Lon Xian. Don't worry too much. Rensheng was also very upset when he saw the two little girls with sad faces. They were two underage girls. They were in their prime and still growing up. They were lively and happy every day. What have they become now? But he himself was in a difficult position. And Li Bai would also be implicated by him. He had no position to comfort others, and could only feel distressed but could not do anything. After a long time, he silently turned his head and glanced at the kitchen, his eyes showing hesitation. Otherwise, asked Boss Jiang? Although he knew that borrowing food from others in the current situation would most likely cause others to run out of food, and this was a matter of life and death. At the beginning, when everyone still had food in stock, it felt okay to borrow from each other. But once the borrower had no food, the whole room would be hungry, and the scene would be very chaotic. He had seen several examples of roommates borrowing food and fighting and killing each other online. If the crazy bird tide lasted a little longer, there might be cannibalism. He was a little hesitant, and thinking about the stockpiled goods that Boss Jiang brought back before the tide. He didn't know if it was really enough for them to borrow. Even if it was enough, how many days would it last? A room full of people. What should they do after eating? By the way, there was a new roommate who ate with Boss Jiang. But there was an extra mouth out of thin air. When Rensheng thought of Fang Qing, his roommate, he felt very strange. Fang Qing was a very nice person. Gentle, kind, talkative and easygoing. He smiled when talking to anyone and was very happy to get along with. But he was not happy at this time. After all, there was really one more mouth. And there would be one more danger in the future. Who knows what people will do when they get angry? It's not that I reject him. But in this special period when every grain of rice is precious, it's really a bit eye-catching. At this time, Fang Qing just came down from the gym upstairs. Rensheng saw that he was lively and happy, and frowned. Fang Qing, you are so energetic. Fang Qing didn't notice the difference in Rensheng's tone, and answered happily, "Ah, not bad. It's to keep fit. I can run faster in the end times." Rensheng pouted, "Won't you be hungry?" "Yes." Then, Rensheng was about to be irritated by his honesty and roughness. "Won't you eat a lot?" Fang Qing still didn't react to Rensheng's hint. He tapped his lips with his white fingers and thought carefully. "A lot. Well, not a lot. Right? That's a lot." Rensheng was even angrier. "But we don't have enough food." After saying that, he thought it was too straightforward. So he changed his words. "I think you shouldn't move around anymore. Otherwise, by the time we've eaten everything, and the food that Boss Jiang just bought has also been eaten, you'll be starving." But in Fang Qing's mind, their food reserves have always been 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of bottled water, and a lot of snacks. And they haven't been consumed at all. So he has no concept of not enough food reserves. It will be enough. It will be enough for him to survive another half a year of the crazy bird tide. Rensheng didn't understand. Why is it enough? Didn't everyone say that the rice was bottomless? You don't think that Boss Jiang has a lot of food in stock? Do you? You don't think that you can always get Boss Jiang? Do you? Fang Qing scratched his head and finally found that it was a bit difficult to explain. Why is it enough? Everyone doesn't know that he is a rich family who brings his own rations and also pays for Boss Jiang's rations. Now Boss Jiang seems to be a person who only has a bag of 50 kilograms of rice in front of others? When I came here, it seemed that he was still empty-handed? It's over. Why is it enough? Fang Qing was a little confused. Chapter 7. Jiang Xuyan just came out of the room at this time. He had obviously just finished taking a shower and was still steaming. As soon as the door was opened, the fresh soap scent wafted out from afar. He saw several people in the living room facing Fang Qing from a distance, as if they had just talked about something. But he subconsciously realized that the atmosphere was not right. So he looked at the people on the sofa, and then at Fang Qing. "What are you talking about?" Rensheng felt that Fang Qing's attitude of taking it for granted was a bit too much. It was like eating for free and feeling justified, without any guilt, and without any sense of danger. He turned back angrily and told Jiang Xuyan, "We were discussing with Fang Qing what to do if the food reserves were not enough." But Fang Qing said that the food reserves would not be insufficient. His tone was quite resentful. Jiang Shuyan turned his head to look at Fang Qing. Fang Qing raised his hands innocently. It really would not be insufficient. He let it slip for a moment. Jiang Shuyan retracted his gaze and looked at Rensheng. Just as he was about to tell him that he had stored some food in a place he couldn't see. The TV news suddenly played again. An emergency supply measure is now announced, in order to solve the problem of insufficient food for residents during the bird rush. Starting today, the armed police forces of various provinces and cities will set up a food supply team to provide supplies to local citizens. Supplies are provided on a regular basis and in fixed quantities on an individual basis. Each resident who needs supplies and assistance should log into the following official website within 24 hours. Provide detailed residential address and personal information, and obtain a subsidy code, and wait for official verification and distribution of supplies. This measure is based on weeks, with regular and fixed quantities, in order to prevent delays in the police's assistance to residents in emergency situations. Residents who currently have sufficient food should postpone submitting applications. We are announcing an emergency supply measure. Rensheng immediately shifted his attention when he heard it, and leaned over to the LCD screen to listen carefully again. Supply? There is supply. He immediately pointed to the palm light screen happily, and asked while logging into the official website, Boss Jiang, are you coming to register? Let's go together. Jiang Shuyan glanced at Fang Qing. I'm not in a hurry. You go first. Rensheng looked up and asked in confusion, is it really not urgent? Yes. So Rensheng pouted and asked Fang Qing again, then you come. Let's go together. Fang Qing thought to himself, I have it. It's immoral to apply for so many. And he looked at Jiang Shuyan helplessly. The latter, he's with me. And he doesn't need it for the time being. Rensheng, he thought silently in his heart, did Boss Jiang really bring back so much inventory that day? But this was what Boss Jiang said in person. He didn't dare to refute it. So he didn't ask the two people again. Then you two come. You two won't have to wait too. Right? The Sure sisters immediately came over and studied the application procedures on the official website with him. At this time, Rensheng remembered Li Bai, who had lent him a lot of food. So he called him again, you come too. Come together. Li Bai, who was sitting on the sofa with a very gloomy face, finally relaxed a little, snorted, got up, and sat next to him. Supplies were soon distributed. The superior summarized all the application materials of the same community in units of communities, and sent them to the community property department, and then brought the code scanning equipment and supply resources to the property department for distribution, in order to prevent the property department from embezzling. Identification instruments were also added to the large material boxes. To receive supplies, you need to scan the code and do facial recognition in front of a special mechanical box. The mechanical box will automatically release supplies for a single person. The box will be recycled and reused when supplies are distributed next time. When Rensheng and others received the news that the supplies had arrived, they went to receive them happily. But Fang Qing was a little worried. Before they went out, he specifically reminded them, you must be careful. Run away immediately when you see a crazy bird. Rensheng and his friends were so hungry that they were starving. How could they care about these? After answering twice casually, Li Bai borrowed Jiang Shuyan's tang sword and went out together. As soon as Fang Qing and the others left, he immediately flew to Jiang Shuyan's side and took supplies from the space. Hurry up. Take these to your room while they are not here. When he reminded Rensheng and others, his face was still full of worry. Now he was busy moving rice and grain. And he was so busy that his hands and feet were flushed. Seeing him like this, Jiang Shuyan asked him to slow down unhappily. Don't worry. No one will suspect you even if you put it in your room. Fang Qing immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. 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 If you put it in my room and take it out later, they will think you are hiding the supplies and only let me know. You have been with them for so long, and I have only been here for a few days. If you do this, not to mention that they will suspect that we are doing something, they will definitely be disappointed with you. If there is a dispute in the future, it may be disadvantageous to you. How can I let you take such a risk? Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it. You are quite thoughtful. Fang Qing then stopped what he was doing, looked at him and smiled brightly. Isn't it? I hope to rely on you to survive in the future. Besides these supplies, I don't have any other advantages. if I don't think more carefully. How dare I follow you? He said it calmly, as if he was just passing by and seeing a little mouse. Such a tone and such an attitude of handing over one's life made Jiang Xuyan suddenly think of some past events. He frowned and his face changed slightly, as if he didn't want to recall this memory. He suddenly stood up and looked at Fang Qing with a frown. Don't trust others easily. You be more careful. Fang Qing was frightened by him, and almost dropped the rice bag in his hand and hit his feet. After a while, seeing that Jiang Xuyan's face was not right, he asked carefully, Boss Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Xuyan took a deep breath and said in an irritable tone, Nothing. Have you got the things? Give them to me. I'll put them away. Fang Qing knew that he didn't allow anyone to enter his room, so he took things from the living room. He didn't dare to ask further, so he hurriedly said, I'll help you send it to the door. Jiang Xuyan's tone was a little softer at this time, and he also knew that his reaction just now was a bit abrupt. He rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, No. It's not far and not heavy. You sit and wait for them to come back. When it comes to those people, Fang Qing immediately said, Oh, I forgot to say before I found you. I didn't know you were the landlord. And I didn't know you had tenants. So I didn't consider the matter of arranging supplies from above. And I didn't tell you. You have to know that there must be huge risks when supplies are sent in from outside. In my last life, I heard that many communities fell because of this. I haven't heard of Landau City, but it's better to be prepared for anything. My original thought was that after we stocked up on supplies, we would stay quietly in the house and wait for the crazy bird tide to go away before going out. But now we are with Rensheng and the others. I can't stop others from getting supplies. Right? So I have to tell you, be prepared for crazy birds to sneak into the community. And also be prepared to be attacked when you go out. Jiang Xuyan had thought about this, but it was a good thing to see Fang Qing being so alert. Fang Qing appeared after the arrival of the crazy bird tide, which was not a good time. So no matter whether the supplies came or not, and whether the tenants here were given the supplies or not, if they were not careful, the final outcome would be the same. So there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Since there was no way to maneuver, Jiang Xuyan naturally would not worry too much. When the enemy came, the generals would fight. And when the water came, the earth would cover it. Just thinking about this, the door of the apartment suddenly rang. Fang Qing was the first to react, and he was also the closest to the door. When he heard it, he was very surprised. You're back now? This is too fast? Immediately, he asked Jiang Xuyan to put the things away quickly, and he ran to open the door. However, at this time, Jiang Xuyan, wait a minute. Looking at the time, his face suddenly became solemn. Look at the surveillance first. It may not be them. Not to mention that there must be a lot of people to get the supplies. They can't get them so quickly. Even if they wait for the elevator, it will take a certain amount of time to get to the 32nd floor. And it won't be so fast to go back and forth. It may not be them. Fang Qing immediately realized that something was wrong when he heard it. He wanted to slap himself, just said it. And it happened right after? What else can this be? He went over and clicked on the surveillance screen at the door. The floating light screen showed that there was no one outside. Fang Qing took a look. Damn! There is a problem. Just as he was about to ask, Jiang Xuyan quickly pressed a few keys on his control terminal behind him. Suddenly, the light screen expanded and displayed the surveillance picture of the entire corridor. Fuck? There is such a thing? Fang Qing never thought that he had monitored the entire corridor. But even so, there was still no one in the corridor. Jiang Xuyan's eyes sank, and he called Rensheng and the others. No one answered. Several people took turns to call, but still no one answered. His face turned bad. I'm afraid something happened in the building. You, take a knife and carry it with you. Fang Qing thought that he had never heard of the fall of this area in his previous life. While trembling with fear, he took out a long dagger from his space. It was made by someone urgently, and at a high price with mechanical curtain materials after he was reborn. He thought he was very far-sighted. But Jiang Xuyan saw it and said, That's it? Pointing at the dagger, you use this to deal with the mad bird? Fang Qing, what else? He couldn't find a large knife. And he didn't know how to fight the mad bird. So he couldn't beat it. The dagger was for self-defense. Jiang Xuyan was convinced. He didn't know how to improve his combat power after rebirth. He returned to the room and took out a long and big knife after a while. And a short knife that was a little longer than Fang Qing's dagger. but thinner and more delicate. And threw it over. Carry them all on your back. The big knife for defense. The short knife for self-defense. And your dagger should be put away. Fong Qing hurriedly reached out to catch it. He thought it was very heavy. But he caught it easily. Oh my god. It's so light. At this time, he took a closer look. Top-grade mechanical steel material? Jiang Xuyan went back to the room to tidy up for a while. And came out with a knife in his hand, and an exquisite silver mechanical compound bow on his back. Fong Qing looked at his posture and felt a little nervous and a little scared. We should go out and rescue them? Chapter 8. Jiang Xuyan glanced at Fong Qing after hearing this. You want to save them? Fong Qing was startled. And weighed the knife in his hand. But isn't that what you mean? Jiang Xuyan, assuming that there are crazy birds in the building and they fly to the top floor. It proves that they are already very scattered. If we go out at this time, we don't know where the crazy birds are concentrated. Where they are not. And where those people are now. We will be killed if we go out. Then this? Jiang Xuyan set the communication to the timed automatic dialing mode. And immediately prepared a position with a cover at the front door. Ready for battle. Wait for them to come back. Save them if you can. Fong Qing never expected that the other party prepared so well for himself and him. But in the end they just waited in the house? While he found a cover and hid like Jiang Xuyan. He asked puzzledly, if you don't go out, won't these weapons be a bit making a fuss? Jiang Xuyan knew what he was saying without him saying it clearly. He took off the mechanical compound bow, put on the mechanical arrow, and stared at the screen while saying, I just want to ask you if they come back. But there are crazy birds behind them. What will you do? Fong Qing was speechless when he asked, what should I do? What can he do? He glanced at the knife in his hand. I can only swing the knife to cut it. Right? He immediately understood the bow in Jiang Xuyan's hand. Long-range attack. If there is a crazy bird, the best strategy is to shoot it to death with arrows. Jiang Xuyan also saw that he understood. And raised his chin towards the knife in his hand. You are at the door to guard the rear. Usually they follow in and rush to the inner room first. So you are safest at the door. When I ask you to close the door, you should close the door immediately. If I shoot down a mad bird, you should kill one more. Remember, you must chop off the head. If the mad bird loses its head, its mobility and lethality will be greatly reduced. Even if it cannot be killed on the spot, it will die after flapping for an hour. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Paused, and looked at Fong Qing. You should know all this. Fong Qing. No. I don't know. In his previous life, he was mainly hiding. How could he have the ability and courage to study these phenomena? And most people only care about escaping from the bird's beak. And no one deliberately stays in place to observe them. Boss Jiang? Why can you discover this pattern? Jiang Xuyan's eyes changed. And he shifted his gaze and snorted. I have caught it and studied it. I have caught it and studied it means. Jiang Xuyan said, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. What you think in your mind is what I want to answer. Fong Qing. So cruel. He didn't dare to ask more questions. Shuddered. And focused on guarding the door. But after a moment, he frowned again. That? He turned back carefully. Why only chop the head? Can't you chop the body as well? Jiang Xuyan looked at him strangely. If you have the energy, time, and courage, no one can stop you from chopping into meat paste. Anyway, his knives are all made of special materials. Chop as you like. However, Fong Qing thought about his own fighting power. Forget it. Just be obedient. After shutting up, he mustered up the courage to move closer to the door, holding the short knife in both hands, and waiting. About 15 minutes later, there was movement outside the door again. Chapter 9. With a sudden loud noise outside the door, a group of people rushed out of the safety passage in a hurry and embarrassment in the surveillance video. Even though Fong Qing was prepared, he was still shocked beyond words when he saw the crazy birds following them. There were so many, more than 10 huge crazy birds, chasing them and rushing up. Open the door. Boss Jiang. Open the door quickly. Rensheng rushed forward with the Sure sisters, shouting heartbreakingly. Behind Li Bai, Jiang Xuyan borrowed his tang sword with a burning cloth hanging on the tip of the blade. He waved the burning cloth at the crazy birds frantically, so as to buy some time for the people in front to shout to open the door. Fong Qing was distressed and ran to open the door subconsciously. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xuyan opened the door of the house through the light screen control panel before him, and the bow in his hand was already fully drawn. Swish. Swish. He fired 3 arrows in a row, and each arrow hit the flying crazy bird. Sure Meiwei, who was nearly caught by the mad bird, was freed. Rensheng and the other 2 took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the door. Close the door quickly. Li Bai. Come in. Jiang Xuyan cut the bird. Fang Qing quickly reacted from the shock. Although his hands were shaking violently because of the fear of the mad bird, he still mustered up his courage and raised his knife to chop without delay. Snap! 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 Only then did he realize that almost every arrow Jiang Xuyan shot could hit the head of the mad bird. One was even more amazing, piercing directly from the open mouth, straight through the entire bird, like a barbecue. But this also made him a little confused. After chopping twice, he could only chop the arrow and couldn't completely chop off its head. Just when he was anxious, puff, there was a sound of flapping wings behind him. When he turned around, a wild bird that was shot down by Jiang Xuyan, but still survived, struggled to flap its wings and rushed towards him. Fang Qing was horrified and stumbled to the ground. However, he happened to be in the middle of the line between Jiang Xuyan and the bird. The latter could not see the bird at his feet. He was so scared that he blocked himself with his left hand and retreated repeatedly. Ah, Boss Jiang, there is a fish that escaped the net here. Jiang Xuyan looked at the sound, but still could not see the bird in the blind spot. Where? As he asked. The wild bird had successfully flapped its wings and rushed towards Fang Qing with a roar. Ga! Ah! Puff! Boom! A very heavy sound rang out, waking Fang Qing, who was so scared that his courage was about to break. From the chaos, realizing that he had not suffered any attack, he put down his arms in confusion, and saw that there was no wild bird flying in front of him. He was startled, and felt as if he had kicked something hard under his feet. He immediately retracted his feet, and looked at his feet. Just in front of his feet, at most half a centimeter away, there was a knife inserted diagonally. The knife was skewering the mad bird just now. The tip of the knife was inserted from its head, forcibly pulling its neck, piercing its entire abdomen, and folding it into a twisted and miserable death. And the knife, which was as long as Fang Qing's forearm, was half directly sunk into the floor and deeply stuck in the ground. The knife was still trembling slightly under the violent impact, making a hum sound. This, looking back, it was Jiang Xuyan who walked out from behind the open counter, and his body was still in the posture of throwing the knife just now. Seeing that the mad bird was completely dead and Fang Qing was safe and sound, he put down his hand and retracted his cold eyes. Be careful. After he said that, he shot arrows again and dealt with the remaining mad birds. Soon Li Bai stumbled in, holding his shoulder. Jiang Xuyan immediately asked him to close the door, and personally went over to chop off the heads of all the mad birds that fell to the ground, kick them out, and then returned to the house. Are you injured? He turned around and saw a large piece of blood on Li Bai's shoulder. Frowning, Li Bai's face was not very good. His face was pale, and he covered the wound, shaking his head sullenly. I didn't dodge it just now. Rensheng and the Shi sisters hurried over to see, and Shi Meishin hurriedly took a towel to cover his wound. Jiang Xuyan stood quietly by and watched, his face a little subtle. Fang Qing was very solemn, looking at Li Bai, looking at Jiang Xuyan, and then looking back at Li Bai. Finally, he mustered up the courage to ask, was your wound bitten or scratched? When he asked, the whole place was silent. Even the usually lively Shi sisters turned pale. Li Bai's hand froze as he wiped the blood, and he felt unwell. Grab or bite. The post that revealed the information about the Doomsday said that the crazy birds in the Doomsday would catch and eat a lot of rotten corpses, and they would carry a lot of rotten corpse viruses. If you are caught and bitten by a crazy bird, there is a certain probability that you will be infected with the rotten corpse virus, and thus become a so-called zombie in the Doomsday. So Li Bai's wound. At this time, Shi Meishin suddenly covered her abdomen, and her face turned pale again. Shi Meiwei looked at it. Her eyes widened, and she was about to ask, but she noticed that there were people around, and she immediately stopped talking. You? She asked with her eyes. When Shi Meishin remembered the content of the post, she suddenly looked desperate, even if she tried her best to hold it back. Her eyes were still red. They were carefully communicating with their eyes, But they didn't expect that all this would still not escape Jiang Shuyan's eyes. He glanced at the 4 people who had just escaped from the pile of crazy birds and sighed in his heart. He walked silently to Fang Qing and said to him, "Come here." Fang Qing followed him. Before entering Fang Qing's storage room, he said to the 4 people who were left behind, "Check the wounds first. No matter how big or small. Don't hide them." Then he entered the storage room. As soon as Fang Qing entered and closed the door, he asked Jiang Shuyan, "What should we do?" Jiang Shuyan turned on the light and looked at him. "What is the probability of the mad bird spreading the virus at this stage?" Fang Qing pondered for a moment and recalled, "In theory, the probability of infection at this stage is not high. And the probability of infection from scratches is lower than that from bites. So I asked him how the wound came about. Are there any preventive or salvage measures? Fang Qing looked at him cautiously, probably thinking that he had been with other tenants for a long time. And emotionally, he might not be able to accept bad news. So he had to be careful with his words. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuyan didn't care so much, and said in a deep voice, "Just tell the truth." Fang Qing said, "Assuming that they already have the virus in their wounds. The current virus is not fast in terms of invasion speed, survival rate or control speed of the human body. Based on some examples I encountered in my previous life. Maybe you can try to cut off the flesh near the wound to see if you have the luck to completely cut off the infected flesh." But this is also very risky. First, we can't be sure whether we have completely eliminated the virus. If they are still infected, they will mutate in the end. The speed of transmission will increase exponentially, and those of us living under the same roof will be in greater danger. Second, cutting meat is not a safe behavior. Now that the building is like this, I don't think they can go to the hospital. There may not be anyone in the hospital. They can only operate here on the spot. But in this case, let's not talk about the problem of disinfecting tools and wounds. If there is only one operating error and the bleeding cannot be stopped, the person will die on the spot. In that case, we are equivalent to wasting our efforts. Jiang Shuyan asked, "Is there any other way?" Fang Qing pursed his lips. His tone was quite low, the last one. Only now they. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Very regretful. Click. Jiang Shuyan was silent for a moment. Silently glanced at the door. After a moment, he sighed and turned to walk out. Then try it. As soon as Jiang Shuyan went out, the 4 people looked at him nervously. In their eyes, he had become a reserve of infected zombies. If he followed the thinking of ordinary people and TV dramas, as a landlord, he would either drive them out or kill them directly. Meigui's face was full of tears. Without waiting for Jiang Shuyan to speak, she suddenly rushed over and grabbed his trouser legs. "Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang, please have mercy and let Xinxin go. If you have anything, just come to me. Please don't touch Xinxin." Jiang Shuyan lowered his eyes to look at her. Before he could say anything, Meigui also crawled over from behind and grabbed Meigui. "Don't do this. Sister, don't do this. I can go by myself. Boss Jiang, let me go. Sister is not injured. Let her stay." Jiang Shuyan looked at them quietly, still without saying anything, and looked up at Li Bai and Ren Sheng, who were leaning against the coffee table in the distance. His eyes were always cold, especially when he was silent and expressionless. He always made people feel extremely cold and ruthless. With such a look from him, even the courageous Li Bai couldn't help but step back, with cold sweat coming out of his back, and he felt like he had been ordered to die. In the end, Jiang Shuyan only looked at him, and then turned to look at Ren Sheng. "What do you think?" Ren Sheng was startled and pointed at his nose. "Me?" Jiang Shuyan nodded. What do I think? You should know that they may be infected with the virus. Do you believe it or not? How will you treat them?" Ren Sheng didn't expect him to ask such a question. He was immediately at a loss and distressed. This. Li Bai frowned fiercely, pulled him back, and stood in front of him. "You can tell me what you want. There is no need to embarrass him." So Jiang Shuyan retracted his gaze. "Do you want to live?" "What?" "I'll tell you straight. Whether you, Meigui or other people with injuries, there is another way to prevent infection." Li Bai. Sisters. What?" Jiang Shuyan. "Cut off the wound area that may be infected with the virus. If you are lucky, you can still live. If you are unlucky, it's all in vain, of course. It is also possible that the prophecy sticker is fake, and you cut your flesh in vain, and suffer in vain. It's your choice. Li Bai immediately understood what he meant. He felt hopeful but unsure. Shermei Hui thought of Shermei Xin's wound and said tremblingly, Xin's wound is on the side of the abdomen. And we can't go to the hospital. What if What if the injury is more serious? What if the bleeding can't be stopped? What if the wound is infected? Jiang Xuyan said, I can help you. When everyone was shocked. He said again, I can treat your wounds for you. I can. I have treated more serious cases than yours. Of course. If you are worried and want to do it yourself or go out to find a doctor, I won't stop you. Even if you don't want to treat your wounds or leave. And insist on staying. It's okay. But when I find that you are abnormal, I will not wait for you to be completely alienated. Nor will I be soft-hearted. I will do it myself and take your lives one by one. After he said that, he glanced at the time on his watch and walked to his room. Time is limited. I will give you another 5 minutes. Tell me when you think it over. As he said that, he entered the room, closed the door, and waited for the 4 people to discuss and solve it themselves. Chapter 10. In fact, Jiang Xuyan didn't wait for long. In less than half a minute, Fong Qing stood at his door and told him that they had decided. He went out with a medical kit and saw that Li Bai had unbuttoned his shirt, changed his posture and sat down, looking at him silently. He looked at Shermei Xin again, who was held by Shermei Hui and sat on the ground. She received Jiang Xuyan's gaze and said, We want to think about it again. Boss Jiang? You first. She looked at Li Bai. So Jiang Xuyan ignored them and walked to Li Bai and squatted down. Are you sure? Li Bai's face was pale. And the blood loss, pain and worry all made him pale. Everyone is right. Don't tell me that Li Bo is lucky this time. He answered directly in Cantonese, with despair in his tone, and didn't care whether others could understand him or not. Jiang Xuyan opened the medical kit and said calmly, I can't say whether you are lucky or not, whether you can win this time. But at least I can guarantee that you will have no worries about this wound. Li Bai looked at him and was about to ask how he could be so sure. In a blink of an eye, he saw him open the medical kit he took out from the room. It was much larger than an ordinary family medical kit, and it was neatly arranged and classified with various medical tools, even including scalpels, various surgical forceps, and other tools that ordinary residents would never have. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. You at this time, thinking of his various knives, arrows, bows. Li Bai saw him pick up a scalpel with a very thin blade from the medical kit, and the psychological preparation he had just made suddenly collapsed at this moment. He could not help but step back. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan stopped his hand. What? Haven't you thought about it? Li Bai took a breath and asked with some fear, but no way of not caring. Why do you have such a complete set of tools? Jiang Xuyan glanced at his medical box and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. For a moment, his expression became a little subtle, cold, and full of resistance that he was unwilling to say. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a light voice, I do have it. Why? Is this also within your consideration? Li Bai choked when asked this. Everyone knows that you shouldn't be picky at this time, especially at this critical moment. And to be honest, even if Boss Jiang had any suspicious behavior, they have been together for 2 years. If they wanted to do something, they would have done it long ago. He really wouldn't wait until now. So Li Bai shook his head and turned his shoulder again. Do it. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Jiang Xuyan took a look at his wound, after wiping off the blood and clotted blood scab. It can be seen that they are all scratches, and the wound is not directly above the shoulder, but a little behind the back. So he has a lot more space to operate, which is relatively safer. Huh. Finally. It is good news. He adjusted his posture and gestured only by his shoulder, from here to here. Stick to the bone surface. Don't move the tendons. You can only cut off about this area. Is it okay? He said silently and glanced at Fong Qing. Li Bai thought he was talking to himself, and smiled helplessly. Who knows? It depends on fate. You do it. Fong Qing looked at the side. In fact, he himself didn't know how to be safe. But looking at this range, it is really big enough and can only be this big. He nodded and said to himself, it should be okay. Jiang Xuyan picked up a white spray bottle and a disposable disinfectant towel, sprayed the spray bottle on Li Bai's wound, and handed the towel to Li Bai. Bite it. Don't bite your tongue later. Li Bai glanced at the spray bottle before doing it, and asked, "Disinfectant? Why doesn't it hurt?" Jiang Shuyan, anesthetic spray. After spraying, he picked up alcohol and a sterilizing light. First rinsed with alcohol twice, and then used a sterilizing light. Even though Li Bai had been anesthetized with an anesthetic spray, he bit the towel roll tightly when the alcohol was poured. It hurt so much. Next, Jiang Shuyan disinfected the scalpel. But before he started, he looked at the Sure sisters. "You two, you'd better avoid it." The Sure sisters realized that the scene might be bloody. Sure Meiwei took Sure Meixin and turned her back to wait. Jiang Shuyan started to act. The sharp scalpel cut into the human body, but his hands did not shake at all. He cut off a piece of meat quickly and steadily in less than a moment. Under the dual effects of alcohol and anesthetics, half of Li Bai's shoulder was numb, so he could not feel his movements. When Jiang Shuyan said it was okay, he turned his head in shock and saw Jiang Shuyan was already wiping the knife. "Is it done?" Jiang Shuyan packed up his things neatly and raised his eyes slightly when he heard it. "How long do you want it to last?" Li Bai was a little unbelievable and wanted to look back, but the big movement pulled the wound and immediately began to feel pain. "Jiang Shuyan, don't look at it. It's a big hole. The hemostatic coagulant is applied to you. Observe it once in a while, and then bandage it. Remember? Come to me every day for a dressing change in the first week, and come every 3 days after a week." As he spoke, he poured out a bunch of medicine from several medicine bottles, put them into small plastic bags, and handed them to him, one bag at a time. "Once a day is enough." Li Bai was speechless. He seemed to have met a professional doctor. Taking the medicine bag, he thought again and again, and endured again and again, but still couldn't help it. This anti-inflammatory. Jiang Shuyan ignored him and packed up his things and walked towards the Sure sisters. "You too?" When they turned back, they were still a little surprised. "We? Boss Jiang? How are you?" "Yeah." Sure Meiwei was stunned and glanced at Li Bai. The latter still looked a little confused, but looking at the blood that had not been dealt with in time, it could be seen that it was done. Sure Meixin asked Li Bai tremblingly, "Do you hurt?" She was still very scared and her body was shaking. Li Bai finally recovered from his shock, seeing Sure Meixin trembling. Even though he usually didn't have a good face for them, he softened his tone. "It doesn't hurt. He has anesthetics." Thinking about it, he added, "It's okay." Sure Meixin's eyes turned red, as if she had grabbed a straw when she was drowning. She pinched Sure Meihui's hand and said in a trembling voice, "I'll be fine." Looked at Jiang Shuyan, "Boss Jiang, I'll be fine. Right?" Jiang Shuyan nodded, "Yeah." Then looked at her side abdomen, "Only here? Are you sure?" Sure Meixin nodded, "Only here. Sister helped me check." So Jiang Shuyan asked all the boys behind to turn their heads and avoid her, and asked Sure Meiwei to hold her hand, cut open the clothes near her wound, and began to disinfect and anesthetize her. "How did you get hurt here?" he asked as he moved. Sure Meixin had her sister holding her hand, so she didn't need to bite the towel, and answered softly, "I ran too fast and fell on the steps. Just then a crazy bird rushed over to catch me. Fortunately, Brother Li Bai came quickly. So I..." Jiang Shuyan asked again, "What did you feel after being caught? Itchy? Was it painful?" Sure Meixin didn't know why he asked so many questions when he was operating on her. She was very quiet when he was talking to Li Bai, but she felt relieved when someone was talking to her. So she answered again, "I didn't feel anything. Hiss. It just hurt a little at the time. I didn't even know if I was injured. Yeah. The wound happened to be not deep, so I was very lucky." When she said this, Sure Meixin's eyes were red again. She looked at Sure Meiwei. "Sister, if I really, you have to take good care of yourself." Sure Meiwei was looking at the direction of Sure Meixin's wound at this time, and her face was pale for some reason. When she heard Sure Meixin calling her, she suddenly came back to her senses and quickly held Sure Meixin's hand. "Nonsense! Didn't you hear what Boss Jiang said? The wound is not deep. You will be fine." Sure Meixin was so emotional that she didn't care about the depth of the wound. She started to cry. "We didn't get the supplies, and the building fell again. Woo-woo. Are we hopeless? That's good. If I leave, you won't have to worry about me. Or you can eat me? Boil it. Soak it. And the virus will be gone. Right? Woo-woo. I won't blame you. It's my fault. If I had listened to you and gone downstairs to buy some more things on the day when Crazy Bird came. It would have been great. Why am I so stupid? So dumb? So lazy? Why don't I know to listen to my sister? Woo 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 woo. And Boss Jiang, thank you for not kicking me out at this time. Thank you for taking me and my sister in. If I really become a zombie one day, please just kill me. Okay? I don't want to be a zombie. I don't want to kill people. I don't want to hurt my sister. And if it weren't for you, we would have. Woo 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 woo. Since you saved us once, this time, I will give my life back to you. Can you please protect my sister again? Woo 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 woo. She couldn't stop crying. And the more she cried, the more she wanted to tell her last words quickly. She was still sobbing and crying softly at the beginning, but she burst into tears at the end. The crying made the atmosphere of the whole apartment sad and solemn. Even the several big boys at the back couldn't help but be moved, and they all lowered their heads. Only Jiang Shuyan sighed unhappily after he finished tinkering with his head down. He put away the knife, raised his head, and his tone revealed a little helplessness. Okay. Stop crying. I should have stopped talking to you. Shermaishin's crying stopped abruptly. Thinking that she didn't hear clearly, she turned her head away. What? Even though Shermei felt sorry for her sister, she couldn't help laughing. He said it was okay. Stupid. Why are you still crying? Boss Jiang was chatting with you to distract you. But you started crying in the middle of the conversation, and almost made Boss Jiang unable to cut. Shermei was so shocked that she wanted to touch her wound. But Jiang Xian grabbed her. What are you doing? Are you not afraid of pain? Shermei thought to herself. I don't feel any pain. Do I? Just as she was about to get up and take a look, she felt a sharp pain as soon as she moved. She immediately lay back down, not daring to move. Is it really okay? I won't die. Jiang Xian thought to himself. I can't say for sure, but seeing how she cried just now, it's better not to tell the truth. Yeah. No. You can get up after a while. Shermei immediately lay down flatter, as if she would get better faster this way. Jiang Shuyan turned back to bandage Li Bai, then to bandage Shermei, and finally told Shermei all the medicine and precautions, and then packed up everything and went back to the room. When passing by Fang Qing, he saw Fang Qing leaning against his door and looking at him deeply. Jiang Shuyan paused and asked him what he was doing. Fang Qing smiled, thinking about what he had just seen. He whispered, You are so gentle. After the wounds of the two were treated, normal activities resumed in the house. Rensheng and Shermei took on the task of cleaning up the scene, dealing with the blood on the ground while cleaning up the feathers and broken heads and limbs of the crazy birds that fell on the ground in front. The blood of the crazy bird corpses outside the house attracted more crazy birds. At this time, the corridor outside the door was already full of black people, and there were crazy birds hitting the door. Jiang Shuyan became impatient and turned on the light screen control panel. He clicked on it several times, and suddenly a rain of arrows outside the corridor shot down these crazy birds. Everyone was shocked again, but they were a little used to it. Everyone tacitly did not ask or say anything, and silently lowered their heads to do their own things. Fang Qing cleaned up everything, and finally came to the short knife that penetrated 3 points into the ground. Boss Jiang? I pulled it out. Jiang Shuyan nodded. So after Fang Qing confirmed that the mad bird was completely dead, he held the handle of the knife with one hand and pushed it out hard. It didn't move. After trying a few times, it still didn't move. So he had to use both hands, plus the help of his legs, and pulled it out in one breath. Still didn't move. He was shocked. How deep must it be inserted? Until Jiang Shuyan couldn't bear it anymore. He walked over to pull him away, and held the handle of the knife with one hand, and lifted it up, and the knife came out. Fang Qing. I must have pulled it loose just now. Okay. It's you. After Jiang Shuyan took out the knife, he squatted down to the edge of the knife to check. The mechanical material of the anti-mad bird is extremely hard, and it can easily cut ordinary floor tiles in half. At present, there was a big hole in the floor. I looked inside with the flashlight of my mobile phone. Fortunately, it didn't penetrate the ceiling downstairs. Will the tenants downstairs come after us? Even if we didn't pierce through the ceiling just now, I think we can shake off a lot of slate dust. Jiang Shuyan was wiping the blood off the knife on the sofa. Hearing this, he raised his head slightly and looked at that place, then lowered his head and said calmly, Don't worry. The downstairs is also mine. Fong Qing. May I ask if there is anything that is not yours? He didn't ask any more questions. Got up in boredom. And planned to find another job. Just then, the answering machine in the apartment suddenly started by itself. The surveillance screen at the door of the apartment popped up automatically. And a person wearing a strange helmet and facing the magnified risk of being attacked by crazy birds appeared on the screen. Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang. Open the door. Help. I am the reborn person on the forum. Chapter 11. The person desperately shouted at the camera at the door. And Jiang Xuyan's apartment was silent. Reborn? The reborn person on the forum? Li Bai. Rensheng and others came over one after another after hearing this. And looked at each other in surprise. He is not talking about that forum. Right? The forum where the rebirth prophecy was posted. The poster? But why did he come here? Why did he come here at this time? And why? Came here to find Boss Jiang. Rensheng asked Jiang Xuyan, do you know Boss Jiang? Jiang Xuyan looked at the man's face and equipment. The face was a completely unfamiliar face. And the equipment was equipment that could defend against the attacks of crazy birds. I don't know him. Everyone was surprised. What happened to this person? Only Fong Qing remembered that this person was asking for help. And asked Jiang Xuyan, open the door? He seems to be unable to bear it. There were many crazy birds outside. Even if that person didn't know what equipment he used to make himself safe under the attack of the crazy birds. When the impact reached a certain level, it was hard to guarantee that his equipment would be broken. And it was hard to guarantee that his head, which was constantly pecked through the helmet, would not have problems. When Fong Qing asked whether to save him, Li Bai and Shermation said first, as soon as the door was opened. The crazy birds outside came in again. They were the two who had the closest contact with the crazy birds. And they were also the victims, who were deeply hurt by the crazy birds. They now have a deep psychological shadow on the crazy birds. But Rensheng thought, but if he is a reborn person, his existence may be of great use to us in the future. If this person can accurately tell the future changes with him, wouldn't it be possible to avoid many troubles in advance? And Rensheng suddenly had an idea and turned to look at Jiang Xuyan. A reborn person should have been cautious in his own territory. But he actually took such a big risk to come here and find Boss Jiang, whom he had never met before. Is it because Boss Jiang will have a great status in the end of the world in the future? Everyone, as if they were enlightened, everyone saluted Jiang Xuyan. And their expression suddenly became respectful. Jiang Xuyan. I don't quite understand. But he still remembered Fong Qing's question. He raised his chin and gestured to the screen. Should we let him in? Although he is the landlord, he respects his tenants. And indeed, once this person is let in, more or less crazy birds will follow. Although according to Rensheng and others' description, when they went downstairs to get resources, the building was occupied by crazy birds that attacked the Star Police and rushed in. But people should not add insult to injury. Even if one more is released, it will be an additional risk to the building. The man was still knocking on the door and shouting wildly outside. Several people in the apartment were worried and tangled. Should they risk their lives to save a life? Or should they just watch the person die for the sake of safety? Should they risk sacrificing more lives to save the one person who can be saved? Or should they sacrifice the one person in front of them for the safety of more people? At this time, the man outside the door suddenly stopped shouting for some reason. He almost stuck to the door, rustled between the door and his body, and finally took off the thick gloves on his hands. He immediately clicked on his communication chip and quickly typed a paragraph on it. After that, he floated the light screen, took back the gloves, and moved the light screen to the camera in front of the door. It's me! Look at the prophecy post. Rensheng and the others quickly opened the light screen. Rensheng had paid special attention to this post from the beginning. So when he refreshed it, he saw at the bottom of the post that the poster who had not appeared for a long time had posted a message a few seconds ago. Boss Jiang, please open the door. Rensheng forwarded the message to Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little headache. Suddenly, he looked at Fong Qing. He already has a reborn person here. Even if Fong Qing didn't say a lot of things at the beginning, he still knew them later. So he doesn't necessarily need an extra person. What's more, even his position and motives are not clear at present. But at this time, Fong Qing thought about it, and suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, it doesn't matter whether he is reborn or not. The key is that he may have superpowers. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows. Then he hasn't seen other superpowers yet. Is this possible? He looked at the others again. Let him go or not? Have you decided? He looks like he can't stand it anymore. Rensheng gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I think he is important. Let him in. Li Bai glanced at him. Then slowly raised his uninjured hand. Let him in. The Sure sisters looked at each other. They were not afraid of the crazy bird in the building. But they were also afraid that there was something wrong with this person. If it was a bad guy. There were only 2 girls here. And they were the most powerless. If they let him in. After a while. Sure Meixi raised a trembling hand. I think let him go. I think if he really has some information that can turn the situation around. Or wants to convey some key information to Boss Jiang. We can't miss it. Right? And if he really has this information, we can use it to save the entire apartment. Anyway, there are quite a few crazy birds downstairs. No matter how many there are. He has a way to come up unscathed. Which proves that he has real skills. So, after she finished speaking, she glanced at Sure Mei Wei and whispered, of course. If my sister disagrees, I will disagree with her. Sure Mei Wei was originally more concerned about her. After hearing what she said, and seeing that the other 2 tenants agreed, she raised her hand. I have no problem. I believe in Boss Jiang. Just now, when they were chased by the crazy birds, she and Sure Meixin rushed into the house at the first time. Boss Jiang's feet. They all saw it. 1 arrow and 1 bird. And he could also stick a knife into the floor? If he can't protect them, no one can. After a round of voting, everyone looked at Fang Qing, who didn't vote in the end. Fang Qing said quickly, I'll listen to Boss Jiang. So Jiang Xuyan pressed the dialogue button and said to the person outside, open the door on the count of 3. If you are fast and let a crazy bird in, I will kill you. Everyone. The visitor downstairs was startled. And then immediately nodded, okay. Okay. So Jiang Xuyan counted to 3 at a constant speed and immediately pressed the door opening button. The visitor was wearing a big helmet and first sprinkled something into the pile of crazy birds behind him. And the crazy birds immediately swarmed to grab it. He took advantage of this gap and quickly pushed the door in and closed it. He was so fast that he didn't let a crazy bird in. Huh? Everyone in the apartment breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the man's movements could not be seen. Jiang Xuyan made sure that the door downstairs was locked and asked the people in the house to go back and wait. He took out his compound bow again. Seeing that Fang Qing was idle, he handed over the task of guarding the door and beheading to him again, and then waited behind the door. A full half an hour passed. The figure reappeared at the door. This time Jiang Xuyan didn't need to do anything. The man scattered a bunch of unknown objects in the safety passage, and then closed the passage door, and then came to find Jiang Xuyan's apartment, seeing the dead bodies of crazy birds and mechanical arrows on the ground. The visitor was extremely shocked. After finding the house number of Jiang Xuyan's apartment, he knocked on the door, and Jiang Xuyan let him in, and the whole process of being anxious and nervous finally ended. After the visitor took off his helmet after entering the room, he saw a room full of people, and suddenly became confused again. Chapter 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 6 people? There are 6 people in one apartment? The visitor looked at them in shock. After a while, he shifted his gaze and scanned their faces one by one. Excuse me, who is Boss Jiang? But before they could say anything, he fixed his eyes on Jiang Xuyan. Is it you? Boss Jiang? It is said that Boss Jiang is so good-looking that he is infuriating to both humans and gods. He is the future peerless overlord who is famous for being rich, powerful, smart, and handsome. Everyone in this room is pretty good-looking. But there is only one person who can attract everyone's attention at first sight. Tall and handsome. TSK. And Jiang Xuyan has carefully observed him during the time he was recognizing people. He did not answer the other party's question, but looked directly at the big helmet in the other party's hand. Mechanical helmet? The Reborn recognized his voice again. It was this voice he heard at the door just now. He shook the helmet in his hand. Yes. I took down the mechanical curtain at home and asked someone to make a new one. Fang Qing, you don't want it anymore? The Reborn person didn't know him, but still replied politely, I left home a long time ago, so I don't need it anymore. Rensheng, isn't this against the rules? Oh, my house is a single-family house, so it's not against the rules. Jiang Xuyan asked again, where are your clothes? The man patted his chest. making a clang-clang sound, and said proudly, "Same? Modified from a mechanical curtain? No. I mean, your outer clothes are not torn at all." The man was stunned and blinked in disbelief. He looked down at his clothes, and after a while, he looked up and smiled at Jiang Xuyan. "It's really Boss Jiang." He put the helmet on the coffee table and started to tear his clothes. But he didn't tear the clothes directly. Instead, he rubbed a nearly transparent unknown substance on the surface of the cuffs of his sleeves, and then pulled out a small piece of translucent substance with force. Then he held the substance and reached out. "What do you think this is?" Jiang Xuyan thought about it before taking the thing. As soon as he touched it, he immediately felt a different texture. It looks like a film on the outside, but it is as thin as a cicada's wing in the hand. When he rubbed it, he felt the natural uneven touch of animal wings. He applied more force and found that it looked fragile, but it had extraordinary ductility. It kept extending and contracting with his movements. So no matter how he moved, he couldn't tear this film. Fong Qing, Ren Sheng and others all came over and were very surprised to see the scene. "What is this?" The newly reborn person just remembered their existence, looked at them and asked, "Who are you? Are you also here to see Boss Jiang?" Ren Sheng immediately said, "No. We are tenants." The Shi sisters also nodded, and Fong Qing nodded without saying anything more. The man said, "Oh, I thought you were the same as me." His voice was so low that Ren Sheng and others couldn't hear clearly. "What?" The man immediately smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "Nothing. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ling Ming. I am here to talk to Boss Jiang about something." Everyone didn't expect the topic to change so quickly, and they were stunned for a while before they began to introduce themselves one after another. Jiang Xuyan stood on the side and watched, silently narrowing his eyes, changing the subject. After Fong Qing told Ling Ming his name, he quietly moved to Jiang Xuyan's side while others were talking to him. "Boss Jiang? He's changing the subject. Is he like me? What? That is, he has a secret." Jiang Xuyan immediately laughed and whispered, Thinking about it, he lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "Then the surface of the clothes, could it be his ability?" Fong Qing was also very curious about the strange film. After hearing this, he thought about it and muttered, "It's possible. But I feel that if it is a superpower, he is unlikely to have his own superpower and go to the trouble of adding a mechanical curtain. Is his superpower immature?" Jiang Xuyan was even less clear about this than Fong Qing and did not comment. Seeing that the people on the opposite side had finished their greetings and Ling Ming also looked over, Jiang Xuyan whispered to Fong Qing, "Don't expose yourself." Then, he walked over alone. "Let's talk." "Oh, sure." So Jiang Xuyan took Ling Ming to the storage room where Fong Qing lived. Indoors, in the storage room that had been renovated by Fong Qing and was much more spacious, Jiang Xuyan and Ling Ming stood face to face. "Why do you know me? How did you find me?" Ling Ming said in a relaxed tone. "I said, I am a reborn person. Boss Jiang, you were very famous in my previous life. I have heard about you more or less." Jiang Xuyan crossed his arms, narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, and his eyes were cold. "How famous do you mean?" Ling Ming said, "You became a hegemon at a young age, and almost the entire hemisphere has heard of your name. The base you built is known as the safest and most powerful base in the world. No one can be stronger than you." Jiang Xuyan was calm and didn't even plan to continue asking about his future. After getting an answer similar to Fong Qing's, he asked, "When did you rebirth? And how did you rebirth? How do you prove that you are really reborn?" Ling Ming tilted his head. "Isn't my post enough to explain everything?" "Not enough. This then? My clothes should be okay, right?" Since he brought up this topic again, Jiang Xuyan was not polite. "What is that?" "Cicada Emperor Wings." "Cicada Emperor Wings?" "A Doomsday mutant cicada. The small cicada emperor is as big as the sofa outside, and the large cicada emperor is at least as big as this storage room." Ling Ming opened his arms and gestured, and then said, "In the last life, when everyone discovered the cicada emperor, it was already the time when the crazy bird evolved into the iron crazy bird. But the research team at that time studied the mutation time of the cicada emperor and found that they and the mad bird mutation time were almost the same. That is, they were likely to have started to mutate in the early days of the mad bird. So after I came back, I took the time to find it as soon as possible. It was not easy to find one, But it was enough to prove that the research team's guess was correct. At this point, he smiled slightly, and while showing Jiang Shuyan the cicada emperor wings on his sleeves again, he whispered, "So I have to come here to find you at great risk in this life, just to exchange conditions with you." "What conditions?" "I am reborn, and I have a lot of Doomsday information that has not been revealed but is very useful. I can tell you this information, and even help you do a lot of things. But at the same time," he blinked, smiling on his handsome face. "At the same time, Boss Jiang, as the future overlord, I hope you can keep a place for me by your side and in the base. This cicada emperor's wings will be extremely rare in the future, and it will be even more difficult to seize under the conditions of multiple evolutions in the Doomsday. I don't have any extraordinary abilities, and I almost died when I took the cicada emperor's wings from my body. So I want to take advantage of this life, when the cicada emperor has not evolved too exaggeratedly, and ask Boss Jiang to take me to find more and take more cicada emperor wings, or even raise a large number of cicada emperors together, so that our future defense will be more secure," he said, and smiled mysteriously at Jiang Shuyan. "Besides, Boss Jiang, isn't being one step ahead the key to victory? I believe there are not many reborn people in this world. I'm afraid there is only one. Although I don't want to brag. But you don't use such a critical, important and lethal weapon like me. Don't you want to become stronger?" Chapter 13. After Ling Ming finished speaking, he crossed his arms leisurely, waiting for Jiang Shuyan's response. A reborn person. He is already a popular figure on the forum. And with the existence of Chan Huangyi, will anyone refuse his joining and assistance? He is not bragging. There are already thousands of people on the forum who have paid him a lot of money to be a consultant. And many wealthy people have even offered him very high conditions to take charge or rescue them. There are even TV stations that want to interview him specifically. But he responded coldly. He refused all bonuses and fame. Just for him. Boss Jiang, such a big face, is not enough for him to nod? Ling Ming waited quietly, waiting for Jiang Shuyan to nod and promise. With confidence. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, let alone a promise, the other party did not even nod his head, but asked calmly, "Since you have been reborn, you have enough foresight to take the initiative. Why do you need to find other people to cooperate?" "Ling Ming," I said, "my current ability is still. Don't you have superpowers?" Superpowers? I think you have them? Ling Ming thought for a while, then said, "I will have them in the future." Jiang Shuyan said in a light tone, "What superpowers?" Since you want to seek shelter even if it sounds like it's just early shelter, at least be honest and don't hide it. Right. So what superpowers? And what was the thing you threw out to attract the crazy birds? Is it related to your superpowers? Crazy birds like raw meat, especially raw human flesh. In the case of living people, I think ordinary meat can't attract them. So what do you use to attract them? Ling Ming was stunned. He never thought that he could think of this. This man's observation ability is. He was a little flustered for a moment, and the other party pressed on step by step. The extremely oppressive tone and eyes made him feel uncomfortable. He unconsciously moved one foot towards the door, leaned back, and put his shoulders back. Jiang Shuyan saw all his little movements, remained silent, and still waited for his answer. After a while, Ling Ming saw that he was in a stalemate with him, and he didn't seem to be willing to give in. So he reluctantly admitted, "It's my ability." Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. "Say it. It's not good." "What's wrong?" "It's just not very suitable. You came all the way here, but up to now, you haven't provided any really useful information, nor have you done your best to help. Now you don't even want to reveal your real identity and real information, but you want people to believe you, take you in, and cooperate with you." Jiang Shuyan sneered, hugged his chest, and leaned against the wall. "You are a little too confident in yourself." Ling Ming's eyes trembled, and the look in his eyes suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. After a long while, seeing that Jiang Shuyan was still unwilling to let him go, he thought deeply for a while, and finally sighed and admitted. "Okay," I said. "You can't laugh at me. I don't have to laugh at you. You can't look down on me either." "I won't." Ling Ming took a deep breath, and finally did enough ideological work, then gritted his teeth and answered, "I can bear fruit." "What?" "The result is that it can bear some strange fruit that can attract crazy birds and all animals." Jiang Shuyan was suddenly speechless. He had thought about it a lot but had never expected this answer. Can bear fruit. You mean, the fruit on the tree? Yeah. For the first time, he felt awkward and didn't know what to say. He stared at the other person for a long time without saying a word. Ling Ming also felt like he wanted to crawl into the ground before he said this. He still had the momentum to negotiate with the other party. As if he was an omnipotent prophet. Now that he said his ability was a result, it was embarrassing to tell others that a grown man like him could actually have children. The atmosphere gradually became silent and weird. The embarrassment continued to spread. After a long while, Jiang Shuyan saw that his head was almost down to his chest and his face was red, as if it was about to bleed. So he took the lead in breaking the silence and avoided the topic. Okay. I will believe you for the time being. But I don't know how true what you said about me is. And I can't guarantee that I can become a hegemon or the strongest in the hemisphere like the person in your previous life. So I won't make any promises to you. But there is no need for me to shut you out. Especially now that you really seem to be helpful to the situation. If you can accept mutual benefit and mutual assistance, I think we can get along in a friendly manner. Of course, if you can't, or even have ulterior motives, I suggest you leave as soon as possible, because I hate betrayal the most here. When he said the last sentence, Ling Ming clearly felt his tone change suddenly, and then the temperature in the room began to drop. Cold and terrifying. He looked up in confusion, and saw Jiang Shuyan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were cold. This was obviously not directed at Ling Ming himself. It looked like Ling Ming was so scared that he trembled and dared not speak. It took him a long time to realize that the other party's words were actually directed at him. Under the pressure of the other party's terrifying eyes, he did not dare to say a word and nodded cautiously. Okay. Okay. Jiang Shuyan, you don't have a place to live for the time being. If you want to stay, you can only sleep on the sofa. Ah? Then, okay. Jiang Shuyan did not ask any more questions and turned around and went out. Ling Ming stayed in the room for a long time before finally realizing that his negotiation had failed. He originally came for the purpose of discussing cooperation and status. After all this, the other party neither promised to assist him, nor promised to take him to find Chan Huangyi, nor promised to build a base in the future to give him some convenience. In the end, he was forced to confess his life-saving ability and could only sleep on the sofa? What the hell? He was a little angry and anxious. He posted on the forum before. First to remind people as much as possible, and second to use this to improve his fame and status first. In this way, if he finds the legendary boss Jiang today, even if he has never seen this post, he can turn it over for him on the spot and let him see it, so that he can understand how powerful and useful the big man who came to him is, so that he can at least treat him well. Unexpectedly, not a single benefit was gained. He tasted the feeling of losing both the wife and the army today. He was more than just dissatisfied. After reacting, he ran out in a rage. Boss Jiang. As a result, he saw Jiang Shuyan whispering with another boy in front of a room in the distance. The boy seemed to be called Fang Qing, a very gentle and bright person, and seemed to be very obedient. He nodded unconditionally to whatever Boss Jiang said to him, and smiled at him after he finished speaking. TSK. Like the sun that was just right in the afternoon. Boss Jiang seemed to be quite familiar with him, and he was not as cold and serious when he spoke to him as when he was facing him. The two of them stood at the door and whispered to each other in an inexplicably harmonious way. So harmonious that people could not bear to interrupt. I didn't dare to. After all, Boss Jiang looked over several times, and that look was obviously defensive. The two people over there were talking enthusiastically, while on the other side, the other tenants who lived in the same apartment with Jiang Shuyan were extremely enthusiastic towards Ling Ming. As soon as he left, Ren Sheng and the Shi sisters came running over, and they invited him to sit on the sofa like a lackey, and poured him tea and water. Very attentive. Immediately, Ren Sheng asked, "Are you really reborn from the end of the world? Then can you tell us more about the end of the world? Do you want to stay in our apartment?" Ling Ming told him that he wanted to sleep on the sofa, and he immediately said, "I can give you half of the bed, as long as you give us more guidance and help us in the future." Li Bai looked at him with a gloomy face. The Shi sisters were more concerned about another question. Shi Meixin secretly covered her wound and asked nervously, "Excuse me, if the mad bird at this stage in your previous life scratched someone, would that person definitely become a zombie?" Ling Ming shook his head. It's not certain at this stage. Didn't I say it? Scratches may be infected. And bites are more likely to be infected than scratches. You won't be scratched. Right? Facing outsiders, the Sure sisters did not dare to tell the truth. Sure Mei-Shin immediately shrank back and glanced at Sure Mei-Wei. Sure Mei-Wei decisively said, no. Ask first to prepare for a rainy day. You also saw that there are many crazy birds in our building. Ling Ming then remembered the situation in the building and frowned and said, what's going on in your apartment building? How did so many crazy birds run in? Ren Sheng immediately said, it's the Star Police who delivered supplies. When delivering supplies, someone defended improperly and was attacked by crazy birds. There was a gap. So the crazy birds rushed in from there. No follow-up remedy? What remedy? There are too many crazy birds. Alas, they all died. Ling Ming opened his mouth and was very shocked. But this was also within his experience. So he was not shocked for a long time. Nor did he continue to ask questions. He sighed to express his regret, and there was no more talk. Ren Sheng was still excited, so I think you are amazing. How did you manage to come here unscathed wearing all this equipment? Do you have any special skills? Doomsday ability? Ling Ming would not tell others about his ability. He reminded himself to ask Boss Jiang to keep it a secret for him. And answered Ren Sheng, no. It's not that amazing. It's just that I have lived an extra life and know more about crazy birds. So it will definitely be smoother. Ren Sheng expressed great admiration for this. Then you have time to teach us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before the crazy bird's tide recedes, our apartment building will. He didn't say the word fallen, because he felt that these two words were too desperate and ominous. Ling Ming agreed to him perfunctorily and answered more questions from the Sure sisters. When the three of them were tired of asking questions, Li Bai, who had already put on his coat and listened silently, said, may I ask why did you risk your life to come to see Boss Jiang? Ling Ming and Ren Sheng were all stunned. Chapter 14. Li Bai's question hit the nail on the head. Everyone stared at Ling Ming and listened to his answer with great curiosity. Ling Ming thought, what can I say? According to Boss Jiang, these people are ordinary tenants. As a stranger who just came here and a reborn person who has important information, he doesn't want to reveal more information. Besides, it's not that he is stingy, but everyone here knows Boss Jiang better than him. If he tells them that Boss Jiang may be a big shot in the future, what if? Right. He is selfish and doesn't want too much competitiveness. So he lied. I know Boss Jiang. And I heard that Blue Island would be safer in my previous life. Just in case, I just moved here and temporarily took refuge with Boss Jiang. Ren Sheng was puzzled, but Boss Jiang said he doesn't know you. Ling Ming glanced at him, and his smile gradually became a little stiff. But he was still very polite on the surface. Boss Jiang, you are a forgetful person. It's normal that he can't remember me. I just explained it to him. And he also remembered me, right? Boss Jiang? Jiang Xuyan and Fong Qing's conversation was interrupted. Jiang Xuyan looked up. What? Ling Ming cleverly didn't repeat himself. Just said, no. No. I'm talking to them. Boss Jiang? I won't interrupt you while you're chatting. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him silently, not knowing what he was thinking, and retracted his gaze after a moment, without asking any further questions. So the atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Fong Qing saw this, a little reluctant to make everyone embarrassed. So he took the initiative to speak. Ling Ming, tell us more about the end of the world. Ling Ming was not disgusted by this kind of thing, and Fong Qing just happened to ease his embarrassment. So he found a point of entry and started to talk. When Fong Qing was explaining, he gave Jiang Xuyan a reassured look, and then ran over to listen. Seeing that he had his own ideas, Jiang Xuyan didn't care, and went back to the room alone, closed the door, and didn't know what he did. Until the evening, when it was time for dinner, Ren Sheng and others remembered that there was no food left. This time there was another Ling Ming, who obviously didn't bring any supplies, which made Ren Sheng and others very distressed. However, when Ling Ming heard this problem, he felt that it was not a big problem, and volunteered to help them get the resource box. Everyone hurriedly stopped him, but failed, and Ling Ming went out alone. But fortunately, he did have a way. Everyone waited in the house for half an hour, but he didn't come, and he dragged the huge resource box into the door without any injury. Ren Sheng and the Sure sisters were immediately impressed. Ren Sheng and Sure Mei-Wei, who were not injured, helped Ling Ming drag the resource box in from the left and right. You are so awesome. Ling Ming waved his hand, with a humble look on his face. No. He looked for Jiang Xuyan's figure, and saw that he really knew about this matter, and was leaning against the door with his arms folded silently. And he immediately smiled. Boss Jiang, there are resources. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything. He came out to watch after receiving Fang Qing's reminder, in case Ling Ming had an accident, and brought the crazy bird into the house. After confirming that it was safe, he silently looked at the blood-stained resource box on the ground, which still had traces of crazy scratches and bites from the crazy bird. I don't know what it has been through since it entered the apartment building, but he can tell how tragic it was from the mottled bloodstains and hideous scratches. He suddenly took a deep breath, turned back to his room without saying a word, and didn't respond at all. Ling Ming and the others were shocked. Everyone could see that his expression and reaction were not right, but no one knew why he suddenly became so depressed. Fang Qing's eyes followed Jiang Xuyan's figure. When he saw Jiang Xuyan closing the door, he felt a little moved in his heart. He felt that from his various reactions in the past few days, he seemed to be able to guess what kind of person he was. The resource problem was solved, and the crazy bird tide was finally no longer a threat. More than a month later, on the day of Ling Ming's prediction, the crazy bird tide really began to retreat, and disappeared completely in just one day. This made Ren Sheng and others admire Ling Ming even more. They even watched Ling Ming post and reply on the forum every day, and mastered a lot of first-hand information. Li Bai and Shermei were also lucky not to have any alienation during this period. Not to mention alienation, their wounds recovered very quickly under Jiang Xuyan's regular inspection and wound maintenance, and they can now move a lot without tearing the wounds. As the bird tide receded, the residents who had been suffocated in the house for 2 months rushed out, some for revenge consumption, some who were bitten by snakes and wanted to stock up on food, and some who went out to look for lost relatives or bury relatives who died during the bird tide. For a while, the whole hemisphere fell into another form of chaos. In Jiang Xuyan's apartment, Ren Sheng and others were preparing to go out to buy food. According to Ling Ming's prediction, this wave of crazy birds is only a temporary retreat, and they will return sooner or later. And by then, they will become advanced mutant crazy birds, which are several times more difficult and crazier than the current crazy birds. Although the city outside is now full of corpses, and the environment is extremely severe, now is not the time to be afraid or taboo. Because Ling Ming also said that the first week after the crazy bird tide retreats will be the safest week. At that time, the corpses on the road have not begun to mutate in large numbers, and human and animal zombies have not appeared on a large scale. People still have some room for maneuver. If the upper level handles the corpses in time, many disasters may be avoided. And this period is naturally the most suitable period for ordinary residents to prepare for the next wave of crazy birds. After Ren Sheng and others discussed and decided, they each took their own weapons for self-defense and prepared to go out aggressively. Ren Sheng still remembered Jiang Xuyan's fierce operation in repelling the crazy birds in the house that day, so he wanted to call him too. When changing shoes at the door, he turned around and asked Jiang Xuyan, "Boss Jiang, are you really not leaving? Go ahead. Go ahead. Although it will be crowded, you have to give it a try." Jiang Xuyan sat on the sofa. "No. I'm not in a hurry." Ren Xingxin wondered why he was never in a hurry. The resources he brought back 2 months ago were only so many. Even if he saved more, could he save enough for 2 months? He later had Fang Qing to share the resources with him. Even though Ling Ming came later and brought the resource boxes up for everyone, he and Fang Qing still didn't want the resources they gave him for free. Have these two people become immortals and don't need to eat? No. I didn't see Fang Qing cooking for Jiang Xuyan in the kitchen. Then where did their food come from? Did it appear out of thin air? When Li Bai heard Ren Sheng muttering about this one day, he told Ren Sheng that Jiang Xuyan might have some food in the house. Ren Sheng also remembered that Jiang Xuyan didn't like to hide things, so he always felt that it was not credible. But he couldn't ask the truth, so he had to stop worrying about it. After confirming that Jiang Xuyan, Fang Qing and Ling Ming didn't go out, he went out with Li Bai and the Shi sisters. The door of the apartment was just closed over there. And here, Ling Ming ran to Jiang Xuyan, "Boss Jiang, let's go!" Jiang Xuyan was looking up something, and the light screen was full of densely packed documents. Hearing this, he only slightly raised his eyes from the light screen and asked in a calm voice, "Where?" Ling Ming, looking for Chan Huangyi. I'm sure now is the best time. Jiang Xuyan, aren't you worried about your future survival resources? What are you worried about? Chan Huangyi is mostly distributed in remote places, where even people don't go. But there will always be shops and resource points nearby. And we can just go there when the time comes. Can you guarantee that your idea is not the idea of others? Even if they don't know Chan Huangyi. When the competition is fierce, everyone can think of running to a place where the competition is not so fierce to take advantage of loopholes. What you can think of, others can think of too. When you go there? Maybe. Ling Ming thought for a while. Then you must go. In the end-time environment, there is not much morality to speak of. If the competition is really fierce at that time. Boss Jiang? You are not a kind person. Right? Jiang Xuyan paused and glanced at him. After a moment, he smiled calmly and swiped away the light screen in front of him. I'm afraid you will hope that I am that kind of person at that time. Ling Ming did not understand what he said for a moment. He thought it was a scare. Seeing him swiping away the light screen, he thought he was convinced by himself. What do you think? Let's go now. Jiang Xuyan stood up and said, It seems that you already have a detailed plan. Huh? Ling Ming said. Yes. I have looked at the map and observed the trajectory of the crazy bird tide's activities. The closest place to here is in Area C. He pointed out his chip map and marked a point for Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan didn't react, and didn't even look at the map. He asked again, Route? What? Route. So Ling Ming quickly enlarged the map, looked at it for a while, and pointed to one of the roads. Just go from here. It's the shortest route. Jiang Xuyan said, You only judge by distance. Ah? What else? Have you considered the road conditions? Ah. This. The road you pointed to has a large section that belongs to the commercial street. Commercial streets have many shops, many roadblocks, and many pedestrians. At the moment when the bird tide has just receded, people are scrambling for resources. And this commercial street is the first to be spared. And the large number of people rushing to by means that transportation is extremely inconvenient. And the commercial street is originally a place where only people can pass but not cars. He tilted his head and looked at Ling Ming with a deep gaze. Are you going to abandon your car and walk? Or do you want to transfer from the safer motor vehicle to the non-motor vehicle that can pass? Ling Ming was speechless. He had never thought about these questions. Jiang Xuyan knew he would do this. And when he could not answer, he turned and walked into the room. So your route is not working. You need to change. Ling Ming then asked him how to change. He did not answer immediately. And after taking something out of the room, he called Fang Qing again. Fang Qing was taking a shower in the shared bathroom in the apartment at this moment. Hearing the call, he answered loudly, and within a moment, he hurriedly put on his clothes and came out with a dry towel. What's wrong? What's wrong? Boss Jiang? Jiang Xuyan saw that he had not wiped his hair, and it was dripping with water, and frowned. Wipe your hair. Fang Qing answered while running over without stopping. What's wrong? Did something happen? Ling Ming was quite puzzled by Jiang Xuyan's behavior of calling Fang Qing out. He had many things he had not told Fang Qing, and he did not plan to tell him. Seeing Jiang Xuyan calling people over, Ling Ming said cautiously, You're not going to take him there, are you? Jiang Xuyan said calmly, Do you have any objections? Ling Ming, Fang Qing, what's the matter? Where are you taking me? Jiang Xuyan immediately raised his hand and slid out a huge map screen. There were many places marked with flashing cursors on it. Jiang Xuyan pointed to one of them, which was completely different from the sea area pointed by Ling Ming, and said to Fang Qing, Here? Are you going? Fang Qing leaned closer to take a look. Wusa Bridge. What are you going to do? Looking for resources. What resources? Food. Supplies. Defense. Ah? So far? Fang Qing wiped his head and was curious. Not all ordinary resources? Jiang Xuyan was very satisfied with his keen insight and nodded. Not all. Then he looked at Ling Ming. Based on the distribution pattern of the cicada emperor you mentioned, there is a high probability that there will be some in this place. If you agree, I suggest that we go there first, because there are not only what you think you need, but also the resources I think I must have. Ling Ming looked at the place for a long time, and was deeply skeptical, and did not agree. This place doesn't seem to be easy to go. Jiang Xuyan said, You can choose. Either go with me, or go by yourself. As he said, He looked down at Fong Qing, and you. Do you go or? Go, Fong Qing said with a smile. Chapter 15. Fong Qing answered so straightforwardly, which was something Jiang Shuyan had not expected. Aren't you afraid? Fong Qing said. Are you not afraid to go out? Ah, I am afraid. But, he sighed, I can't hide behind you and rely on you all the time. Although the request he made when he came to the door was asking for protection. But he also knew that if he was too weak, even if a great immortal descended to the earth, he might not be able to protect himself. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes, but before disposing, at least he has to work hard to plan and then lie down. Besides, if he is too weak, a powerful person like Boss Jiang would not tolerate someone who drags him down for long, even if he is left behind today because he can provide resources. What if he can't one day? Or someone who can replace him and is more useful than him appears? All of this is unknown. Jiang Shuyan was very satisfied with Fong Qing's attitude. He nodded, okay. Then you should be prepared. Ling Ming frowned, looked at Fong Qing, and then looked at Jiang Shuyan. Is this really okay? Why is it not okay? I mean, if there are many people going, will it be? He glanced at Fong Qing. Will it be inconvenient, unsafe? Jiang Shuyan said, for me, it is not safe if I bring one person or two. There is no difference. If you have made up your mind and plan to go with me, then you should also prepare. Take everything you need, and bring 2 large capacity backpacks. Ling Ming saw that he was determined, so he didn't say anything else. He quietly packed his things and waited for departure. After Jiang Shuyan packed up, he carried a large bag with unknown contents, called Fong Qing, who was relatively lightly packed, and the 3 of them went out together. There was a crowd of people downstairs. People who had been cooped up in the house for a long time regained their freedom. Even though there were corpses everywhere outside, it did not prevent some people from breathing the air outside. There were also people burning paper money on the roadside, crying and shouting loudly, and the sounds were endless. After Jiang Shuyan and the other 2 came down, they saw that there were still people cleaning up the bodies. So they quietly bypassed these people and came to the basement garage of the community. He drove a large off-road vehicle that was very suitable for driving in the suburbs. After modification, the camouflage exterior was a very professional dark camouflage. After Fong Qing and the other 2 got in the car and sat down, he stepped on the accelerator in the driver's seat, and the car drove out quickly and steadily. There was endless misery along the way. After 2 months of crazy bird attacks, the road was not only filled with corpses of passers-by who had no time to take shelter when the bird tide first arrived, but also corpses of passers-by who could not survive 2 months and died in desperate attempts to find food. After being exposed to the air for a long time, some of the corpses have begun to shrivel and wax, while some that have not been completely eaten are in the early stages of decay, swollen and miserable. The corpses eaten by crazy birds are almost only skeletons, with only a few organs and muscles left. The stench on the road was extremely strong, and Jiang Shuyan's car occasionally ran over 1 or 2 corpses, and there was no escape. Seeing this tragic situation, Jiang Shuyan suddenly spoke up and asked the person sitting in the back, I heard that these corpses will eventually grow corpse flowers and corpse crystals. The atmosphere in the car was extremely solemn, and his opening words invisibly dispersed some of the sad atmosphere. Fong Qing subconsciously wanted to answer him, but when he saw Ling Ming, he stopped talking and looked at Ling Ming with a curious expression. Ling Ming liked being asked questions by Jiang Shuyan. Facing Fong Qing's burning gaze, he nodded and said, yes. Corpses infected by viruses can easily produce corpse flowers, just like rotten wood produces Ganoderma lucidum. The corpse crystals formed by corpse flowers are the crystals formed after the corpse flowers kill the rotten corpse virus. People or animals who eat them can greatly enhance their physical fitness, and some people can even directly stimulate their superpowers with corpse crystals. So Jiang Shuyan asked, have you eaten corpse crystals? Ling Ming was stunned for a moment before saying, I haven't yet. When I came to see you, there were not so many rotten corpses on the road. Does that mean that some people can automatically stimulate their superpowers without using corpse crystals? Ling Ming thought to himself that it was difficult for you. In front of outsiders, you have to go around in circles to ask questions. He answered truthfully, yes. Some people survived after being infected with the virus and successfully controlled the virus to stimulate superpowers. Some people forcibly broke through in various harsh environments and developed superpowers. There are also, well, I'm not sure if there are other reborn people. Although it seems that I am the only one. If there are others, it is very likely that they will bring back superpowers when they are reborn. For example, himself. Jiang Xuyan looked at Fang Qing through the rearview mirror. Fang Qing thought about it and asked in a curious tone, "Do you have superpowers?" Ling Ming choked and immediately laughed. No. No. I would like to have it. But unfortunately I'm unlucky. Fang Qing silently glanced back at Jiang Xuyan through the rearview mirror. Hiding. Jiang Xuyan did not ask about the supernatural power in detail, but returned to the topic of the corpse flower and asked some more details. Soon they drove out of the city and entered the suburbs, but on a road with a fork in the road. Jiang Xuyan stared at the rearview mirror for a long time for some reason. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel sharply and drove into the smallest fork. Ouch! Damn! Ling Ming, who was hit on the head by his sharp turn, covered his head and shouted in surprise, "Why did you turn suddenly?" Jiang Xuyan ignored him. His long eyebrows gradually twisted, and silently looked at the rearview mirror. Fang Qing had studied the map route for a while the two were chatting. At this time, he found that Jiang Xuyan turned a corner, and he was a little surprised. "Why did you change lanes? Is there a shortcut?" Jiang Xuyan still didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror, and his feet gradually increased the accelerator. Fang Qing realized that his reaction was wrong, and realized that the speed of the car was gradually increasing. So Fang Qing turned his head back. "Don't look." Fang Qing stopped immediately, and his neck stiffened when he turned back, almost twisting it. Soon, he turned his head back obediently, sat upright in the seat, as if nothing had happened, and then asked carefully in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Jiang Xuyan, there is a car behind us." "There is a car?" Ling Ming was surprised. Is it abnormal to have a car? He also wanted to turn back. "I told you. Don't look," Jiang Xuyan said in a deep voice. At the same time, he accelerated the speed again and rode away on the straight dirt road. Fang Qing finally felt a completely different atmosphere. He knew that Jiang Xuyan had been very stable in both speed and driving skills along the way, and he would hardly appear in such a situation of speeding or turning sharply. In addition, Jiang Xuyan's tone was indeed serious, now a rare seriousness. So this could not be an ordinary question. Fang Qing's thoughts turned rapidly, and after a moment, he had an idea and changed his way of looking at the rearview mirror on Jiang Xuyan's side. At a glance, he saw 3 black jeeps following behind their car. He was so scared that he immediately retracted his gaze, and was secretly shocked. Someone is following? He looked again, and saw that no matter how fast Jiang Xuyan drove the car, the back was following closely behind him, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Qing was surprised. "Who are they?" Jiang Xuyan answered while paying attention to the rearview mirror. "I don't know." Ling Ming also saw the car from his own rearview mirror and asked nervously, "Are they here to follow us?" "Who could it be?" Jiang Xuyan still shook his head. And it happened that there was another fork in the road ahead. He said in a deep voice, "Sit tight." Then he turned the steering wheel sharply and turned sharply onto another road. The 3 cars really followed again. At this time, Jiang Xuyan had confirmed that they were following him. He looked at the other party's license plate number carefully. Local license plate. So he clicked on the artificial intelligence in the car and dialed a number. The other party answered after a long time, and the voice was a little surprised. "Boss? Jiang Xuyan, help me check a few numbers. You are still alive. Don't talk nonsense." Oh, okay. "What number?" Jiang Xuyan reported 3 license plate numbers. The other side was quiet for a while. Only a slight panting sound came. After a while, the other party was surprised. "Boss, are you fighting with them again?" "Who?" The other side. "It's the car of the Interstellar Police Department above, registered under the name of a small company. But that company was found to be opened by the Star Bureau." Jiang Xuyan's eyes darkened, and he glanced at the rearview mirror again. After a while, he murmured, "It doesn't look like he's looking for me." "No." "Has he not bothered you recently?" "No." "Huh?" The man was silent for a moment, and no one knew what he was doing. After a while, he said, "There is a secret order." Is there someone else in your car? Looking for him? Well, if the him you are talking about is the one I am talking about, why would he look for you? Are the things he sent real?" Jiang Xuyan glanced at Ling Ming through the rearview mirror, shook his head and said, "Judge for yourself. Hang up first. Get things done." As he said that, he hung up the phone and asked Ling Ming directly, "Who have you revealed your movements to?" Ling Ming had roughly guessed from the conversation just now that it was him, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. Hearing Jiang Xuyan's question, he said nervously, "I didn't. I was targeted. I'm going to be caught and sliced?" Jiang Xuyan looked at the road ahead, thinking of countermeasures, and said, "It's hard to say. But it's not surprising that you are targeted since you pose so ostentatiously. Take out your chip and all communication tools." Ling Ming didn't know the reason, but he did it anyway. He took out the palm chip and his notebook. How to do it? Fong Qing. Here. Take apart his computer. Ling Ming? Fong Qing, this? Jiang Xuyan said in a serious tone. Quick. Fong Qing had to ask Ling Ming for consent. Took his notebook and forcibly opened the back cover. Jiang Xuyan took out something similar to a laser pen from the storage compartment of the co-pilot and handed it to the back. Shine it. The one with perspective reaction, or red dot, is the tracking tool. Take it out. Fong Qing did it again. He soon found a microchip at the bottom that could reveal complex circuits. He was stunned and carefully took it out. Really? Then he found a pinhole-sized red dot behind Ling Ming's palm chip. This is so small. How do I remove it? Jiang Xuyan's face was already very gloomy. Seeing the car behind him, he finally couldn't help but turn on the lights to signal him to stop. He said, "There is a stop button at the end of the detection pin. Press the button on the palm chip first. Don't move the other chip yet." Fong Qing was a little trembling with fear at the urgent atmosphere. While finding the corresponding button behind the detection pin, he said nervously, "Okay. It's okay." Ling Ming, who was also inexplicably nervous at this time, Then my chip can't be used? It will be temporarily ineffective for half an hour. Ah. Then, why don't you let me do it myself?" Jiang Xuyan glanced at him in the rearview mirror and didn't answer. "Just try to save your life." Chapter 16. Ling Ming also glanced at the car behind him through the mirror, feeling a little anxious. Is it possible that they just want to ask me questions? Jiang Xuyan, the correct way to ask you questions is to call you, leave you a message, or pick you up in a car, instead of putting a tracker on your mobile device without saying a word, and driving a car owned by an unknown company to chase you relentlessly. Ah. Ling Ming finally realized the seriousness of the problem and broke out in a cold sweat. "I thought they would come to invite me politely." Jiang Xuyan sneered, and without saying anything more, he gave Fong Qing a small thing like a camouflage pick. The difference is that this pick has a layer in the middle, and there are very precise mechanical gears and small pulleys underneath, and there is a small electric board next to the gear. The whole design is less than the thickness of a finger. But when Jiang Xuyan instructed him to turn on the switch of the electric board, this small thing actually ran at an ultra-high speed. "Put another chip in the layer," Jiang Xuyan commanded. Fong Qing carefully put the tracking chip in, and then handed it to Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan opened the car's sunroof and put the paddle out along the car body. The paddle immediately moved along the car body, along the window, all the way to the front of the car. At this time, Jiang Xuyan took out a small remote control from somewhere and adjusted it so that it stayed on the front of the car. He immediately turned on the in-car artificial intelligence and dialed the number just now. "Here, boss. Call them." "Got it." There was silence for a while, and then the cars behind stopped at the same time. Stopped. "It seems that they didn't know it was your car before." Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rushed out like a rocket. After leaving the visual range of the rear vehicle, the small paddle shift car in front of the car was started again by Jiang Xuyan. At this time, they happened to pass a fork in the road. Jiang Xuyan's car turned left, and the small paddle shift car was remotely controlled by him to move forward in the opposite direction. The paddle shift car with the positioning chip went farther and farther. It was unknown how long it took, but Jiang Xuyan and others finally got rid of the vehicles behind them completely. Ling Ming was dizzy from the speed just now, and it took him a while to recover after stopping the car. Looking at the empty rear, he said, "Just get rid of it?" Jiang Xuyan unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. "Otherwise? He still felt a little magical. "This is the first time in my life that I have been followed by so many people. I haven't had a direct confrontation yet. How can I get rid of them? And, Boss Jiang? What phone number did you call? Did you force them to stop with just one phone call? Jiang Shuyan, it doesn't matter. Then where is the tracking chip? Lure the tiger away from the mountain. And go wherever you want. Ah? Do you mean they will catch up with you? Jiang Shuyan closed the car door and turned to Ling Ming, who had just got out of the car, and said, as long as you are still alive, they should do everything possible to find you. Ling Ming's face changed. But, can't you make them stop? Then can you? I can make them stop because with our relationship, no one wants to have a direct confrontation. But this does not mean they will give up. I can't guarantee your absolute safety. I can only say that you will be fine when I am here. The rest of the time, I have no control over what they do. Ling Ming was dumbfounded. Let's not talk about what the relationship between the two parties mentioned by Boss Jiang is. In short, if he acts alone in the future, he is likely to be, huh? What's the matter? He grabbed Jiang Shuyan's sleeve. He remembered that Fang Qing often did this action. He used to dislike him. But now, he can finally understand Fang Qing's feelings. There is a sense of security in Boss Jiang. Even if he only grabbed the hem of his clothes, he felt like he was hugging a golden thigh. Just like that, he felt at ease. Then Boss Jiang. But before he finished speaking, Jiang Shuyan paused and glanced at his hand. That look was neither rejection nor warning. But he could see that he was not happy. Ling Ming let go. As a straight man, he himself was not used to this. When he was looked at like this by the other party, his face turned red instantly. Ah. No. I want to ask. Forget it. It's okay. He immediately lowered his head, his face burning like fire. He didn't know why he had such a big reaction. When Jiang Shuyan saw him let go, he didn't say anything. Let alone solve his problem. He knew what Ling Ming wanted to say. But he didn't have the answer that the other party wanted. At this time, he and Fang Qing saw a store in front of him. But the door of the store was closed, and the mechanical curtain was closed tightly. So he asked Fang Qing to go up and check the situation. Fang Qing walked over obediently, and knocked on the mechanical door of the store, with his clean voice that was harmless to animals. Hello. Is anyone there? After knocking several times, no one answered. Fang Qing went around to the back again, but saw that the store was protected by mechanical curtains in all directions, and it was impossible to see the scene inside. They thought that maybe there was no one inside. Otherwise, the mechanical curtains could be opened after the bird tide receded. When he had no choice but to leave the store, Fang Qing looked at the store worriedly. The owner should be away. Not that thing. Right? Jiang Shuyan shrugged, not sure. Maybe I can take a look when I come back. As he said, he took out a hiking pole from the big backpack he carried and walked towards the mountain road behind the store. Ling Ming, lead the way. At this time, Ling Ming had recovered a little. When he heard the call, he thought to himself that it was finally my turn to show my skills. He immediately walked to the front to lead the way. Okay. The cicada king likes to live in warm and humid places in the mountains, especially in caves. Look for that kind of place, and you will definitely find it. Fang Qing and Jiang Shuyan followed behind, and the two walked side by side. After hearing Ling Ming's words, Fang Qing whispered to Jiang Shuyan, what exactly is the cicada emperor? He only heard Jiang Shuyan mention this thing once, when Ling Ming first came. But he didn't have time to ask what it was specifically. Seeing that Ling Ming didn't seem to be willing to talk, he didn't continue to ask. Jiang Shuyan raised his chin, motioned him to look at Ling Ming's clothes, and whispered, it's the film he tore off the surface of the clothes when he first came. Huh? He said that it was the wings of the cicada emperor. It is said that the cicada emperor is also a mutant species. There are not many of them in this period, but they can still be found. Speaking of this, he looked at Fang Qing in surprise. You don't know? Fang Qing pursed his lips and tried to recall what he knew in his previous life. After a long while, he was still confused. I don't think I've heard of it. Come to think of it, I don't seem to know much about species other than crazy bird and common mutant species. Well, I seem to be a little too green. Jiang Shuyan glanced at him and asked back, what do you mean by a little too green? It's just too green. Too green is too green. A little green is a little green. Why is it a little too green in your mouth? Fang Qing. Then you don't let me have a habit of eating? Jiang Shuyan laughed softly, thinking what kind of habit is this? But he didn't hold him anymore, and chatted with him casually, all the way up. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Ming led them to search east and west, and gradually searched half of the mountain. Just when they thought they had no gains, suddenly, Ling Ming suddenly listened to the footsteps in front and gestured to the back. Stop! I think we found it. Chapter 17. Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing stopped immediately, and waited for Ling Ming to confirm in front before they followed to take a closer look. They saw a large mound with a smooth surface after jumping over a steep slope in front. The mound was almost half a person's height. At first glance, it looked like a man-made cave, not like a nest made by wild animals. And near the pile of weeds, there was a small opening, which seemed to be the entrance of the mound. However, the opening was long and narrow, and the area was not large. It was difficult for even a leg to fit in, let alone a person. Jiang Xuyan looked at the mound and asked Ling Ming. Inside? Ling Ming nodded. The future cicada king will be huge. Even if it has not evolved much and is still small, it cannot live on ordinary trees, so it will build a hole by itself. They started to move before the bird tide came. Usually, they can successfully build a hole during the most ferocious period of the bird tide. At this time, as long as they can withstand the attack of the bird tide and survive safely, it proves that its cicada wings have considerable defensive capabilities. Jiang Xuyan said, so as long as there is a cicada king alive in this hole, this cicada king can be used. Yes. So Jiang Xuyan gestured to the earth hole. Then you do it. Ling Ming's head shrank, and he took 2 steps back. This is why I asked Boss Jiang to do it, because this cicada king is not easy to deal with. The cicada king is much milder than the bird, and is a defensive mutant. But even so, it does not mean that they have no attack power and attack tendency. If someone approaches them to hurt them, they will still fight back. Ling Ming, who currently has no offensive abilities, will have a hard time defeating the cicada king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to bring Jiang Xuyan with him. And judging from the fight with the man in the suit just now, Jiang Xuyan's success rate would be higher than his own. Jiang Xuyan looked at him silently, but didn't say anything in the end, and asked, what should we do? Just do it. Ling Ming said, shovel open this soil bag first. I brought props. He took out a folding shovel from his backpack. A small shovel, but very easy to use, and easily stuffed into the gap under the soil bag. But then, he let go and stepped back. Ahem. Boss Jiang, please. Jiang Xuyan wanted to roll his eyes at him. Can't you answer the question in one breath? He gave up, so he might as well do it himself. Went over to hold the handle of the shovel, and pressed down to test the firmness of the soil hole. Ling Ming said, the hole made by the cicada emperor is solid and difficult to destroy. It can also hide the cicada emperor's own breath and deceive the crazy bird. This small gap can pry up the entire earth hole. It is the trap that came out of the hole left by the cicada emperor himself. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to take action, Fang Qing suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes and whispered, be careful, glancing at Ling Ming, even though he had hardly expressed any opinions to anyone before. But today, why don't you do it yourself? Throwing everything to Boss Jiang is too much. Fang Qing was very unhappy, and after thinking about it, he said, how about I do it? People always have to pay a little before they can talk about gains. He is not used to seeing Boss Jiang always taking the lead. Jiang Xuyan was surprised by his reaction and looked back at him. You come? Yes. Yes. Can you run? Yes. I'm good at it. Can you fight? Don't you know that? That's a big deal. He gestured to the woods behind. Go over there. Hide well. Run if something happens. Don't worry about me. Fang Qing's eyes almost popped out. How can this be done? Why not? If you are in danger, I have to divide my energy to take care of you. It's better for you to protect yourself so that I can concentrate on dealing with the matter at hand. Fang Qing thought about it. That's true. But every time he saw Jiang Xuyan rushing in front, he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. I feel bad. Although he came here to let others protect him at the beginning. But if he really did it, he felt that it was too much. Jiang Xuyan saw his entanglement from his eyes, smiled, and didn't say any more nonsense, and waved his hand again, indicating that they should retreat. Ling Ming went over and pulled Fang Qing away, whispering, let's trust Boss Jiang. Fang Qing thought, you don't believe in a ghost. Hateful. Silently took the bag handed over by Jiang Xuyan and silently stepped aside. But at this moment, Jiang Xuyan suddenly turned back. If there is an emergency and you can't handle it, Just open my bag. Fong Qing didn't understand. Why? You will know when the time comes. Without saying anything more, he pressed the long handle of the shovel, and the soil hole immediately started from the gap at the bottom and cracked all the way out. At this time, Jiang Shuyan clearly heard the sound of wings flapping in the hole. It was light at first, as if it just spread its wings, and then the sound quieted down. Jiang Shuyan didn't move, and it didn't move either. It seemed to be observing and waiting. Jiang Shuyan moved the shovel again, while stretching his hand behind his waist. As expected, the flapping sound became louder and more intense. Soon, the sound of the extremely fast flapping wings was heard, and the earth cave began to be hit by some force from the inside and outside. Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes and retreated, and listened again, more than one. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, the earth cave was collapsed by the cicada king, and the flapping sound was multiplied, buzzing like an engine. 3 huge cicada insects with golden bodies and spikes on their heads flew out of the cave. After a buzzing sound in the air, they looked at Jiang Shuyan and rushed straight towards him. Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan's hand behind his back suddenly pulled out and shot directly at the head of one of the cicada kings. Unexpectedly, the cicada king was indeed a mutant creature with the power to resist the mad bird. Ordinary bullets were not very effective against them. The one that was hit just tilted its head and rushed towards him even more angrily. Jiang Shuyan sighed secretly, helpless, and had to change a weapon. He reached behind him and suddenly pulled out a thin long silk thread, which glowed silvery white in the sun, and looked like some kind of steel wire. Jiang Shuyan dodged the attack of the first cicada king by rolling sideways, and when it landed and tried to turn around, he jumped lightly and jumped directly onto its back. Boss Jiang? Jiang Shuyan turned a deaf ear to him, wrapped his hand around the steel wire, and pulled it around the neck of the cicada king Sizzle. The cicada king's neck, which was as thick as a man's thigh, was cut off by him with a special steel wire. Fong Qing and the other person who were watching from a distance. At this time, the other 2 cicada kings seemed to hum because of the death of their companions. One of them rushed towards Jiang Shuyan again, and the other one attacked Fong Qing and Ling Ming directly according to the sound just now. Ling Ming, it's over. Run! Just when he was about to call Fong Qing to run together, when he turned around, Fong Qing had already run away like an arrow from a bow. Asshole! You are too fast, aren't you? And this speed like the wind? It turns out that running is your strong point, and it's not a lie. Ling Ming was shocked by his speed, and forgot to run for a moment. Fong Qing ran and saw that there seemed to be no one around him. So he turned back in shock and looked for him. Ling Ming, what are you doing there? Run! We agreed to run away if the situation is not right, so as not to implicate Boss Jiang? I ran for my life. Ling Ming finally reacted and hurriedly caught up. However, the cicada king had already smashed through trees and rushed straight towards him. After a sharp shout, the spikes on his head stabbed straight at Ling Ming. Ling Ming, Jiang Shuyan, who was fighting with the cicada king, said, "Get down." One shot. This shot still failed to knock down the cicada king, but at least it tilted its head again, and the spikes pierced the ground beside Ling Ming. Ling Ming was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When he saw that Jiang Shuyan had restricted his movements, he hurriedly got up with his hands and feet and rushed straight to Fong Qing. Wait for me. Fong Qing was anxious over there, especially when he saw that Jiang Shuyan was not satisfied with dealing with one cicada king, and he also wanted to help Ling Ming get another one. He finally understood what Jiang Shuyan meant by just protect yourself. Before saying it, he remembered what Jiang Shuyan had told him to do, saying that if he couldn't handle it, he should open his bag. He felt that he couldn't handle it now, and he was entangled in not knowing whether to do it as he said. After all, Boss Jiang seemed to have many secrets. The bag is also obviously very heavy, and the things inside are very heavy. Fong Qing instinctively felt that there was a weapon inside, just like the wooden cannon in Boss Jiang's hand. Maybe there was more than one. He was a little worried that if he opened it, it would have an impact on Ling Ming. For Boss Jiang, it would not have an impact on him. However, as he watched Ling Ming rushing over, the cicada king that had failed to attack before also followed from behind again, and was about to catch up with Ling Ming. He knew very well that this was a situation that he could not handle at all. He could only look at Jiang Shuyan in the distance, and secretly said sorry to Boss Jiang. He opened a big bag that Jiang Xuyan brought with him, which was on his side, and opened it to see. What the hell are these? He almost immediately pulled up the bag again. Various wooden cannons and new Alpha 74 mortars? A new type of weapon that was created not long ago and is widely used in the military. This thing is public property. It is illegal to use it privately. He immediately put the bag back behind him and stared at Ling Ming, who was coming over. Run. If you don't run, you will die. Ling Ming, you obviously opened Boss Jiang's bag. Use anything you can use. Boss Jiang is lying. No. I am lying. It can't be used. Huh? I can't use it. Ling Ming was about to be driven crazy by him, and felt the cold wind of the cicada emperor's wings behind him, and felt the fear of life again. He ran desperately, shouting as he ran, Boss Jiang, help me. Jiang Xuyan, who had just cut off the head of another cicada emperor in the distance, turned around. What the hell? Looking closely again, Ling Ming was about to be caught up, and Fang Qing's weapon bag, which was originally well carried on his side, was desperately hidden behind him. When he received my gaze, he stared at me with wide eyes and asked, why is there a new type of mortar? Jiang Xuyan replied with his eyes, use it. This thing can't be used. Are you afraid? Afraid that you will be locked up? Don't be afraid. Ling Ming saw that he was about to be taken away by the cicada king, and shouted to Jiang Xuyan for help, but found that the two of them were actually flirting in the air. Fang Qing, save me. Fang Qing suddenly came back to his senses, and once again tightly grasped Jiang Xuyan's bag. Very hesitant, Jiang Xuyan knew that this child still had too many concerns. He got up helplessly, shook off the blood on the steel wire, and touched the weapon clip hidden on his waist, and took out a folding micro crossbow, holding the crossbow body and swinging it in the air. The crossbow opened. Then he took out a slender mechanical arrow from the weapon clip on the side, put it on the crossbow, and aimed it at the direction of the cicada king's movement. Chapter 18. Jiang Xuyan's arrow pierced the head of the cicada king accurately. It wailed miserably in the air, fell to the ground, and struggled weakly. Ling Ming was saved, but he was still frightened and didn't dare to stay where the cicada king was. He ran a long way in one breath and came to Fang Qing's side. Jiang Xuyan quickly caught up with the cicada king and cut off its head with steel wire in the same way. He watched it gradually stop struggling and shaking and die completely. Ling Ming and Fang Qing, who were far away, were stunned by his actions and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. When they were sure that the cicada king who had been chasing them was finally dead, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they are all dead. At this time, Ling Ming recovered and remembered the cause of the thrilling experience just now. He suddenly got angry and looked at Fang Qing. What are you doing? I almost died just now. Why did you say that you would open the bag to save people at the critical moment? He said that he couldn't save them, and didn't save them. He didn't even look at how terrifying the cicada king was just now. Fang Qing felt very sorry when Ling Ming asked him. But he had Jiang Xuyan's backpack, still sticking to his position of defending Boss Jiang. I really don't know how to use that kind of thing. Ling Ming frowned and glanced at the backpack. What is it? Fang Qing hid the bag behind him almost unnoticeably and shrugged. Wooden song. Wooden song? Yeah. You don't know how to use this thing? No. Not only that. What if I'm too bad and accidentally hit you? Boss Jiang is strong. But I? Ling Ming was silent for a while, looking at him suspiciously. But he acted hard to the end. After a while, Ling Ming said, Okay. In this case, I won't watch it, but I'll carry your bag. Fang Qing? Why? It's useless for you to carry it anyway. Give it to me. Fang Qing, no. I'll do it. The two suddenly quarreled, and Ling Ming pulled the backpack strap on his shoulder, wanting to snatch it away. Fang Qing certainly couldn't let him take it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nonsense just now? He refused to let go, as the two were in a stalemate. Jiang Xuyan came over, and he didn't expect this to happen. The thing that Fang Qing was afraid of was indeed a super dangerous item, and it was indeed quite sensitive. But in fact, he was the holder of it through formal channels. But it was not easy to tell them about this. He walked over and was about to ask the two to stop arguing. Unexpectedly, Ling Ming got impatient before him and suddenly let go. Forget it. Forget it. If you don't want it, then don't take it. Who knew that when he loosened his hand? Fang Qing, who was on full alert, was caught off guard. Under the influence of inertia, his body tilted, his feet slipped, and he fell directly to the steep slope behind. Ling Ming was shocked. Fang Qing? However, his hand was not long enough or fast enough. Fang Qing had already fallen. Fang Qing? He was at a loss, and was about to catch up. But he saw the white shadow beside him had already taken a step ahead of him. And the figure flashed and rushed down the steep slope. Boss Jiang? When Fang Qing rolled down the mountain, he couldn't help but regretfully thought in the severe pain of hitting gravel and dead branches along the way, it's over again. This life. I survived hard for a year in my previous life, and found that I could start over again. I thought I could live longer with the light of the legendary Overlord Jiang. But I didn't expect. He died even more miserably than in his previous life. Died in an accident. Died from rolling down the mountain. Died from being hit by rocks. Or having his head smashed by a tree trunk. He was already dizzy and closed his eyes, thinking regretfully, it's a pity that Boss Jiang had this pack of weapons. I don't know if it's hard to get it, or if it's the only pack Boss Jiang has. If it's the only one, I don't know if Boss Jiang can go down the mountain to find his body. If he can find it, his sacrifice this time won't be in vain. But if he can't find it, forget it. It's so dangerous to go down the mountain. Boss Jiang should not take the risk. Weapons can be lost, but life cannot be lost. I just hope that Boss Jiang won't hate him too much in the future. After all, he really didn't mean it. He was thinking about it like this. And his body rolled down uncontrollably. The more he rolled, the heavier and dizzier his head became. In less than a while, he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to hear a rustling of weeds. And then there seemed to be footsteps stopping beside him. And then he felt someone touching his body from top to bottom, especially his spine, head and eyes. Then, his body suddenly became lighter, as if he was floating. After floating for a distance, he gently fell down again, and his back immediately felt cold, and his face was touched by a warm unknown object. Fang Qing. Fang Qing? Fang Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and sure enough, he saw the familiar face in front of him. The handsome face was against the light, as if coated with a layer of white light, and appeared in front of him like a god, slightly different from the gods. He frowned slightly at this moment, with a concerned look on his face, cold and arrogant but also with a touch of humanity. Not so high and mighty. Fang Qing was completely stunned, opened his dry mouth, and spoke in a hoarse and dry voice, Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang? Seeing that he could speak and was conscious, Jiang Shuyan was relieved. He sat down on the ground beside him, took out a bottle of water and drank a sip, rest for a while before getting up again. He had just run half a mountain with him, and almost died of exhaustion. Fang Qing felt very magical. I'm not dead yet? Or Boss Jiang? You come down to accompany me? Jiang Shuyan? How much do you want me to die with you? That's not what I meant. I'm still alive? Just rolling down the mountain. It's not a life-threatening thing. Fang Qing. Maybe it's just you? He struggled to remember. Jiang Shuyan pushed him back. I said, lie down for a while. Fang Qing had to do it. He turned his head and looked around, wondering, where is this? It seemed that he was still deep in the mountains, with many unknown wild grasses and trees. There was also a small mountain stream on the side. The rocks filtered the stream water very clearly, and it gurgled and brought very cool water vapor to the surroundings. Fang Qing shivered with cold. Seeing this, Jiang Shuyan took off his coat and put it on him. The warm air immediately wrapped around his whole body, and while warm, he also smelled a hint of cold fragrance. His face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Jiang Shuyan and said in a low voice, thank you, Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything, and looked into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly said, the quartz crystals you are talking about are the prismatic, dark blue ones that can shine in the dark? Fang Qing was startled, and suddenly widened his eyes. What's going on? Boss Jiang? Could it be that you? Jiang Shuyan pointed to the distance. You just fell there. Huh? Fang Qing looked over there. I vaguely saw a small gentle slope there, with weeds and heavy humidity, and the aerial roots of the big trees could serve as a natural green curtain. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong. But the next second, Fang Qing heard Jiang Shuyan say, There was another person lying next to you at the time, or a corpse. Fong Qing suddenly jumped up and touched himself all over. Fuck. Did I hit it? Was I scratched by it? Did my mouth touch the corpse? Will the corpse move? Seeing that he was disobedient again, Jiang Xuyan lost his temper. But seeing that he didn't cry out in pain despite his big movements, he probably didn't fall hard. So he didn't emphasize lying down again. No. Beside you. I didn't say next to you. Fong Qing was still a little scared. What he feared most, besides mutants and zombies, was the motionless, rotten corpses. Even this kind of rotten corpse was even scarier. Zombies at least moved. And they were half mutants, and could be seen as half living people. But rotten corpses, they were completely dead. He was afraid of dead people. He was so scared that he got goosebumps all over his body. There was a corpse lying next to him just now. A corpse with corpse crystals. You looked at Jiang Xuyan again. Did you pick the corpse crystals? I haven't confirmed whether you are dead or alive yet. How can I have time to pick them? If you recover, we can go and see together. Fong Qing shrank his neck, and his fear and retreat were visible to the naked eye. Jiang Xuyan was interested. Are you afraid? Fong Qing hesitated for a long time, and nodded cautiously. Afraid? Because of fear and weakness. He hardly found a few corpse crystals in his previous life, and the ones he could find were taken away by the temporary team at that time. He was originally a tepid person, and he couldn't compete with others, and his contribution was not much. Anyway, he didn't have the confidence to ask for it again, so he never fought for it. Even if he died once in this life, this innate fear still couldn't be eliminated much. It's like some people are born afraid of ghosts. No matter how much scientific knowledge they learn, they are still afraid. He is that kind of person. Jiang Xuyan asked him one last time, then are you going? If not, you stay here and don't move. Fong Qing found that Jiang Xuyan was not only not afraid, but also eager to try, and asked in a low voice, Boss Jiang, do you have a special hobby for this kind of thing? Jiang Xuyan glanced at him sideways. Fong Qing immediately retracted his head. However, since he had already decided to go with Boss Jiang, it would be inappropriate to be too cowardly or too withdrawn, especially since they had decided to train themselves. Fong Qing got up first, gave his coat to Jiang Xuyan, and said, let's go, and have a look. Let's go together. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him silently, but there was no emotion in his eyes. He did not take back his coat, let Fong Qing put it on, and walked to the front to lead the way. However, when the two of them passed through the weeds and rocks and came to the place where Fong Qing fell again, they looked around and found the body was gone. Chapter 19. Jiang Xuyan and Fong Qing searched the area for several times and confirmed that the body was gone. Fong Qing confirmed with Jiang Xuyan that the body was real before, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Then, his voice was a little trembling. Then there is only one result. Zombies. The body has transformed into a zombie. Jiang Xuyan also expected this, and he didn't react much when he heard it. But if the person ran away, where could he go? They had already searched the flat land around here, but to no avail. Then, where else could it go? Jiang Xuyan's heart moved, and he looked up on the spot. At this moment, a fishy smell came to his nose. He pushed Fong Qing away on the spot, and rolled to the side to avoid the unknown object that fell from the sky. When the charred object fell to the ground, he looked over and saw that the body he had seen before was falling to the ground in a weird posture. After landing, it probably heard the movement from Jiang Xuyan's side, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Xuyan again. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan raised his foot and kicked it back to the original place. The zombie had already eaten a lot of food, and its weight was almost gone. After this kick, it slid back a long distance after being kicked away. Jiang Xuyan glanced at Fong Qing again, and fortunately the latter reacted quickly enough, and had already climbed up and came to his side. Ah, this zombie seems to have intelligence? It can hide in the tree. Jiang Xuyan asked, what does this mean? Fong Qing, this means that after it was infected, it should have almost survived. But it didn't. So, most of the zombies in the end of the world developed intelligence only after eating more people in the later stage and having more energy. Those who showed intelligence at the beginning were almost all those who did not survive the virus infection period at the beginning and should have been able to develop superpowers. Jiang Xuyan frowned, but he has been eaten like this. He should have died on the spot. How could he survive? Fong Qing thought about it, and suddenly had an idea. Could he be someone from the supermarket at the foot of the mountain? He was probably caught first. Thought he was fine. And returned to the supermarket for shelter. But found out that he was infected. So, Jiang Shuyan thought along his line of thought. But said, if it is as you said, he has no reason to leave the supermarket halfway. Unless, Fong Qing asked, unless what? Unless there are still people in the supermarket. There are people he doesn't want to hurt. Or people who can't allow him to exist. Ah? Fong Qing looked at him, but before. We knocked on the door. And no one responded. Jiang Shuyan's eyes darkened. And his face was solemn, so. The people inside either dared not respond. Or. He looked at the zombies struggling to get up again. In the big mouth that was eaten by the mad bird. Almost only 2 rows of sharp white teeth were left. And there was clearly some dirty black cloth hanging. It was the cloth of clothes. Fong Qing followed his words, and guessed what he wanted to say. His face changed drastically. Could it be that the people in the supermarket all died? To be more serious, it was that there were all zombies inside. He trembled slightly, and couldn't imagine that they had just knocked on a supermarket that might have zombies. It was also fortunate that they didn't try to pry open the mechanical curtain. Otherwise, he pulled the corner of Jiang Shuyan's clothes. Boss Jiang, why don't we run quickly? Jiang Shuyan looked at him sideways, lowered his eyes and said, Run? Why run? As he said that, he raised his long legs again, without even looking ahead, and kicked the zombie's shoulder accurately, kicking it back to where it was. Fong Qing looked at the zombie, then at Jiang Shuyan. Good guy. He's still hugging his arms, not nervous at all. When facing the crazy bird and the cicada king before, he was still fully focused and tried his best. But now, Boss Jiang, do you think this single zombie is not challenging at all? He asked his most intuitive feeling. Jiang Shuyan glanced at him, thought about it truthfully, and whispered, if all the zombies you are talking about are this level, then it's really not that good. It's really not as good as the mortal enemies he had fought before. Fong Qing hummed, and looked around, and it seemed that there were no other zombies nearby. So he followed Jiang Shuyan and hugged his arms, trying to feel what it felt like to face zombies in this posture. He immediately put it down and hid behind Jiang Shuyan, thinking, damn, it has lost its sense of balance. At this time, the zombie got up again and roared at Jiang Shuyan. The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, full of threats. Jiang Shuyan looked over and remembered that Fong Qing had said it was intelligent. So he said, you come, Fong Qing? Chapter 20. The zombie roared again, but did not move forward. Jiang Shuyan suddenly glanced at its legs, not knowing what he saw, and squinted his eyes to think. Immediately, Fong Qing saw Jiang Shuyan reaching for the big bag he had carried back. At the same time, the zombie on the opposite side, who had not moved, suddenly squatted and jumped, and actually jumped high, leaping over the branches above his head and pounced from the air. Ah! Jiang Shuyan was not in a hurry, holding a long whip and swinging it at a high speed. When the zombie pounced down, he lowered his body, turned around, and pulled the long whip back. The zombie's body was firmly entangled by his long whip. Because it missed, it slid down the slope in front at a high speed. At this time, Jiang Shuyan tightened the long whip, and it was pulled by him and could not move. Jiang Shuyan tied the long whip to the tree trunk beside him, and after tying it, he pulled Fong Qing and retreated all the way to the diameter range of the long whip. Come on. Repeat all the information you know about zombies. Fong Qing almost suspected that he was not asking about him, but about the zombie. What does it mean to tie it up and run away? What does it mean to leave such a long distance? Do you want to tie it up and interrogate it? Then at least tie it to a tree. Tie it up so that it can't move. This leaves such a large range of movement. Fong Qing looked at the long whip with fear, and was about to estimate how many times it could withstand the pulling force of the zombie's rushes. But after a closer look, well, it's made of special materials again. And it's a mechanical long whip that can be retracted and moved. Not an ordinary hemp rope whip. He would not be surprised by this situation anymore. At this point, he believed that all the weapons that Boss Jiang had would not be ordinary weapons. But he still didn't understand what Boss Jiang meant by tying up the zombie like this. What do you want to know? And why did you tie him up? Let's find the corpse crystal, destroy its virus center, and let it die completely. That's all. Right? Jiang Shuyan said, "It's not easy to find a zombie. And it's not easy to find it with some intelligence. If you don't study it now, do you have to wait until there are more and more zombies before studying it?" Fang Qing was stunned. "Study? You want to study it?" Jiang Shuyan's eyes flashed with a sinister look. "And he looked at the zombie with extremely cold eyes," I said. "Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Fang Qing felt a chill on his back, and his voice was a little trembling. "But each zombie has a different degree of mutation, different abilities, and even different ways of attack. That doesn't prevent us from finding out their basic characteristics, such as..." Jiang Shuyan picked up a stone and threw it into the weeds on the side. The sound of the stone falling to the ground was not loud, but it could be detected by the zombie, and it immediately looked at the stone. Roar! But it did not launch any attack. At this time, Jiang Shuyan slightly bit his fingers, put them to his mouth and whistled. The zombie immediately heard the sound and located the zombie, and rushed over. Fortunately, the mechanical whip limited its attack. It stopped at a distance of about 10 steps between Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing, stretched out its hands, and tried its best to grab forward. But it could not catch the two people. Jiang Shuyan blew several whistles in a row, startling the birds in the forest and stimulating the zombie to go crazy. However, because of the mechanical whip, it could not move forward half a step, and it kept struggling on the spot, digging up some sand. Jiang Shuyan glanced at the land where it had dug several traces, and then looked at the state of the tree tied with a whip from a distance. He then leisurely pointed at the zombie and said to Fang Qing, "Look, it is sensitive to sound, and can also identify whether the sound is coming from a person, so as to choose whether to attack the source of the sound, and the reaction speed is fast enough. So in the future, when you go out and encounter zombies, you can't use this simple method of diversion to distract their attention. Even if the zombies you are talking about are completely without intelligence, will be misled. But you never know whether there will be guys with normal IQ among them. So if you take a risk, there will be a great possibility of overturning. Is that the truth?" Fang Qing thought to himself that you are really amazing. Facing such a ferocious and fierce thing, you can still study it seriously? Have you ever considered the feelings of this little coward? I'm really scared. When he saw the zombies rushing towards him, he almost ran away. It was because he felt an inexplicable sense of security when he saw Boss Zhang's back that he barely stood still. But even if he didn't run, his legs would be weak. It was a super close-up horror experience that he had never experienced in his previous life. He couldn't help but grab the back of Jiang Shuyan's clothes and shrink behind him again and again, shrinking until only his head was exposed. And then he said tremblingly, "That's right. It's also the experience learned by many teams in the previous life." He glanced at Jiang Shuyan, his face full of bitterness. "But this thing, you can ask me directly. I can tell you everything. If this zombie is not only intelligent, but also has evolved some powerful superpowers, then, it's dead." Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "It doesn't have this ability." "Ah? Mine is a mechanical telescopic whip with 10 levels of elasticity. This is only the primary level. It can't even stretch to the second level. Besides, don't you look at its legs? In such a short period of time, its foot bones and kneecaps have been seriously worn and deformed. Have you ever seen a guy with infinite strength who has such a hard time using strength? I bet that in less than 5 minutes, its right leg bone will be broken by itself." As he said, he raised his hand, stretched it out, and snapped his fingers several times in front of the zombie in a very provocative manner. The zombie was stimulated by him to howl wildly and rush forward wildly. However, in less than 2 minutes, its right kneecap, which had been eaten bare, clicked and broke directly. The zombie staggered, lost balance, and fell to the ground. The mechanical whip stuck into its ribs and tied it tightly again. At this time, Jiang Shuyan had a "did you see it?" expression on his face, and took Fang Qing back to 10 steps away from the zombies to continue his observation. Fang Qing didn't know what to say anymore. He had always been chased by zombies, and he never thought that one day he would be able to openly challenge zombies in front of him. Under the leadership of Overlord Jiang, he stood behind Jiang Shuyan, an absolutely safe and secure position, and then glanced at Jiang Shuyan, followed suit, crossed his arms, and tried not to look so nervous. "If I ask you now, why can you determine that it broke the right kneecap first?" instead of the left or both at the same time? Would it be too stupid and inappropriate? Also, if you don't mind, I want to ask, what are we going to try next? Chapter 21. As it turned out, Jiang Shuyan didn't think he was stupid or inappropriate. He pointed to the zombie's broken leg bone and said, "No matter who it is, as long as they can move, their joints will be worn out. Through the degree of wear on each person's joints, we can see their corresponding habits, such as hand habits, walking posture, and even the type of work they do." Fong Qing widened his eyes. "Can this be seen? How can we see it?" He observed the broken half of the calf from a distance. Jiang Shuyan said, "Just like this zombie. Before its legs were broken, the knee joint of its right leg was more worn than that of its left leg, and the knee joint of its left leg was slightly dislocated. If I guess correctly, he was a cripple before his death, and his left leg was inconvenient to move. The main force point was on his right leg. Under extreme force, the right leg would break before the left leg." Fong Qing was stunned. "Is the knee joint of its right leg more worn than that of its left leg? Is the joint of its left leg dislocated? Is it a cripple? Is my IQ not up to par?" Jiang Shuyan saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. Pulled his lips together and said calmly, "These are not the levels that ordinary people will come into contact with. And you don't have to look like you are doubting your life. You are normal like this." Fong Qing curled his lips. "Boss Jiang, have you studied medicine?" Combined with the familiar look of him treating the wounds of Liming and others before. "Maybe he is a former military doctor?" Jiang Shuyan, "No." "Ah. What about you?" "Yes. It doesn't mean I have studied if you are asking about the school major or something like that." "Ah. Then you must not have worked as a doctor?" "No." But just as he said that, he took out a small flashlight and turned it on and off in front of the zombie, testing its reaction to the light. That gesture. That posture. "Boss Jiang, you know so many things. Forget it. I envy you. I'm extremely envious without asking." Jiang Shuyan paused, and his back seemed to freeze for a moment. Then his always magnetic voice came, low and deep, and a little lower and lighter than before. "Knowing a lot means that you have to pay a lot, so you don't have to be so envious." Fong Qing was suddenly startled, knowing that he accidentally touched on something that Boss Jiang didn't want to mention. He stuck out his tongue and stopped talking immediately, and followed Jiang Shuyan to squat in front of the zombie. Then, did Boss Jiang find anything new this time? Jiang Shuyan turned on the flashlight again and shone it into the zombie's eyes. "What do you think?" Fong Qing thought. "Are you asking me?" Well, he was afraid of zombies. Grabbed Jiang Shuyan's clothes with one hand, and carefully approached and looked at the eyes facing the light. No change. He felt that the pupils of the dead man's eyes, which were dilated and unfocused, did not change under the stimulation of light. Jiang Shuyan turned off the flashlight again, looked carefully, turned it on again, and waved it in front of the zombie's eyes a few times. "Are you sure you don't have it?" Fong Qing stared at it intently. After staring, he muttered, "I didn't see it," turning his head to look at Jiang Shuyan. "Am I stupid again?" Jiang Shuyan put on a smile on his face again and said calmly, "No. I just want to see if you are the kind of person who will change your position unconditionally when questioned. As it turns out, you do follow your heart." Fong Qing was stunned. "Is this important?" "In many cases, it is important. It is related to whether you can maintain your own judgment, and whether you can keep others awake." "I don't understand." Jiang Shuyan put away the flashlight and stood up, lowering his eyes to glance at him in between. "Then you will understand later if there is a later time." Fong Qing was frightened. "Don't scare me like this. It's like sentencing me to life or death in advance. Or, is there something else implied in this?" He stood up with Jiang Shuyan in a daze, but seeing that Jiang Shuyan didn't intend to explain, he could only retract his doubts and asked, "So this zombie has no reaction to light?" "Right. Of course not. If it did, would I need to shake the flashlight for so long?" "Huh? You're right. Then I just studied it seriously for so long." "Stupid." "Ah, then, what are we going to test next?" "This sounds boring, but it's actually quite interesting to do." He decisively ignored Jiang Shuyan's idiot. Jiang Shuyan looked at him silently, crossed his arms unhappily, and leaned against a tree nearby. "I do these tests because I don't know anything about zombies. You are a person who came back from the end of the world. If nothing else, Shouldn't you know from the beginning whether it reacts to light and sound? Why does he look like he discovered it for the first time? Fong Qing felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Oh, after hanging out with you, I subconsciously forgot all those things. In the past, he had heard a lot from others and had seen very little. At that time, let alone running in front of zombies to test. He didn't even dare to walk on the road with zombies. How could he test face to face like Boss Jiang? It's worthy of being Boss Jiang. He took the opportunity to study the terrifying zombies that everyone ran away when they saw them. Looking at it this way, he said he had studied the crazy bird before. So this was also the case. Right? How to kill the crazy bird the fastest. When will it die? And the rule that there must be crazy birds when jackdaws come. They were all carefully accumulated by him bit by bit, relying on his eyes and hands for experiments. Right? Thinking of this, he admired him again and again. It was also at this time that he suddenly realized that he had actually been living with a zombie at close range for a long time today. Not only that, he was also testing him face to face, provoking him. He also tied him to a tree and teased him like a toy. He did something he would never have dared to think about in his previous life. Ha ha ha. Boss Jiang, I suddenly found that I have become bolder. Hi, I am a person who dares to provoke zombies when facing zombies. He suddenly covered his mouth and laughed softly in Jiang Xuyan's ear. The voice was not loud, and his expression was a little arrogant. Jiang Xuyan was annoyed, and was about to remind him not to get carried away. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry sounded from the forest, and a big bird rushed out of the forest and soared into the sky, startling more birds in the forest. The zombie was stimulated by the sound. His eyes widened, and he rushed again. The zombie, who was originally only left with ribs stuck, quickly broke his ribs and got rid of the mechanical whip, and rushed towards Fong Qing and Jiang Xuyan angrily. Jiang Xuyan's eyes changed, and he put his long hands around Fong Qing's waist and quickly rolled to the side. There was a landslide on the side, and the two of them avoided the zombies. But they couldn't stop and rolled all the way down the landslide. The broken stones, branches and grass on the ground hurt people, and the body rolling at high speed made people dizzy. Fong Qing felt that he was hugged by Jiang Xuyan and slid down as if he had lost control, until he didn't know how long it had been. He felt Jiang Xuyan's long legs stretched out and hooked, and they were hooked by Jiang Xuyan on the tree trunk with one leg, and they stopped rolling wildly. Fong Qing recovered a long time in the subsequent dizziness, and then he regained some consciousness. Just then, he heard Jiang Xuyan's helpless voice. I forgot to tell you. Even if this zombie is tied up, its ribs have limited bearing capacity. It is very likely to break its ribs and break free from the restraints. I also forgot to tell you that when you are in danger, no matter what happens, don't get carried away and be ready to defend and counterattack at any time. His tone was not heavy, not even as cold as usual. But Fong Qing was still ashamed and his eyes were misty, because of his previous boasting. He felt a little embarrassed. He unconsciously drooped down and buried his head in Jiang Xuyan's shoulder, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. It seems that he has done something stupid again. A fool. An incurable fool. He blamed himself and was at a loss. He buried his head in front of Jiang Xuyan and didn't dare to raise it. Jiang Xuyan gradually realized that he was shaking. He couldn't help but reflect. Did he just scold him? Blamed him? Or what happened to him? He said inexplicably, Okay, I'm not blaming you. Just get up now. Fong Qing was startled. From his tone, he was not angry. He raised his head. His voice was a little soft, and his nasal tone was a little blocked. Aren't you angry? Jiang Xuyan, what are you angry about? I'm so stupid. It's not your fault. And you're not the first one to do this. You start to show off when you see that the situation has improved. Once you get used to it, you'll okay? Fong Qing frowned suddenly. You mean? There were many stupid and troublesome followers, like me following you in the past? Jiang Xuyan thought seriously. Is it? Have you always protected others like this? Is it? Fong Qing frowned again, and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Are you tired? You sound so miserable. Jiang Xuyan only snorted softly, didn't respond, and patted his head. Then why are you still standing there? Get up quickly. Her body was almost numb from being pressed by him. Fong Qing finally realized how inappropriate his posture was, and hurriedly climbed up. Sorry. Before he finished speaking, He heard a rustling sound from above. He turned his head, and saw that the zombie followed him down. It climbed to a steep slope and saw them. Although it only had one leg left, it still put all its strength into it. While howling, it struggled to dig its hands into the ground and jumped down the steep slope. Fong Qing's head buzzed, and he realized that it was too late for him to climb up again. He also realized that their position and posture were difficult to avoid, and that this position would be pounced on by the zombies. Almost at the same time, he knew that he really dragged down Boss Jiang. I don't know what kind of thought made him want to protect the other person at all costs. Even though he blamed himself and felt sad. Once, even if it was only once, even if he died again, he could delay a little time for Boss Jiang, and he would die without regrets. He didn't want to be the kind of person who dragged Boss Jiang down. Without thinking, he threw down again with his half-body raised, and covered Jiang Shuyan's head and face tightly with his chest. When he bites me, run quickly. At the same time, he was ready to press the zombie sideways when he was pounced on by the zombie, and use his body as a shield for Boss Jiang to let Boss Jiang run quickly. Did you hear it? However, at this moment, he didn't hear Jiang Shuyan's answer, but felt his hand under him move. Immediately, bang 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 bang, a burst of gunfire rang out, and thousands of birds in the forest suddenly flew away, and thousands of leaves flew. After a series of noises, the forest gradually returned to peace. Fong Qing waited for a long time, but no zombies came. But he heard something fall to the ground with a bang and rolled farther and farther away. When everything returned to peace, he raised his head slightly in astonishment and looked behind him. Why, it's gone! Where are the zombies? Didn't they come over? At the same time, Jiang Shuyan's voice sounded again from below. With a sigh, his tone was full of helplessness. One more reminder: no matter what you do in the future, don't block my eyes. It will affect my performance too much. Fong Qing looked back and saw him holding a gun in one hand, facing the direction where the zombies had just come, and the muzzle was smoking. He seemed to realize something. Looking at Jiang Shuyan and murmured, "So I just blocked your shooting again?" "Of course." Then how did you just shoot?" At this time, he saw Jiang Shuyan's lips curled up, and his eyes showed the coldness and sharpness he had seen before. From his expression to his tone, everything revealed a chilling murderous intent. But there was also a touch of thrilling handsomeness and a thrilling arrogance. He opened his thin lips and answered Fong Qing word by word. There is a word called listening. Sound. Distinguishing. Position. Chapter 22. In the end, Jiang Shuyan took Fong Qing out of danger safely, and walked down the mountain to find the body of the zombie with a shattered head, and took off the crystal blue corpse crystal. Fong Qing handed the corpse crystal to Jiang Shuyan. "Here, Boss Jiang." Boss Jiang only glanced at it and calmly retracted his gaze. "I don't want it." "You take it." Fong Qing was stunned. "Why not? This is also hard to get." "But you don't want it. Isn't it a waste? I am using the corpse crystal now. At most it can only expand the space a little bit. It's not very useful." "It's still you, Boss Jiang," Jiang Shuyan said. "You keep it. Do you think your space is not important? In the future, I'm sure you will need you to keep a lot of things for me." Fong Qing couldn't imagine how much this many things is, nor did he think that this was Jiang Shuyan's warning. He was still very entangled. But what if this corpse crystal can activate your apocalyptic supernatural power? Boss Jiang? It would be safer to activate it now than in the future. Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything else. Put one hand in his pocket, and looked at him quietly. Fong Qing realized that he had made up his mind. So he stopped trying to persuade him. "Well, I'll take it first. If you really don't want it," he smiled brightly, "I'll go back and cook it." "Cook?" "Yes. I can't eat this kind of corpse crystals that have just been picked from the rotten corpse. If conditions permit, I will go back and wash and cook it." Jiang Shuyan nodded slowly. "It's up to you." Pointing to the way back, "Go back." Fong Qing nodded obediently and followed closely behind. After a while, they met Ling Ming, who ran down with an embarrassed look on his face halfway up the mountain. "Boss Jiang, ah." Fong Qing. He seemed to have not expected Fong Qing to be alive. Deeply guilty, he hardly dared to look Fong Qing in the eye when he spoke. Fong Qing thought of what had happened just now. And in fact, he was not in a particularly good mood. But Boss Jiang was there, and he didn't want to embarrass Boss Jiang. So he just muttered a few words in his heart, and shrugged and said, "Hi. See you again." It was a simple greeting, but it made Ling Ming feel even more guilty. "Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it either." Fong Qing thought that this unexpected price was a bit high, but thinking about it, he didn't mean it, and pulled the corner of his mouth. "It's okay. Next time, let's not quarrel, okay? Also, you should apologize to Boss Jiang. When we quarreled, it was him who was implicated." Ling Ming immediately said to Jiang Shuyan, "I'm sorry, Boss Jiang." Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything and walked away directly. At this time, silence makes people extremely nervous. Ling Ming immediately turned around and wanted to call him, but he didn't dare. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but couldn't say a word. Fong Qing watched from behind and felt that this was really embarrassing. He was not a particularly kind person, but he was not the kind of person who could really be cruel. So after thinking about it, he still walked over and patted Ling Ming on the shoulder. "Let's go. Boss Jiang ran down to save me just now, but he was tired and didn't have the energy to talk. Let's talk when we get back." Without waiting for Ling Ming to answer, he took off the backpack he had brought back for Jiang Shuyan and handed it to him. "Just now, I was too persistent. In fact, this thing can be carried by anyone. Here, we won't quarrel anymore," he said and ran away. Ling Ming was very surprised. "This? You gave it to him right away?" There was still. He looked down and found that the zipper of the bag was unzipped. At a glance, he could see that there were several guns, several hand grenades, and some other unusual weapons inside. He looked up. "That's it? This is it? Fong Qing can't use it? And he has to hide it? It's too much of a fuss." "Right." Fong Qing, who had already moved the light mortar to the space under Jiang Shuyan's reminder, said, "Hee. You didn't expect it, did you? I've hidden the things that you can't see. You can do whatever you want with the others." He walked quickly to Jiang Shuyan's side and reported in a low voice, "Done." Jiang Shuyan said unhappily, "You guys are just playing," he said. "The shooting just now. Don't worry. I remember. I shot a wolf. Nothing else happened." Sure enough, Ling Ming soon came to ask about the gunshots he heard just now, and Fong Qing explained seriously. It was shooting a wolf. Ling Ming didn't say anything else. Returned to the place where he shot the cicada emperor, took away the cicada emperor wings, and went back down the mountain, passing by the closed convenience store. Fong Qing and Jiang Shuyan tacitly didn't mention it. Ling Ming felt a little sorry, but the door was tightly shut, so how could he forcefully demolish it? So he gave up. They walked through many places along the way, visited all the shops in the suburbs, and bought a lot of supplies. Finally, Jiang Shuyan took them on a long detour to a small shop in a remote and desolate suburb. It looked like it was selling some mountaineering supplies, and the shop was very old. Jiang Shuyan went to park the car and let Fong Qing and Ling Ming go in first. The owner inside was white-haired and obviously old. Hearing the doorbell ring, the old man only raised his eyes and glanced at them, then continued to look at something on the table with a magnifying glass. "Just look at it." Fong Qing and the others felt that the old man was a little cold. But most of these small shops built in the wilderness are not for profit, so it is normal for them to be a little cold. The two didn't know what Jiang Shuyan wanted to buy, so they just wandered around the store until Jiang Shuyan came in. The old man didn't even look up, muttering, "Just look around." Jiang Shuyan's cold voice came, "Uncle Wu." The old man immediately looked up, took off his reading glasses and looked. "Xiao Jiang. Oh! Xiao Jiang is here. Finally here. Come on. Sit down. Uncle Wu, I brought back some top-quality tea from Huaishan Island a while ago. Let's taste it together." Jiang Shuyan walked over, pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the counter. "I came to see you. And by the way, I bought something." Uncle Wu's face became serious when he heard it. "You wouldn't?" Seeing that there were still people in the store, he suddenly lowered his voice. "Are you in trouble again? Or are you going to do something?" Jiang Shuyan said, "No. It's just that the environment has been bad recently. Uncle Wu, you have to take care of yourself too." After saying that, he glanced at Uncle Wu meaningfully, and the palm chip faced him, placing a palm-sized projection screen. Uncle Wu looked at the content on the screen. "Is this thing real?" It was Ling Ming's prophecy post. Jiang Shuyan nodded, "Yes." "So those corpses just killed one?" Uncle Wu stared. Fortunately, seeing that Jiang Shuyan didn't seem to be injured, he didn't ask any more questions, and his face showed tacit understanding. At this time, he saw Fang Qing and Ling Ming standing stupidly in the corner of the store, and turned to ask Jiang Shuyan, "Those two kids, did you bring them too? Your friends?" Jiang Shuyan thought about it and nodded. Uncle Wu changed his previous indifference and greeted the two. "Come on. Come and sit for a while. I thought you were ordinary guests. Don't be too unfamiliar with those brought by Xiao Jiang." Fang Qing and the other two were still in a state of confusion. They are acquaintances, but your attitude is too different. The two sat over, and Uncle Wu made tea and greeted them enthusiastically. But after chatting for a while, Jiang Shuyan looked at the time and said to Uncle Wu, "I'll go take a look first. Are there any new products recently?" Uncle Wu pointed to a fitting room on the side. Due to the crazy bird tide in the past 2 months, there must be no new products. But before that, a batch of good things just came in. He raised his eyelids and gave Jiang Shuyan a look. "You will definitely like it." Jiang Shuyan curled his lips and stood up and said, "Then I'll go take a look." The two of them. "It's okay, Uncle Wu. I will treat you well." The two of them trembled when they heard it. "Why do I feel that this is a bit dangerous?" But Jiang Shuyan had already walked away, pushed the most central one of the 3 fitting rooms on the right side of the store, and closed the door after entering. And there was no movement from him immediately. Uncle Wu's store fell into silence for a moment. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, and Fang Qing and the other two who were new and unfamiliar with Uncle Wu didn't know what to say at all. What was strange was that Jiang Shuyan clearly didn't have any clothes to try on. So why did he go straight to the fitting room? They didn't ask much, and just sat there awkwardly. Uncle Wu poured a cup of tea for each of them, then looked at the two of them. He then looked away and asked with a smile, "What is your relationship with Xiao Jiang? Are you a tenant of his house? Or—" He raised his eyes again, with a hint of experienced observation in his eyes. "Friends in a sense?" Fang Qing and the others looked at each other. "Sorry. We didn't even understand your question." Ling Ming said with a stiff face, "It can be considered a friend." Uncle Wu suddenly realized it when he heard it, and looked away again. "So that's it. It's really rare for him to bring such a friend here." Fang Qing. "What kind of friend is it?" Uncle Wu. "You are very familiar with Boss Jiang? Then you must be very good old friends." Uncle Wu sighed, put down the teapot, raised the teacup and took a sip of tea. "If you say so, it can be considered as such." Fang Qing asked, "Then your store sells all mountaineering equipment?" "Well, actually, if you don't mind, can you recommend me some practical equipment? Is there any like the kind that Boss Jiang often buys?" What he thought in his heart was that since Boss Jiang often comes here, he must often buy equipment here. Although he didn't know how to develop in the future, it was best to have everything ready at the end of the world, especially this kind of mountaineering equipment suitable for survival in the wild. It would be better to buy more and use it in the mountains in the future. Moreover, the quality of the store that Boss Jiang often comes to can't be guaranteed. He can buy it with confidence, as long as the price is not too expensive. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wu almost spit out a mouthful of hot tea when he heard it. After swallowing it with great difficulty, he raised his eyelids, glanced at Fang Qing, and curled his lips. "You kid, still want to buy the same thing as Xiao Jiang? Your idea is very dangerous." At this time, Jiang Shuyan had passed through the palm print secret door in the fitting room and came to the huge underground factory built under the shop. In the factory that was hard to see the edge at a glance. Many workers stood in rows of workshops, methodically making, processing, and welding various new weapons that could not be bought or found in the world. Jiang Shuyan came out of the elevator, and the 2 black-clad guards guarding the elevator immediately put one hand on their waists and looked at the newcomer with a wary look. Seeing Jiang Shuyan's solemn face, they were startled, and immediately let go of their hands, straightened their backs, and said in unison, "Mr. Jiang." Chapter 23. Jiang Shuyan just nodded and strode into the factory. When the people in the factory saw him, they all stopped what they were doing and greeted him. He passed by the workshop and took a look at a few finished products and tried them out. The target at the end of the factory was knocked down by his gun. After the test, he didn't say anything and walked straight to the other end. There was a long glass counter there, and behind the counter there was a display cabinet that filled the entire wall. There were all kinds of knives, guns, and other weapons listed inside. Behind the counter sat a tall woman wearing a cheongsam, with a charming appearance and a sexy figure. Seeing him coming, she stood up and smiled. Here you are. Mr. Jiang? Oh no. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xuyan glanced at her and responded lightly. Is there a difference? The woman smiled lightly, her flaming red lips full of temptation. If you say it is, it also has it. If you say it is not, it is also not. Jiang Xuyan seemed to be used to her nonsense, and did not say anything else. He glanced at the glass display case, and saw several uniquely shaped guns inside. Are they those ones? Chuning took the opportunity to glance over, and immediately raised the corner of his lips. You are really good at it. Took out the gun and put it on the counter. Try it. Jiang Xuyan tried it as she said. It fits the hand. It is easy to use. It has first-class lethality. Send it over. Chuning's eyes lit up. Should I send it over? Jiang Xuyan. Even if you send it over, you can't enter my house. Chuning immediately snorted and muttered, stingy. Seeing his cold and indifferent look, she leaned forward, propped her chin on the counter with her hands, and looked up at him with a sophisticated look. Tell me, are you a straight man? Jiang Xuyan. Why do you look like you don't have any needs at all? Do you solve all your problems yourself? Before Jiang Xuyan could speak, Chuning said to herself, but if you solve all your problems yourself, won't you be tired? Let me do it. You're the only one missing from my collection of handsome men. Jiang Xuyan snorted, then you'll be empty-handed for the rest of your life. Ah, they don't want you to be responsible. Not interested. Are you not interested in me or women? Then, I know some boys who are interested in you. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him, full of warning. You're impatient, aren't you? Chuning immediately shrank her head, frightened by the natural fierceness. She stuck out her tongue again, playful and charming, like the best in the world. Stingy. Jiang Xuyan was calm. She swiped the payment chip and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Why? Have you changed your mind? Chuning's charming eyes lit up again. Jiang Xuyan didn't bother to pay attention to her. He turned back and looked at the counter again. His eyes fell on a small and exquisite pistol. Let me see it. Chuning looked sideways and was surprised. It's so small. It's also very light. This is not your style of using a gun. Jiang Xuyan just said, take it. Chuning had no choice but to take out the gun for him. Jiang Xuyan weighed the weight, tried it again, and finally looked at Chuning's hand. Take it. He handed the gun over. Chuning looked confused. What are you doing? Take it. She did as she was told. Is it handy? Speak. You know I like to use big ones. Right? Big ones in every sense. He simply stopped asking and gestured. Send them together when the time comes. Chuning, you use this thing? No. You give it to someone else. She walked out from behind the counter with shining eyes and followed him. You tried it with my hand. So it's a woman? Oh, Boss Jiang. Please tell me. Who finally won your heart? She followed Jiang Xuyan and chased him relentlessly. Jiang Xuyan didn't want to care about her, but she kept chattering all the way without being heard, and her voice was not suppressed. In a short while, half of the people in the factory almost knew that Jiang Xuyan was going to have a girlfriend. Who is Jiang Xuyan? It's good to be good-looking and rich, and there are many beautiful women around him, but he doesn't like women. Of course, he doesn't like men either. It was rumored that many of his opponents wanted to bring him down. Some even kidnapped and drugged girls and sent them to his bed. In the end, he broke the girl's arms. She cried and ran out of the room, vowing never to get close to Jiang Xuyan again. There were also men sent away. Jiang Xuyan himself walked out in a decent manner the next day. But what about the people sent in? When they were found, they were beaten to death, tied up and locked in the bathroom. When asked, they were locked in when they entered. No one knew how Jiang Xuyan, who was drugged, survived. Anyway, there were no suspicious signs in the room. But everyone knew that this man had no needs. So they were naturally curious about the woman who could walk to his side. Jiang Xuyan felt the gazes of these people. He endured for a long time, but couldn't bear it anymore. So he stopped in a bad mood. Chuning didn't stop and bumped into his strong and broad back. Ah! Hiss, it hurts. Jiang Xuyan turned back in a bad mood. Have you asked enough? Chuning raised her eyes pitifully. Her upturned eyes were charming. And she was a natural beauty. You tell me. He said word by word. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't send women. And I don't have a boyfriend. Chu Ning rubbed his forehead and pouted. He was about to sigh. But he reacted, so it's a boy? Wow. Let me see who it is. Jiang Xuyan. He was tired. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an old friend, his fists would have hardened. Tell her to shut up. Annoying. The guard following him immediately jumped over him and stood in front of Chu Ning. Miss Chu. Chu Ning was so angry. Her curiosity was burning. Just let me see it. When I send it over. You pointed to me. I'll give you money. However, Jiang Xuyan ignored her at all and walked away with a few steps. This woman. It's one thing to be beautiful, but it's another thing to be brainless. It's simply unbearable. When he passed the workshop and was about to go back to Uncle Wu's shop from the small elevator, one of the guards guarding the elevator suddenly said, Boss Jiang. There was news from the yard a few days ago that several cards were found in the mailbox, all leaving messages to find you. And they are currently investigating the background of these people. Jiang Xuyan paused. Looking for me? The guard said, to be precise. They said that they have important news about the end of the world that they want to tell you, so that you have time to contact them as soon as possible. And they also said that these things are related to your future safety and development. Chapter 24. Jiang Xuyan stopped walking. News about the end of the world. The end of the world? After what happened to Fong Qing and Ling Ming, he is now somewhat sensitive to the word end of the world, especially since the other party claimed to give him information about the end of the world. He asked in a deep voice, Name? The other party took out a piece of paper from his suit pocket and handed it over. Here is the list. I was going to tell you after I checked it out. But since you are here, Jiang Xuyan opened the paper and took a look. I don't recognize any of them. He asked again, What do they say? The guard called up the backup photos taken at that time. Look at the date above. 2 people were sent during the crazy bird tide. There are a few others, both before and after the crazy bird tide, but their faces can't be seen clearly from the yard surveillance. Did you do it on purpose? Yeah. They should know that there are surveillance cameras in the yard and have taken measures. But they obviously don't know where the surveillance cameras are. Jiang Xuyan was silent. To be honest, he was not interested in whether the Reborn came to find him. But if he is a Reborn person, then he has no privacy in their world. He took a deep breath and suppressed his irritability. The guard saw this and immediately asked, Do you need to take any measures, Mr. Jiang? He shook his head. No need. Find someone to test each one and send the recording. Yes. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything more. Just took the pure list and went back to the small shop upstairs. Fong Qing and Ling Ming had already started chatting in the store. Seeing him come out, Ling Ming raised his eyebrows. You are so slow. At this time, Jiang Xuyan had an extra set of clothes in his hand, and it looked like he was really trying on clothes inside. He handed the clothes to Uncle Wu. A lot of clothes. A lot of clothes? Ling Ming glanced at the fitting room. But you didn't bring any clothes in before? Uncle Wu glanced at the labels of the clothes, and immediately understood and smiled. The clothes are in the fitting room. This shop is too small, and many things can't be put in. I hung a few sets in each fitting room. You go and have a look. Ling Ming shook his head. I'll forget it. It's not necessary. Fong Qing raised his head, tugged at Jiang Xuyan's sleeve, and his slightly pink lips hooked a joking arc. Uncle Wu said that the things you bought are so expensive. Tell me, how expensive are they? I will. If you don't believe me, I really can't afford it. Jiang Xuyan thought of the gun just now and raised his eyebrows. 120,000. Is it expensive? Fong Qing. 120,000. This coat is 120,000. It's bulletproof? Jiang Xuyan laughed. Who said it's just clothes? Then what else? Jiang Xuyan didn't answer, but asked, What do you want to buy? Mountaineering equipment? He suddenly looked at Uncle Wu. Okay. Take him to see. Fong Qing hurriedly grabbed him. Wait. There's no need for 120,000. I really can't afford it. It's too scary. Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes and looked at it. His sharp eyebrows rarely showed any harshness. I'll say it again. It's not these. What Uncle Wu recommends to you won't be very expensive. If you want, you can take a look. Otherwise I'll leave. Fong Qing was still confused, watching him pay Uncle Wu 500 yuan. A coat? It's really not expensive. Uncle Wu didn't just let him stand there and watch. After Jiang Xuyan gave the order, he directly pulled Fong Qing and Ling Ming away to see the goods. During this time, Jiang Xuyan used Uncle Wu's computer to check some things. When Fang Qing and the others came back, he turned off the computer with a somewhat subtle expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Fang Qing asked curiously. Jiang Xuyan just shook his head and said nothing. After the two settled the bill, he took them away. All the way back to the apartment. He saw that there were many people going out to buy resources on the road. Ling Ming was very worried. And the elevator was broken again. When he was panting and moving things upstairs, he couldn't help muttering, I think we need to find someone with space abilities. Fang Qing, who was walking in front, slipped and almost fell down the stairs. Jiang Xuyan helped him up, and the two exchanged glances in the interval. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything immediately, but only replied to Ling Ming, you can look for it. Fang Qing therefore didn't say anything, and lowered his head and silently moved a pile of stored food upstairs. When moving the second time, Fang Qing was too tired to bear it. So he pressed Ling Ming on the sofa. You are a reborn person. The hope of the world. The sun and the end of the world. Don't go. Don't get tired. We will move it. After saying that, without waiting for Ling Ming's response, he dragged Jiang Xuyan away quickly. This time when he came to the garage, he put all the supplies in his own space in one breath. Space has no weight. And he easily took all the supplies with a long sigh of satisfaction and smiled at Jiang Xuyan. That's right. Why do we have to be so honest and carry it upstairs manually? More than 30 floors. Jiang Xuyan leaned against the side of the car and watched him packing things leisurely. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows and said, since you can do it alone, why did you call me down? Fang Qing was a little embarrassed. Oh, thinking of the many bodies in the corridor that had not been cleared away in time. He scratched his head and smiled shyly. What if I encounter danger on the way? Right. I am a person with space after all. With resources. Boss Jiang? You can be a little tired. Protect me. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows slightly. I? What? Not serious at all. Fortunately, he was just talking. Seeing that Fang Qing had packed up everything, he walked over to close the trunk door and slipped him a note. Let's meet some people. Have you heard of these people? Fang Qing was stuffed with paper for no reason, and asked curiously, what are they? As he asked, he opened the paper and took a look. Huh? Boss Jiang? Do you know Brother Qin? Brother Qin? Yeah. That's him. A person with great superpowers in the end of the world. And I heard he was also a very powerful little overlord of the base. Jiang Xuyan looked along the tip of his finger and saw that he was pointing at a name. Qin Gu. Recalling the photos he saw at that time. The note left by this person was very simple. A name, a phone number, an email address, and finally 8 big words. If you have any information about the end of the world, find me. Besides that, there were no more extra words. Jiang Xuyan asked Fang Qing again, how powerful is he? Fang Qing frowned and recalled the past. And only remembered. I remember that he was from Qingnan City. And the base was also in Qingnan City. It is said that he was the first group of people who automatically stimulated superpowers without relying on corpse crystals. And he was also the first group of people to start organizing superpower groups. So everyone also called him Captain Qin. I don't know much about Captain Qin, but it is said that he has powerful abilities and a good brain. So he was not only famous in Qingnan City, but also in this small hemisphere. Later, there were more and more people with superpowers. And your power, Boss Jiang, rose and became famous. So there was no news about him gradually. But he narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and he grabbed Jiang Xuyan's arm. Boss Jiang, you were familiar with him in your previous life. Later, you cooperated with him. And then it was said that as he spoke, he looked at Jiang Xuyan with a mysterious expression. He put his slender white fingers between his lips, bit his nails, and took a small step back, looking at him as if he didn't know whether to say it or not. Chapter 25. Fang Qing, how should I tell you that you and him had a relationship? Oh no. He had a relationship with you? It is said that since the captain joined Boss John's camp, the two had cooperated very well. But suddenly one day, the two had a falling out and the captain left. According to gossips known to almost everyone in the hemisphere, the captain actually fell in love with Boss Jiang. But Boss Jiang was still that steely straight man. So the two could not get along at all. And the captain left in a rage. What happened after that? Fong Qing, who died early, didn't know. But it was said that the captain still couldn't get the love. And he turned evil on the spot. He suddenly shuddered and felt uneasy. I don't know how Boss Jiang in this life knew the captain. If the two had a friendship from the beginning, it would be fine. But if... He turned around suddenly and grabbed Jiang Shuyan's arm to wrist. How do you know him? Fong Qing's body temperature was low. And Jiang Shuyan had a high body temperature. The collision of the two was both cold and hot. But Fong Qing quickly asked again, did you know him from the beginning? Or... He looked worried. He wouldn't come to you suddenly like us? Jiang Shuyan knew without even looking that there was something wrong with Qing Gu. Or at least, there was something wrong with him. He frowned and asked, what's wrong with him? If I knew him, I wouldn't ask you. So what's the problem between me and him? Fong Qing thought to himself that you were too accurate in your thinking. I just don't know if you thought of that aspect. After careful consideration, he decided to hide the unnecessary information. You two broke up. Why? I don't know. Then why are you panicking? Fong Qing thought for a while and explained. I heard that he later took a different approach. So I was afraid of him. What do you mean by taking a different approach? It means he turned evil. Jiang Shuyan stopped and looked at him leisurely. Then why did he turn evil? Fong Qing thought to himself. You really want to get to the bottom of it. Look at your expression. Oh, you understand it again. Right? My heart is transparent in front of you. Right? He was a little angry. And his cheeks bulged unconsciously. Like a little hamster stuffed with nuts. Then how should I know? I don't know what you are angry about. How can I be angry? Jiang Shuyan curled his lips. And poked his bulging cheeks with his bony hands. Not angry? Then if you have the ability, don't puff up your cheeks. Fong Qing was shocked and covered his face. Do I have it? More than that. If you pout again, I can hang a small oil bottle on you. Fong Qing, it's so embarrassing. Don't laugh at me. Jiang Shuyan laughed blatantly. And then said calmly, it's the end of the world. Be more careful. You always write your emotions on your face. And you don't even know that others have deceived you and sold you. Fong Qing, what does it have to do with my emotions when others sell me? Everything you think is written on your face. Which proves that you are easy to deceive. People who are easy to deceive are easy to be abducted by human traffickers. People like you. He looked at him seriously and commented, there should be people who will buy you. Fong Qing? I feel like you are implying something to me. He pretended to be angry and changed the subject. Jiang Shuyan actually saw it. After thinking about it, if it was really a conflict involving life and death, Fong Qing would not refuse to say anything. It was a conflict that had nothing to do with life, and yet was difficult to talk about. What kind of conflict? He was too lazy to think about it. He would wait until they found out. The two returned to the apartment again, and saw that the elevator was still stopped. So they chatted casually while climbing the stairs. When talking about the abnormal climate at the end of the world, Fong Qing could not help asking Jiang Shuyan if he was really ready for everything. When the next wave of birds comes, this place will also fall into an extreme winter environment. When the extreme cold weather comes one after another, the world will be dark and cold. Most of the food and crops will die. And some people who cannot resist the cold will be frozen to death. In order to avoid such a tragic situation from happening to himself, Fong Qing had already asked Jiang Shuyan to prepare automatic generators, heaters, and even the most primitive stoves. As a result, Jiang Shuyan, this strange man, had all these things. The only thing that might not be enough was clothes and bedding, which he bought at the store on the way out. Fong Qing was very uncomfortable with being the first to live so easily and fearlessly on the Doomsday. At this moment, he couldn't help asking again. Jiang Shuyan walked in front and waited for him slowly. Hearing this, he said unhappily, how many times do you want me to tell you? Fong Qing stuck out his tongue. Oh, I'm not used to it. Jiang Shuyan asked again, will there be extreme summer after extreme winter? In fact, it's easy to defend against cold weather. But it's not that simple when it's hot. Fong Qing replied obediently, it wasn't before I died. It was still very cold then. Besides, it's not easy to survive in cold weather. It's freezing. Your hands and feet are stiff. And there's nowhere to hide when zombies come. Jiang Shuyan suddenly thought of his body temperature several times. He grabbed his hand in excitement. The temperature was very cold. It's still a climate where you can wear only a thin shirt. If the extremely cold weather comes, how can you withstand it? Jiang Shuyan looked back at him, thought about it, and said, I think all your preparations are secondary. You should prepare yourself first. Fang Qing didn't understand. What do you mean? He also prepared things, except for generators and solar panels that he couldn't buy yet. Other warming supplies sold in ordinary stores. He didn't miss any. And before he came to find Jiang Shuyan, he also prepared some cold-proof tools, which basically ensured that he would keep warm indoors and not freeze to death. Jiang Shuyan replied, It's not external preparation. It's you. Although you have good endurance, your overall quality is not good. Practice more when you have nothing to do. If you have a good physique, you won't be easily frozen. Fang Qing finally understood. He was too weak to keep up. At this time, he thought of his experience on the mountain, and guilt surged in his heart. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Shuyan, gritted his teeth, and said, Then, you teach me? Teach you? Just teach me to fight, oh yes. The kind of training as a rookie. He always felt that Jiang Shuyan should have been in the military camp, and he might have been a senior officer before. Or at least, he was related to that aspect. Otherwise, there would be no reason for even the senior people to know him and fear him. Since he has been there, he may have led people. So it is very appropriate to train as a rookie. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. Rookie? You want to be trained by me? Are you sure? Chapter 26. Fang Qing shrank his neck. Wow. You are not very fierce. Are you? Seeing that Jiang Shuyan was not in a bad mood, he asked boldly, Have you trained others? Have you ever been an instructor or coach? He remembered that Jiang Shuyan was very secretive about his experience, so he didn't dare to ask too much details. In order to prove that he had no bad intentions, he added, I remember you opened a boxing gym or a fitness gym. As a result, Jiang Shuyan was very easy to talk to this time. He thought about it himself, and then said, If you must say it, it counts. Count? I have led a few people. A few. Is he fierce? Is he fierce or not? Jiang Shuyan looked over and said with a smile, How should I know? Of course I don't think he is fierce. Oh, this feel is very spiritual. Fang Qing probably understood and nodded seriously. That's fine. You can train me. I really can't be weaker. Jiang Shuyan was silent for a while, but seeing Fang Qing was not stupid. His mind and movements were quite flexible. It would be a pity if he was held back only because of his poor physique and foundation. So he agreed. Just think it over. Continue to walk upstairs. Back in front of the apartment door, Fang Qing pretended to take out the things and move them in with Jiang Shuyan. Ling Ming saw them carrying large and small bags of things in the room, and he felt ashamed. So he hurried over to help and took on most of the moving activities. After all the things were moved and sorted, the three of them could finally rest. Not long after, Rensheng and Li Bai came back. Seeing the two people panting while moving things, Fang Qing poured them some water, and also poured a cup for Jiang Shuyan, Ling Ming, and the Shi sisters, who had not yet returned. After waiting for a long time, the Shi sisters did not appear. Where are Mei Xin and Mei Wei? Fang Qing put down the water she poured for them, and asked Rensheng and Li Bai curiously. The two people's faces suddenly became a little subtle. Fang Qing looked at them and asked nervously, Is there anything wrong? Rensheng, No. No. It should be, no. Should? Jiang Shuyan and Ling Ming looked over at the sound, and Jiang Shuyan's face became not so good. Seeing Rensheng hesitated for a long time and couldn't speak clearly, Li Bai said for him, We got separated. Fang Qing and Ling Ming, separated? Li Bai took a sip of water and nodded. The mall was too crowded, and we got separated while walking. Later, we waited for them at the door for a long time, but didn't see them. We couldn't get through on the phone and couldn't find them nearby, so we had to move the things back first. Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, They are still minors. The two were silent. Sure, Mei Xin has old injuries on her body. Fang Qing was also silent. Jiang Shuyan put down the water cup, and a chill appeared in his eyes. He looked at Rensheng and Li Bai. When we went out, I told them again and again to take good care of them. Now is a special period. Many people are short of food, and many people are in a hurry to store food. They are young and thin, and they are girls. If they meet some malicious people, they may lose both their money and their lives. Rensheng lowered his head deeply. I'm sorry. We didn't take good care of him. Now it's not a question of whether to take good care of him or not. When you were out, did I remind you to make sure you could communicate? Yes. What did you say? What did the other two say? We both said it was fine. But now the phone is not working. Rensheng suddenly raised his head. Is it really possible that something went wrong? The palm chip is implanted in the human body and accumulates electricity through blood flow in the body. The chip usually does not need to be charged and consumes very little power. As long as the blood is still flowing, the chip can be used indefinitely in theory. So if the chip cannot communicate, the most likely reason is poor signal. However, in this era, except for the wilderness, it is difficult to have a poor signal. Another possibility is that the chip is broken. But, is it possible that both are broken? A wave of uneasiness surged from Rensheng's heart. He saw that supermarkets and shopping malls were crowded with people. And some people even fought to buy things. So his first reaction was that the two sides were separated. I think it may be that he didn't pay attention if he couldn't get through the phone. But after Jiang Xuyan said that, he suddenly panicked. Jiang Xuyan ignored him and glanced at Li Bai silently. The latter lowered his eyes to avoid his eyes and whispered, I've looked for it. It means that he also thought of it. But he searched everywhere and couldn't find the person. Jiang Xuyan took a deep breath and asked calmly, Where did you get separated? The big shopping mall at the corner of the street. Keep looking. Don't stop calling. Fang Qing saw him stand up and guessed what he was going to do. Are you going too? Then I'll go too. The Sure sisters were always very good to him during his stay in the apartment. The two girls were young, innocent, cute and enthusiastic, and he didn't want to see anything happen to them. Seeing this, Ling Ming also stood up. Then I will go too. It's easier to find people with more people. And it's easier to take care of things if there's anything. Jiang Xuyan didn't refuse. Took some things and went out. As a result, when everyone went out, they saw a person standing at the door of the corridor. She held her waist and panted, and saw someone coming out of the house. She swept her eyes over them one by one. Finally, she fell on Jiang Xuyan, who was the last to go out. Jiang. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan. Your apartment is too high. Everyone looked in surprise, and saw a woman wearing a bright red leather jacket and carrying a big backpack. The tight leather jacket didn't look bloated or tacky on her, but instead set off her curvy figure to the fullest. She had a pair of foxy eyes, and she was sexy and charming. The several big men here all became cramped when they saw her. Only Jiang Xuyan glanced at her lightly, saying with disdain, You are too weak. Chu Ning? Weak. I carried so many things up for you. And you dare to say I am weak? She was bold and unrestrained, and she did not care about the presence of outsiders when she spoke. The natural soft voice with a bit of coquettish tone made several people present feel numb. And then, they looked at Jiang Xuyan with a look of Boss Jiang. You are so strong. Jiang Xuyan. No one can tell what they are thinking. I have nothing to do with her. Chu Ning. I don't mind having some relationship. Everyone tired face. Jiang Xuyan, bring the things. Get out quickly. I don't have time to entertain you. Chu Ning sneered, looking unhappy. You are so heartless. Since I have gone to such great lengths to bring you the equipment, you should at least tell me who this little gadget is for? As she spoke, she took out a small gift box wrapped in a pretty pink color and waved it with an ambiguous look. The big and cute bow ribbon tied on the package fluttered in the wind. Jiang Xuyan. Chapter 27. Jiang Xuyan looked at the pink packaging and was so angry that he was speechless. When Rensheng and others saw this pink box and heard the words of the charming woman, how could they not understand what she meant? Immediately shifted his gaze and looked at Jiang Xuyan meaningfully. Oh! Jiang Xuyan's head was about to explode. And he looked at Chu Ning with a frown. Who told you to do this? Chu Ning, aren't you going to give it to a girl? I said I was going to give it to a girl. Such a small thing. Who else can I give it to if not a girl? Even if you are going to give it to a girl, why do you have to package it like this? Do you think it is a pink and tender good thing? Chu Ning waved his hand ambiguously. Oh. You don't understand this. No matter what kind of stuff it is. Little girls like things that are elaborate. And no one can resist something pink and tender. Jiang Xuyan rubbed his nose. Enough. Take it apart. You don't need to spend this much effort. Huh? Take it apart. Take it apart in public? Take it apart and send it back. Chu Ning glared. Threw the box back into the backpack behind him. Zipped it up and threw it over. Just take it apart and send it to me. Who wants to send it to you again? An apartment on the 30th floor where the elevator can't be used. Jiang Xuyan caught it with one hand and felt that the weight in the bag far exceeded what he wanted. Chu Ning explained, I put some information and a new gadget Uncle Wu gave you. Uncle Wu also asked me to tell you that if what you said when you came in was true, would you like to plan a gathering? I answered yes for you. Jiang Xuyan was very annoyed. Now you dare to make your own decision? Oh! Lao Zhan, we have been friends for so many years. Don't I know what kind of character you are? Bah! What kind of temper you have? And they are all waiting for your confirmation. If you have other ideas, just tell me. Jiang Xuyan. I need to see the details. But you can ask them to move first. Back to the compound? Back to the compound first. Chu Ning understood, okay. After Jiang Xuyan finished speaking, he closed the door and signaled that others could leave. At this time, Chu Ning asked curiously, where are you going? Such a big deal? Jiang Xuyan, looking for someone. Who? Tenants. As he said that, he suddenly had an idea. So he added, it's just right. You go too. Send you photos. Chu Ning. I came here to deliver something, and you drag me to do the task? You say you won't try? Then you have to pay me. You can find them, and you can name your price. Chu Ning looked at him suspiciously. Who are you looking for? Are you willing to do that? Jiang Xuyan walked while looking for photos of the Sure sisters to send to her. The underage twin sisters. Chu Ning raised her eyebrows. It's them. Wait. Then your gift can't be? She had a horrified expression on her face. As if to say you don't have any special fetish. Do you? Jiang Xuyan gave her a look. And Chu Ning shut up tactfully. But she knew that Jiang Xuyan was a man with a strong sense of responsibility. These two little girls were his tenants. And they were underage children. With his temper, he couldn't just leave them alone. And since he could come in person, I'm afraid the other party's situation was not optimistic. Chu Ning quickly became serious. After receiving the photos, she looked at them attentively, as if she remembered them, and sighed helplessly. Such young girls. Okay. I'll help you find them. And it won't cost you money. Jiang Xuyan ignored her directly. When he went downstairs, he found that he was carrying 2 bags, which was very inconvenient. So he handed the backpack brought by Chu Ning to Fang Qing. You take it. Fang Qing took the bag very obediently, and at the same time received the look he cast at her. He understood immediately. Okay. But after thinking about it, he asked again, what about your gift? I'll keep it for you. Jiang Xuyan. Can you please not bring this up again? He glanced at him and took a deep breath. Put it there. Fang Qing said, and lowered her voice and asked, is this okay? Oh. I'll give it to you when I come back. Secretly. Right? Jiang Xuyan rubbed his nose, and didn't want to explain anymore. He simply nodded, yeah. Then he urged him to go downstairs quickly. Chu Ning, who was not far in front of him, looked back and saw that the bag he brought to him a long way was gone. Looking to the side, a tall, thin young boy who looked like a porcelain doll was carrying it. Chu Ning raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then looked at Jiang Xuyan. This? Jiang Xuyan naturally couldn't give her any look, but she looked at him, then at Fang Qing, thought about it, and suddenly looked at Fang Qing's hand. Shit! No way! She really got it right before. Jiang Xuyan took Chu Ning and others out of the apartment, and soon came to the mall, where the Sure sisters were separated. The huge shopping mall was bustling with people, and before they reached the entrance of the mall, they were blocked by customers, who had been squeezed out of the door. Jiang Xuyan took advantage of his height, and took a look at the scene in the mall from a distance. Then he called up the area map around the mall, screened it, and marked several routes. Li Bai, you guys have used the mall radio. Are you sure no one responded? Li Bai walked over. Yes. But it's so noisy here. They may not be able to hear it. So it is possible that they are still inside. Let Chu Ning find it. Chu Ning. Got it. But your routes? She leaned over and whispered, during the stockpiling time. It is normal to rush to other malls and pharmacies to buy. But you marked the clinic. She lowered her voice again. Nowadays, clinics strictly prohibit buying medicine without prescriptions. So, which of the 2 girls is injured? Jiang Xuyan also whispered, it's my sister. It's been a while. But the risk cannot be completely ruled out. Be careful. Chu Ning had been reminded of the Doomsday by Uncle Wu. And she had also read Ling Ming's post. so she knew what Jiang Shuyan was talking about. She took a breath and suddenly became a little worried. You live with an injured tenant? You? Okay. At this time. Why do you have to calculate all these? Go find it. Use your method. Chu Ning then made a leave it to me gesture and walked directly to the crowded mall. She was tall, dressed brightly, and her face was rare and stunning. As soon as she appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. And when she walked, her posture was upright. Her eyes were straight, and she usually looked charming and coquettish. But now she was full of aura. So people unconsciously gave way to her wherever she passed. So she easily squeezed through the crowd and quickly disappeared in the mall. Jiang Shuyan arranged routes for the other people. 2 in a group, each responsible for 1 or 2 routes. After the arrangement, he set the time and place for the gathering, and required them to gather regardless of whether they found the person or not, and then let them disperse to look for him. In the end, only he and Fang Qing were left. After Fang Qing confirmed that everyone had gone far away, he pulled Jiang Shuyan's clothes and asked with a worried look on his face, "Are you worried about them, that?" Chapter 28. Jiang Shuyan looked at the vast sea of people and sighed slowly. If a person is infected and mutated, the life characteristics will disappear first. Right? Fang Qing thought about the fact that he couldn't get through to the twins all the way, and then thought about the characteristics of the current palm chip. And his heart sank. So Mei Xian's phone can't be reached. But what about her sister Mei Hui? She's not injured. Jiang Shuyan looked at him. What if she was attacked? Fang Qing was silent. Wouldn't the 2 of them be? Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything else. After all, the twins had lived in his apartment for several years, and they were usually very well behaved. He didn't want to see that happen to them. Let's go. Find it as soon as possible. Fang Qing immediately followed him to the selected route, looking for it all the way, but couldn't find it. After searching in places with people, and after checking with Ling Ming and others, they had no progress. So Jiang Shuyan took Fang Qing to a more remote place to look for it. Finally, they came to an old city area, located on the side of the city area where Jiang Shuyan's apartment is located, far away from Jiang Shuyan's apartment. Normally, the twins should not come to this place anyway. This is the location that Jiang Shuyan speculated according to the worst plan. Although it is far from the new city area, it is the old wasteland area closest to the new city area. If Shermei Xin really had some changes on the way out, Shermei we would most likely bring her here. The 2 began a long search in this area again. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. But when they were about to give up changing the route, Fang Qing suddenly stopped in front of an alley. Before Jiang Shuyan asked, he suddenly raised a finger and whispered, "Hush." Strange. What? We just searched this alley. Right? Yeah. Fang Qing looked over, and his delicate eyebrows gradually gathered together. That's strange. What? Why do I feel? He walked a few steps forward. Why do I feel there will be someone there? Jiang Shuyan paused and looked at him inexplicably. Feeling? Fang Qing pulled the corner of his mouth a little embarrassedly. Yes. It's just a strange intuition. His intuition has always been quite accurate. But this kind of intuition is not common. I have been following Jiang Shuyan for a while. The latter is an all-round and strong person, and Fang Qing doesn't need to use his brain at all. So this kind of intuition rarely appears. But today it suddenly popped up. A faint but very clear feeling, telling him that there may be someone they are looking for nearby. Jiang Shuyan turned around and looked at him, thought for a moment, and asked, "Tell me more about it." Fang Qing was surprised. "Do you believe me?" "It's not a matter of belief or not. Just tell me." People's intuition is often actually the details captured by the subconscious mind. And perhaps he can find some problems that he has not discovered. So Fang Qing faced the alley, closed his eyes, and felt it carefully. After closing his eyes for a long time, other senses of the body become more sensitive. For a long time, Fang Qing tilted his head in a certain direction, and after a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, pulled Jiang Shuyan, and said in a very low voice, "Someone is crying." Jiang Shuyan. He didn't hear anything. Fang Qing took him directly to the source of the sound, and explained in a low voice, "It's a very small cry. It feels like there is a wall between us." Jiang Shuyan paused. "A wall?" Turning his head to look at the alley, a narrow alley formed by 2 rows of residential buildings close together. They had searched the alley before, but found no one. The residential building in the alley had no side door. Only the main door facing the street. Looking from the main door, they did not see the twins. Jiang Xuyan looked at the structure of the alley again and confirmed that there could be no secret doors or other hiding spaces. So, if Fang Qing had not heard it wrong, the crying could only come from the residential building. Jiang Xuyan was silent for a moment, and then whispered to Fang Qing, "Where is it?" Fang Qing pointed to the right, and then whispered, "It seems to be on the second floor, but not that high. Could it be hiding in the corridor that we can't see?" Jiang Xuyan took another look at the closed door of the residential building on the iron door that had long been peeling paint. There was an old-fashioned induction and button-integrated door lock, which was the kind of honest door lock that required access card swipe or call the residents in the building to open the door. They tried this lock before and couldn't open it. If it was the twin sisters, how would they open it? Jiang Xuyan asked Fang Qing, "Are you sure it was those two people? After all, it is very likely that they are residents of the building, although this place seems to have been uninhabited for a long time." Fang Qing pursed his lips and looked over a little ashamed. "I said it was intuition. Consciousness is that he can't hear it at all. There is really only one thought. An intuition." Jiang Xuyan listened quietly for a while again. He really couldn't hear any movement. He didn't know how Fang Qing heard it, and he didn't seem to have such a good hearing before. But he decided to go and have a look. "Let's go!" Arriving at the door, he tried the door lock again and pressed all the possible house numbers on the second floor. But no one answered. He sighed and motioned Fang Qing to see if there was anyone around. Fang Qing didn't know what he was going to do, but seeing his posture, he suspected that he was going to do something bad. Sure enough, after confirming that there was no one around and there was no surveillance in front of the residential building, Jiang Xuyan took out a card about the same size as the access card from his trouser pocket, looked at Fang Qing with an expression of "you didn't see anything," and swiped the card on the door lock sensing area beep. The door opened. Fang Qing, he adapted quickly, made a cowed gesture to Jiang Xuyan, and then made a "I know. Don't worry" gesture, pushed the door open and looked inside. Jiang Xuyan felt that this kid was already very in the mainstream. Put away his stuff and pushed the door in. After entering, there was still no sound. Even Fang Qing couldn't hear it this time. Fang Qing was about to ask if he had really misheard it. Jiang Xuyan made a silence gesture, pointing to the top of the corridor. He made a series of gestures that looked a bit like military codes. Fang Qing didn't understand, and Jiang Xuyan suddenly remembered that he couldn't understand. So he paused and just made a simple gesture of "don't make a sound. Follow me." This time Fang Qing understood. Jiang Xuyan used the palm chip to send Chuning a location, and then sent a string of numbers and symbols that Fang Qing couldn't understand, and then took the lead to go upstairs. This residential building is really old, and the lights and even the emergency lights in the building can't be used. It was already getting dark at this time. And entering the narrow corridor, the darkness was silent. The two of them almost walked up in the dark. Jiang Xuyan's footsteps were so light that they couldn't be heard, and Fang Qing was light and moved lightly, and almost didn't make any sound. The two of them walked up carefully and slowly, one in front and one behind. Chapter 29. The two walked up to the first floor and looked at the corridor above, but saw no one. The two looked at each other in the dark, and Jiang Xuyan looked at the residential houses on both sides of the corridor. This is an old and small residential building, with only two houses on the first floor, one on each side. Now, with the naked eye, the doors of both houses are closed, and the house is also very quiet. It doesn't look like there will be anyone. Fang Qing wanted to ask us whether we should knock on the door and ask first, or check the whole building first. The crying he heard, according to the height, should be nearby. But now it seems that there is no one. He pointed to the house at Jiang Xuyan, and then made an inquiring look. Jiang Xuyan was about to speak, but suddenly paused and looked upstairs. Rustle. There was a very faint sound of movement coming from upstairs. Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing both heard it. Jiang Xuyan gave Fang Qing a look, and he continued to touch upstairs. The two people with long arms and legs went up another floor in the blink of an eye. At this time, the two looked up and saw a small shadow walking up the stairs cautiously. The twins were petite, and this shadow was also petite. Fang Qing didn't spend much time with them, but Jiang Xuyan had been with them for a long time and could recognize people at a glance. "Sure, may we?" he shouted. scaring the shadow in front of him. Just as he was about to run, he stopped. Jiang. Boss Jiang? She was extremely surprised. Jiang Shuyan and Fang Qing both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. And then Jiang Shuyan frowned again and strode up the stairs. Why are you here? Why don't you answer the phone? Where is Mei? Mei Wei trembled for a moment, turned around hurriedly, and made a protective gesture. You? Don't come over. Jiang Shuyan paused when he turned from downstairs. He saw a shadow beside Mei Wei. Looking at the figure, it was undoubtedly Mei, but she was shaking violently now. She couldn't stand up straight at all. It was Mei Wei who held her and supported her tightly from under her armpits. She didn't fall down. Jiang Shuyan frowned. Mei Wei immediately took Mei in front of her and turned sideways to Jiang Shuyan. She's fine. She's fine. We'll go back later. Jiang Shuyan was a little helpless. She was young and didn't know how to lie. He asked her what was wrong? Hearing her voice trembling, panic was almost condensed into a solid and mixed into her voice. He still slowed down his tone. If you have anything to say, tell her. Take her to hide. She won't get better on her own. She won't get better now. After saying that, she paused again and quickly changed her words. No. I mean, don't hide it. Also, are you sure there's no one here? It's not appropriate for you to shout like this here. Keep your voice down. Mei Wei realized it later and immediately kept silent. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Shuyan was more thoughtful than her and knew to remind her to keep her voice down. She suddenly couldn't stand the pressure and cried in her voice. Jiang Shuyan looked downstairs. Let's talk outside? No. Not outside. He guessed that she might be worried that passers-by would discover Mei's abnormality. So he said again, then go upstairs. To the rooftop. He stepped closer to Mei Wei. Mei Wei became nervous again and dragged Mei to hide behind. Don't. Jiang Shuyan lowered his voice very softly. It's okay. Did she hurt you? No. She doesn't bite. Okay. She didn't. Then why are you hiding? Jiang Shuyan walked over. Can you help? Do you need help? Mei Wei shook her head vigilantly. It's okay. I can do it myself. So Jiang Shuyan pointed upstairs. Then let's go. There was no intention of forcing her at all. Mei Wei looked at him hesitantly, with some pleading in her tone. Boss Jiang. You won't. No. Let's go. Jiang Shuyan interrupted her and told her to go without worry. So Mei Wei took Mei upstairs. Fang Qing saw that the two had reached an agreement and hurriedly followed. The door to the rooftop was not locked, and it was easy to open the door and walk in. There was a light switch next to the door. Jiang Shuyan tried a few times and finally turned on the light on the rooftop. The old light was dim. When it first came on, it flickered for a while before gradually stabilizing. Mei Wei didn't know why, but she didn't want to be exposed to the light. When she saw the light on, she immediately dragged Mei to hide in the dark corner. Jiang Shuyan saw this and looked at Mei, who was protected in her arms. She is afraid of light? Mei Wei shuddered and wanted to speak but hesitated. Jiang Shuyan remembered what he had seen just now. The state of Mei. Through a brief glance when the light was turned on just now, he saw that Mei's face was already very pale, and her eyes were also burnt black and sunken. After Mei Wei took her to hide in the shadows, he could no longer see her face, but he could see that her movements were very stiff, and there was a very obvious disharmony. Recalling Mei's face and the state of her eyes just now, Jiang Shuyan's face darkened, and his voice became cold and stern. Is she okay? He did not mention the word death, but his tone was very obvious. Mei Wei was shocked and immediately hugged Mei tighter. Her expression became ferocious. What are you talking about? What does this mean? Of course she is fine. Jiang Shuyan gestured to calm her down, his eyes still staring at Mei. You have to tell the truth. You must understand that as she is still shaking after something happens, it must be abnormal, and you should stay away from her. But if she is not dead, leaving her here means dragging her to death. And these 2 points are very disadvantageous to both of you. Mei Wei looked confused. After a while, Jiang Shuyan seemed to hear her mumbling faintly. Is she not dead? He frowned. So? And he didn't understand. Mei's wounds had recovered well before, and according to the time and characteristics of zombie mutations revealed by Ling Ming and Fang Qing, she did not conform to that pattern. Why did she suddenly become like this? What happened when you went out? Why did she suddenly? He couldn't stop asking. Sure, Mei came back to her senses. But when she thought of what happened during the day, she began to collapse again. I don't know. I don't know. Tell me slowly. Sure, Mei hugged Sure Mei and touched her hair. I don't know. I really don't know. We were fine until the afternoon, when we discussed with Brother Rensheng to buy more things and go to other shopping malls. Mei and I agreed to go. But after we walked for a while, Mei started to say that she seemed to feel a little uncomfortable, a little dizzy, and wanted to rest. I thought it was because the sun was too hot and she might have a heat stroke. So I took her into the mall. There were already a lot of people in the mall at that time. Mei and I squeezed into the chairs in the rest area and sat for a while. Just when I wanted to ask her if she felt better, she said that she felt more and more uncomfortable. And said, Jiang Xuyan's eyes sank. And asked, what else did she say? Chapter 30. She also said, recalling Sure Mei-xin's words at that time. Sure Mei was still very scared. That weird look, the scary tone, and the content of the words. She said those people smelled so good. Sure Mei said with trembling lips, without waiting for Jiang Xuyan and the other two to respond. She continued with a trembling voice, when I saw her eyes at that time, I felt that something was wrong with her. I was very scared. So I took her to the women's restroom to see if there was anything wrong with her wound. There were too many people in the mall that day. So I dragged her to wait for more than half an hour before going in. At that time, she had been staring at the pedestrians. After entering, I immediately lifted her clothes. But saw. This time, even Fang Qing was anxious. What did you see? Sure Mei stared at the ground in front of her with big eyes. Looking at the ground in front of her in horror. Her face pale. I saw her wound that had recovered well. Something grew. It's a small bud. No. Maybe a sapling? Whatever it is. Anyway, it came out of her wound. It broke the wound. Why didn't Sure Mei know? Why didn't she say it? How could she not know? But she really didn't say it. The day before yesterday. I checked her. I asked her if it hurt. She said it didn't hurt at all. And asked me to press it and check it was fine. I checked it, and it was really recovering. How could it grow something like this overnight? Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing looked at each other. Both of them had the same look of surprise. Jiang Xuyan was asking Fang Qing if this was normal. And Fang Qing. He looked at Sure Mei for a long while. Then mustered up the courage. Well, Mei, are you sure there was nothing abnormal when you looked at her the day before yesterday? Sure Mei, no. I swear not. I looked carefully. Touched. Pressed. And there was nothing unusual. She was really fine. Fang Qing asked again. Then, how many hours have passed since you found her abnormal today? Sure Mei recalled, only 4 or 5 hours. By the way, I wanted to pull out that thing. But as soon as I touched it, Mei was like going crazy, and would never let me touch it. I remember that in Brother Ling Ming's post. He said the thing was a corpse flower. But he said that corpse flowers only grow after death. But our Mei has been fine all the time. So this is not a corpse flower. Right? Boss Jiang? Tell me. This thing can't be a corpse flower. Right? It's impossible. Right? She cried as she spoke, hugging the trembling Sure Mei, crying bitterly. The sharp cry spread all around, piercing the gradually darkening night, and was particularly abrupt and obvious in the silent old city. Jiang Xuyan couldn't answer her even though he was not a reborn person in the end times, and didn't know the specific changes of these things. He knew that this was definitely not normal. And even though he hadn't approached Sure Mei and couldn't check her condition, but from Sure Mei's reaction, she had obviously confirmed that Sure Mei had. He sighed silently, and was about to persuade Sure Mei to let go of Sure Mei. But at this moment, Fang Qing suddenly grabbed his sleeve, and looked at Sure Mei with a pale face. Pull her away. Jiang, huh? Fang Qing, pull her away. Quickly. Pull them apart. After that, he took the lead and rushed to Sure Mei without waiting for Jiang Xuyan to react. He was tall and long-legged, and he came to her in 2 or 3 steps. He put his long hands around her shoulders and pulled her to the side. Boss Jiang. Sure Mei was startled by him and screamed on the spot. What are you doing? Let me go! Don't touch Mei. Seeing that he had already started, Jiang Xuyan did not hesitate and went over to forcibly separate Shermation from Shermeihui's arms. And when he touched Shermation, he found that her body had been frozen into ice. The muscles on her body were almost stiff as stones. He really couldn't think of how she walked, trembled, and huddled in Shermeihui's arms just now. Just as he took Shermation away, Fong Qing shouted again, "Tie her up." "No. Lock her up. Let's take Meihui away first." Quickly. Shermeihui went crazy on the spot, scratching and biting Fong Qing's arm. Fong Qing felt bad, but he had no choice but to say to Shermeihui, "Your sister is not a common mutant, she is a super mutant. If you don't leave, she will be completely mutated soon." And then Boss Jiang. Jiang Shuyan was still dragging Shermation and waiting for Shermeihui to leave first. Unexpectedly, Shermation, who was still shrinking and trembling, suddenly raised her head. Her face, which was normal in the last second, had already decayed. She opened her mouth and bid Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was quick-witted and raised his hand immediately, and pushed her chin. Her chin was dislocated by him, and her face was pushed to the side. Her mouth, which exuded a foul odor, opened wide to the side, and could not be closed for a while. Shermeihui's heart was broken, and she shouted, "Meixin." Shermation reacted strongly to her voice, and struggled again on the spot. The fingernails that were originally trimmed smooth and round every day suddenly grew a lot. She raised her hand and hit Jiang Shuyan's face again. Jiang Shuyan frowned. Shermation was his own, and he didn't want to hurt her too much. But her attack power was extraordinary now, and Shermeihui struggled madly at the door, and didn't want to leave. If he didn't take ruthless action at this time, it would be difficult for them to get away. He whispered, "Sorry," immediately grabbed her hand, pressed and pulled it in the opposite direction, and her hand was dislocated. He pressed her to the ground in a grappling style, turned around and shouted to Fong Qing, "Go quickly." Fong Qing hugged Shermeihui, and found for the first time that a crazy and collapsed woman had such great strength. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan temporarily suppressed Shermation, he took a deep breath, lifted Shermeihui up with all his strength, turned around and ran. "I'll come up to help you later. Just keep an eye on her." Jiang Shuyan took out the soft steel wire he carried with him, ready to tie up Shermation and take her downstairs. This is the top floor. There is no shelter on the rooftop. If she is thrown directly on the rooftop, she may jump down and run out. However, when he grabbed her hand to tie it up, he found that the nails that were only a finger length had grown a lot more. Looking up again, the skin on her face and other parts of her body were decaying rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, her hair, nails, and teeth were growing longer and longer at a very fast speed. He accelerated his movements and tied her up in no time. At this time, the roar from her throat was close to the roar of the zombies he saw in the mountains. He never thought that in just one day, this cute and lively girl had become like this. He took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. Quickly adjusting his mood, he picked her up and moved downstairs. However, just as he stepped into the door of the room, Shermation roared, and the lights on the rooftop went out immediately. It was dark all around, and Jiang Shuyan took a while to adapt again. At this time, he looked at the extinguished rooftop lights again. Did he think too much? Feeling that Shermation's strength was getting stronger and stronger, he did not delay. First locked the door of the rooftop, and then took her downstairs. But he hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard Fong Qing yelling from below, "Boss Jiang." "Jiang Shuyan, what? Did you bring Meixin in?" "Yes. It's impossible to close the rooftop, why don't you leave?" Fong Qing's voice paused for a moment, as if he was hesitating and panicking. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "The door downstairs, the main door in this building. It can't be opened." Chapter 31. Fong Qing forcibly took Shermeihui downstairs, but when he tried to open the door, he found that it could not be opened at all. The inside of the door is a manual rotary door lock. In theory, the person inside can open the door by turning it. But now, for some reason, every time he turned it to a certain extent, he saw that the door latch had been pulled open. But suddenly, the sensor on the lock beeped twice and pushed the latch back. After trying back and forth several times, he still couldn't open it. It didn't look like there was anyone outside, so he had no choice but to ask Jiang Shuyan for help. Jiang Shuyan was also very surprised to hear this news. This kind of door requires an access card to enter, and you can just turn the door lock when you go out. Why can't it be opened? He asked from a few floors away. Fong Qing repeated the strange phenomenon. After hearing this, Jiang Xuyan frowned again. Is the sensor outside broken? But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. So he asked Shi Meiwei, how did you get in before? He used a temporary cracking card. But Shi Meiwei and the others should not have such a thing. So how did they get in? Shi Meiwei heard Shi Meixin's roar, and her thoughts were confused at this moment. When she heard Jiang Xuyan's question, she subconsciously answered, I don't know. I just came in like this. I just came in like this? Not only Jiang Xuyan, but even Fong Qing couldn't help asking. Shi Meiwei nodded. At that time, I saw that Meixin was already in a bad state. I wanted to help her remove the things from her wound, but she resisted fiercely and refused to move. So I had to take her to a place with fewer people first. I originally wanted to take her to see a doctor. But I was afraid that the doctor would treat her as a monster. So I looked for a map, found this place, and brought her here. Then I saw that there were almost no people in this city. So I wanted to find a place to hide and think of a way. But at that time, a few passers-by passed by here. Meixin was already shaking so hard that she couldn't stand it anymore. I was afraid that she would be discovered. So I sneaked into the nearby residential building. Fong Qing listened to her patiently and asked again, so the door was open at that time? Shi Meiwei shook her head. No. No. When I pushed the door at first, I couldn't push it. I tried many ways, but couldn't open it. Then it was Meixin. When she thought of the scene at that time, she suddenly felt something was wrong and her voice paused. Fong Qing asked, what happened to Meixin? A strange intuition came from his mind. He felt. Shi Meiwei said, it was Meixin who suddenly touched the door. And the electronic lock of the door. Just. Fong Qing raised his eyebrows. And the intuition became stronger. At this time, Jiang Xuyan upstairs also vaguely heard their conversation. Thinking of the light on the rooftop just now, he silently looked at Shi Meixin. Could it be? As soon as the thought came to her mind, Shi Meixin roared. The sharp and piercing roar, like a beast, was particularly scary. Shi Meiwei screamed downstairs, realizing that it was her sister. She cried again, Meixin? Whoa. Meixin. Boss Jiang? Please don't hurt her. Jiang Xuyan was about to say that he did nothing. But he found that Shi Meixin's struggle became weaker under Shi Meiwei's call. She was stunned for a moment. And then she struggled even harder. The power after the mutation was extraordinary. And even Jiang Xuyan spent a lot of effort to suppress her. Jiang Xuyan thought of what he had just discovered and called Shi Meiwei across the floor. Call me again. Shi Meiwei reacted for a moment before she shouted in cooperation. Meixin. Meixin. Shi Meixin, who had already become a half-rotten corpse, really struggled more fiercely. Her desperate attempt to go down made Jiang Xuyan feel that she still had some kind of conscious connection with Shi Meiwei. He said to Fong Qing, take Meiwei to hide for a while. I'll take her down. Shi Meiwei was about to speak, but he interrupted her. You definitely don't want to see her current appearance. And she definitely doesn't want to show you. If you want her to be decent, you'd better avoid it. Shi Meiwei instantly recalled Shi Meixin's pale face, sunken eyes, and gradually strange face. She knew what Jiang Xuyan was talking about. But she couldn't think of anything. She wanted to see what happened to Meixin. But she was afraid that she couldn't bear it. She covered her mouth and whimpered. And her body gradually lost the strength to struggle and resist. Seeing this, Fong Qing immediately took her away. At the same time, he whispered to her, don't worry. Don't be sad. If there is anything, let's go out first, maybe there will be a way. Shi Meiwei immediately asked him angrily, what else can we do? What else can we do? Boss Jiang is right. I have actually confirmed it a long time ago. She has already. A long time ago. It's like that. What else can we do? Fong Qing didn't say anything. He knew that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He took her to the corner at the back of the corridor, and then said to Jiang Xuyan, Boss Jiang, come down. Jiang Xuyan took Shi Meixin downstairs. When they were in the corridor, Shi Meiwei really couldn't help but want to rush out. But Fong Qing, who had expected it, restrained her and covered her mouth. Hush. Shi Meixin heard the noise and wanted to go over. But Jiang Xuyan also restrained her, pressed her in front of the door of the residential building, and said to her, open the door for your sister. He originally just had a beautiful vision, and did not really expect her to understand and do it. But Shermacine's crazy struggle calmed down again when she heard the word sister. She was pressed by Jiang Xuyan to approach the door. And the door, which was originally locked, suddenly beeped after she calmed down. Jiang Xuyan reached out to the rotating knob and turned it. And the door opened smoothly. He, Fong Qing, and Shermei were all shocked. Fong Qing watched this scene from behind, and was so surprised that his mouth could hardly close. Just as he was about to tell Shermei something excitedly, Jiang Xuyan suddenly saw the iron door in front of him being pushed hard by an external force. Jiang Xuyan reacted quickly and reached out to hold the door back. At this moment, a dry and yellow hand stretched out from the crack of the door and bang, caught between the cracks of the door. Another zombie? When Jiang Xuyan saw the dry hand, he thought he was seeing things at first. But when he heard the inhuman roar outside the door, he made a prompt decision, pushed the door hard, and kicked the person who was knocking on the door outside. The dry hand, which was almost skin and bones, had no time to retract, and was squeezed by the door frame. Half of the palm was pinched off and fell to the floor inside the door. Shermei was stimulated by the huge noise, and she screamed again. Her hands and feet kept struggling, and the steel wire tied to her body almost cut her body. When Shermei heard Shermei shouting, her heart ached. But when she heard such a loud noise coming from the door, she felt like there was something outside. So she didn't dare to go out and cause trouble for Jiang Xuyan. When she and Fong Qing heard the door being closed again, Fong Qing stuck his head out. What's wrong? Boss Jiang? Do you need help? Jiang Xuyan shook his head, his voice a little deep. There are probably zombies outside the door. Huh? Fong Qing was confused. Zombies? How can there be here too? Jiang Xuyan, who knows? It is said that there are not many zombies during this period after the crazy bird tide, and there will be a large-scale outbreak next time. Unexpectedly, on the first day after the crazy bird tide, he had already encountered 2. Oh no! 3 zombies. This is not a lot? He glanced at Shermei in a frenzy and sighed. Maybe it will be difficult tonight. Looking at the half palm on the ground again, he was in a bad mood and a little disgusted. So he kicked it away. This door is the kind of iron door with only a few gaps. In the absence of lights at night, the inside can't see the outside clearly, and the outside can't see the inside clearly. With this unexpected warning, Jiang Xuyan was worried that there was more than one zombie outside. So he said to Fong Qing, "Come out and turn on the light." Fong Qing immediately looked at Shermei. Then can you stay in there? He was afraid that she would lose control and rush out. If Shermei was a super mutant, the speed of virus transmission would be very scary. It is not clear whether Shermei still has instinctive awareness of her relatives. If not, with the power and speed of the mutant, a little girl like Shermei would not be able to avoid the attack. Shermei was really scared tonight, and now she has little ability to think. When she heard that she had to stay in this corner, her first reaction was to grab Fong Qing's wrist. The next second, she asked with a pleading look, Can I follow you? Can I see her? I'm not afraid. Boss Jiang? I can bear it. I don't want to be alone. And I don't want Mei Xin to be alone. Fong Qing immediately said, No. It's very dangerous. The question now is not whether you are afraid or not. But, at this time, Jiang Xuyan suddenly spoke in front. Okay. No need to ask. No one can leave tonight. Come out and go back upstairs. After that, Fong Qing and Shermei were about to ask why. Fong Qing saw Jiang Xuyan pulling Shermei, looking at the door with vigilance, and stepping back step by step. At the same time, a harsh and chaotic sound came from the door. Bang. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 32. The sound of knocking on the door came one after another, which was extremely terrifying in the silent corridor. After listening carefully, Fong Qing heard more rustling sounds coming from outside the door. Gradually approaching the door, more and more footsteps came, and a sound of mechanical friction between the soles of shoes and the floor came one after another outside the door. At the same time, there were knocking sounds and unnatural roars, one after another, through the iron door into the corridor. That inhuman voice, more and more limb-twisting sounds, all indicate there are many zombies outside the door. They were discovered and surrounded. They couldn't get out of this door. Shermei was probably influenced by her own kind. After hearing those unusual movements, she became agitated again, sniffed the air, and began to want to go out. Jiang Xuyan could only drag her to prevent her from moving. And at the same time said to Fang Qing and Shi Meiwei, "Hurry up. Go upstairs. This door may not be able to hold up." Fang Qing had many questions about the number of zombies in this place. But he had no time to think. Hearing this, he pulled Shi Meiwei and said, "Let's go. Hide first." He was more experienced than Jiang Xuyan in hiding from zombies. As soon as he came out, he took a large towel from his space and quietly stuffed it into Jiang Xuyan. "Don't make any noise. The building is quiet, and the zombies outside are unlikely to come again." Jiang Xuyan understood and immediately blocked Shi Meiwei's mouth with a towel. Fang Qing also asked Shi Meiwei not to speak all the way, and took her step by step, quietly upstairs. In such a tense atmosphere, Shi Meiwei didn't care about asking for anything, and followed Fang Qing upstairs obediently. As expected, as the first floor quieted down, the zombies outside gradually banged on the door. But the three people and the zombie were forced to return to the starting point. When they returned to the rooftop, Fang Qing wanted to turn on the light, but Jiang Xuyan, who came in later, whispered, "Don't turn it on." Fang Qing immediately understood what he meant and quickly retracted his hand. Shi Meiwei's head was buzzing the whole time. Hearing this, she subconsciously looked at Jiang Xuyan. "Why?" Before she finished speaking, through the faint light on the rooftop, she saw the zombie Shi Meiwei tied up by Jiang Xuyan, who was in a miserable and hideous state. Shi Meiwei's blood rushed on the spot, and before she could finish her words, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Fang Qing, who barely caught her, looking at her pale face, he sighed and looked at Jiang Xuyan. "What should we do?" Jiang Xuyan had expected this result a long time ago. It was better that she fainted. Saving the energy to comfort her, he first took Shi Meiwei to a stone pillar on the rooftop and tied her to the stone pillar with the same steel wire that he had used to tie up zombies in the mountains. When Shi Meiwei fainted just now, he could feel that Shi Meiwei was stunned for a moment. And then she wanted to struggle, but he suppressed her. After he tied her up, he immediately asked Fang Qing, "What is a super mutant?" Fang Qing took Shi Meiwei to another corner and kept the farthest distance from Shi Meiwei. Hearing this, he whispered back, "It refers to zombies or people who mutate very quickly and have strong mutation ability after being infected by the virus." Jiang Xuyan's eyes darkened. "People?" Fang Qing nodded, and seeing Jiang Xuyan walking to the edge of the rooftop, he should be going to see the situation of the zombies downstairs. So he followed him. Usually after a person is infected by the zombie virus, the virus will lie dormant for a period of time, and then gradually mutate, become stronger, and control the person's behavior, and finally turn the person into a zombie. But sometimes, some people have stronger endurance than ordinary people, or their physique can produce some kind of integration with the zombie virus. In the early stage of the virus's dormancy, the body of such people has already been fighting the virus invisibly. These people either finally defeated the virus and strengthened their bodies with superpowers, or, he glanced at Shi Meiwei not far away, or, like her, they will fail in the fight, and their bodies will be quickly invaded by the virus, turning into a mutant zombie that is a little more advanced than ordinary zombies. Jiang Xuyan heard this and inexplicably thought of Shi Meiwei's reaction before. He asked, "Is there no room for transformation?" Fang Qing's previous strange intuition was immediately brought back by him. He looked at Shi Meiwei and thought about it, and said uncertainly, "I just heard that if someone's willpower is strong enough, it is very likely that after becoming a zombie, they can rely on willpower to suppress the virus again and then return to normal." "Huh?" Fang Qing shrugged at this time. "I just heard it. I haven't encountered it. I'm not sure whether Meiwei's situation will work or not." Jiang Xuyan fell silent and looked back at Shi Meiwei. But it was not the primary concern at the moment. He retracted his gaze, dialed Chuning's number, and took a portable flashlight to shine downstairs. Sure enough, there were quite a few zombies wandering downstairs. Maybe there was no sound downstairs, and a few zombies were staggering to other places. Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing were very surprised when they were looking for people here before. They didn't see so many corpses. Why? Look at the clothes of some zombies. Were they originally in the house and are now out? We can't just leave so many zombies alone. If they go outside, the city outside will also fall. At this time, he just called Chuning, and the enlarged pretty face of the other party appeared on the light screen. She seemed to be driving. "Hey, Mr. Jiang." I found all your tenants and am rushing to you. Did you find anyone? Jiang Shuyan, don't come. Huh? What's wrong? He asked back. Are they all in the car? Yes. I found the car specially. You went too far. Jiang Shuyan, call the police. Ah? Here. There is something downstairs. What is it? He thought about it. Ling Ming, who was traveling with her, was reborn. And Rin Sheng and Li Bai also knew about the zombies. So he didn't hide it. There are zombies. Chu Ning stepped on the brake pedal. What the hell? He turned the chip on his palm downwards. And the micro camera there captured the zombies staggering downstairs. Chu Ning. The sound of her sucking in cold air could be heard through the screen. After a while, she muttered, can they fight? Ordinary people thought she was talking about whether zombies would fight people. But only Jiang Shuyan knew what she was talking about. Yes. They can. Do you want to try? I want to try. But why don't you do it? Can't you solve it? Then I won't try. Or are there other people around you? What about the twin sisters? And a boy? Wait a minute. You came to me? Do you want me to call the police or save you? Jiang Shuyan, call the police. And come to help after you call the police. Send the people in your car back first. And then, from her position, he could just see half of Li Bai's face in the back seat. Thinking that Shermation, who was only slightly injured, had become like this. He said to Chu Ning, check the text message later. Don't come alone. Call someone. I'm here. He turned back and glanced at Shermation. I have a difficult person here, who may need to be taken back. Chu Ning was immediately shocked. Take back means? You don't mean the compound? Jiang Shuyan did not answer directly, and urged Chu Ning to call the police again. This large-scale zombie incident is impossible for them to handle by themselves. First, if they are not careful and leave troubles, it will be their responsibility in the future. Second, why does he have to take unnecessary actions when others can solve the problem? Chu Ning naturally knew this truth. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she could probably guess that he might not be convenient to say it now or hadn't thought it through. So she hung up the phone and went to do things. Jiang Shuyan sent her a text message and soon received her confirmation reply. After a while, she called again. From her perspective, there was no one in the back seat of her car. I dropped them off. And then I sent someone to pick them up as you said. Jiang Shuyan nodded and saw that the zombies downstairs had begun to disperse. Are you here? Yes. Brother Fu is also leading people here. They are heading out of the city. Wait for them to come in together. Be careful. Okay. As the two were talking, sirens sounded in the distance. At night, the lights of the Star Police car were very dazzling, flashing and whistling from outside the city. The zombies downstairs were stunned for a moment, and immediately looked over. Jiang Shuyan frowned. Didn't you tell them not to honk and be quiet? Chu Ning, I did. I also clearly mentioned the zombies, the countermeasures you mentioned, and sent the screenshots of the scenes I just took. Why are they honking? TSK. Young people nowadays. Can't they do anything without some style? Jiang Shuyan took a breath irritably, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, the sirens did not sound all the way to the end. Before approaching the location designated by Jiang Shuyan, several cars quietly turned off the sirens and warning lights, and stopped quietly by the side. From Jiang Shuyan's perspective, he could see that the Star Police had come down from the car, carrying weapons and ready for battle. He immediately turned off the flashlight, turned sideways, and pulled Fong Qing closer to his position. The two hid in the dark and watched the actions of the people downstairs quietly. At this time, Chu Ning suddenly said, Oh, by the way, I made another call. Why? I went to the East Bureau. Don't be angry. I'm afraid they will come up to you later, and I will have to explain a lot. And didn't you say you were going to take a difficult person away? I guess you are not a normal person. If you don't contact them in advance, how could they let you go easily? Jiang Shuyan suddenly said, They chased my car today. Chu Ning. What happened? Jiang Shuyan lowered his voice. While watching the movement downstairs, he answered, They wanted someone in my car. And the one sent here was probably a newcomer, who couldn't recognize my license plate. So I asked Wu San to call them. Chu Ning was silent for a while. Suddenly she hissed, So, you blocked their way once. Yeah. Wu San must have hacked their system. Yeah. So this time, they are likely to turn around. Yeah. Chapter 33. Chu Ning, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jiang Xuyan, I was wrong. You will have to clean up the mess later. I saw your car. Don't come straight over. Go around and let them be busy first. Chu Ning sneered. You want to watch the fire from the other side? Jiang Xuyan said in a faint voice, just like they did before. Chu Ning was silent for a moment, and suddenly chuckled yes. Anyway, good people don't get good rewards. The two low-key off-road vehicles slowed down outside the city, went around to another road, and then drove slowly over. But no matter how leisurely, Chu Ning was shocked when he saw the real zombies in front of him instead of the ones projected from the electronic light screen. This is really ugly. Jiang Xuyan, take it easy. Don't get hurt. Otherwise you will become so ugly. Chu Ning immediately took a breath, as if he had imagined that kind of scene. After she pulled over, she lowered her voice, Boss Jiang, please take care of us upstairs. Jiang Xuyan. He looked disgusted, but after seeing Chu Ning and the people in another car get off, he still held the wooden can. Fong Qing did not interrupt the whole time, and only spoke softly now. Fight from such a distance? Jiang Xuyan nodded, indicating that he should keep an eye on the sisters Shermei Wei and Shermei Xin, especially not let Shermei Xin break free and cause trouble. Fong Qing obeyed and did as he was told. The situation suddenly became tense. Finally, someone opened fire downstairs. It was someone from the bureau, and several cars that were surrounded by zombies. There were only a dozen zombies in total, but other zombies came from the residential building next to them. Jiang Xuyan was watching from the upper floor, and suddenly felt that the speed and scale of the corpse mutation in this place seemed unusual. He quietly watched the people fighting below. And on the other side, Chu Ning led a few men in black and quietly moved towards the residential building where Jiang Xuyan was. After walking a few steps, a zombie followed out from the alley on the side of the road. Jiang Xuyan vaguely saw a shadow from above and said to Chu Ning, there is someone behind. After hearing this, Chu Ning gestured to the people behind him, and the people behind him immediately turned around, took a look, and greeted them with a silenced wooden warehouse. But even with silencers, there would still be a little muffled sound, and this movement was heard by the zombies wandering nearby. They immediately rushed over, and Jiang Xuyan heard Chu Ning mutter, fuck. Downstairs became lively. Gunshots came one after another, and in a short while, it was a mess below. Jiang Xuyan watched quietly, and no emotion could be seen from his face. Fong Qing was sweating, and seeing Jiang Xuyan was quite calm. He couldn't help asking, Boss Jiang, are the people down there your friends? Jiang Xuyan, never mind. Then you, aren't you nervous? What are you nervous about? They are fighting zombies down there. Jiang Xuyan glanced at him. Do you think they can't handle it? Fong Qing looked down. Okay. Whoever comes will fall. A small team of 4 people spread out in a square shape, one person in each direction, protecting each other's backs tightly, and no zombie could get close to them. The people from the opposite bureau were obviously much more tired than them, and in the blink of an eye, they had almost cleared the field. Jiang Xuyan said, these people look young, but their skills are definitely not worse than those on the other side. Chu Ning, the woman who is looking for someone with us today, has a nickname called Red Scorpion. Didn't you ask me if I have ever led someone before? I have led her. Fong Qing raised his eyebrows, and looked at Chu Ning downstairs unconsciously. She was tall, with long hair tied up high. When fighting, her hair, which was darker than the night, fluttered and was very eye-catching. Among the 4 people, she was the most slender, but she was also the one with more decisive and ruthless movements. Fong Qing looked at her and couldn't help saying, awesome. Jiang Xuyan laughed. His voice was low, but the tail tone was rising, and it was obvious that he was proud. Fong Qing glanced at him sideways, and saw that his outline in the dark night was also covered with a layer of hazy darkness. His sharp facial lines became softer, and the smile at the corners of his lips softened his sharp edge. For a moment, Fong Qing actually thought he was extremely handsome. He was stunned, and quickly retracted his gaze. He touched his face, and felt a little hot. Wow! Fong Qing, what are you doing? He looked at Chu Ning, who was fighting fiercely, and making people unable to look away. Thinking of Jiang Xuyan's smile just now, he secretly pinched his palms, and a strange thought arose in his heart that he himself was not aware of. I also want him to smile like this. Chu Ning and his men quickly cleared the zombies on the field, and moved to the residential building. At this time, The police had also cleared more than half of the zombies. Before Chu Ning and his men were about to enter the building, they asked Jiang Xuyan, "Are you really not going to help?" Jiang Xuyan glanced at the messy team and didn't answer for a long time. Until Chu Ning asked again. He suddenly raised the wooden gun in his hand and fired several wooden guns to knock down the zombies surrounding the two-star policeman. This gave the other party an opportunity to react and counterattack. And the situation quickly turned around. Then Jiang Xuyan said, "Come up. Let them do the rest." So Chu Ning and his friends opened the door and ran upstairs. Along the way, they actually heard several families in the building banging on the door. They knew this sound very well, because they had fought zombies downstairs. There was something in this building too. Several people quickened their pace and ran upstairs. When they came to the rooftop, Jiang Xuyan showed them Shermeixin as soon as they entered the door. Shermeixin described that they could see her clearly under the illumination of Jiang Xuyan's flashlight, compared with the zombies downstairs that were not very clear. This scene where even the hair could be seen clearly was undoubtedly much more terrifying. Chu Ning covered her mouth and asked in disbelief, "Who is this?" But in fact, she already knew her identity when she saw the short cheongsam on her, because she had heard that the sisters liked to wear Chinese cheongsam the most. After Jiang Xuyan answered her, he said to them, "We will take her away later." Chu Ning and Fu Wen were shocked, and Chu Ning couldn't help asking, "Why?" Jiang Xuyan glanced at Fang Qing, thinking about what he had just said, and said in a deep voice, "Try it. What's the result? We'll tell you." So Chu Ning and the others didn't ask any more questions, and Fu Wen took the other two men over to take Shermeixin away. At this moment, Shermeihui's voice suddenly came over, "Don't touch her." Turning her head, she was holding a piece of iron that she had found from somewhere, pressing against her throat. Jiang Xuyan looked back and sighed. Did she just wake up, or has she been awake for a long time? Shermeihui's lips trembled, and then she gritted her teeth. "You can't take her away." "Why do you take her away?" Jiang Xuyan looked at Fang Qing again. "Tell her." Fang Qing was stunned and didn't understand. "What?" Jiang Xuyan said, "You said before. There is still a chance. Right?" He suddenly realized and looked at Chu Ning and the others. But he knew that Jiang Xuyan believed them. So he didn't hide it anymore and told Shermeihui some of the things he knew. Shermeihui was stunned. She was really unconscious before this content and didn't hear it, knowing that there was a chance. She immediately looked at Jiang Xuyan. "Boss Jiang means, you want to save her. Right?" Jiang Xuyan, "Not to save her. I don't have that ability. Whether she can hold on depends on herself or her life. I just provide her with a place and a period of time." Shermeihui immediately threw away the iron sheet. "Thank you, Boss Jiang." "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Jiang Xuyan looked at her and was about to say something. Chu Ning suddenly said, "But in this way, are you also in danger?" She looked at Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan shrugged. "That depends on whether the security measures over there are in place." Chu Ning frowned. "Then I don't agree." Fu Wen and others, "We don't agree either." Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows, and Chu Ning looked at Shermeixin with a deep look. "If she changes too much in the future, won't we dig our own graves? The venue can be provided, but you want to take her back to the compound, on behalf of everyone in the compound. I don't agree with you doing this." Jiang Xuyan was a little amused. "Get it clear. The compound is my compound. Chu Ning, it is your compound. But we are guarding it for you. You can retreat." "That's not what I mean. What I mean is that we are your partners. Teammates fighting side by side. And people who protect you. You can do anything. But you can't take risks. Otherwise how can we?" When she said this, her voice suddenly slowed down, and she swallowed the name that was on her lips, leaving only two weak words, explanation. Jiang Xuyan turned his head and looked over, and a hint of fierceness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chu Ning panicked all of a sudden, turned his head to avoid his eyes, and didn't dare to say a word. Fu Wen and the others were also afraid. But at this time, they also knew that Chu Ning was doing this for his own good. So they bit the bullet and said, "Chu Chu is right. Brother Jiang, you should think carefully about it." Jiang Xuyan. Finally, Shermeihui spoke up. "Then I understand." She stared at Jiang Xuyan. "Then please, Boss Jiang, don't kill her. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay," Fang Qing said anxiously. "What can you be responsible for? You are much more dangerous than Boss Jiang." After thinking about it, he said to Jiang Xuyan, "Can we find another place for Mei Xian to stay for a while?" Jiang Shuyan was silent for a moment, and finally said, "Come here. Call Chu Ning and the others over." I don't know what they said, but after a few minutes, Chu Ning and the others were quiet and walked back with a subtle look. I have no objection. She and Fu Wen were all honest. Jiang Shuyan went to talk to Shi Meiwei again. The latter finally had a very subtle expression and nodded to Jiang Shuyan. When he walked back, Fang Qing, who had a feeling that he had done something bad, asked in a low voice, "What did you tell them?" Jiang Shuyan glanced at him. Perhaps because he was usually too obedient, he was less harsh to him. Seeing his curiosity, he smiled and said, "We'll see when the time comes." This "when the time comes" is a bit subtle. Chu Ning looked at Zhang Yang. But in fact, he was very thoughtful. Upon hearing this, she narrowed her eyes. "When the time comes? This little brother, is he going with us too?" Before Jiang Shuyan could answer, there was a sound of footsteps downstairs. His eyes changed, and he waved to Chu Ning and the others, "Take him away." Chu Ning and the others also became serious in a second, and immediately went to put Shi Meiwei down from the stone pillar. At this time, Fu Wen took out something similar to a body bag from his backpack, looked at Shi Meiwei, and saw that she didn't react violently. He immediately stuffed Shi Meiwei in, zipped it up, and tied her up on the outside. Then, he and another person worked together to lower the bag from the top floor with a rope. Their car happened to be parked there. Chu Ning pressed the car controller, and the rear door of the car automatically rose. They put the bag down, closed the door, and retracted the rope. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. The incredibly skilled movements and speed made Fang Qing and Shi Meiwei want to ask in unison, "What did you do before? Why do you look like a team of thieves who often steal things?" Just as they put away their things, the door of the rooftop was kicked open. A dazzling flashlight shone in, and a team with explosion-proof baffles and classic charge rushed up. "Don't move. Raise your hands." But except Fang Qing and Shi Meiwei, no one at the scene followed suit. The leader was a man in a J-suit, with a burly figure and a cold face. Seeing this group of people who didn't cooperate at all, he frowned and was about to speak. "Chu Ning, it seems that the East Bureau didn't come, and didn't say hello to you." When the name of his colleague was mentioned, the man looked at her sideways. "Who are you? Do you know the East Bureau?" Chu Ning sneered, didn't answer, and looked at Jiang Shuyan dimly. Jiang Shuyan only said, "Have you solved what needs to be solved? It's not appropriate to point the wooden cannon at good citizens right away." The man narrowed his eyes. "Ordinary citizens. Ordinary citizens. Your few shots." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shuyan threw the gun just now. "Here. Check it at will." The man has been the team leader for so long, and he has never seen someone who cooperates so strangely. He glanced at the wooden cannon on the ground, pinched it with a tissue, and picked it up. Under the light of the flashlight, he only took a look at the model of the wooden warehouse, and then looked back at Jiang Shuyan as if he had seen a ghost. CPX 1638. A new wooden warehouse, dedicated to the Star Police. But it is only supplied by the Jiang Group, which is specially hired by the upper level. This Jiang Group, on the surface, is a financial consortium, but in fact, it is responsible for the research and development of various weapons, including the research of new weapons and the improvement and application of traditional weapons with great destructive power. And they have many branches inside that even the upper level may not understand clearly. The fields they involve are too broad. The people in the group, from several executive directors to the sweepers, who are only responsible for sweeping the floor, are not good people, and they are all people who cannot be provoked. Not to mention the Jiang family, who founded this group. The man took a look at the wooden cannon and asked Jiang Shuyan in a deep voice, "What's your last name?" "Jiang." The man had no choice but to signal the team behind him to stop, and then looked at the others. "They, my people." The man stopped talking. Chu Ning snorted, beeped a number on the light screen, and dialed it. Before the person on the other end could say anything, she said, "I didn't call you in advance to ask you to send someone to point a wooden cannon at us. If you don't want to cooperate, just tear up the contract. You sent someone to chase our boss's car, and now you use a wooden can to attack our boss? What's going on? Are you tough? Have you forgotten who crushed you all single-handedly back then?" Chu Ning. "Okay, Boss Jiang." Chu Ning's face turned docile in an instant, and he said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Then just give the Order East Bureau The other end was silent for a long time. And then he spoke in a half-apologetic tone. Sorry. Is Mr. Jiang here? I was busy arranging reinforcements just now. And I was in a hurry, and didn't tell my subordinates well. I just heard that the situation is close. Is Xiaowu here? If he is, let him speak up. I will teach him a lesson now. The leader of the team over there, East Bureau. Xiaowu. Stop talking. You will apologize to Miss Chu and Boss Jiang later. And you should also recognize the people by the way. And don't mess around in the future. Boss Jiang? Little Boss Jiang? I'm really sorry just now. There are many young people in the bureau now. And I don't know Boss Jiang's name yet. I will teach them a lesson when I go back. And I will treat you to dinner another day. Boss Jiang? Are you generous about what happened today? After a series of apologies. It sounded formal. But in fact, the overly smooth words revealed perfunctory everywhere. Jiang Shuyan sneered after hearing it. And said calmly, we are afraid that we can't afford the dinner invited by the East Bureau now. The East Bureau laughed. His voice a little hoarse. How could it be? As long as President Jiang is willing to do us a favor, our dinner will be arranged at once. Of course, the Bureau is indeed busy recently. And President Jiang seems to be quite active recently. If there is time, we will let Xiaoyan represent us and treat President Jiang to a good dinner. Xiaoyan. As soon as this name came out, Jiang Shuyan's eyes changed. His black eyes shrank violently. And his face, which was originally cold enough, suddenly became like snow in the cold winter. And a murderous aura rose up. Chu Ning and Fu Wen also looked at him immediately, their faces full of fear and worry. But not long after, Jiang Shuyan's anger was retracted. The invisible and creepy aura was swept away. He put his hands back into his pockets. And a hint of ambiguous smile appeared on his handsome face. Okay. Let him come. If you dare to let him appear in front of me, I will kill him with my own hands. Chapter 34. As soon as Jiang Shuyan finished speaking, the atmosphere froze a little. Everyone in the audience was speechless, frightened by his gloomy tone. Even the Dongju, who was just speaking in a weird tone on the opposite side, remained silent. After a long time, he took a breath that was almost inaudible, and then spoke again in a less arrogant and weird tone. Oh, Mr. Jiang, you are joking. You and Xiaoyan have such a good relationship. How could it be possible that? Jiang Shuyan directly cut off the call. The dial screen disappeared, and the rooftop fell into silence again for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of night wind blew over with a few dead leaves, and the sound of a whistle for reinforcements downstairs also came, breaking the creepy atmosphere on the rooftop. Cough, cough, cough. The leader of the opposite party coughed twice unnaturally, made a gesture to let his men put down their weapons, and looked at the man in front of him with twitching eyelids. Then, since Director Dong has spoken, Chu Ning whispered, hurry up and leave. Go back and tell Director Dong to be careful. But she didn't say this, for fear that this group of people would stay and entangle. At this time, Jiang Shuyan's emotions were really not a joke. If he mentioned that word twice more, he could twist these people's heads off on the spot. The opposite team probably also felt the precursor of this terrifying storm, and did not dare to stay for a moment. Nor did they dare to ask these people any more questions, and quickly retreated downstairs. But after taking 2 steps, the leader came back embarrassedly, returned Jiang Shuyan's wooden warehouse to him, and then hurried away. The rooftop was quiet for several seconds again. When Shermei couldn't help but worry about her sister. She whispered, Jiang. Boss Jiang. The atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and turned back. Let's go. Chu Ning was a little worried about him. Are you okay? What could happen? Don't be angry. It's harmful to your health. No one needs you. Shut up. Okay. Chu Ning immediately fell silent. Fong Qing looked at Chu Ning, looked at Fu Wen, and then looked at Jiang Shuyan. He knew that the relationship between the Xiaoyan mentioned by the East Bureau just now and Boss Jiang was definitely not simple. Hearing Jiang Shuyan's words just now, I dare to kill him if he dares to come. He knew that hack was not that kind of fuck. But it was precisely because it was not that kind of hack that made people feel uneasy. He saw that the atmosphere at the scene was really cold. So he mustered up his courage and poked Jiang Shuyan's arm with his fingertips. When Jiang Shuyan turned his head, there was still a strong murderous look in his eyes. But after seeing that it was Fong Qing, his eyes magically became a little softer. What? His tone also softened. Fong Qing said in a low voice, Don't be angry. You scared Mei Wei? He also saw Mei Wei trembling from the corner of his eye. She wanted to speak but didn't dare to. So he had to pluck up the courage to help her speak. Jiang Xuyan's attitude towards these two people was obviously not so cruel. He glanced at Mei Wei. Are you worried about your sister? Mei Wei nodded quickly. I'm afraid she's down there. Okay. Then go down. But it's not convenient for you to know the destination she will be sent to later. So when you are in the car, they may temporarily block your view for a while. Is this acceptable? Since Fong Qing heard him talking to that bureau, he knew that his family background was more powerful and sensitive than he imagined. In this case, it was normal for him not to let outsiders know too much. So he had no objection. Mei Wei now only had Mei in her heart. So she obeyed his orders and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Jiang Xuyan waved to Chu Ning and the others. Let's go. Drive carefully. Don't drive alone. Chu Ning and the others understood and followed him downstairs. On the way, they met those people again. They found that there were still signs of zombies in the residence houses in the building, and were discussing how to deal with it. Jiang Xuyan went downstairs without even looking at them. He went straight downstairs, when their figures completely disappeared from sight. A young man whispered, Who is this person? Why is he so crazy? The leading man immediately waved his hand at him and gave him a look. Don't ask. The man shrugged his shoulders with a little reluctance, and continued to mutter privately with his other companions, who had the same question as him. The leading man looked at the direction where Jiang Xuyan disappeared and thought of what he had just seen. Let's not talk about the rooftop upstairs. But when they were fighting downstairs just now, the man was standing on the rooftop several stories high, and in the dark, he could hit the zombies downstairs that threatened their lives. Such a man. Can he be simple? Jiang Xuyan asked Chu Ning and others to take Mei away. For safety reasons, he also put Mei Wei in their car. He went back to the apartment and got the car from the basement. After he got in the car, Fong Qing was still a little hesitant outside the car. Are you going to take me there? It sounds like a very private place, and it seems that it is not convenient for many people to know. Jiang Xuyan was stunned at first, and didn't seem to understand. After realizing it, he was surprised that Fong Qing had not been on guard recently. However, when the other party came, he clearly said that he was here to cling to someone powerful, and he had indeed fulfilled most of the promises he made on the phone during this period. The other party's sincerity was obvious. So what was there for him to be shy about? The compound was probably known to more than one reborn person now. He raised his chin towards Fong Qing. Get in the car. Fong Qing got in the car, thought about it, and asked again, I wear a blindfold. Jiang Xuyan sneered, and his emotions and expressions were obviously not as violent as before. If I care, I will say. Why are you more nervous than me? Fong Qing glanced at him sideways, and when he saw his side face, he thought of his terrifying expression like a storm just now. He retracted his gaze, lowered his eyelids, and said in a very light voice, a little cautiously, I am afraid that you will be unhappy again. Jiang Xuyan paused on the steering wheel, and his expression was also stagnant. For a long while, he glanced at Fong Qing sideways with some unknown mood. Seeing him lower his eyelids, his long eyelashes fluttering under his eyes, it was hard to tell whether his expression was worried or panicked. He slowly retracted his gaze and tapped his hand on the steering wheel. After a while, he chuckled softly and started the car again. Why are you like a girl? Fong Qing stared at him. What do you mean? What about a girl? Nagging. I'm concerned about you. A grown man doesn't care so much. Fong Qing was about to be shocked to death by his magical brain circuit. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but debate with him. Why don't grown men need to care about others? And why is caring about others nagging? Jiang Xuyan. Late at night, in the wilderness of Landau City, in a deserted place, there are several more cars today, driving into this area one after another. In the depths of the countryside, there is a group of high-end villas. The large villas built in a staggered manner are quietly located in a place where few people have visited. When these cars arrive, there is a dazzling light, illuminating the way into the villa group, and also illuminating the electrified gate that separates the two worlds inside and outside. The car stopped in front of the gate, and the people inside scanned their retinas. After passing through, the gate slowly opened. The vehicles entered one after another, And when the last car also drove in, the gate was lowered silently, once again separating the two worlds. When Shermei and Fong Qing took off their blindfolds and got out of the car, they were stunned to see this group of villas. Inside, there were big guys in black suits and carrying assault rifles patrolling in an orderly manner. The villa is equipped with advanced protection systems. There are automatic scanners at the door, automatic devices to scan the wooden warehouse, and at least 2 bodyguards with guns at each door. The whole area looks like a large and mysterious base. Fong Qing and Shermei were so shocked that they dared not say a word. When Jiang Xuyan led them to one of the houses, and the servants inside poured them a cup of warm water, they gradually came to their senses. However, the huge and strict compound that they had never seen before still made them speechless for a long time. Jiang Xuyan gave a few words to the bodyguards who came in, and then came back. He said to Shermei, "The person has been settled. Because she is indeed a great threat. It is impossible to arrange a normal place for her. And it is impossible to treat her like an ordinary person. I hope you can understand this." Shermei quickly put down the cup and looked outside the door. "Can I go and see her?" "Not at the moment." "Ah? She seems to be even crazier after being away from you for so long. For your safety, and the safety of my people, you can't go for the time being." Shermei pursed her lips, was silent for a while, and nodded. Then, "Boss Jiang, what you told me before, I will arrange it. And, for you, I will implement it as soon as possible." Shermei nodded immediately, with an extremely firm tone. "Okay, Boss Jiang, I'm not afraid of you. Just arrange it." Fong Qing didn't understand. "What do you mean? What do you want Mei to do?" Jiang Xuyan said. She and Mei Xin seem to have some kind of induction, or sure Mei Xin has a special reaction to her. In order to verify this, and to help Mei Xin regain consciousness as much as possible and prepare for resistance, we plan to send her over after Mei Xin is settled. Fong Qing widened his eyes. "Send her over?" "Of course. It's behind a copper wall, and with safety protection." "What are you thinking?" Jiang Xuyan, who knew he was thinking wrong, glanced at him unhappily. Fong Qing was relieved. "I thought. I was scared to death." Then Jiang Xuyan said, "In addition, I also brought another person. You may meet him later. I hope you can." He glanced at Shermei. "Don't mention Mei Xian, who has become like that." The two were a little confused at first, but soon, they both reacted. "It's Brother Li Bai." Jiang Xuyan nodded. Li Bai's injuries were much more serious than Shermei Xian's. Shermei Xian had already changed, and who knows what Li Bai's condition was. In order to avoid uncontrollable situations, and to collect as much information as possible, Jiang Xuyan made a decision and asked someone to bring Li Bai over. "I just told him that Mei Xin's condition was not good and her wound suddenly worsened. By analogy, he was also likely to face such a situation. And then invited him over. I invited him in the name of the upper-level investigation. But you have just learned that I am not on the same side as the upper level. So I hope you don't let it slip." Shermei suddenly asked in a low voice, "But in this way, if Brother Li Bai knows the truth in the future, will he?" "He can't know the truth. The documents we used are real, and no one can investigate this action. We have a medical research institute here, and sooner or later the upper level will ask us to cooperate with these things." Shermei's lips trembled, and her voice changed a little. "Then Boss Jiang, are you in a cooperative relationship with them, or an enemy?" Jiang Xuyan looked at her, and his eyes were slightly lowered because of looking down, hiding more than half of the emotions in his eyes. The remaining little bit, through the narrow eyes, flowed out obscurely and indistinguishably. "We can cooperate with them, but we can also turn against each other. When we cooperate, we are business partners. When we don't cooperate," he narrowed his eyes, and a fierceness that could penetrate the bones poured out like a sharp ice blade, "we are mortal enemies." Shermei shuddered violently, and hid behind Fong Qing in an instant. The fear reaction that came from physiological instinct made her feel like she was facing a great enemy. And subconsciously, she wanted to get away from this terrifying man as soon as possible. Fong Qing was actually frightened by him, but Shermei's action instantly brought him back to reality. He quickly patted Shermei's hand, and comforted her not to be afraid. Then he looked at Jiang Xuyan helplessly. "Hey, Boss Jiang." Jiang Xuyan suddenly came to his senses, realized that his reaction was a bit too much, and immediately retracted his emotions. Seeing that Shermei seemed to be quite dependent on Fong Qing today, he simply said, You two stay here tonight. There are enough rooms. You can make your own arrangements. If you have any questions, find a housekeeper or nanny. If Li Bai wants to see you later, I will send someone to pick you up." As he said that, he gave Fang Qing a look that said stay with her, and turned to go out. The two of them were instantly alone facing the empty villa, looking at the servants, nanny and housekeeper standing respectfully by the door, and hearing Jiang Shuyan say that someone would be sent to pick them up later. The two of them had the same thought. They suddenly lived the life of a rich noble. Jiang Shuyan left the villa where Fang Qing and Sher Mei lived and drove back to his house. Yes, the compound is worthy of its name. It is really a huge compound that is difficult to walk through. Fang Qing and his wife lived in the depths of the compound, and Jiang Shuyan's own house was at the main entrance of the compound, an unscrupulous and arrogant position. When he returned home, the old housekeeper in a black butler uniform, with his hair and clothes neatly dressed, immediately came up with a hot towel. "Young master, welcome back," Jiang Shuyan said in a deep voice. "I've told you so many times. Don't call me young master." The housekeeper paused for a moment, then picked up his smile again. "Yes, young master." Jiang Shuyan. He ignored him, took the hot towel he handed over, wiped his hands, handed it back, and went straight upstairs. The master bedroom on the second floor was also cleaned up, as if he was there every day and had never left. He went into the bathroom to wash his face, and recalled everything that happened today from beginning to end. After a while, he looked up at the mirror, looked at his wet and bloodshot eyes, took a deep breath, stood up, wiped his face, and went out. The smart robot on the desk suddenly lit up the panel, and a childish voice, like a little boy, came. "Report to the boss." Miss Chu Ning called. Jiang Shuyan pulled the collar of his shirt and said without turning his head, "Answer." Beep. Connected. Chu Ning, Jiang. Seeing Jiang Shuyan unbuttoning his collar, she immediately changed her words. "Are you going to take off your clothes?" Jiang Shuyan turned his back to the screen and rolled his eyes. Slender fingers unbuttoned the buttons one by one. "If you have something to say, just say it." Chu Ning sighed regretfully, and immediately said seriously, "That Li Bai. It's settled. Ta Xian. Xiao Mei, we shouldn't go over tonight." Jiang Shuyan. "Yeah. Xiao Meixin has also been settled. Don't mention it. She is a super mutant. Right? Her strength, reaction speed, and various indicators are really much better than ordinary zombies. Such a good seedling. Well, do you think she will get better?" Jiang Shuyan. "Not sure." Chu Ning was silent for a moment, quietly watching him with his back to her. Probably unbuttoning? But seeing his cold reaction, and thinking about today, her voice suddenly softened. "Are you still unhappy?" I said. "Shut up." "Alas, Boss Jiang, I'm not saying this even if you scold me or beat me. I'll say this: forget about that ungrateful little bastard." Jiang Shuyan stopped moving suddenly. After a long while, Chu Ning didn't see him turn around, nor did she see his expression. But she could feel that his aura was starting to get cold again. She didn't say anything, but she didn't hang up the phone stubbornly. Just looked at him quietly, waiting for his response. She knew he would definitely. After a while, Jiang Shuyan's low and cold voice came. "I don't remember him." TSK. Fake. "Do you really think we have such a good relationship?" "It's not that you have a good relationship. It's Chu Ning sighed. "He is very special in your life." "In your life?" Jiang Shuyan paused again. The temperature in the room became even colder. "Nothing special." Chu Ning sneered. "If it wasn't for nothing special, you wouldn't have stopped accepting disciples, and refused to accept anyone's request to follow you after him. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be so indifferent to us, wouldn't have rejected us, and wouldn't have been wary of us again. It's not that I don't like him. I'm targeting him. But I really don't like him. You think he has talent. You treat him the best. And in the end, what do you get?" "Huh? What the hell do you get? That bastard actually stabbed you with a knife and almost killed you? Come on. Take off your clothes. Take off your shirt. Let me see the scar on your back. And see for yourself how hideous it is." "Enough." Jiang Shuyan suddenly turned around and approached Chu Ning's video screen. His shirt was half unbuttoned, revealing a strong and muscular chest, but with scars. Even though Chu Ning was talking to him from a distance, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if he was really approaching her. But seeing the scars on his body, especially knowing that he had many more in front and behind him. She held her breath in her heart, which made her feel very depressed. She saw Jiang Xuyan coming to the table, and he pushed his slender hands on the table, his narrow eyes full of fierceness. I said, "Don't mention this person or this matter again." But Chu Ning became more and more angry, and shouted, "Then how do we calculate the harm he brought to you and us? What is there to calculate? After so many years of struggling, don't you recognize this world? I recognize this world, but I don't recognize him. He is your junior brother at best. Why do you recognize him? I don't even recognize my junior brother. He has a relationship with you. Just for this reason, I don't recognize him. Everyone in the whole compound, except you, we don't recognize anyone." Jiang Xuyan frowned. "Are you annoying? Chu Ning, I'm going to say it even if I'm bothered by it. What will it take for you to shut up? Wait until you really forget him. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. You're not thinking about him, right? You don't care about that thing, right? Bullshit. Chu Ning suddenly raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, and said provocatively, "Okay, since you refuse to admit it, then prove it." "Prove what?" "Prove it. Prove that you've let go of that ungrateful person. Prove that you've let go of the fact that he betrayed you. And prove that you've forgotten that past. It's meaningless. It's for us. You have to prove to us that you can start over. And we won't bother you with this matter anymore. Come on. Starting today, I'll find you some potential stocks. You can take in a little apprentice. And then you, damn it, quickly turn back into the wild and crazy Jiang Xuyan. That's our real boss Jiang." Chapter 35. The next day, Jiang Xuyan got up as if nothing had happened. After getting up, he thought about it and went out to find Fang Qing. Not long after Fang Qing got up, he heard the servant at the door calling someone, "Young master." He poked his head out of the corridor and saw a familiar figure walking in with the servant bowing. But after seeing the other person's dress, he was shocked. Jiang Xuyan wore a black silk shirt on his upper body and straight and slender suit pants on his lower body. The short hair that was casually scattered in the past was meticulously combed back, without the hair covering his face. The sharp and tough outline was fully presented, and the carefully carved facial features were clear and dazzling. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses today. The square bright gold frame made his cold white skin look even colder. His right hand was casually inserted in his trouser pocket. As he walked along, his long legs were eye-catching against the sky, and his strong figure under the shirt was looming. He climbed the stairs and stopped in front of Fang Qing. The height difference made him look down on people. When he looked down at people, his narrow eyes were full of sharpness. But the black shirt and gold-rimmed glasses made him look very tempting. Fang Qing's legs softened for no reason, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Behind him was the wall of the corridor. He bumped into the wall and swayed. Only then did he come to his senses. "Jiang! Boss Jiang!" he suddenly shouted. Jiang Xuyan tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes that did not match the current aura. When that look came out, Fang Qing felt that he was still the familiar boss Jiang, but he was surprised to find that he was still sweating coldly. At the same time, he felt his heart beat faster on the left side of his chest, and an inexplicable heat was surging on his cheek. Too beautiful. Jiang Xuyan, what's wrong with your face? Fang Qing was startled and immediately touched his cheek, realizing that it was burning hot again. He immediately withdrew his hand and stood straight against the wall. "No. Nothing." Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows again. "What's going on?" Seeing him hesitating, knowing his character, he simply didn't ask, and directly raised his hand to cover his forehead. "Not hot either." Jiang Xuyan, whose palm temperature was much higher than his, said so. Fang Qing, shocked, stunned. The rough, hot palm and the strange fragrance that hit his nose made him feel that the man opposite him was a little too much today. A little dangerous, and his body temperature was even higher. He hurriedly pulled him. I'm fine." He looked to both sides and finally pointed to the small indoor gym on the side. I was just exercising." "And why are you wearing today? So coquettish. So good-looking." Jiang Xuyan tilted his head again and glanced at him inexplicably. But seeing that he really didn't care, he stopped caring and returned to his serious face. "There are only so many clothes here. Wear whatever you want." Fang Qing, Can you look so good in anything you wear? Again asked. So you are nearsighted? Nearsighted? Jiang Shuyan touched his glasses, suddenly laughed softly, took them off and gave them to him. You try them? Fong Qing. What should I try? Try them on. Fong Qing was a little confused. But the moment he lowered his head, he saw the hand holding the frame, with distinct joints, and his heart skipped a beat again. He was so shocked that he asked himself what happened today, and hurriedly took the glasses and put them on. Jiang Shuyan raised his lips. How? Fong Qing saw that there were all kinds of electronic data in the glasses. What is this? Jiang Shuyan, data from the laboratory. What data? This is the data from Mei Xian's test last night. Can this be transmitted here? Wait, you can still see this while walking? Jiang Shuyan laughed. What's wrong? Okay, give it back to me. Fong Qing returned the glasses to him obediently. Finally asked again, then you came to me? Do you have any new discoveries? Jiang Shuyan, in addition to what you said, her body functions are indeed very strong. But there is nothing else at present. Fong Qing, Then why did you come to me? Jiang Shuyan was also stunned. Yes. Why did you come to him? But he didn't sleep well last night. And he didn't feel good when he got up today. Because he was not in a good mood. He came to Fong Qing by the way. He didn't understand the logic. But he always felt that Fong Qing was too obedient. So obedient that he could make people relax. The voice was also very soft and gentle. So gentle that it could calm people's hearts. He did not answer, but asked, What are you doing? Fong Qing was much calmer now, and pointed to the gym. Mei was taken to find Meishin. I'm alone, and I heard that it's not convenient for me to run around here. So I borrowed your gym to exercise. I'm really exercising. Jiang Shuyan glanced up and down at his figure when he heard it. He was still tall, but thin, and his skin was a little unhealthy white, which made him look very weak. He couldn't help laughing. You? Exercise? Fong Qing knew what he was thinking from his expression, and rolled his eyes as he walked towards the gym. No. The weak can become strong with more exercise. Don't underestimate me. Jiang Shuyan raised his legs and followed, saying, That depends on what you practice. Fong Qing walked into the gym and continued his running career. Running. Aerobic exercise. Strengthening the body. Jiang Shuyan, even if I give you 10 years, you still can't run well. Fong Qing. So he stopped again, turned around and asked, Then what should I do? After thinking for a while, he said again, Didn't you say you would take me? Take me. Jiang Shuyan was suddenly stunned, and his memory unconsciously went back to last night. Chu Ning's words echoed in his ears. If you have the ability, you can accept another disciple. If you have the ability, prove it. The words that made him sleepless all night attacked his heart again. He frowned suddenly, and his face, which was fine before, suddenly changed. Fong Qing was startled when he saw it, and couldn't help asking with concern, What's wrong? Jiang Shuyan came back to his senses and looked up at him, recalling the situation when he promised him that time. Why did he agree to it? Is it because he is too obedient and looks too delicate? But no matter what, he remembered that he only promised to teach him. It's just teaching, not accepting as a disciple. In their world, teaching and accepting as a disciple are two completely different things. He thought of Chu Ning's words again. For a long while, he clenched his hand silently at his side. Fong Qing was a little worried. Boss Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Shuyan came back to his senses, and the moment he raised his head, Fong Qing seemed to see the heavy haze flashing across his eyes. Fong Qing was startled. At this time, Jiang Shuyan had calmed down and pointed to the equipment area on the side, and his voice returned to his usual solemn and cold voice. Go there. Fong Qing's face changed drastically. I don't. Go. He walked over with a little resistance, regretting why he had said such a bad word just now. When he got there, he bent down to study the various instruments on the shelf, and turned around to see Jiang Shuyan standing behind him. The man, who was much taller than him, was slightly lowering his head and lowering his eyes, thinking about something. When he noticed his gaze and looked up, his thoughts were swept away. He looked at himself, and raised the corners of his lips. Are you ready? Then practice. Don't cry later. Fong Qing. It was noon. Time for lunch. Fong Qing didn't know how he went downstairs. When he slumped down on the sofa, he seemed to see heaven. as if he was sitting on the clouds in heaven. Jiang Shuyan walked down behind him leisurely. And then, he saw the old butler who came specially. He asked while adjusting the cufflinks of his shirt sleeves, "Is the meal ready?" The old butler smiled gently and professionally. "It's ready. Young Master Boss and Mr. Fong. Where do you want to eat?" Fong Qing suddenly felt, it really feels like the life of a wealthy family. There are servants and butlers. During the meal, someone came to ask where the young master and his friends were eating. He looked at Jiang Shuyan with admiration. The latter changed to adjust the other cuff, and heard the words without raising his head, "Let's go nearby. Call them together." "Okay." The butler was about to leave, and saw him adjusting his cuffs, and asked, "Boss, did you exercise just now? Need to change clothes. Take this set to wash?" Jiang Shuyan had just adjusted his cuffs, and he looked up at Fong Qing, and suddenly curled his lips and sneered, "No need. It's not dirty at all. What's the point of changing it?" Fong Qing's face immediately turned red. Yes. They were halfway through their practice just now, and someone suddenly got excited and wanted to test his skills. So the two of them had a fight. Of course, he was the only one who started the fight, and the other side was the only one who countered. He couldn't touch the other person even with his hands and feet, and the other person would attack from time to time, and with his other hand behind his back, he still suppressed him without any power to turn over. Oh, this is the difference. Ben 5 understands. Fong Qing curled his lips at the insinuation, and didn't want to care about him, and continued to fall into the softness of the sofa. Jiang Shuyan asked the housekeeper to arrange lunch, and he sat on the single sofa next to Fong Qing, buried his head in looking at something. In fact, Fong Qing, I know he is not in a good mood today, especially since he came out of the gym. His mood has been very strange. But Fong Qing didn't want to ask for some reason, and he felt that he shouldn't ask, so he didn't speak until now, just lying on the sofa, tilting his head slightly, quietly looking at his profile. I don't know how long it took. Chu Ning and others came over. After last night, Chu Ning's mood was actually very subtle, and she was not in a good mood. The moment she walked in, she still looked unhappy. But when she saw Jiang Shuyan sitting on the sofa looking at the information on the palm, she paused, seeing his dress that was completely different from usual. Even if she saw it countless times, she was still not used to it. She stopped and silently covered her heart that was beating rapidly. After a while, she saw Xiao Fong Qing on the side. She sat over and sat next to him. I really envy you men. Fong Qing? What do you mean? Chu Ning glanced at Jiang Shuyan, and pointed with her white finger painted with red nails. Hey, that kind of person. The kind of person who can be cold, lustful, wild, and charming. She snorted. We women can't help it when we see it. Fong Qing looked over along her hand, and saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses, silk black shirt, cold white skin, and a serious look on his face. Oh, sorry, Miss Chu. Maybe men can't help it when they see a Q. Chapter 36. Jiang Shuyan was busy looking through the data of Li Bai sent from the laboratory. Hearing Chu Ning's blatant words, he looked up and glanced at her. Will you die if you don't talk too much? He slapped her hand that was pointing at him away. Chu Ning said, Oh, I am the one who is talking too much when I praise you. You are sick of being praised. Right? Jiang Shuyan ignored her and looked at the data for a while. The meal was delivered and placed on the Chinese round dining table in the room. There were also a few tall men Fong Qing had never seen before who entered the room. Several people exchanged greetings with Chu Ning and others, and then greeted Jiang Shuyan. Seeing Fong Qing, they were a little surprised, but they knew about the sisters before, so they didn't gossip too much and sat down to eat. After the meal, Jiang Shuyan took them to the place where Shi Meixin was imprisoned, in the basement, in a huge subroom of the laboratory. Except for a few researchers wearing full-body protective clothing, there was only Shi Mei, an outsider. Opposite her was a completely sealed room, with no visible windows. It was a solid wall, completely sealed, and made of extremely pure mechanical walls. In the room, through the all-round surveillance screen set up in 8 corners, Shi Meixin was tightly tied to the small bed inside. She had many monitoring devices inserted into her body, and some strange devices that Fong Qing could not recognize. Shi Mei was talking to Shi Meixin inside through the small microphone that came with the monitoring. When Jiang Shuyan and others arrived, the researcher inside immediately handed him the information. Mr. Jiang. This is the monitoring data for 6 hours today. Jiang Xuyan looked up the information and walked to Sher Meihui. Looking at the surveillance video, how is it? Is it stable? He asked. Sher Meihui's eyes were red and swollen, with tears flashing in her eyes. Seeing Jiang Xuyan coming, she turned her head and was about to speak. But when she saw his clothes, she was really stunned. Jiang? Boss Jiang? Jiang Xuyan looked down and saw her face full of astonishment, and took off his glasses helplessly. Why? Is it really that far away? What are you all surprised about? Sher Meihui blushed instantly, and her hand on her knees grabbed a corner of her cheongsam, lowered her head and whispered, yes. It's quite far. I haven't seen it before. And it looks good. Jiang Xuyan shook his head and didn't continue the topic. He put his glasses back on and asked again, how is it? Sher Meihui came back to her senses and immediately turned her head to look at Sher Meixin, without other sound stimulation. She is relatively stable, just as Boss Jiang guessed before. She would also be irritable if the light was too strong. Now the brothers in the laboratory have adjusted the light to the right position, and she is much quieter now. Jiang Xuyan said looked at Sher Meixin lying quietly inside, and then lowered his head to look at today's data. But as soon as he turned it over, his brows quickly frowned. After a while, he transferred the data from last night on his glasses to the palm tablet in his hand, and opened the 2 sets of data at the same time to compare them. Her data. He groaned. It's rising very fast. The researcher following him nodded. It's very fast. Jiang Xuyan looked at it for a while, but the data at night is the fastest. Now, she is much more stable. Yes. Jiang Xuyan looked at Sher Meixin and asked, is the mutation rate slowed down? Or is it relatively slow during the day? Researcher, we have only monitored for 1 day, and there is too little data to compare, so it is difficult to draw a conclusion. Jiang Xuyan, but since the monitoring data began, the environment here has remained stable, if her values are not naturally decreasing. But there is a certain difference between the changes during the day and at night. It proves that her perception of natural time changes is different from that of ordinary people. The researcher nodded in agreement. After a while, he glanced at Jiang Xuyan. If all zombies are like this, it will be very tricky. Of course, if it is not this reason, then she also has a chance. He glanced at Sher Meihui, and the words that could give people hope or despair were not spoken in the end. Jiang Xuyan listened silently, and only nodded to show his agreement. After a while, he suddenly looked up from the data and looked at Sher Meihui. What time did you come? Sher Meihui thought for a moment. They just came to tell me that I could see Meixin, so I came. The time was probably around 7 o'clock? Researcher, she arrived at the laboratory at 7:10 in the morning, changed into protective clothing and disinfected at 7:30, and officially sat here at 7 hours 32 minutes and 48 seconds, and called Meixin through the intercom. At that time, the sample Meixin's body data growth rate began to drop sharply. He said, pointing to a certain data on the light screen. Jiang Xuyan looked over and saw Sher Meixin's body change data at 7 o'clock. There was indeed a very obvious downward trend in it. He remembered that when he was in the residential building in the old city, Sher Meixin's condition was still stable before Fang Qing took Sher Meihui away. He looked at Sher Meihui again and asked the researcher to send him the real-time data. After getting the data, he said to Sher Meihui, talk to her. Sher Meihui pressed the button to turn on the intercom and whispered to Sher Meixin. Jiang Xuyan looked at the data changes above, and as he looked, the corners of his lips curled up. Interesting. Except for Sher Meixin's heartbeat, all kinds of data were slowly increasing. But when Sher Meihui spoke, her brain waves actually calmed down. But this is too one-sided, and the time is too short. These information cannot lead to the final conclusion for the time being. He pointed out this problem to the researcher and asked them to focus on observing it, then turned around and left to go see Li Bai. Sher Meihui was a little stunned. Boss Jiang is leaving? But when she spoke, she forgot to release the intercom button, so the sound was transmitted to Sher Meixin's room. It was the same person who was talking. But Sher Meixin's body suddenly bounced. Because she was a mutant zombie, the surveillance in the house was very sensitive and strict. All the large instruments were moved outside, and the mechanical buckle that bound her inside was also equipped with pressure detection and alarm. When she moved, all the instruments outside started to beep. The beeping alarm was so harsh that everyone present tilted their heads. Sure Mei was also shocked and subconsciously let go of the hand that was pressing the button. So the sound was barely transmitted back to the house. But Sure Mei still looked a little agitated. She opened her mouth and screamed, and her body kept twisting and struggling in the mechanical buckle. The researcher's face changed drastically, and he immediately dimmed the light in the room and increased the noise reduction strength of the noise reducer to reduce all the sounds in the room to the lowest. After a while, Sure Mei, who had lost the source of stimulation, finally calmed down again. The alarm outside the room gradually subsided, and the data of the detection equipment gradually returned to normal. Jiang Xuyan looked at this scene, and suddenly turned to look at the monitoring data. Looking at it, he found that the amplitude of Sure Mei's brain wave fluctuations just now was actually a little weird. It was high and low, sometimes excited and sometimes calm. At a glance, I always felt that I could see a little struggle. He pointed to the EEG graph to the researcher. The researcher took a look and immediately pointed to another data graph. There, many of Sure Mei's functional data at that time were also high and low. Why? He didn't understand. The researcher didn't understand either. He looked at Sure Mei, then at Jiang Xuyan, and shook his head. But soon, he thought of Sure Mei calling Boss Jiang just now. But Sure Mei is Sure Mei's twin sister. But Jiang Xuyan. He suddenly asked Jiang Xuyan, "Do you have any grudges with the little girl?" Jiang Xuyan? The researcher pointed at Sure Mei. She is her closest relative, and she can understand that if there is a clear remnant of consciousness, she can respond to it. But Mr. Jiang, you? He glanced at the other researchers again. We have tried to communicate with her before, but there was no such reaction. Jiang Xuyan. What does it have to do with me? Fang Qing, who was thinking and staring at the data chart, said, "Is she going to say something?" As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over immediately. He felt a little embarrassed for a moment, but seeing Jiang Xuyan's eyes asking him to speak frankly, he felt relieved and looked at Sure Mei in the room again. I feel like she wants to say something. Feeling? Jiang Xuyan found that he had used this word a lot these past 2 days. Fang Qing nodded. Yeah. You know, that kind of strange intuition. Jiang Xuyan followed Fang Qing's gaze and looked at Sure Mei. A strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Like the intuition you had when you found them that day? He felt that this guy's intuition was a bit mysterious. Fang Qing nodded again. Yeah. It was the same feeling. Sure Mei suddenly became puzzled and turned back to ask the two people, speaking of which, how did you find us that day? They all hid in the building. This place was sparsely popped up, and there were no signs left. How did they find them? She hid in there for this reason. She thought that if they were gone, Boss Jiang would be a good person and would definitely bring people out to find them. But she didn't want to implicate them, nor did she want them to take her sister away. So she deliberately found a very remote place, hid in a very remote building, and closed the door. She thought that even if something went wrong, it would be better for them to both become zombies in the empty building than to run away. But she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Boss Jiang and Fang Qing would find them. How did you know we were in the building? She was extremely confused. Fang Qing, I heard you crying. Crying? Fang Qing nodded. Yes. Now that I think about it, it was you. Right? Although the sound was very small, I heard it downstairs. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have known you were in there. You hid too tightly. He spoke in a low voice, and became more and more anxious as he spoke, with a hint of blaming her for being too impulsive. But he didn't notice that Sure Mei's face became more and more strange as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he looked over again, and her originally rosy face had turned pale. When asked again, she trembled her lips and trembled her voice, and answered Fang Qing, but that day the whole building, no one was crying. Chapter 37. Fang Qing was stunned when he heard this. Sure Mei, although I was very sad at the time, I didn't want to alarm outsiders, so I didn't make any sound. The building was very quiet. When I went in, I asked if there was anyone there, but there was no response. So, she glanced at Fang Qing carefully, and the trembling of her body showed her panic and fear at the moment. After a while, seeing that he still didn't respond, she quickly added, "It's possible that you heard the sound from other buildings." At this time, Fang Qing suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Xuyan. Others may not know, but that day, he clearly told Jiang Xuyan that he intuitively felt that the faint crying sound came from the twins. In other words, either his intuition was wrong that day, or he didn't hear it wrong. Facts have proved that his intuition is indeed correct. So this crying sound? Jiang Xuyan suddenly remembered that day. Fang Qing insisted that he heard a sound that day, and stood there listening for a long time. At that time, he also carefully observed the surrounding environment, but he clearly didn't hear any sound. Recalling the time when he was with Fang Qing before, he did not show too amazing hearing. Even when he encountered zombies in the mountains that day, he was the one who noticed most of the tiny movements. Logically speaking, there should not be any sound that Fang Qing clearly heard, but he could not hear. But that day, Fang Qing did so. Combined with Shi Meihui's words, he suddenly pointed at Shi Meixin and asked Fang Qing, "What did you say she wanted to do just now?" Fang Qing looked over and looked for a long time, then murmured, "I think she might want to say something." Jiang Xuyan, I think people here, under normal circumstances, would not have such a guess as their first reaction. He then looked at the others. Everyone, including Shi Meihui, nodded in agreement. Yes, normal people would not associate such a meaning in such a situation. Why did Fang Qing? Jiang Xuyan spoke again. Try to sense it seriously like last time? Fang Qing's mouth twitched, and he shrank back. No. No way. Brother. Have you forgotten that Fang Qing is most afraid of dead people and some mysterious power? He had seen Mei Xian change from being able to walk and move to a zombie. Especially now that everyone was holding her or hoping that she could recover. He subconsciously did not put her in the dead queue. In that situation, he was not so afraid of Mei Xian. But now, I heard that no one in the residential building was crying at that time. And Shi Meihui herself was sure that she didn't cry. So the rest is. But Meixin wasn't crying at that time either? So, doesn't it mean that she didn't cry even though she didn't look like she was crying? Or maybe the other Meihui and Boss Jiang in the building couldn't hear it. But he heard the thing crying? He couldn't accept either of these two explanations. No matter which one. It was a supernatural power. And he, who was most afraid of the dead and ghosts, couldn't bear it at all. His face turned pale. And in just a short period of time, his eyes had already changed 1,000 times. Jiang Xuyan knew he was afraid at first sight. This matter was indeed mysterious. Not to mention Fang Qing. Even the researchers beside him, Chu Ning and others, and Mei Xian's twin sister Mei Hui, hugged their arms and rubbed them unconsciously. Jiang Xuyan thought about it and didn't force it. He just said to the researchers in the room, "Observe it again. If you have any ideas, try them within a safe range." The researchers understood immediately, looked at Fang Qing curiously, and went to work. Jiang Xuyan said to Shi Meihui, "Then you will accompany her again?" Shi Meihui, "Yes. I won't leave. If possible, I want to go at night. It is likely that the night is the time when her spirit and body are active. At that time, the whole laboratory is very dangerous. You listen to the arrangements of the people here. If they think you should go, you will go back first." Shi Meihui and her sister always obeyed Jiang Xuyan's words, especially now that he has helped them a lot again and taken them in. So Shi Meihui didn't say a word of rebuttal, nodded, and agreed, "I understand. Boss Jiang, don't worry. I won't cause trouble for everyone." Jiang Xuyan nodded, turned to look at Fang Qing. "Come here." Fang Qing felt that he had something to say to her, glanced at the Shi sisters, turned around and followed him out. Jiang Xuyan took him, and Chu Ning, and others to see Li Bai in another research room. On the way, Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing walked side by side. Jiang Xuyan asked in a low voice, "How do you feel now?" Fang Qing, What feeling?" Jiang Xuyan, "As for the fact that you heard the crying, asked because you are afraid." Jiang Xuyan recalled again, and suddenly asked, "Did you eat the corpse crystal you got from the mountain that day?" Fang Qing paused. He stared at Jiang Xuyan with an unbelievable look for a long while. "You mean? Can't it be?" Jiang Xuyan stopped and turned back, waving to Chu Ning and the others. After they walked away and avoided him, he said, "You said that you rarely got corpse crystals before the end of the world, and even after the end of the world, right?" Fang Qing, "Yes." "Then will it be? But I ate corpse crystals in my last life, and I didn't evolve such superpowers." "Huh?" Jiang Xuyan, "Didn't you also say that before and after the end of the world are different? Some people can only stimulate superpowers in the extreme environment of the end of the world. So before the end of the world, In a less extreme environment, perhaps the conditions of people's bodies are different. And the superpowers stimulated are also different? Fang Qing was stunned by what he said. He had never heard of such a crazy and novel statement. And how many people can be reborn after the end of the world? Anyway, he hasn't seen many. He has never seen anyone who can get corpse crystals and advance and stimulate another superpower. He can't say whether this speculation is right or wrong. But if it is right, then what kind of supernatural power is this of mine? Psychic? Mind reading? Strange induction? Brain wave induction? Jiang Xuyan thought for a while. How do I know? This person who has lived through the end of the world doesn't know. So he doesn't know either. But it doesn't matter. If there is a clue, there is a way to verify it. He said to Fang Qing, if it is really a supernatural power, you may know it after using more corpse crystals in the future. And if it is a supernatural power, you don't have to worry about anything. Maybe in the future, our communication with zombies will all depend on you. Fang Qing? Boss Jiang? You want to let a little coward who is extremely afraid of zombies to deal with zombies and be your diplomat in the end times? Jiang Xuyan, I'll let you be a diplomat in the end times in the future. Fang Qing. I'll go first. Goodbye. Boss Jiang. He walked forward tremblingly. Jiang Xuyan felt funny and watched him walk from behind with his arms folded. When he walked a little further away, he moved his long legs and followed slowly behind Chun Ning and others who were watching all this from a distance. Chun Ning, hey, was your general manager Jiang laughing just now? Fu Wen and others, what do you mean our general manager Jiang? At this time, he is not your general manager Jiang? But, yeah, he was laughing. They seem to have a good relationship? Chu Ning, relationship? Good? She sneered, is it possible? Hey, I mean, when did this little boy, should he still be young, appear next to Boss Jiang? Why does it feel like there is such a person around him when he is not paying attention? Fu Wen and others, before this bird rush. How long has Boss Jiang not returned to the compound? How long has he not contacted us? He just came back again now. If you don't know, we don't know. Right? Chu Ning, you guys check this person. Since that incident, she was really scared of these people who appeared around him inexplicably. Fu Wen, check Boss Jiang? Are you crazy? Let us check Boss Jiang? Chu Ning, I'm talking about that little Fang Qing. He was brought by Boss Jiang. If he doesn't tell us and doesn't allow us to investigate, how dare we? You come if you have the guts? Chu Ning, forget it then. Thinking again, wait a minute. That means Boss Jiang didn't let any of us investigate him, and just brought him with him. Everyone was suddenly silent. Recalling carefully, it seems, it's really like this? Fu Wen, I'll go ask Wu San. It's possible that he could bypass all of us and contact Boss Jiang directly. Chu Ning, go quickly. Also, I don't know if I'm overthinking, but I always feel that this kid's personality and the way he gets along with Boss Jiang are a little bit like that little ungrateful wolf when he first appeared. Fu Wen and the others were silent again, and suddenly a strong sense of uneasiness crept into their hearts. Once Chu Ning reminded them, they seemed to have returned to some of the initial times. Suddenly, they raised their hands and tapped the light screen on their palms, making calls and sending messages, with frowns and solemn expressions on their faces. After arranging everything, Fu Wen was still uneasy and whispered to Chu Ning, do you think that Boss Jiang would not mistake little Fang Qingba, Mr. Fang, for that person? Chu Ning, don't. Right? Not so much, not so persistent. Right? At this time, Jiang Xuyan happened to look back in front and asked them if they were still leaving. They immediately cut off the light screen and hid their hands behind their backs. At the urging of the former, they exchanged glances with each other, ended the topic and followed silently. Coming to Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes and looked at Chu Ning, who was also staring at him, and saw that her face looked different. What are you doing? Chu Ning's slender eyebrows were almost twisted together. She looked at him and Fang Qing, and suddenly asked boldly, tell me honestly, why did you keep that little guy by your side? Jiang Xuyan followed his hand and saw Fang Qing, who was waiting for them in front with his back to them. Thinking of the word she used just now. Little guy? Why do you call him a little guy? Chu Ning, then, isn't a cute and obedient little guy? And, before that, you also described someone as a little guy, before someone's true face was revealed. Chapter 38. Chu Ning didn't dare to tell the truth in the end. He just said looks young. Well, he tried to get away with it. Jiang Xuyan didn't think much about it, and didn't want to get entangled in this kind of a dress. When Fu Wen and others caught up, he turned around and continued walking. Chu Ning found that he didn't answer her previous question, and asked again. Jiang Xuyan, it's a long story. How long? The kind of long you don't want to hear. I don't believe it. Jiang Xuyan ignored her, and his expression looked like he didn't want to say it. But in fact, while speaking, he was also staring at Fang Qing in front of him, looking at the slightly thin back. He also asked himself, why? Maybe it looks too harmless? But so far, he has indeed not caused himself too much trouble. He came to join himself with a clear purpose and clear exchange conditions at the beginning. People who are open and honest from the beginning are always much more pure and direct than those who are always hiding and mysterious. Such people will not betray or turn against each other easily, as long as there is no conflict of interest. He sorted out his thoughts and didn't think about it anymore. And of course, he didn't tell Chu Ning. Chu Ning was quite dissatisfied with his behavior of not saying something. But she had no choice. She was used to it. From comrades in arms to mentors, and apprentices to partners, and good friends with Boss Jiang. The relationship between them is too complicated and too complicated. Their understanding of each other is no longer a simple understanding. It can be described. Boss Jiang didn't want to say it. Sometimes it means that he can't say it. And sometimes it means that it's useless to say it. But no matter what, he has his own sense of propriety. He probably lost his sense of propriety only once in his life. And that was the time. Chu Ning thought about it, and didn't ask any more questions. He muttered, be careful. And then, he didn't say anything more and followed him to another research room. There is a large research center, and 10 research room subrooms in the research room of the compound. The latter are distributed in different places in the compound, and are responsible for different projects. However, in emergencies, data and resources can be shared, and researchers can be deployed at any time. Li Bai's place is another place that is completely opposite to Shermeixin. The two are far apart. One is to prevent Li Bai from receiving rumors that he shouldn't receive, and the other is to worry that the two of them will mutate together, which will cause huge chaos, or even produce some resonance between the two that they don't know about. Join forces, then the compound will fall into a very passive and dangerous position. Everyone came here. Chu Ning and others went to understand the current situation and collect data. Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing went to see Li Bai first. Li Bai was wearing a white laboratory suit, with many small instruments for collecting data, and many electrodes for real-time monitoring, because he still maintained considerable energy and rationality. He was not as heavily restrained as Shermeixin, but for safety reasons, he was still arranged in a nearly closed laboratory room. And that room had a transparent high-density bulletproof window, which allowed both parties inside and outside to see each other's activities. As soon as Jiang Xuyan arrived, the researcher saluted him. Jiang Xuyan had ordered this laboratory to conceal their identities and addresses, so all the researchers pretended not to be familiar with Jiang Xuyan. The scene of being surrounded by people in Shermeixin's room was not seen here. Li Bai saw Jiang Feng and the other person coming over, and immediately stood up and walked towards the transparent window, seeing several more people coming behind them, but no familiar figure. He retracted his gaze and asked in Cantonese with a strong accent, "Come to see me." Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything, and it was Fang Qing who was more friendly who spoke first. "Yeah. Is brother Li Bai okay? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Li Bai shook his head. "Nothing. Mei Xian." Only then did Jiang Xuyan say, "It was discovered early, and now it is under control. Don't worry about her." Li Bai glanced at him and saw that his expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be lying. So he asked again, "Mei Hui was found?" "Yeah. The two of them have been together. But before Mei Xian's wound worsened too quickly, Mei Hui was afraid that she would mutate, and was afraid that you would know and implicate you. So she took the initiative to hide." Li Bai nodded with sudden realization. Under his slightly pale face, it can be seen that he is pretending to be calm, but in fact he is worried. Jiang Xuyan is usually very cold to them, but it doesn't mean that he hates them or anything. Seeing this, he said calmly, "I heard that your data is stable now. It shouldn't be a big deal, and you may be able to leave soon." Li Bai suddenly asked, "Where is this place?" After thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate. So he added another sentence, "Do you know?" Fong Qing was thinking about how to answer properly and not expose himself. Jiang Shuyan, I don't know. Li Bai, Jiang, how can such a place be known to ordinary people? Were you blindfolded when you came? It seems that we are all the same? Li Bai. Fong Qing. You are so good at it. You really pretend to be serious. Jiang Shuyan was very serious. So Fong Qing followed up, yes. This place is mysterious enough. We were separated and stuffed into the car. And we were blindfolded. When we got off the car, we asked. And no one knew where this was. Maybe this is the power of capitalism, he said, and glanced at Jiang Shuyan silently. Jiang Shuyan, yes. The power of the upper class is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Fong Qing. Yes. We can't even guess the power of the rich. The two sang in unison. And before they finished their lies, Li Bai was already confused by them. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of them, he stopped asking and looked behind them again. Then changed the topic. Are you the only two here this time? Jiang Shuyan looked up first, and saw that the man was staring at the empty space behind him in a daze. He asked, Are you asking Rensheng? Li Bai's eyelids twitched, and after a while, he lowered his eyes. Just ask. Rensheng and Ling Ming are at home. And they. Jiang Shuyan thought for a while. There's no need to cause panic. So they don't know at the moment. At that time, he asked Chu Ning to send someone to take Li Bai away. And the actions were all done quietly, without attracting the attention of the other two. When Li Bai heard this, his eyes trembled again. And then he lowered his head without being able to tell his emotions. A deep voice came through the microphone by the window. Well, it should be. Jiang Shuyan and Fong Qing looked at each other inexplicably. Why are they so emotional? I didn't ask much, thinking that although he used to quarrel with Rensheng, they had been together for a few years, and were familiar with each other. Rensheng didn't come, but the two of them, who were not familiar with him, came. He would be a little disappointed and sad. Jiang Shuyan gave Fong Qing a look, and Fong Qing immediately understood and began to comfort Li Bai in a soft voice. Jiang Shuyan took this opportunity to ask the researcher. The latter quietly handed him the observation report and data, and pointed to some suspicious statistical charts on it with a strange look. Jiang Shuyan looked at it, and his face changed. Li Bai's data did not change as much as Shermation, but Jiang Shuyan had just read his monitoring report last night in the morning, and the data was still clearly imprinted in his mind. Now seeing a brand new one, he said in a deep voice, it has increased. Researcher, yes. The increase is not big, and it is not as volatile as the other one. But overall, these data are showing an increase. And, he looked up at Jiang Shuyan, the increase is extremely, very regular and stable. Jiang Shuyan looked at the real-time data again. All of them were slowly climbing at an imperceptible rate. Even when Fong Qing talked to him, these data never changed. This trend is so stable, like something that is programmed to increase. Jiang Shuyan, observe for another day. In addition, strengthen security, and don't let any accidents happen. Researcher, received. Jiang Shuyan instructed a few more things, until Fong Qing and Li Bai talked to the point of being at a loss for words and awkward. He still couldn't figure out a better clue. So he called Fong Qing. Let's go. Come again next time. Li Bai suddenly asked again. You guys are coming again? Can you come anytime? Jiang Shuyan found that he was very alert and perceptive, and continued, your family can't be contacted by the higher-ups, and it's not good to let you stay here alone all the time. I'm afraid you'll be anxious. So I asked us to come and accompany you from time to time so that you can feel at ease. Li Bai, then why would I find you? In fact, we don't know each other well. Right? Jiang Shuyan finally opened his eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. I'm your landlord. If you think we're not familiar with each other, then who do you want to come? Rensheng. Who quarrels with you every day? When Rensheng was mentioned, Li Bai's expression changed again. The original vague suspicion disappeared, and he turned his head and looked at the small white bed in the room. That's right. We seem to be even less familiar with each other. Okay. Thank you for taking the time to come and see me. Jiang Shuyan finally shut him up, without saying any more nonsense, and left with Fong Qing. When leaving the laboratory, Fong Qing was still muttering to himself. Don't look at how Brother Bai and Rensheng often quarrel. When Rensheng is not here, Brother Bai always mentions him. Jiang Shuyan, you quarreled and developed feelings. Fong Qing, what kind of feelings are you talking about? Jiang Shuyan looked over. Of course, it's ordinary and simple feelings. Otherwise, what kind of feelings would there be? Fang Qing, there are many feelings between men. And I'm not sure what kind of feelings you are talking about. Jiang Shuyan suddenly stopped, looking at him with confusion in his eyes. Where are there many feelings? Fang Qing found that he was really a steely straight man. So he also stopped and raised his hand to count his fingers one by one. There are feelings of nodding acquaintances, feelings of fighting when meeting, feelings of revolutionary friendship, and vague feelings that can be kissed and hugged but without any impurities. And he looked at Jiang Shuyan. And suddenly, he was full of sly smiles, and the feelings between men. It took Jiang Shuyan a while to react to what he said last sentence. His face changed immediately, and he frowned at him. Why do you always think about such weird things? Fang Qing? I don't. Didn't you ask me? Jiang Shuyan, there are not so many feelings between men in this world. Don't think too much. If Li Bai or Rin Sheng knew that you were thinking nonsense, they would definitely beat you up. Fang Qing? I didn't say anything about them. You asked me. Jiang Shuyan ignored him and walked straight forward. His head was as hard as steel and concrete, full of disgusting thoughts of absurd. Absurd? This person is really absurd. But when he just walked out of the research assistant room and was about to go home, suddenly, a patrolling bodyguard ran over and stopped in front of him. Boss Jiang, someone is looking for you outside the compound. He only wants you by name. Jiang Shuyan, who? He said his name is Qin Gu. Qin Gu? He was just recalling this person. And Fang Qing heard the name Qin Gu. Oh, the man who really has gay feelings for you has appeared. Chapter 39. Jiang Shuyan, who had received the news, was about to go over when Chu Ning and others hurried out of the laboratory. Seeing Jiang Shuyan, Chu Ning and Fu Wen immediately said, I heard that there was a fight ahead. Jiang Shuyan, fight? Chu Ning, I don't know. I just received the news. Is someone looking for you? Jiang Shuyan. He glanced at the bodyguard, who had just received the news on the intercom. The person on the other side shouted to the bodyguard in the background of the noise, fight. Fight. Don't come over yet. Don't tell the boss. Jiang Shuyan. Bodyguard. It seems that the discipline here needs to be properly rectified. Jiang Shuyan had no expression on his face, and he raised his leg and walked towards the gate of the compound. The bodyguard was a little anxious. Boss? Jiang Shuyan, are you afraid that I will be beaten or that I will beat you afterwards? Bodyguard. We are afraid of both. Seeing that he insisted on going, the bodyguard cast a look of help to Chu Ning and others. Chu Ning shrugged. Do you dare to stop me? I don't dare anyway. And she heard that the man was one of the people who suddenly ran to the compound and left the Doomsday message? That's interesting. She and Fu Wen looked at each other and followed him. At this time, Fang Qing, who had never had a chance to interrupt, he mustered up his courage and pulled Chu Ning, who also had a strong aura. Chu Ning stopped and looked back. Seeing that it was him, he exclaimed, Xiao Jia Xiao Fang Qing. What's wrong? If you don't want to fight, we will send someone to send you back. It's okay. Fang Qing asked in his heart. What did you call me just now? What were you going to call me? But he didn't really ask. Just said, that person. He hesitated for a moment. But he intuitively felt that although Chu Ning had a strong aura and was a queen, she would have much better experience in dealing with things like feelings than Jiang Shuyan. So he pulled Chu Ning again. Excuse me. Let's talk for a minute. Chu Ning found his cautious action of pulling someone's sleeve so cute. No wonder Boss Jiang never hit him when he pulled his sleeve. Chu Ning waved to Fu Wen and others, asking them to follow Jiang Shuyan, and walked to a farther place with Fang Qing. What's the matter, little guy? She couldn't help but call him that. Fang Qing. She held back and didn't say anything. After thinking about it, seeing that Jiang Shuyan believed her, he gritted his teeth and confessed that he was also a reborn person, and then told her about Qin Gu. In his intuition, all festivals caused by emotional changes will be very serious, especially when encountering paranoid people. After hearing this, Chu Ning was stunned at first. For a long while, she asked in disbelief, You mean, in the last life, this Captain Qin liked our boss? Fang Qing, the rumors are right. Chu Ning was stunned again. After a long time, she asked again, Well, excuse my inappropriate question, but did our boss agree to it? Fang Qing, no. It's because of that the two of them broke up. Puff. Fong Qing? Chu Ning, you really didn't lie to me? Fong Qing. Why do I feel like I told the wrong person? At this time, two suspicious blushes appeared on Chu Ning's face. The overly bright eyes revealed her inappropriate excitement at this time. Is it true? Sure enough. Our boss is popular with both men and women. I said. This big show-off. How could there be no men who fall into his hands? Fong Qing, big show-off? Chu Ning was pulling him towards the gate, chattering all the way. The topic was nothing more than how stunning their boss was. How many boyfriends and girlfriends around her coveted him, but dared not say it. And how much she wanted to see the famous scene when a man confessed his love to Boss Jiang. When it came to the latter topic, Fong Qing thought it was better not to do it. Not to mention that the big brother Qin of the team suffered a big setback in the last life. Even in this life. Look. Just now. Fong Qing mentioned relationships between men. And the big boss's face changed like that. Want to confess to him? No. 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 It's better not to say it for a lifetime. Chu Ning didn't realize that she had unknowingly confided a lot in front of Fong Qing, who was suspected by her just now. But while she was interested in this topic, she also knew the seriousness of the matter. So even though she talked a lot and was very excited, she didn't slow down at all. After getting on the car that was waiting for them, she secretly arranged for the driver to overtake Jiang Xuyan's car and asked the latter's driver to drive slower so that they could go over to check the situation first. Sure enough, when they overtook the car and arrived at the gate of the compound, they got off the car and saw that the gatekeeper and a group of bodyguards in front of the compound were all knocked down. There was a strange man standing in front of the gate, tall and strong, looking straight at Chu Ning's car, with a sharp and dark look, as if he wanted to pierce the car window and pull the people inside out to take a closer look. There were still 2 or 3 bodyguards at the gate who could move, and they went up to subdue him. He didn't even look at them, and didn't move his steps. In 2 or 3 moves, he knocked all the other people to the ground with one hand. Unable to move, Chu Ning, who was originally very excited in the back seat, narrowed his eyes, and his expression became cold. This guy is something. Fong Qing, he was once the captain of the apocalypse. He was very strong to begin with. And then he has been struggling for so long. So he must be even stronger. This is also the reason why he didn't dare to tell Jiang Xuyan the truth rashly. He was afraid that the two would have a dispute and Jiang Xuyan would suffer. Chu Ning just snorted when he heard it, opened the car door, and got out. The man quietly watched the people get off the car. After Fong Qing got off, he waited for a long time. When the person he was waiting for didn't come, his sword-like eyebrows twisted up. Where is Jiang Xuyan? Is he hiding from me? Chu Ning walked over in high-heeled boots, sneering as he walked. Who are you? Is it worth our boss to hide from you? Xinge, Chu Ning. You are not my opponent. Step aside. Chu Ning paused, looking stunned. Do you know me? After saying that, he glanced at Fong Qing with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is he really a reborn person in the end times? Xinge is very handsome. The kind of handsome with a strong manly flavor. Deep facial features, regular contours, and the traditional characteristics unique to Asian men in the past. He stood abnormally upright, like a well-trained person, and with a tall figure, almost as tall as Jiang Xuyan. His agile figure that can be clearly seen through the thin shirt on his body, making him look more manly. Seeing Chu Ning's surprise, he sneered. Ask again. Where is Jiang Xuyan? Chu Ning turned around, put away his curiosity, and asked with a smile. What do you want to see him for? Isn't your etiquette of visiting a person a little too willful? Coming to someone else's territory to hurt someone else's people is not what a decent guest should do. Xinge, I'm not a serious guest either. Chu Ning, what exactly are you going to do? Xinge, look at him. Look at him? Excuse me. You come here to challenge. Xinge sneered and looked over. The cold and sharp eyes made Chu Ning shudder unconsciously. You can also understand it this way. Chu Ning's eyes darkened for a moment, and Fu Wen and others happened to come. She moved her knuckles and walked over in her heeled boots. It seems that we have to greet you first. Xinge looked at the familiar face approaching her expressionlessly. I'll say it again. You are no match for me. How do you know if you don't try? Your temper hasn't changed at all. Like him? Finally, before they made their move, he curled his lips and sneered. And when he made his move, he said in a cold tone, You asked for it. Jiang Xuyan got on the car that was supposed to pick him up, And when he saw Fang Qing inexplicably running to Chu Ning's place, he thought he didn't want to go. So he didn't force him, and drove to the gate of the compound by himself. He had been aware of the situation at the gate all the way, until later. He suddenly found that the frequency of the other side's message transmission had decreased, and his driver was driving slower and slower. He urged him with a gloomy face, and the driver wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "The car seems to have a problem. Boss, I've tried to drive as fast as possible." Jiang Xuyan knew without thinking that he had something to hide, and after contacting the situation at the compound, he suspected that the situation was not good. But seeing that it was useless to urge him, he decided to see what the driver was up to. So he stopped urging him. As a result, when he arrived at the gate of the compound, he saw a group of people lying there, and Chu Ning and his men, who had clearly come after him, were already at the scene, and had already started fighting with a strange man. He frowned, and sat in the back seat of the low-key black sedan without moving. While watching the fight, his aura gradually froze half of the temperature in the car. After a while, he found that the man was indeed strong enough, not to mention Fu Wen and his men. Even Chu Ning, who he brought up personally, was not his opponent. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes, and got out of the car in silence. The man was also ruthless, and he would hit the opponent's dead spot at any time. When Jiang Xuyan walked over, he had already knocked down Fu Wen's men, and the last one, Chu Ning, was stunned when he saw Jiang Xuyan, who was dressed in a restrained and coquettish manner, and was hit in the face by Chu Ning. He was instantly furious. Before Chu Ning made her next move, he raised his hand to block, grabbed her wrist, and then pressed it in the opposite direction. Click. Chu Ning's wrist was dislocated. Chu Ning groaned, and he mercilessly broke her arm, pushed her aside, and said in a cold voice, "I said you are not my opponent. I am familiar with your moves." After dealing with Chu Ning, Qin Ge immediately raised his legs forward and approached Jiang Xuyan step by step. In his deep eyes, there was a trace of extremely restrained light, and a trace of extremely suppressed cruelty. When he came to Jiang Xuyan, his voice was cold. "Finally here? I thought you would wait until I killed all your confidants with my own hands before you showed up." Jiang Xuyan was silent, looking at Chu Ning and Fu Wen, who fell to the ground, with no expression on his face. When he retracted his gaze to look at Qin Ge, there seemed to be no emotion in his eyes, until Qin Ge saw that he was still indifferent. He couldn't help but raise his hand and punched him. "Speak." Jiang Xuyan didn't move his body, but stretched out his slender and powerful arms. Before the opponent's fist came over, he first accurately strangled his throat, pinched the carotid arteries on both sides, and tightened them instantly. A strong sense of suffocation and absolute aura suppression immediately overwhelmed Qin Ge. A very fast and efficient move defeated the enemy. Jiang Xuyan looked at Qin Ge coldly, and the indifference and contempt in his eyes were like dark clouds pressing down on the city. He took advantage of his long arms and directly blocked the man on the opposite side, and opened his mouth with a cold look. "Have you thought about the consequences of touching my people?" Chapter 40. Qin Ge approached the 1.9-meter tall man and walked in front of Jiang Xuyan. But he still couldn't beat him. Before he could make a move, his throat was grabbed. Qin Ge was stunned, but when he saw Jiang Xuyan's cold face, he actually smiled again. "It's you." Sure enough, he hasn't changed. In the last life, he couldn't get what he wanted even if he died. He couldn't get it. He was about to hate him to death. But in the new life, seeing the increasingly harsh and cruel environment, he couldn't help but think of this person again. I don't know if he will live a better life in this life, or worse than the last life. He shouldn't die. This person is too strong. And he is so strong that he is above thousands of people. In such an environment on the eve of the end of the world, just with his cautious heart, he should be able to survive safely. But when Qin Ge came to the compound base of his previous life, put the message card, and was about to wait for 2 days for news, he found that someone was active in the closed compound. In his previous life, he knew that this place was not Jiang Xuyan's main activity area. It was not until the zombie tide appeared and expanded rapidly that he led people to move here. Now the first wave of crazy birds has just left, and the zombies have not yet entered the public sight. How could there be people here? He also got news from his police team that a large number of suspicious people appeared in a district of Landau City. Listening to the description, they were indeed zombies. And that district, after searching, seemed to be in the large area of the apartment where Jiang Xuyan lived. Comparing the time when the compound started to move and the time when the zombies appeared, he was so anxious on the spot. He came to the compound to find someone, but the security guards at the gate did not let him. Beat up a lot of people. I heard that people have come, but what he saw was only Chu Ning and a few others who followed him. No one showed up for a long time. Of course he couldn't help but think too much. Fortunately, before he completely lost his mind, he still saw a familiar figure. He was dressed in a rare outfit today, and Chingu was distracted again after a while. His eyes became deeper and deeper, and there was a deep and difficult light in his eyes that could not be restrained. Jiang Xuyan didn't quite understand his eyes, but he was very uncomfortable. His eyes sank, and his hand's strength increased. He said, "Looking for me? Here? Just tell me what you want." "Chingu, I said I came to see you. Do you believe it?" Jiang Xuyan, "No. That's useless. I just want to see you." "Jiang Xuyan?" Chingu saw the confusion and displeasure in his eyes, and his eyes darkened. It's really the same as before." Recalling the past, he bit his back teeth, and a hint of fierceness appeared in his eyes. Jiang Xuyan was completely impatient. The veins on the back of his slender hands bulged out. He hated all the mystification and procrastination. "I'll only give you 3 numbers." Chingu remained silent. 1, 2, 3. "Talk." "What to talk about?" "About the end of the world." "What do you want to do?" Chingu raised his hand to open the hand strangling his throat. When his fingertips touched, his fingers and heart trembled. But he still forbeared and restrained himself. When he withdrew his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You should have received my message? You should know who I am." Jiang Xuyan, captain of the Qingnan City Special Police Team. Chingu. Chingu, fast enough. Jiang Xuyan, continue. "There are posts about the end of the world. You should have read them too." "What?" "I'll save you." "Save me?" Chingu straightened his messy clothes, staring at him with deep eyes without blinking. "Yes." Jiang Xuyan, "Do you plan to answer me every time I ask you a question?" Chingu chuckled. His voice was deep and hoarse. "In the police station, I always ask others. Today I give you the opportunity to ask me. Is it not enough?" Jiang Xuyan's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his thin red lips hooked a cold arc. "In my place, I always ask others. Don't say you were a police officer. Even if you were a dragon, you have to quill up for me if you can't beat it." Chingu was stunned. He was choked by his arrogant tone. But soon, he came back to his senses and chuckled again. The man's unique low voice was very pleasant to hear. Jiang Xuyan could actually read a hint of, from that kind of laughter. Spoiling? His brows were about to be twisted together, and he took a step back unconsciously, with a look of discomfort on his face. Qingji's eyes were heavy again, but he didn't say anything. Just said, "I'll be frank, I'm also reborn." Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything. Chingu said again, "The end of the world is imminent, and zombies are about to flood. You can't just take the people in your yard and take one step at a time. Muddle through. Right? Let's talk about cooperation." Jiang Xuyan couldn't help but step over him and glance at Fang Qing at the door. But the latter was helping Chu Ning and others up, and had no time to take care of this for the time being. He retracted his gaze and looked at Chingu. "Do you know me?" Chingu, "I know." "What degree of acquaintance?" "What degree?" Chingu couldn't help laughing at himself, staring at Jiang Xuyan. His eyes seemed to be full of fire, wanting to eat him alive. Jiang Xuyan retreated again. This look made his fists hanging at his side bang harder. Chingu took a step forward. He was used to leading the team in the fight, and his momentum should not be underestimated. He stared at Jiang Xuyan. His eyes were deep and wild. "If I say, it's not the level you can accept, what will you do?" "Jiang Xuyan? What level I can't accept? And don't come over." Chingu approached step by step. The closer he got, the clearer the familiar cold fragrance on Jiang Xuyan's body became. All kinds of memories of the previous life swarmed up, gradually swallowing up Qingji's reason. He was a little restless. Jiang Xuyan's anger gradually couldn't be suppressed. With a click, his fist was clenched by him. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more aggressive, he couldn't bear it anymore and raised his hand to punch paw. This time Chingu blocked his punch. When his palm wrapped around his fist, the scorching temperature made him lose control of his mind. "Jiang Su Yen." He almost gritted his teeth and called his name, and took a step forward with his long legs, and his body was close to him. Jiang Xuyan was tall, so he had to look up slightly. When their eyes met, he looked at the other party's eyes that were red because of anger, and his eyes gradually turned red. In the last life, your reaction was not like this. He spoke in a hoarse voice. What was Jiang Xuyan like in the last life? In fact, he was even more brutal than now. But so what? What if this time, before everything started, he spoke first, and everything could be turned around? Anyway, he was reborn. And this time, he didn't believe that he couldn't be stronger than him. As long as he could be stronger than him, he didn't believe that he couldn't take him down. Qin Ge was talking to himself, and Jiang Xuyan had a cold face, recalling the day when he asked Fang Qing who Qin Ge was, and Fang Qing's reaction. Jiang Xuyan didn't talk about love with people, and he had never been emotional with people. But this didn't mean that Qin Ge's expression, reaction and tone. He couldn't tell what it meant. His face was dark on the spot, and he raised his eyes to find Fang Qing and let him explain clearly. Qin Ge clamped his chin and strangled his movements. Qin Ge had actually stimulated his superpowers. He was not as strong as he was in the last life, but his strength was still much greater than when he was an ordinary person. Jiang Xuyan was fast enough to stop him before. This time, he used all his strength. As long as Jiang Xuyan didn't want his jaw to be dislocated, he must not leave his control. He pinched his chin and said in a cold voice, "You have been looking at the gate since just now. Are you looking at the group of followers who were injured? Or what are you looking at?" Jiang Xuyan felt his strength and couldn't move for a moment. He was surprised and angry, raised his hand, and was about to take action. But at this moment, a soft and shallow voice sounded, "What are you doing? This big brother Qin. Please let him go." The two turned their heads and saw Fang Qing in a white shirt walking quickly. He came to Jiang Xuyan, stood side by side with Jiang Xuyan, and faced Qin Ge directly. The faint smile on his face was gentle and soft, and in this tense atmosphere, it surprisingly eased the atmosphere. Qin Ge had never seen this person, but he intuitively didn't like the distance between him and Jiang Xuyan. His face darkened. "Who are you?" Looking at Jiang Xuyan, "You brought an outsider to the compound?" Jiang Xuyan was displeased and was about to tell him to shut up and let Fang Qing leave. But Fang Qing raised his hand and pulled his sleeve to stop him. Still with that harmless sunny smile on his face. "Let go. You will be beaten if you treat Boss Jiang like this in public." "Qin Ge, who are you? Don't you understand who is going to be beaten?" "Fang Qing, does it matter who I am? I am also Boss Jiang's little follower. I haven't seen you before." "I haven't seen you before either." "Oh, the past you mentioned? Is it the past we haven't met before? What's wrong with you? I don't mean to chat with you. Get out of the way. Move your hand that is pulling his clothes away." Fang Qing moved his hand away obediently. But soon, he reached back and grabbed Jiang Xuyan's sleeve again. "Sorry. I'm a little scared and can't let go." "Qin Ge? What are you afraid of? And what can't you let go?" "I'll say it again. Move your hand away." Fang Qing smiled meekly and obediently, like an obedient and cute puppy in the sun. But his tone was a little trembling, and there was a little bit of hardness that was not easy to detect. "If you let him go, I will let him go too. Qin Ge, don't even think about it. Let go. Boss Jiang's chin is about to be pinched red by you. Get out." Fang Qing suddenly fell silent, and the smile on his face seemed to be a little bit off. But it wasn't embarrassment or anything. He blinked his eyes, glanced at Qin Ge's hand with bulging veins, turned his head, and looked at Jiang Xuyan, who was clamped by him and had a red mark on his chin. His mood suddenly became bad, and his tone became a little colder without him even noticing. Is he very strong? Jiang Xuyan didn't know what he was doing, but seeing that he dared to stand up for the first time in this situation, he suddenly became less angry and less eager to break free. He kept the clamped posture and looked at him with his eyes downcast. "Yes. Any suggestions?" Fang Qing, "No. Just what I told you." "Qin Ge, what did you say to him?" Jiang Xuyan, "Did you hear what he said just now?" Fang Qing, "I heard it, but I think it's fake." Jiang Xuyan, "Oh, then I don't have to think too much?" Fang Qing, "Are you ready to take action?" However, at this time, Jiang Xuyan, who was 100% sure of counterattack, only said, "He is very strong. I can't move." Fong Qing heard this tone, blinked in confusion, and turned to look at him. At this time, Fong Qing couldn't help laughing again, not knowing what he saw from the other person's eyes. Are you too bad? Jiang Shuyan, hurry up. Fong Qing, I'm scared. Take it as a training. What if something goes wrong? I'll protect you. So Fong Qing took a deep breath. And when Qing Ge was in a bad mood, he suddenly raised his other hand hidden behind his back. And with a click, he pressed the safety pin of the black wooden barrel in his hand. And the mouth of the wooden barrel directly hit Qing Ge's forehead. And said in a cold voice, say it again, let him go. Chapter 41. Fong Qing suddenly pulled out a wooden basket, which startled Qing Ge for a moment. But he was from the police force after all, and his reaction speed was first rate. So he wanted to react immediately. However, at this moment, Jiang Shuyan, who had been motionless, raised his knee and hit Qing Ge's abdomen directly. The latter groaned and bent over, and Jiang Shuyan grabbed his collar and turned around, threw him over his shoulder and pressed him down. Qing Ge, you. Jiang Shuyan, knowing me. You should be more vigilant. You are so easily distracted. You are not qualified as a captain. Qing Ge's mind was still full of the conversation between him and Fong Qing just now. What's going on with these two people singing the same tune? What's the matter with this tacit understanding of communicating directly with eyes and inexplicable language? In his previous life, he was sure that this person had never appeared around him. So was he his old friend? Or someone he just met in this life? Why would there be such a harmless-looking little puppy next to a man like Jiang Shuyan? The key is to use him to divert his attention, as if giving him a chance to gain experience. Qing Ge looked past Jiang Shuyan and stared at Fong Qing behind him. Fong Qing's wooden cannon was facing Jiang Shuyan's back at this time, fearing that the wooden cannon would accidentally fire and hurt Jiang Shuyan. And even his hand holding the wooden cannon was shaking. He looked very calm, but in fact, he had been panicking for a long time. He thought it was just a wooden cannon. How difficult could it be? Unexpectedly, the moment the wooden cannon was raised, he found that he really couldn't do it. So scary. Especially with Boss Jiang in front of him. Jiang? Boss Jiang? Be careful. This sounded like he was reminding Jiang Shuyan to be careful of Qing Ge. But in fact, he was reminding him to be careful of his own wooden warehouse. Jiang Shuyan was very calm. You are the one who is careful. If you are not careful, I will die. Fong Qing. Whoa. I am even more scared if you do this. Whoa. Qing Ge retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Shuyan. From what you said, he is a novice? You put your life in the hands of a novice? Jiang Shuyan sneered, grabbed his collar and pulled him up, and tied his hands behind his back to restrain his movements. Who I put my life in is none of your business. But you? Your purpose is not pure? Want to talk to me? No chance. As he said, he called a few bodyguards, who handed him a pair of handcuffs, and he took the handcuffs and handcuffed his hands. Qing Ge tried hard to break free from his restraints, but found that he was so strong that even if he had superpowers, it would be difficult to break free from it. He was surprised at Jiang Shuyan's initial strength when they met in the previous life. Zombie crystals were already very common in the end times. At that time, Jiang Shuyan had used them to strengthen his strength. He couldn't beat him at that time. So how could he beat him now? What is the strength of this person? Jiang Shuyan ignored his struggle, handcuffed his wrist with a click, and pushed him to the bodyguards. Take him away. Send him out. Don't let him appear in front of me again. The bodyguards were about to take orders and do their job. Fong Qing, who had taken back the wooden warehouse, whispered in the back, Ah? Send him away? Jiang Shuyan half turned around. Is there a problem? Fong Qing suppressed his voice. Don't you ask why he came first? I just heard that he came to save you. Jiang Shuyan looked over. Do you believe what he said? Fong Qing pursed his lips and thought, do you believe it? He glanced at Qing Ge again. Do you believe it? But they had love in their previous life. No. It was one person who had unilateral love for the other. So he thought about it carefully again. And at this time, his intuition came back. I think he was a little too radical, but he didn't really want to hurt you. Jiang Shuyan, you still say he didn't want to hurt me? Fong Qing, don't be angry if I tell you the truth. I think he just... Ahem. The way he looked at you just now actually seemed to want to monopolize you or something. Jiang Shuyan's face changed again, blackened, staring at him without blinking, his eyes full of shut up. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Fong Qing once again told himself that this man couldn't listen to this kind of thing. But Fong Qing is also a reborn person. He knows that if there is nothing special, no one will come all the way to find someone who has nothing to do with him under the pressure of the bird tide and the end of the world. Listen. He thought that since he had come here, fought, and some things had been clearly said, why should he refuse others? Let's talk first. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows and looked at him, his eyes full of scrutiny. Why are you so active suddenly? Also, why didn't you tell me the truth about this kind of thing before? What are you afraid of? Fong Qing said unhappily, if I tell the truth, I'm afraid that you can't hit him. So you turn around and hit me first. Jiang Xuyan narrowed his eyes and pinched his chin. Am I this kind of person in your eyes? Fong Qing was pinched on the chin and was stunned. He was completely confused. This? Jiang Xuyan was also stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his hand, thinking, why did I tease him like a puppy? Fong Qing noticed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately said, I think you don't like this topic. Also, I'm not positive. I just think. He suddenly glanced at Qing Ge, who was still staring at him, and Jiang Xuyan not far away, and stood on tiptoe to whisper in Jiang Xuyan's ear, since they're here, we can't waste this opportunity. I heard that he was a very powerful captain in the last life. You two have cooperated all the way. That's right. What if he came back this time to tell you more information about the end of the world so that you can prepare in advance? People like him are definitely better than people like me and Brother Ling Ming, who mainly stay at home. And what if he still wants to cooperate with you this time? Or what if he doesn't want to cooperate with you, but wants to be your enemy? You are the future overlord. Really a overlord that good people admire and bad people are afraid of. With your identity. If your friend is reborn, it will be a great help. But if it is your mortal enemy. He left his ear with a worried look on his face, and made a gesture of wiping his neck to him, in order to highlight the seriousness of the situation. He also made a very scary and hideous dying expression. But such an expression on his white and cute face was very. Jiang Xuyan couldn't help but laugh. Fong Qing's eyes widened when he saw this. You laugh at me at this time? Jiang Xuyan patted his head, like a puppy squatting on the roadside in the sun. Okay. I know what you mean. Next time, don't force yourself to make such an expression that doesn't match your temperament. It's weird. Fong Qing felt wronged. I'm trying to express the importance of the matter. Okay. 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 Listen. Fong Qing. Jiang Xuyan walked in front of Qing Ge. To be honest, this man's attitude towards him made him very uncomfortable. But Fong Qing also had a point. This time Fong Qing was more rational. He said to the bodyguards, who were holding Qing Ge, take him to the interrogation room. The bodyguards took action immediately. Qing Ge saw that he changed his mind and cast his eyes on Fong Qing, who had just whispered in his ear. This person. This person. He looked at Jiang Xuyan again. And when he passed by, he asked Jiang Xuyan in a low voice, didn't you say that you don't like to be too close to men? Jiang Xuyan glanced over, and an expression completely different from the relaxed and calm expression just now covered his handsome face. Get lost. Interrogation room. The layout and configuration are almost the same as those of the police station. The security system is even more stringent than there, and the interior is even more desolate and cold. Qing Ge sat inside, and Jiang Xuyan crossed his long legs and sat sideways opposite him, sitting in the position of being interrogated for the first time. Qing Ge had a gloomy sneer on his face and stared at him. Talk here? Jiang Xuyan, don't talk nonsense. Come here and say what you want to say and what you want to do. Qing Ge, what made you change your mind? That little boy? Jiang Xuyan, is this the only thing you can hold in your mind? Qing Ge was amused by him. This guy is cold enough. And he is also very ruthless when he is against people. He leaned forward, approaching Jiang Xuyan. Then let's get straight to the point. Do you believe that the end of the world is coming? Jiang Xuyan, it depends on how true you say it is. Qing Ge, what is true? Jiang Xuyan looked at him coldly, and his thin lips lightly hooked a trace of indifference and arrogance. For example, he recalled Qing Ji's previous hand strength. For example, there are superpowers in the end of the world. What is your superpower in that life? Do you have superpowers now? Qing Ge was startled and stepped back a little, trying to hide his movements. How do you know I have superpowers? Jiang Xuyan, your strength is extraordinary. Then you can break free from my hands. Does it mean that you are also I am different from you. Qin Ge shut up and sank his eyes. After a while, he heard Jiang Xuyan ask again. And he came back to his senses and admitted frankly, yes. Jiang Xuyan's eyes showed a trace of inquiry. And he asked with deep eyes, what is the superpower? Qin Ge stared at him for a long time, leaned close to him again, and said in a low voice, I cooperate with you because you have a very important position in my heart, can you understand? Jiang Xuyan frowned and pulled away. And the disgust in his heart came out again. He really didn't know why this person always emphasized this matter. Why did he think that he would give him feedback if he valued him? He wanted to bring Fang Qing or Chu Ning to interrogate him on his behalf. He didn't want to get close to this person at all. He endured it again and again. And then gritted his teeth. Speak. Qin Ge said, my superpower is my body function. Jiang Xuyan, body function? All abilities are different from ordinary people's super strength, super endurance, super jumping and super reaction, etc. And later there is also the elementary thunder energy. Jiang Xuyan was silent for a moment. That's it? Qin Ge, that? Jiang Xuyan looked at him, his eyes full of genuine confusion. I heard that this person had a quarrel with him in the last life. After the quarrel, he left, and never threatened his position as the overlord from beginning to end. Then, he suddenly became interested and asked, did we fight in the last life? Qin Ge snorted, later, we fought a lot later. Did you win? Qin Ge. It seems that I didn't win. Jiang Xuyan became more interested, leaned forward to Qin Ge, and asked with a smile, then, in the last life, what was my superpower? Chapter 42. Who knows that Qin Ji's face changed? And there was a hint of subtlety in his eyes when he stared at Jiang Xuyan. You. But just as he was about to say it, he hesitated for a moment and changed his words. You don't have superpowers. Jiang Xuyan. I don't have any? Qin Ge nodded and replied seriously, yes. In fact, he does. And this ability is quite amazing. But he didn't want to tell him, because Jiang Xuyan's basic strength was already strong enough. And later, he stimulated such an amazing ability. And that world gradually had no other forces that could compete with him. Qin Ge didn't want to go back to that time. One reason was that after becoming such a powerful leader, Jiang Xuyan would become very tired. And the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He didn't want to see him rubbing his eyebrows with a tired face. Another reason was out of great selfishness. He didn't want him to surpass himself again. In his previous life, Jiang Xuyan developed too fast. When the two met and decided to cooperate, the gap between their strength was not too big. And Jiang Xuyan's superpowers had not been activated for a long time, which made everyone regretfully believe that he had no superpowers at all. Later, when a zombie frenzy broke out, Jiang Xuyan gradually broke through the limits of his body under high pressure. And his superpowers were also brought out. They found out that he had not had superpowers for a long time because his basic abilities were too strong and he could not reach the limit all the way. So it was difficult to activate his superpowers. After he had superpowers, his subsequent development was as fast as a rocket. No one could stop his advancement speed, and no one could catch up with him. Qin Ge was gradually pulled away from him from his position side by side. When he came to his senses, this person was already at a height that he could not reach. Qin Ge did not like this feeling, especially at that time. The two of them had no chance to be together. He did not want this. Jiang Xuyan was obviously suitable to be a canary that was pampered at the tip of his heart. In this life, he wanted to protect him in his arms, wanted him to unload all the burdens, and be his palm pet obediently. Qin Ge pulled the top collar of his shirt, looking at Jiang Xuyan's beautiful face and his stunning outfit that was both cold and lustful. He could not help but lean over and smell his familiar and nostalgic cold fragrance. So in this life, I will come back to help you. You can rest assured to leave everything to me. I will guarantee that you will never suffer again in this life. How about it? Jiang Xuyan stepped back and avoided this person as much as possible, inexplicably approaching. Inexplicably speaking, this person hit his sore spot accurately no matter what he did. There is something wrong. Where is Chu Ning? Where is Fang Qing? Where are the others? He really wanted to put down this burden on the spot. And whoever wanted to take it could take it. He was silent for a long time. Qin Ge thought he was thinking about it. And he was silent for a long time. Until later, Fang Qing's worried voice came from the intercom headset in Jiang Xuyan's ears. Boss Jiang, are you okay? If you are angry, don't ask. There is a bodyguard brother here who said he wants to beat the guy first. When Jiang Xuyan heard it, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It's broken. What's wrong? Is it funny to tell such a cold joke at this time? However, the irritability and disgust in his heart were instantly extinguished, and he regained a little calm. I found a clue. I don't have superpowers. How can I live until then? Everyone says he is a great overlord. Is he a great overlord without any superpowers? Living at the bottom of the apocalypse? What does he rely on to become a great overlord? Qin Gu was stunned by his question because he had not prepared a speech. But he was the captain of the police force after all. And he reacted quickly, in the apocalypse. In addition to stimulating superpowers, corpse crystals also have the effect of slightly enhancing human energy. You don't have superpowers, but you have a strong foundation in all aspects. With the help of corpse crystals, ordinary people are not your opponents. Ordinary people? Jiang Xuyan sneered. Meaning unclear. Rely on suppressing ordinary people to become a great overlord? The credibility is a bit low. But he didn't take up the topic again. Thinking of what Qin Gu said just now, he asked, then how are you going to help me? Qin Gu thought he was moved when he heard it. His eyes lit up, and a smile of success appeared at the corner of his lips. The Doomsday Corpse Crystal is a good thing for self-protection and advancement. I know your identity is sensitive. It's not easy for you to get that kind of thing in the early stage of the Doomsday, when zombies have not entered the public eye. So I can help you. Jiang Xuyan, do you want to use your power for personal gain? Qin Gu, not really. I'm going to leave the police force. Oh. Why? It's the end of the world. In a place like that, it's not easy to develop your own power, you should understand. Jiang Xuyan understands. The public is the public. And what you do must always be public. If you want to develop in a different way, staying there is indeed an obstacle. However, if you leave, your identity that facilitates your work will disappear. At that time, there will be no big difference between you and me. Qin Gu, but I still have more information than you. And I have been the captain for so many years. How can I not find such a small number of internal connections? Jiang Xuyan stared at him silently. After a long while, he concluded, so you want to help me find corpse crystals before the end of the world? Help me consolidate myself? Yes. Why? Love. He turned his head away with an expression of I shouldn't ask, took a deep breath, and stood up. I understand. Qin Gu didn't think there was anything wrong with his statement at all when he accepted the fact that he liked men in his previous life. He was full of resistance like Jiang Xuyan, but he later accepted it and got used to it. So he didn't feel uncomfortable. What made him most uncomfortable was not this, but this man. He actually couldn't get his love. He couldn't bear such a failure. Hearing Jiang Xuyan say this, he was a little excited and stood up. Do you agree? If you agree, I can arrange it immediately. In addition, your compound will bring you a lot of trouble in the future. If you don't want to be tired, I have a place where I can take you away. Jiang Xuyan listened expressionlessly. After listening to him, he straightened his shirt cuffs and looked sideways. His eyes suddenly became very cold. You want me to give up this place and go with you? Qin Gu, yes. Go with you. And you will protect me? Yes. Jiang Xuyan suddenly chuckled. And across the interrogation table, he grabbed Qin Ji's neck. Why am I a canary in your eyes? Qin Gu felt his burning body temperature coming. Not in a hurry, but a little depressed. You can. Jiang Xuyan sneered again, let go of his hand, and wiped it with a tissue in disgust. When leaving, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it on the table in front of Qin Gu. His voice was extremely cold. You think too much. Although someone advised me to listen to you. Now it seems that I don't need to do so. If you don't want to die in my compound, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Qin Gu frowned and clenched his fist. Is this compound really so important to you? You rarely came back before the end of the world. Jiang Xuyan opened the door of the interrogation room. And when he closed the door, he looked at Qin Gu with a cold look. It's really not that important. But, he said in a deep voice, that's more important than you. In addition, learn how to chase people before coming back. You are so stiff that it makes people sick. Straight man. Chapter 43. When Jiang Xuyan walked to the monitoring room next door, he saw Fang Qin hugging his arm and rubbing it. Looking very cold. He asked curiously, why? Cold? There is a heater in the room. Why don't you turn it on? Fang Qin looked over. and his porcelain-like face was almost wrinkled. Boss Jiang. I'm sorry. Jiang Xuyen? Fang Qing. I shouldn't have advised you to talk to him. I didn't expect a person to be so disgusting. As soon as he said that, Jiang Xuyen thought of the conversation just now. Goosebumps also appeared through the reflection of the stainless steel door in the room. He took a look at his figure and couldn't help asking Fang Qing, do I look like a hunchback? Do I look like someone who can be a canary? How could someone be so blind and still want to support him? Fang Qing glanced at him from head to toe and saw that he was tall and had long legs, broad shoulders and narrow hips. Even if he wore a loose black satin shirt that didn't show his figure, it was hard to hide his muscular figure. Looking at the tight waist that was faintly visible under the shirt, he suddenly thought of how he looked when he was with others. Fuck. His face immediately turned red, and he took 2 steps back, looking at the tall and strong figure and muttered, you look like you can press someone to the bed and hack him to death. Jiang Xuyen? What? Fang Qing suddenly came back to his senses and covered his mouth. Huh? No. I said you can't be a canary. You are so strong. How can you commit yourself to someone? I used the wrong words. Anyway, you are definitely not a canary. Jiang Xuyen was puzzled. What are you panicking about? He didn't hear clearly what Fang Qing was mumbling just now, so he didn't know that he had already imagined it. He waved his hand. Let's go. Go back. I can't stand it. Fang Qing followed him. What about this person? Let someone take him out. Do whatever you want. Will he come back for revenge? Why? Afraid? I'm definitely not afraid. It's none of my business. It's just that you, Boss Jiang, you're not afraid. What should I be afraid of? Fang Qing? Your logic. But he didn't continue to argue in the end, and followed Jiang Xuyen's ass and walked away happily. Regarding the supernatural power, he thought about it and didn't ask, because he always felt that Qing Good didn't seem to be very reliable. Who knows whether what he said is true or false, sincere or bluffing? Seeing that Jiang Xuyen didn't seem to care much, he guessed that what he could think of, others must be able to think of it too. Anyway, he didn't ask any more questions and went back to his villa obediently. In the next week, Li Bai's condition was stable, and Sher Meixin's condition did not deteriorate. But at the same time, there was no sign of improvement. Under such circumstances, Sher Mei was under great mental pressure. In order to prevent her from getting into trouble alone, Jiang Xuyen asked Fang Qing, who was familiar with her, to stay with her, and Chu Ning would go over to chat with her from time to time and enlighten her. Qing Good came several times this week, but Jiang Xuyen arranged an automatic sweeping machine wooden warehouse at the gate to directly stop people outside. The identities and origins of the other people who left message cards in the compound were also checked. But Jiang Xuyen had learned from Qing Ji's lesson and did not want to greet them again, so he sent Fu Wen to explore the way first. A week later, the temperature in Landau City dropped sharply. The extreme cold weather Fang Qing had mentioned was coming. Early in the morning of that day, Chu Ning drove and led several large trucks behind him, entering the compound one after another. It was the end of the world's supplies. As a person who ate and drank for free in the compound, Fang Qing felt embarrassed to do nothing. So he got up early in the morning and waited at the gate when he received the news. When the supplies came, he went to help move them. It was at this time that he first clearly understood how huge Jiang Xuyen's compound organization was. As soon as the supplies arrived, everyone who was idle inside and outside the compound who could help came out. At first glance, it was a dark group. A rough calculation showed that there were at least 200 people. Can the villa complex in this compound accommodate so many people? I didn't see so many people moving around in the compound at ordinary times. Where did these people come from? He didn't know that this compound also had a place called Underground Factory. And this factory has 2 floors at least. And the 3rd floor is still being dug in full swing. When Chu Ning got off the car, another person followed him. Uncle Wu. Seeing Jiang Xuyen, he greeted him warmly and chatted with him for a few words. At this time, Fang Qing also saw him. After all, they had met and chatted before. So he came over and greeted him. Hey, Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu saw it was him. Huh? Isn't this Xiao Fang? He looked at Jiang Xuyen. He's here? Isn't he just an ordinary friend? Jiang Xuyen just nodded. Without much explanation, I have something to do, so I brought him here. Uncle Wu raised his eyebrows. And then Chu Ning, huh? Xiao Fang Qing knows Uncle Wu? Fong Qing, I've met him once. Jiang Xuyan, I've met him in the store. Uncle Wu, little Fong Qing? Several people spoke at the same time. And the scene was very chaotic. They were quiet for a moment. After a while, Uncle Wu saw that the atmosphere had become cold. And seeing that Fong Qing was brought back by Jiang Xuyan, he didn't ask any more questions and followed Chu Ning to do other work. Jiang Xuyan asked Fong Qing to continue to help. A large part of these materials were prepared by Fong Qing according to the end of the world. For others, he added a few more lists based on the end of the world environment described by Fong Qing. There were more than a dozen large trucks. These trucks now are just the first batch of concentrated transportation. There will be many more in the next few days. Jiang Xuyan doesn't have much time to take care of these things. So he asked Fong Qing, who is careful enough, to help organize the inventory and direct the transportation. You don't have to move. It's more important to count the supplies. Here's the list. You'll be in charge of this for the next few days. Fong Qing was a little surprised. I'll do it? Jiang Xuyan, are there any problems? The martial arts are not good. But the literary ones are okay. Right? Fong Qing received his list and said, as he looked at it, that's not what I meant. I'm just not familiar with everyone. You want me to take charge? So Jiang Xuyan found someone who had been with Chu Ning, Fu Wen and others before, had met Fong Qing, and knew a lot of things. Take him to identify people. He will be in charge of the supplies for the next few days. The man's first reaction was to widen his eyes. Why is it him? These words almost came out of his mouth. But then he thought about it. He has been very close to Mr. Jiang recently. So he must be very trustworthy, or have extraordinary abilities. So he swallowed his doubts again, straightened his back, and said to Fong Qing, okay. Follow me. Brother Fong. Fong Qing, who suddenly became brother. No. 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 It's not appropriate. Just call me by my name. Fong Qing. Okay. Brother Qing. Brother Qing sounds better. It suits your temperament. Uh-huh. My name is Dezue. You can just call me Dezue. Fong Qing, who is still brother after all. Okay. Okay. The two of them went to work. Jiang Xuyan watched from behind for a while. There was no problem. So he turned around and walked to the next place. Halfway through, the chip in his palm felt slightly hot. He raised his hand and took a look, and saw that it was a familiar number. So he turned his back to a wall where he couldn't see the location, and answered the call. A rough man's face was reflected on the projection screen. The same rough voice came out. Jiang Xuyan. What's the matter? Deputy Dong? Wu Yandong looked calmly and first looked at the environment behind him. Seeing that he couldn't see the place, he retracted his gaze. I heard that you have been collecting a lot of supplies these days. Jiang Xuyan. What? I don't steal or rob. But Deputy Dong is asking about this? Wu Yandong gritted his teeth, his face full of dissatisfaction. Did the person who posted the Doomsday post ask you to prepare those things? Jiang Xuyan thought of Ling Minghe and Ren Sheng had contacted Fong Qing these days. And it sounded that the two of them had also stockpiled a lot of supplies in the apartment, preparing to welcome the second wave of crazy bird tide. However, due to Shermachine and the stockpiling of goods in the compound, Jiang Xuyan could not return to the apartment in a short period of time. Even if the crazy bird tide was gone and the zombie tide started, he might not go back many times. It is easy to make arrangements for Ren Sheng alone. But Ling Ming's identity is special after all, and he still has value to the overall situation of the end of the world. If he is kept in the apartment, his personal safety cannot be guaranteed, and his identity, as a reborn person, will not be able to be fully utilized. Jiang Xuyan didn't trust Ling Ming, so he wouldn't bring him into the compound. In this case, it would be better to arrange a safer place for him. Jiang Xuyan didn't trust others in this place, but Deputy Director Dong in front of him should be able to arrange it. Jiang Xuyan collected his thoughts and leaned against the wall and said, Deputy Dong, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Why be around the bush? Wu Yandong didn't listen and continued to ask, what else did he say to you? And what did he ask you to do? Why would he, a reborn person, find you? And how did you know each other? Jiang Xuyan's eyes flashed coldly. Does Deputy Dong think we are cooperating? Or does he think I am messing around with him? So you have to interrogate me like a criminal? Jiang Xuyan. Wu Yandong interrupted him with a stronger tone. The environment is about to deteriorate. I hope you can understand that this person is greatly involved in the current situation. And the news he spreads will cause unnecessary panic and panic. We are the International Star Bureau. We must control this situation. Jiang Xuyan sneered. If you really want to control the situation, you should invite them in a nice way. Instead of finding a few affiliated cars, and a few young men who are just starting out, and forcing them to go with you. Wu Yandong, we have our considerations. Control him by force. And use his name to control the situation again? Jiang Xuyan. Just say it. Deputy Dong. What do you want to do? Wu Yandong gritted his teeth. Hand him over. Jiang Xuyan, I didn't tie him up. How can I hand him over? You warned the people in the bureau last time. Right? With your attitude. What's the difference between that and tying him up? Don't get me wrong. Last time, he said he didn't want to go with you. So I took action. If you have the ability to make him follow you willingly, I have no intention of obstructing him. Wu Yandong narrowed his eyes and stared at him like a snake. You mean, as long as he agrees, you don't care? Jiang Xuyan said in a light tone. Yes. As long as he willingly agrees. Wu Yandong fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. His tone was a little softer. Don't worry. We just talked to him. And after understanding the truth, we will organize citizens to deal with the disaster in a planned way. We will not embarrass him as you think. Jiang Xuyan sneered. Whether you embarrass him or not is none of my business in principle. I have no intention of interfering with, or being curious about all the decisions and measures you have made. But I remind you one thing, he now has an extraordinary status in the hearts of the masses. And many people regard him as a guiding light. If he does something wrong, you people are to blame. And once the world environment changes irreparably because of his mistakes, you are the culprit. So, it's best not to take chances and do things that may hurt him permanently. His identity as a reborn person in the last days is not important. What is important is the information he has. I hope you can distinguish the priorities, and don't let me become a sinner who brings trouble to the world. Understand? Wu Yandong was speechless by what he said. And there was another silence. After a long while, he saw that Jiang Xuyan didn't react much. Although this question was not within his plan, he couldn't help asking, you don't seem to be worried about losing this Doomsday leader. Nor are you worried that he will be gone, and you will lose first-hand information. Did he tell you all the news? Or are you preparing some other plan with him? Jiang Xuyan found that this person was very suspicious, and asked back, do you think that I can't survive in the end times without this person and these news? What plans are he and I going to prepare? Do you really think I will be interested in you if you don't do anything weird? Wu Yandong was choked by what he said, and said in a calm voice, then you will also lose the initiative. You don't look like someone who will give up the initiative. At this time, Jiang Xuyan looked up at Fang Qing, who was busy in the distance, and then thought of the various reborn people who kept appearing and trying to contact him a while ago. Although he didn't know what happened in their previous life and how so many people were reborn, it didn't matter. Who said Ling Ming was the only one who had the advantage. He stared at Fang Qing's busy back, sneered, and raised his hand to hang up the phone. I have my own way. Deputy Dong doesn't have to worry about it. What way? It has nothing to do with you. You? I don't care whether I have the advantage or not. I'm not someone who will die if I lose the advantage. So you should be careful. Wu Yandong wanted to ask again, but Jiang Xuyan had hung up the phone. Not long after, another call came in. Jiang Xuyan looked at the number before answering it, and Ling Ming's face appeared. Boss Jiang, did you sell me out? At the same time, Wu Yandong said, Director Dong, what exactly does he mean? And, didn't you want to ask him to help deal with the zombies in South City? The zombies over there are getting uncontrollable. But you guys are talking about. Chapter 44. Wu Yandong was not in a good mood when it came to zombies. Since the last time they received the alarm, they found that zombies really appeared in this world. And there were many of them at a time. Since then, they have found zombies more and more frequently, and more densely. This time, they received the alarm and found a large number of residents in abnormal conditions in the South District. And there were actually many zombies among them. His head exploded. The police force has been seriously insufficient recently. If they were to be sent there again, the police station would be empty. Wu Yandong had no choice but to borrow Jiang Xuyan's power to deal with it. But seeing his arrogant attitude just now, he swallowed the request in his mouth again. He rubbed his nose and said to his subordinates with a headache, forget it. Asking him will make him think that we can't do without him. We can't spoil him. Let's talk about it when it really doesn't work. His subordinates looked at him. And then at the electronic light screen that had been hung up. He didn't understand. But he still went down obediently to monitor the progress of the task. On the other side, Jiang Xuyan received a call from Ling Ming and asked calmly, "Did someone look for you?" Ling Ming was a little anxious and a little angry. "They called me and asked me to go with them. I said I was with you and I didn't want to leave. But you didn't let me go. As a result, they said that you agreed to let them take me away. Why did you agree? Didn't you say that if they took me away, it would be easy to harm me? Then, are you pushing me to the crater?" Jiang Xuyan listened to him quietly, and then said calmly, "The one who said he wanted to take you away this time was the deputy director there. Wu Yandong. This guy is fierce. But he is capable. Has a high position in the bureau. And his words carry weight, and he can make decisions. It's better for you to follow him than to follow those people before." Ling Ming was silent for a moment. After a while, he asked in confusion, "But weren't those people last time also arranged by superiors like them?" "Jiang Xuyan, how can superiors take care of everything? Usually they are only responsible for issuing orders. And then the people below arrange the execution. Now that he has spoken in person, it proves that he will handle this matter personally. If you follow him, the one who is responsible for your safety is Wu Yandong himself." Ling Ming was silent again. But he always felt unsure and uncertain. So he asked again, why is he more reliable? No matter how high his status is. If he still wants to silence him and kill him, he is still dangerous. Right? Jiang Xuyan said unhappily, as a deputy director. He will never bring people to abuse you. Also, I know about this matter. And I will always know if you have any accidents. He is afraid of our power. So he naturally dare not touch you. Ling Ming bit his lip. And there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Jiang Xuyan said again, I told him that you have to be willing to do it. And I can't force you if you don't want to. So your final decision is up to you. Don't worry about anything else. So Ling Ming thought about it seriously. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly asked in a low voice, then Boss Jiang. Why don't you want me? Jiang Xuyan heard? What are you talking about? What do you want or not? Strange. Ling Ming pursed his lips, looking somewhat unhappy and aggrieved, and said in a low voice, well, can I see that you don't want to take me with you? You said that you have a bad relationship with the people in the bureau. So it is definitely impossible to cooperate with them. If I follow them, it is unlikely that I can come back later, although it is not bad to follow the bureau. But judging from the momentum of Jiang Xuyan and the bureau in the previous life, it is obvious that Boss Jiang's side is stronger. And he has been hanging out with Boss Jiang for a long time these days. And he can clearly sense what abilities the other party has, how powerful his abilities are, and how mysterious and powerful the forces behind him are. He originally thought that after being reborn and mastering the information of the end of the world that everyone covets and admires, he can find a powerful person to borrow the information and supernatural powers in his hands and cooperate with the other party. He may be able to go smoothly in the future, or even be able to surpass the other party and become a new overlord who can turn the situation around. As a result, when he came to get along with him, he found that he didn't care about his news at all. He had his own rhythm and steps to do things, and he didn't panic no matter what happened. The gap between his strength and his was too big. This was not a gap that his information or abilities could make. This kind of crushing strength was too difficult to reverse. Even if such a person did not have the ability to predict, these disasters would not be able to stand up to him. Later, Ling Ming discovered that the other party was closer to Fang Qing, who had only been here for a short time. Then he thought it was a coincidence at first, and thought about going to talk to him when he got back to the apartment and had some time to spend alone. As a result, the two of them disappeared when they teamed up to find someone. Ling Ming was a little arrogant at first, but he was not stupid. He could see that Jiang Xuyan did not really want to develop with him. He asked in a low voice and a little unconvinced, I see you are usually closer to Fang Qing and the others. And it seems, you don't look like you want to take me with you? Jiang Xuyan didn't expect that he still cared about this kind of thing. And at that time, he didn't have the idea of taking anyone with him. Right? He didn't have to take anyone with him. Right? As someone who has advanced information, you can make a way for yourself. There is no need to talk about who takes who. Ling Ming, but I do want to follow you. After all, You are very strong and are also a big overlord. Jiang Xuyan suddenly asked, do you know what happened to Meishin? May we and Li Bai in the last life? You see, they are in trouble now. And it is unknown how they will evolve. How can you be sure if they were like this in the last life? How can you be sure if I am like this in this life? Maybe our development direction is different from what you knew in the last life. So why do you have to be superstitious about the hegemony or not? It is better to do it according to your own true thoughts. Ling Ming was speechless, and didn't know how to refute for a while. But he understood the other party's euphemistic agreement and rejection. He understood, and his eyes were a little dim for a moment. Well, he finally spoke. Then I'll think about it seriously. If I follow them, I'll move away? Jiang Xuyan, yes. Then, Brother Jiang, do you have anything to say? Oh no. Do you have anything to say to me? Or do you want to tell the people over there? Or, do you have any news you want to hear? Maybe I can go over there and find out for you. Jiang Xuyan smiled faintly. No need. I have my own way to deal with these things. Thinking about Ling Ming's situation, he reminded him seriously, if you agree to them, before you leave, post another post on your forum. This time, list a more practical stocking list so that people can prepare in advance. Then in the post, hint that you are going to the bureau to cooperate with the work. Don't say you are being taken away. And don't say you are being investigated. This will cause public outrage and conflict between the two sides. And your post will soon be unsustainable. You said you were going to cooperate with the work. And those who should understand, they will understand. And the bureau will not do anything to you because of this word. Your post spreads very quickly. And there are detailed lists in it. Many people will repost and take screenshots to keep it. At that time, even if the bureau deletes your post to control the situation and conceal your whereabouts, there will be a lot of people who will say these things for you. The evidence of your whereabouts will never disappear from this world. Ling Ming heard it. This is teaching him to use the power of the masses to protect himself. As long as the people know that he is in the bureau will not rashly do anything to him because of the influence of various aspects. In addition, the end of the world is imminent, and the people have more things to worry about, so they can't care too much about some disciplinary matters. If the people they want to keep are not kept under great pressure, they may put pressure on the authorities, or even take extreme actions. In this way, the authorities will never easily do anything to him in order to protect themselves and maintain peace. This is a very good and big insurance measure. He looked at Jiang Xuyan with awe. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for reminding me. If you don't say it, I might just post a message saying I'm taken away and leave. This will make the relationship between him and the bureau tense. And the situation he faces at that time may be much more troublesome than it is now. Thank you, Boss Jiang, he said again. And suddenly, he didn't mind Jiang Xuyan selling him out so much. Jiang Xuyan thought to himself, what's there to thank him for? It's a common sense move. He comforted him a few more times, reassured him, and hung up the phone. After that, he turned around and was about to leave when Chu Ning suddenly rushed over and told him, I heard that something happened in the south of the city. What happened? There is a large-scale infection in the South District, and many corpses have mutated into zombies. But the police force in the bureau seems to be insufficient, and the zombies are about to leave the city, and they are still slow to respond. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyebrows and stopped. With a puzzled look on his face, I heard that before the second bird tide, the number of zombies was not large, and the speed of mutation was also very slow. Isn't this too different from the current situation? Chu Ning was also very surprised. I asked someone to take aerial photos. This scale and speed are indeed not related to small and slow at all. As she said, she sent a few electronic photos to Jiang Xuyan through the air. The dense zombies and the mutating crowds filled the screen. This small urban area, which is not too big, has become a zombie city. Jiang Xuyan frowned, full of confusion. This is really abnormal. With a mechanical curtain, there can't be so many infected corpses in this place. Even if there was a food crisis before, it would be impossible for so many people to risk going out to find food. Even if they all went out to find food, the probability and speed of the mutation were too exaggerated. From the words of Fang Qing, Ling Ming and even Qing Ge, it is not difficult to hear that at this time in the previous life, zombies were a minority, and corpse crystals were also a minority. So this was an absolute advantage in their mouths. But looking at the current scale, is this a small number? Is it an advantage? not to mention ordinary people. Even if the trained official police officers went there, it would be a huge fight and consumption. In this situation, who can grasp such a dangerous and terrible advancement? Chapter 45. Chuning saw him in deep thought, and knew from his expression that something was wrong. So she asked, "What's going on? Do you need to intervene?" Jiang Shuyan withdrew his thoughts, looked at the photo again, and nodded. "Go and have a look. Otherwise they won't be able to handle it. If we let them out of the city, it will be a disaster sooner or later." Chuning immediately turned on the communicator. "Gather. Go to the South District. And bring 2 mobile teams, the kind that fight zombies." After thinking about it, he asked Jiang Shuyan again, "Bring a medical team?" Jiang Shuyan nodded. "Bring some hardcore guys. The latest 2 micro cannons are good. Take them to test." Chuning raised his eyebrows. "Wow. Such a big battle?" Jiang Shuyan pointed to the photo. "Otherwise, would you fight on this scale? And Deputy Dong is here. He will take care of anything. Don't be afraid." "Chuning, how do you know he is here?" Jiang Shuyan thought of the phone call just now, although it was all about Ling Ming. But thinking back carefully, based on Ling Ming's words, it was unlikely that he would make a special call. Hearing about the South District again, the intention of the call at this critical moment was obvious. That is, something he said made the other person angry again, and the other person chose to shut up and resist. He didn't elaborate, just said, "I will be there anyway. Let Chuning go down to make arrangements." Chuning went to drive, and he didn't have time to do the planned things. He only left a few instructions and returned the same way. The inventory and transportation of materials over there were still in full swing. Seeing Jiang Shuyan turning back again, someone asked him if he had any instructions. Jiang Shuyan shook his head and pointed out a few people. "Follow me later. There are some things to deal with in the South District." Those people were all tall and strong. At first glance, even Jiang Shuyan, who was as strong as them, looked a little thin. But they listened to Jiang Shuyan very seriously, and their expressions were very respectful. After listening to him, they said in unison, "Okay, Mr. Jiang." They moved their tattooed limbs and followed Jiang Shuyan. Fang Qing heard the voices of those people and looked over curiously. When he saw Jiang Shuyan coming back, he came over with an electronic list. "Huh? Aren't you going to work?" When Jiang Shuyan looked at him, he didn't have much dignity as a superior. Glancing at his sweat-soaked t-shirt, Fang Qing said unhappily, "You're not supposed to move it. But you're sweating like this." Fang Qing looked down at himself and smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, I'm weak." While talking, Chuning parked the car at the door, got out and walked over. "Okay, everyone is here. Wait 5 minutes before leaving." Fang Qing was curious again. "Where are you going?" Chuning still remembered the day Qing Ge first came. His arm was dislocated. It hurt, and he was in a bad mood. So he encouraged him to bring the wooden warehouse to help Boss Jiang. "I didn't expect that this kid, who usually looks timid, would be quite impressive and brave when he lifted the wooden warehouse." She immediately changed her opinion of him, and smiled whenever she looked at him. "Let's go out and fight zombies." "Are you coming?" Fang Qing was shocked. "Zombies? Where are there zombies? Are you fighting with bare hands again?" Without waiting for Chuning to answer, he turned around and pulled Jiang Shuyan's sleeve. "No. This is too risky. If you get bit by this thing, you're really done. Don't fight hard. Grab some weapons." Jiang Shuyan lowered his eyes with amusement and looked at the hand that was pulling his sleeve. The white fingers in the sun were flawless. The skin was so delicate that the pores were invisible, and the fingers were clearly jointed and had faint blood vessels. No matter how you look at it, these hands don't look like the hands of a normal man who has been out for training. He retracted his gaze, and for a moment, he thought of the canary that Qing Ge wanted to raise. This guy is more suitable for this identity. Not really. He looks more like a little puppy that stays at people's heels every day. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyes to look at him, with a faint smile in the corner of his eyes, with a little teasing. "Why do you think I'm a fool or a reckless man?" Fang Qing was stunned, realizing that he had misunderstood, and took a small step back. "Hey! Oh! I'm just afraid that you will act impulsively. Isn't that still a reckless man?" "Oh! That's just worrying too much. Don't mind it. Just be ready." Jiang Shuyan stopped teasing him, took his sleeves from his hand, patted his shoulder and walked forward. "You don't have to go. Just count the things. Move faster. Fong Qing raised his leg and followed. Then be careful. If you get hurt, you have to treat the wound quickly. Do you remember the method? It hurts a little. But this is the only way now. Don't bear not to cut the flesh for the sake of your image. It will get infected. Yes. Be careful at other times. It's also dangerous if you get caught. If possible, I think it's better to ask the police comrade to handle it. Otherwise use some long-range weapons. Hey, that cannon last time, that's easy to use. You take it with you. Okay. Or else. Can you leave me your address? If you don't come back in 1 day, I'll call the police and find a doctor. 1 day should be enough. No need. Then you really have to be careful. You all have to be careful. There aren't many zombies. Right? There shouldn't be many corpses in this time of abnormality. Right? Jiang Shuyan suddenly stopped, turned back with a look of collapse, and looked at him with his arms folded. Okay. I won't leave. I'll stand here and listen to you. Let's see how long you can talk. Fong Qing stopped in an emergency, but still bumped into him. He quickly took 2 steps back. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan didn't seem angry, he patted his chest. I'm just worried about you. Worried? You? It's all nagging. What should I do? You are my only golden thigh. If I were not so weak and incompetent, I would rush to the front to block for you. Why do I have to nag you? And you are Boss Jiang, Boss Jiang? I have been looking for you for a long time. In my previous life, Ba, I coveted your power a long time ago. To tell you the truth, I can't bear to see you even if your skin is broken. I will be trembling when I get a cut. Otherwise, I'd better go with you. I will sit in the car and watch without causing trouble. Otherwise, I can't see you from a long distance. TSK. I will always miss you and feel uncomfortable, he said in a clattering voice. At the end, even his delicate face wrinkled up, with a look of worry and reluctance. Everyone listened on the side. Although Fong Qing's voice was not loud, it was quiet where Jiang Shuyan was. His low, soft and sweet voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without any error. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Oh my God! What a daredevil! He really dared to say corny words in front of Boss Jiang. Corny words. Right? Corn enough. Right? Who in the compound could stand this kind of goosebumps? But such strange words, spoken by him, were so real and natural. Not to mention them. Even Boss Jiang didn't look very angry. But his expression was a little subtle and hard to understand. Is this because this guy openly admitted that his concern was all for currying favor? Is it because he is so sincere that he doesn't shy away from it at all? They all looked at Boss Jiang with dissatisfaction and curiosity. Jiang Shuyan's expression over there was also a little subtle. He knew Fong Qing's character very well. That he would just say what he wanted to say, without any scheming or calculation. But it was just like this, it was too natural. So he didn't know what expression to use to respond for a while. The most important thing is, what's wrong with this kid's words? Why does he sound weird? Is this what a man should say to another man? I can't bear to see a little skin broken. I'll be trembling even if I get a cut. This kind of words. Is it suitable for the two of them? He looked at Fong Qing with a subtle expression for a long time. When the person finished speaking, he glanced at the silent people around him and felt a little embarrassed for the first time. After being silent for a long time, he couldn't squeeze out a word to respond. He raised his finger and gestured around. You. Look at the occasion. Fong Qing was startled, followed his gesture, looked around, and suddenly remembered that he was standing at the gate of someone else's compound. There are a lot of people here. His expression changed in an instant. First his face was pale, then it turned red, realizing what he had said to the arrogant Boss Jiang. He regretted it so much that he almost couldn't stand. He threw the list on the spot, turned around and strode away. Sorry. I'm leaving first. Bye. Jiang Shuyan raised his hand and rubbed his nose with his knuckles. An indescribable feeling occupied his mind, making him stand in the crowd without moving for a while. The scene was very awkward for a while. In the end, Chu Ning couldn't help but chuckle, breaking the strange silence of the scene. When Jiang Shuyan turned his head to look at her, she was looking at Fong Qing's fleeing back. The fox's charming eyes were so bright, and her eyes and face were full of appreciation. This kid is really good. Jiang Shuyan frowned. How good is he? She glanced at him, saw his expression, and smiled even more happily. That's it. She pointed at his face with a wonderful expression. That's it. It's good enough. Jiang Shuyan frowned even deeper. Very dissatisfied with her teasing smile. You also want to nag for a long time? Chu Ning, I dare not. Then why don't you get in the car? Are you still going to do business? Chu Ning covered her mouth and laughed secretly. While laughing, she walked to the car and opened the door. Boss Jiang, please pay attention to safety. Someone in the hospital is thinking about you. Did you hear it? Jiang Shuyan? Fang Qing. Who didn't walk far. Jiang Shuyan walked quickly. Stuffed her into the car. Closed the car. Walked to the driver's seat and got in the car. Shut up. Chu Ning sat in the back, waiting for him to get in the car. She leaned forward and hugged the back of the car seat. Hey, Boss Jiang. What are you doing again? What do you think of Fang Qing? What do you mean? I used to suspect that he had ulterior motives. But now I see that he is quite innocent. So what? Chu Ning looked at him meaningfully. He is a little milk dog. I advise you to speak quickly. So you can't stand this kind of style, so you like this kind of style? Jiang Shuyan paused his foot on the accelerator and turned back angrily. What? Chu Ning was very tactful and didn't say anything else. But there was still a lot of ambiguity in his eyes, I think. If you don't like women, you two are quite a match. Jiang Shuyan? Chapter 46. Later on the way to South City, no one in Jiang Shuyan's car spoke. Because Chu Ning was ordered by Jiang Shuyan to shut up, she would be beaten if she said one more word. She didn't dare to say anything. And the car was suddenly as quiet as a chicken. Jiang Shuyan was a good driver. And with an unhappy mood, he led the team to drive around and drove fast. In less than an hour, they arrived at South City from the northern courtyard. In South City, residents who were still in the city were urgently evacuated to a safe area on the edge of the city. Outside South City, a long cordon was set up across the city. There were police teams holding riot shields in all four directions of the city. All media reporters, or bystanders, who received the news and came to interview and film were stopped by them. The residents inside could not get out, and the people outside were not allowed to enter. As soon as Jiang Shuyan's car arrived, the police guarding the city also came to stop them. The road ahead is closed. No entry allowed. Are you residents or what? If you are passing by, please take a detour. Jiang Shuyan put his arm on the car window and did not force his way in. He raised his chin to the inside. Is your deputy director here? The police officer who stopped them was surprised and looked at him suspiciously. Do you know our deputy director? Who are you? What are you doing here? Jiang Shuyan did not answer. Chu Ning lowered the car window, stuck his head out from inside, and smiled at the police officer. We are going in. But if you don't let us, it's okay. We will wait a little longer. The police officer always felt that they were strange. He looked at the black cars that came with them at the same time, and then looked at the two people in the car with unusual aura and temperament. And he became very alert. Please don't stay or look inside. An important mission is being carried out here. Citizens are strictly prohibited from watching. Chu Ning shrugged and replied, then we should close the windows and not watch. Right? Okay. You are busy. We will wait obediently. After saying that, she shrank her head back again. The police officer saw that they were not making trouble, so he didn't care too much. He had a mission, and didn't have time to take care of too much. He had to warn them again, and carried the wooden warehouse back to his post. Jiang Shuyan and Chu Ning both raised the car window. The window was covered with anti-peeping film, so they couldn't see the scene inside the car. Jiang Shuyan called up the aerial surveillance that had been set up long ago. He didn't need to get out of the car at all, and he could see the battle situation in the city that cannot be watched clearly. In the city, Wu Yandong, who came later, was almost driven crazy by zombies. There are quite a few places where zombies have broken out recently, and most of the high-lethal big guys in the bureau have been assigned to encircle and suppress zombies. Now the weapons they have are only small things with limited range such as wooden guns and ordinary ammunition. Facing this scale of crazy zombies, they are not enough for them. And there are surprisingly many zombies in South City. These deadly things cannot be completely killed if they cannot hit the key parts. Previously, many police officers in Blue Island City were injured by the remains of zombies because of carelessness. Now they are locked up in the isolation base. Whether they live or die depends on fate. In this case, Wu Yandong can allocate a serious shortage of police force. Not enough weapons. Not enough manpower. He, a deputy director, has to do it himself. How can he not go crazy? Damn it. Deputy Dong. These things are really endless. What should we do? I'm afraid we can't hold on. One of Wu Yandong's men was beating the zombies while shouting at Wu Yandong. In just one sentence, 2 or 3 zombies rushed over again. Wu Yandong's men retreated again and again, and were almost retreating to the cordon outside the city. At this time, 2 more police officers were injured in front, but Wu Yandong was too late to rescue them. Soon, both of them were surrounded by the zombies. After a while, they couldn't even find their shadows. They were surrounded and bitten by the zombies. The screams were endless, and Wu Yandong's head was buzzing when he heard them. However, it was useless to be anxious. He really didn't expect the scale of the zombies here to be so large. Even larger than what they investigated and saw in the street surveillance. Seeing his team losing ground, he first used his cannon to kill the zombies around him accurately, and then helped his men to knock off a few zombie heads. Then he threw a grenade at the zombie group in the distance. But when he saw that there were zombies with half of their bodies left in the zombie group that was blown up, crawling on the ground, he collapsed and shouted to his men, "Ask if there is any support. Urge those big guys one by one, and ask them to hurry up and bring them over. Damn it. There are so many of these things. Where did they come from? How to fight them? If we don't get a big guy to bombard them, I think our team will be ruined. It's over." His subordinate immediately got out of the way and contacted someone. But after a while, he came back and said, "No one is supporting us. Several zombies have appeared in the next city, and some comrades in our bureau have been transferred there." Wu Yandong, what? Who transferred them? The general administration. They said the situation there is more critical, and they can't ignore it. So let's hold on here first. They also said that in view of the emergency, we should mobilize all forces to stop the spread of the zombies when necessary. And we should not worry about other public opinion issues and public panic issues. They will deal with them later. What this sentence means is that you don't have to worry about the negative impact of the matter. Everything should be based on the current task. And those police officers who are responsible for stopping the public and reporters can also be transferred here first. But this is not enough. This place has fallen too badly. And there are many zombies coming out from every corner. Now they not only need to deal with the zombies concentrated here, but also pay attention to the various zombies that are still in the building and in the corners. The police force blocking the city cannot be withdrawn either, because no zombie can be allowed to escape. So in the end, they could only mobilize less than 15 people in total, including those who were still alive and could open a wooden warehouse. There were only 30 people at most. Wu Yandong was in a state of collapse. Never mind. Mobilize people first. Keep urging them. His subordinates followed his orders. At this time, another police officer died heroically on the side. Seeing this, his subordinates couldn't help but call Wu Yandong again, "Deputy Dong." "What? Let's find someone." "Who?" His subordinates beat and shouted, "Him. Jiang Xuyan. Even if we have a big grudge against him, we shouldn't joke with the lives of the masses and comrades." "Right, Deputy Dong. Don't worry so much. Ask someone to come and help first." Wu Yandong was very unhappy when he heard the ask. But they were really embarrassed this time. After thinking it over, he didn't care so much. He shouted cover to several nearby police officers. And then he retreated to a safe place and dialed Jiang Xuyan's number. The other party answered almost immediately. Through the image, he seemed to be in a car. "Wu Yandong, Jiang Xuyan. Let's make a deal." Jiang Xuyan smiled, as if he had expected it, and said in a light voice, "What deal?" "There is a large zombie group in South City. The bureau is short of manpower and weapons. You can bring your guys from the compound to help. I will reimburse you later." "How about that?" Jiang Xuyan, "Reimbursement?" "Yes, I will reimburse you. As the deputy bureau chief, I, Wu Yandong, will guarantee you a deal, plus a special employment fee." Jiang Xuyan, "I don't need that. Let's change the conditions." "Wu Yandong, you are negotiating with me now?" Jiang Xuyan, "First, I want half of the corpse crystals in this city. Second, I want to take a few zombies away. But I will not accept any form of your questions about the use and fate of these zombies." Wu Yandong, "Negotiation of such conditions?" Jiang Xuyan leaned against the backrest of the car seat. Leisurely, "You don't have to agree. But I won't talk about assistance." Wu Yandong, "Wait a minute." He was so angry that he was half dead. and he was regretting why he asked such an arrogant man for help. After he finished shouting, he took several deep breaths to calm his anger, and then gritted his teeth. Okay, I can promise you. But I also have a condition. You can't use these things to destroy the society. Beep beep beep. Hang up. However, at this moment, a sharp car horn sounded from a certain direction behind him. Listening carefully, the sound was long and short, fast and slow, and translated. It was their internal code. Let them pass. He turned around and saw a row of cars through the cordon. Listen to the code again. Fuck. It's already here? Squatting? Damn. The condition just now was deliberately designed for him. Wu Yandong was so angry that he cursed and asked the police there to let him pass through the intercom. When the police officer received the message, he was stunned. He had been warning Jiang Shuyan not to honk randomly. But now, he was terrified and asked his colleagues to make way for him and invite him in. Please. Please come in. Jiang Shuyan started the car without saying a word and sped in. When the last car entered, a reporter's car wanted to follow in, but was immediately stopped. The reason was simple. Their car was obviously not of the same level and type as the others. Looking carefully from the back, none of those cars had not been modified, and none of them cost less than 7 figures. After Jiang Shuyan led his men into the city, he immediately asked them to disperse and quickly blocked several major exits where the zombies were densely packed. Wu Yandong was still fighting with all his strength when he suddenly received a message from Jiang Shuyan asking him to disperse with his men. Although Wu Yandong and Jiang Shuyan were not on good terms, there was some tacit understanding between the two. As soon as he heard Jiang Shuyan's words, Wu Yandong knew what he was going to do. He gritted his teeth with dissatisfaction and ordered all his colleagues to disperse. A group of people left the safe area and suddenly heard several boom 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 gunshots from all directions. Several shells with white smoke flew at high speed and landed accurately in the largest zombie group. In an instant, the zombies on the ground were blown to pieces. The power of the new shells was extraordinary. Even the ground where the zombies were located was smashed into several pits. In less than a moment, several more gunshots were heard. But this time, the area where the shells were directed was no longer the zombie group in front of them, but the streets and alleys in the city. The guns were no longer the large guns before, but miniature guns, which had great lethality but small damage area. Such sounds continued for a long time. When the sound gradually faded, the roar of off-road vehicles came from the area where Wu Yandong was. The cars that came were the cars of Jiang Shuyan's men. The dark off-road vehicles were huge and wild in shape. The group of cars stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the center of the zombie group, knocking away the zombie remains that were not completely killed and were trying to crawl. The rest were also pressed under the cars and could not move. The cars formed a circle in an orderly manner. A group of people got off the cars. They were all wearing professional black suits and holding 1638 silencer wooden guns. With the cars as a backing, they fired at the zombies that were not completely dead on the ground around them. Bang 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 bang. After a round of beating, in the blink of an eye, the zombie group that had been bombed almost to death by the shells was completely dead. Jiang Shuyan then drove the car leisurely and parked it beside Wu Yandong. After getting off the car, Chu Ning, who was dressed in a tight suit, did not raise her eyes and fired at Wu Yandong's feet with a wooden gun. Some zombie remains that showed signs of activity were also broken by her and completely stopped moving. Jiang Shuyan didn't have to move his hands from beginning to end, and the crisis in South City had been resolved. It didn't take much time, less than half an hour, and Wu Yandong and others had been fighting here for more than 2 hours. It was better for others to move their fingers after that. Wu Yandong was angry and helpless, watching Jiang Shuyan get off the car in a sloppy manner. He came in front of Wu Yandong and glanced up and down at the dirty deputy director. He was tall and long-legged, looking down at the other party with a wild and crazy, sarcastic smile at the corner of his lips. What a mess, Deputy Dong. Wu Yandong looked at his neatly clean white shirt and was speechless. When he saw his gangsters surrounding him like thugs, expressionless, and crossing his hands around himself and the police officer next to him, he actually felt like he was being silently threatened, and his mouth twitched with anger. If you fight like we did just now, you will also be in a mess, he retorted unconvincingly. Jiang Shuyan sneered, with a hint of sarcasm. I think my team will not be as chaotic and disorganized as yours. Wu Yandong gritted his teeth again. But he couldn't refute it. The team led by Jiang Shuyan was famous for its calmness, order and efficiency, which was not comparable to ordinary teams. He glanced at his team, and suddenly felt a little discouraged. He turned his head away, and said in a dull voice, "Okay. The matter has been settled. You can go first. Report today's losses later, and I will be responsible for reimbursement." Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. "Go? Reimburse?" Ignoring him, he waved to Chu Ning. "Do it." Chu Ning walked to the front of a pile of zombies, and squatted down to check the remaining parts of the bodies. In less than a moment, she turned back to Jiang Shuyan and said, "It seems that the explosion was too strong. It is difficult to find complete corpse flowers and corpse crystals. Jiang Shuyan, don't worry. Search and take as many as you can. Remember to leave some for Deputy Dong." "Wu Yandong, what are you going to do?" "Jiang Shuyan, I said before that the conditions are corpse crystals and zombies. I will send people to catch zombies and find corpse crystals. I won't bother Deputy Dong with these things. And please don't interfere with me." "Wu Yandong, I." Jiang Shuyan, "What? Want to regret it? You'd better change the conditions." Jiang Shuyan sneered and turned to walk towards Chu Ning. "I never regret it or owe money later." "Wu Yandong, you think too much." Wu Yandong was about to negotiate with him. And with a few clicks, Jiang Shuyan's men raised their wooden cans and pointed at his head. One police officer was so scared that he raised his cannon to respond. And the rest of his men immediately turned around to respond, facing each other with their cannons. And the situation between the two sides suddenly became tense. Wu Yandong, who was once again faced with his men holding cannons, unable to move without permission, nor to stop Jiang Shuyan. Deputy Director Wu once again felt infinite frustration with this man. F***K. Chapter 47. Later, Jiang Shuyan led his men to search all the way, collecting all the corpse crystals that could be found, and finally gave half of them to Wu Yandong, with an attitude of "I'm helping you search for free and I won't charge you for it," which made Wu Yandong very angry. As for the zombies, they caught 2 complete and moving ones in the alleys of the city, and also caught some broken limbs that were obviously not alive but still moving, locked them up, and moved them to the car, with Shermatian as a reference. They did not rashly lock the zombies in the back of the car. Several large boxes made of special mechanical materials were developed in the compound. All the zombies were tied up and stuffed into the mechanical boxes. There were 3 layers of anti-theft locks on the outside of the boxes. They took all measures to move the boxes to the car. When Jiang Shuyan was about to leave, Wu Yandong came over again. "Hey, you?" He was so angry that he couldn't be polite. "What are you going to do with the zombies?" Jiang Shuyan sat in the driver's seat. The base of the big SUV was high. He was on top, and Wu Yandong was on the bottom. The height difference between the two was even greater. Jiang Shuyan looked down at him with his eyes downcast, one arm resting on the steering wheel. The thin shirt revealed the muscle lines of his arm. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips and said indifferently, "I just said that what we do with them has nothing to do with you, and I will not accept your questioning." Wu Yandong said earnestly, "If you take something else away, I can turn a blind eye and not ask. But this is a zombie. It is something that can destroy the world if you are not careful. If you take them away rashly, to put it bluntly, once you use them for improper purposes, I, the deputy director who let you go, will be completely finished. And the world will be finished too, even if you didn't abuse it. As long as you are bitten and infected by zombies, we can't escape. Especially since your compound has so many people and is so densely populated. If your compound becomes the second South City," Jiang Shuyan said in a light tone, "do you think you can do anything that my compound can't do?" Wu Yandong choked and was about to refute. Jiang Shuyan said again, "Since you can lock them up, we can too. This kind of thing is not determined by identity. Right? It is only determined by strength. Right? Besides, even if we don't take the zombies away today, do you think that when the end of the world comes, and the world is in chaos, no one will do the same thing as us? So you worry too much, Deputy Dong. Today, these, just think of it as something we picked up on the road. As for the other things, if you don't tell us, and we don't tell us, who would know?" Wu Yandong's eyes were heavy. "What did you do with the corpse crystal?" Jiang Shuyan looked at him with his eyes downcast. There was an inexplicable meaning in his narrow eyes, which made Wu Yandong tremble in his heart. Flowers can grow on corpses, and the fruits of flowers can stimulate people's potential. Such a strange phenomenon. Don't you want to figure it out? Also, the scale and mutation speed of zombies in this place are completely different from the description of the reborn person. In this case, doesn't Deputy Dong think that we should investigate it thoroughly? Why waste time on us? He said, and didn't care how Wu Yandong answered. Started the car and drove away. Wu Yandong was humiliated in the back, watching the black trucks coming and going the same way. He rubbed his nose in annoyance, regretting again and again that he had asked such a difficult ancestor to help. Over there, the exit of South City. Ever since the people and reporters heard the endless bombing, the gossiping soul in their hearts has been burning uncontrollably. Whether it was the mysterious convoy that was invited into the city by the guards just now, or the noisy sound, they all made them speculate. They could not enter the city, so they could only wait outside the city, making noises while waiting. Why was that team allowed to enter just now? Is that your people or some dignitaries from somewhere? Are you police officers discriminating against ordinary people like us? Are you treating them differently? Are you bullying the weak and afraid of the strong? Are you going to conceal what happened in this city and fool us people? The crowd criticized again and again. Some people lost control because they were afraid of facing reality. Some were dissatisfied with the different treatment. And some were fanning the flames to anger the first two types of people so that they could use them to put pressure on the guards and create opportunities for themselves to go in for interviews and photos. The guards at the gate were accused of being sweating coldly. The zombie situation in the city had already made them very nervous. And now they had to face so many condemnations from the masses. They really couldn't resist. The guards didn't even know the identity of the group of people who had just entered. But from the deputy director's order, we can roughly know that they came to help. So their identity and status are not so important. On the contrary, they know that the people outside the bureau who can be called by the deputy director to help are the ones they should not offend. In this situation, they dare not respond to the doubts of public opinion, for fear of saying the wrong thing and causing damage to their future. One guard couldn't help but yelled at the crowd, "We are all for the good of everyone. We are actively dealing with the problem now. If there is any specific news, we will naturally announce it to everyone after we have dealt with it. You don't need to worry." As a result, his words attracted a round of scolding. What do you mean by no need to worry? What you are best at is to fabricate facts and conceal the truth. And treat us like fools? That is our home, where we have lived all our lives. Now you say to seal off the city, and say that people are not allowed to enter. And then people's better cars drive over. And you grumble and say okay. You people, are you not bullying others? The masses followed him and complained again. And the voices of public anger rose and fell. And the guards were a little overwhelmed. At this moment, a familiar whistle sounded from the cordon behind. The guard turned around and saw that the convoy that had just entered had returned and stopped at the edge of the cordon to let them go. The guard was about to ask Deputy Dong for his opinion, but Wu Yandong had already sent a message, "Let them go." The guards had to remove the blast shield and roadblocks and let the convoy leave. The reporters outside smelled the unusual atmosphere of these people, and they all set up their cameras and were ready to press the shutter at any time. Jiang Xuyan was leading the way and had already seen the actions of these reporters. He had already stepped on the accelerator when the guards removed the roadblocks. When the exit road was cleared, he released the accelerator and the car rushed out like a rocket. The reporters were caught off guard and only took a lot of photos of the car after they reacted. However, most of the convoy had passed, and when they left in a cloud of dust, the reporters and photographers on the scene only captured the light and shadow of the car. There were several reporter teams in total, but in the end only one team managed to capture a very blurry silhouette of a man in the driver's seat from the front windshield of the car in front. After waiting for a long time without any results, they could not care less and directly posted the photo to the official platform to spread the news about the mysterious man and the mysterious convoy. When Jiang Xuyan and others returned to the compound, Fong Qing and others were still counting the supplies in the compound. This was the second batch of supplies delivered. Fong Qing had been standing in the hot sun for several hours, and his face was a little red. When he saw Jiang Xuyan's car coming back, he was still a little unresponsive and thought he had a heat stroke and hallucination, until Jiang Xuyan got off the car. He widened his eyes in disbelief and walked over. "You guys are back?" When Jiang Xuyan saw Fong Qing, he remembered what happened in the morning and was suddenly a little embarrassed. However, he found Fong Qing's question funny. "Did I say it would take a long time?" Fong Qing walked over and walked around him twice, looking him up and down as he walked. Are you okay? Are you injured? You're moving so fast. You guys are not going to fight hard, right? Jiang Xuyan was helpless. Do I look injured? Seeing that the people carrying supplies next to him were looking at him like they were watching a show, he gave them a warning look, and everyone was scared and looked away. Fong Qing only had eyes for him at this time, pursed his lips, and commented very seriously, not really. That's terrible? But Fong Qing didn't give up, turned his head, and looked at Chu Ning who was walking behind. Really? Are you all okay? Is everyone safe? Chu Ning liked to see Fong Qing making Jiang Xuyan speechless and unable to get angry. She smiled and walked over. No. Don't worry. We'll take good care of Boss Jiang. Fong Qing, well, that's good. Jiang Xuyan was stunned. Why doesn't his words count? My words don't work for you. Do they? Fong Qing turned back embarrassedly. Oh, I think you are the kind of person who doesn't say anything. Jiang, Fong Qing, no. I didn't say anything. It's good that Boss Jiang is not injured. You've worked hard. Go and rest. He said it sincerely, without any perfunctory meaning. But Jiang Xuyan somehow heard a hint of perfunctory meaning, and asked him to go and rest? Are you chasing him away? Jiang Xuyan really didn't have any temper at all. He waved to Chu Ning, and asked her to take people to settle the zombies brought back, and then send the corpse crystals and corpse flowers to the laboratory. Then he found Fu Wen and told him, find out the places where zombies have appeared recently, and send me the information and surveillance. Fu Wen left quickly. Okay. Fong Qing was very confused after hearing this. A place where zombies have appeared. Why are there zombies here? The zombies that appeared in the old city last time seemed rare enough. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuyan couldn't help but doubt this matter again. He stopped and asked Fong Qing, you said that during this period of time in the last life, the probability of zombies appearing was still very small, right? Fong Qing, yes. At this time, the mutated viruses carried by the crazy bird tide were not many. Even if they were infected with the human body, the mutation speed was very slow, and zombies were still a rare thing during this period. But when he saw Jiang Xuyan's serious face, he knew something was wrong, and asked doubtfully, did something unexpected happen? Did you deal with a lot of zombies this time? Jiang Xuyan thought that there were more than just a lot of them, and it was like a zombie siege. Such a scale was really not related to Fong Qing's remarks. He thought about it, and didn't tell Fong Qing the truth first, but told him, come to me when you are done. I have something to ask you. Jiang Xuyan's tone really made Fong Qing panic for a moment. Hearing this, he immediately agreed, and then waited for Jiang Xuyan to leave. And then he speeded up to deal with the things in his hands. At night, the materials of these dozen large trucks were completely counted and moved. Fong Qing rarely did heavy work for so long, and he was really a little tired. But he didn't rest for a moment, and ran to find Jiang Xuyan without stopping. On the way, he received the daily news push, and he habitually clicked in to take a look. I saw a report that seemed to be talking about the South City, saying that the South City was suddenly closed down urgently, and the official did not explain to the people, and abused his power to let the rich and powerful pass privately. Fong Qing saw that the picture accompanying the news was familiar, and clicked on the big picture to take a look. At first glance, this familiar car, and the blurry but familiar figure in front of him, who else could it be but Boss Jiang? Boss Jiang was photographed while visiting South City? Wait, South City was actually urgently blocked? But when Boss Jiang left, he clearly said that he was going to fight zombies. So doesn't that mean there are zombies in South City? He was surprised and couldn't help but speed up his pace and ran to the place designated by Jiang Xuyan. The latter was in a computer room full of large screens, and there was an employee in charge of controlling videos and information. When Fong Qing arrived there, he showed Jiang Xuyan the news report without saying a word. Jiang Xuyan took a look and raised his eyebrows. Can this be photographed? You are quite capable. Contact them and delete all the messages and photos. The latter sentence was said to the employee in front of the computer. The employee received the order and signaled with his eyes whether he wanted to continue working. So Jiang Xuyan asked the employee to open a large map. At the same time, he said to Fong Qing, I will tell you about Nancheng later. Which city did you say you were from before? Fong Qing, Gufang City. The employee immediately pulled up the map of Gufang City. Jiang Xuyan asked again, do you remember which place in your city had a large-scale zombie outbreak first? Fong Qing thought about it again, At that time, he knew without asking that Jiang Xuyan was asking about his previous life. So he naturally recalled, in Wanhua City, due to a malfunction of the mechanical curtain of an apartment building, a family failed to defend themselves, and the mad birds rushed into the apartment building. That should be the first large-scale zombie mutation incident in the city. Jiang Xuyan asked, during the second mad bird tide? Is it something that will happen later? Yes. What else? There are also the Siguan Mall in Huashan District, Qixi Street in Gulong District, and the suburban villa area north of Gufang. These places are places that have been authoritatively released by the media, and they are also the places that first caused large-scale panic in Gufang City. Jiang Xuyan gave a look to the employee, who enlarged the map of Gufang City, and there were several scarlet icons flashing on it. Do you know these places? Fang Qing took a closer look. Yes. What's the matter? At this time in the last life, at this time in this life. Have you heard of any rumors of zombies appearing in these places? Fang Qing shook his head decisively. No. At that time, I knew a senior from the journalism department. He had connections in several media organizations, and worked for the most authoritative media organization in Gufang City. According to his special intelligence, the 4 places I mentioned just now were indeed the first accident sites. There had never been such a large-scale zombie wave before. The zombies that were occasionally found were all single, and were quickly dealt with by the higher-ups. Jiang Xuyan frowned. Senior? Yes. How old is the senior? How much internal information can he have? He is 3 years older than me, and he is a capable senior. When I graduated, he was already a core figure in the organization. I don't think he should have had to lie to me. Jiang Xuyan pondered for a moment. Still doubtful. Then he might not have said the whole story? He won't tell you all the news. Fang Qing was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head embarrassedly. Well, I think he will. Right? The senior is very enthusiastic and talkative. He takes pictures of what he eats every day and tells me. He also tells me a lot of information about the organization every day. Thanks to him, I have avoided many places with zombies in the early stage. I don't think he will hide those things from me. Jiang Xuyan suddenly raised his eyebrows. He also takes pictures of his meals and tells him, Are you sure this is your senior? Isn't he a weird person? Fang Qing was at a loss. Yes. Or what else? Jiang Xuyan was silent for a moment, and seeing that he looked innocent and cute, he silently swallowed back the doubts in his heart. He asked someone to retrieve a few photos taken from high altitudes and asked again, then, have the zombie tides in the 4 places you mentioned reached this scale? Or are they larger than this scale? Fang Qing's eyes widened when he saw the photo. Oh my god. Where is this? Why are there so many zombies? When we were in the second bird crazy tide, there was no such large-scale zombie tide. Jiang Xuyan's eyebrows fell when he heard it. What do you mean? At that time, there were not as many zombies in the 4 places in your city as in this place? Fang Qing nodded quickly. Yes. No. Boss Jiang? Where is this? According to common sense, there is no zombie tide of this scale anywhere in the world at this time. This has been confirmed in the previous life. Is this photo photoshopped? Jiang Xuyan looked at him solemnly, and his expression was as gloomy as winter frost. He gestured to the employee operating the computer again, and the latter fluttered his fingers and called up more than 10 photos and several small maps. These photos were taken by someone from the local surveillance routes. These places are all in your Gufang City, and these zombie waves were taken in the past few days. They are not in the 4 places you just mentioned. Fang Qing was stunned and stared at these photos for a long time. This is impossible. Jiang Xuyan asked someone to retrieve the zombie tide surveillance of other places. Here, these places are all places that have recently received zombie tide alerts. With such a scale and the frequency of zombie tides, it is completely different from what you just said. Fang Qing, think about it as a reborn person. Do you think this is an accident? Or, he suddenly sank his eyes, or is this world different from your last life? Fang Qing's legs went limp, and he stumbled back a few steps, his heart beating like a drum. Looking at the photos and surveillance footage filled with zombies, he covered his mouth in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. How could it be? How could it be? Let me put it this way. Boss Jiang? Fang Qing raised his arm and pointed to one of the photos, where the number of zombies was relatively small. In my last life, when I encountered a zombie wave for the first time, the number of zombies there was less than half of what is here. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Xuyan, his eyes full of panic. It was not until the month before I died that I encountered a zombie wave as dense as the one in that photo. If the photos you took at this time are real photos, then, what will the world look like after another year? Before Jiang Xuyan spoke, the employee in front of the computer suddenly said, a new alarm was detected, which happened to be the alarm in Gufang City. Jiang Xuyan, check it out. The employee operated it, and finally found the information of the alarm. He immediately widened his eyes, and turned to look at Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing. The alarm said that a new zombie wave appeared in the Wanhua apartment building in Wanhua City. Gufang City. He looked at Fang Qing. Isn't that the place you said? The place where the zombie wave broke out for the first time in the last life? But isn't it time yet? In this way, this event is brought forward. Fang Qing took 2 steps back again, and his body began to tremble. But his fear was more specific than that of the employee. But, he murmured, but at this time in the last life, my senior lived nearby. He invited me to his house for dinner, and to find resources and stock up. At that time, Wanhua City was really good. Jiang Xuyan and the employee were silent for a moment, and both of them looked very ugly. Thinking of the senior who was quite nice to Fang Qing, Jiang Xuyan frowned and said in a deep voice, tell me again. What is the name of your senior? Chapter 48. Fang Qing was stunned for a moment when asked this question. Are you asking for the senior's name? Yes. Fang Qing recalled for a moment and said, it seems to be Lu Chunyan. It seems? He scratched his head embarrassedly, his voice a little weak, because I have been calling you senior for a long time. I have forgotten it. Jiang Xuyan was stunned and suddenly raised his eyebrows. What is my name? Fang Qing? You also need to ask? Wouldn't you forget it? You seem to have called me Boss Jiang from the beginning. Do you know my name? Fang Qing was so angry that he laughed. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan. My God. How dare I not know your name? How dare I forget your name? Jiang Xuyan then curled his lips slightly, looking down at the display screen. He continued to ask, where are you from? Which organization do you work for? Where is your approximate address? After thinking for a while, he asked another question. Do you mind if I check him? Fang Qing didn't understand. Check him? Do I mind? Ask me? Jiang Xuyan nodded. After all, you seem to have a good relationship with him, so my check will be a more in-depth check. Fang Qing's mouth twitched. You can't ask me. Right? I don't care. But, he hesitated and asked, can I ask why you want to check him? Jiang Xuyan. Check whether he can really get first-hand information in his organization. If possible. If his trajectory in this life is no different from that in the previous life, then it can be roughly determined that the information he gave you in the previous life is true. This also proves that the current situation in this life is not normal. Fang Qing suddenly realized, oh, draw inferences from one example. Then can I ask him about the zombie tide in Wanhua City? Jiang Xuyan raised his eyelids and looked at him in agreement. Sure. If you are still in touch, you might as well ask. Fang Qing took action immediately. He just sent a message to the other party, and the other party replied in seconds. How do you know? Are you okay? Where are you? Fang Qing pinched his chin with the tip of his fingernails, and after thinking about the words, he was about to reply, and the other party called. Fang Qing was shocked too fast. Right? Knowing that the compound he was in was very sensitive, he first asked Jiang Xuyan, he called me. Did you answer? Jiang Xuyan glanced at his electronic light screen. There was a note on it that said Senior Lu, and the call was a video call. He glanced at the room and pointed to the corner. Please answer the call over there. It doesn't matter if you can't see the side. So Fang Qing ran over to answer the call. The other party's face was a little blurry, and it seemed that the signal was not very good. Fang Qing? Fang Qing smiled. Senior. Long time no see. Lu Chunyan's voice was a little anxious. Where have you been? Why haven't you replied to my message for a long time? There was a problem in Wanhua City, so I was going to tell you. Don't come over during this period of time. Fang Qing scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm not in the city. Lu Chunyan. Huh? Where have you been? Fang Qing glanced at Jiang Xuyan's back and saw that he was concentrating on talking to his employees. He subconsciously lowered his voice to avoid disturbing him. In Blue Island. Landau? Lu Chunyan's tone was obviously shocked. What are you going to do in Landau? You don't have any relatives or friends in Landau. Right? Just then, Jiang Shuyan in front of him paused and looked back at the light screen in confusion. Fong Qing didn't understand what he meant and asked with his eyes. But Jiang Shuyan thought about it. Didn't say anything. Just shook his head, waved his hand to let him continue, and then turned back to discuss with the employees. Seeing Fong Qing's strange expression, Lu Chunyan asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing that his eyes were not right, and there seemed to be conversation nearby, he asked tentatively, "Is there someone around you?" Fong Qing immediately retracted his gaze. "No. It's a friend." "Friend? Oh. It doesn't matter. Just, is Wanhua City okay? Isn't it near your home? Are you okay? How did Wanhua City become like that?" Seeing that he was concerned about him, Lu Chunyan's tone softened a lot. With a faint smile, "It's okay. The city has been closed. According to the inside information I got, there are zombies inside. And there are quite a lot of them. Don't tell others yet." Fong Qing nodded obediently, thought about it and asked again, then, "How many are there?" "It won't be too many." "Right. Well, what I mean is, if there are only one or two, it shouldn't be a problem. The higher-ups will handle it quickly." "Right?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chunyan sneered and said helplessly, "Stupid. The city is closed. How can the number be small?" "A lot. But the specific number. Because the higher-ups attach great importance to it and keep it highly confidential. We haven't got the surveillance video there yet. It may take a few days. But our company has a strong background in Gufang. So it won't take long. Don't worry. Wait 2 or 3 days at most. And I'll send you the first-hand information." However, just as he was talking, a few pictures suddenly popped up on Jiang Shuyan's side, which were real-time surveillance videos of Wanhua City. It was a commercial city, with a large commercial area in the center and residential buildings around it. In the center, in a large shopping mall, many zombies could be seen being urgently blocked inside. There were many zombies wandering between the surrounding residential apartments and office buildings. From a large area, these zombies were not densely distributed. But in terms of quantity, the number of zombies in this place was no less than that in the small urban area of Nanchang in front. Jiang Shuyan was silent for a while. Fong Qing was stunned. Later, Lu Chunyan said something like, "I'll take you to identify zombies, and be careful when you come back." He couldn't hear a word of this. The situation in Wanhua City was indeed more serious than what he saw in his previous life. Much more serious. He was no longer in the mood to talk to people. His mind was full of how could this happen. It was not until Lu Chunyan called him several times from the other side that Jiang Shuyan heard it first, turned around, and saw that he was shocked and confused. Jiang Shuyan looked at the video again. The person on the other side was still anxious. So he raised his hand and snapped his fingers twice in front of Fong Qing. And Fong Qing suddenly came back to his senses. "Ah! Ah! I'm here, senior." Lu Chunyan heard the sound of the snap and was confused again. But he didn't show it, and asked Fong Qing a few more words of concern. Fong Qing was absent-minded and answered vaguely. Finally, Lu Chunyan asked him why he went to Landau City, and he realized that he had returned. But he didn't know how to answer for a while. Finally, he looked at Jiang Shuyan and replied, "The house I rented in Gufang has expired. I didn't see any suitable houses nearby. So I came to Landau City to rent one, and found someone by the way." "Lu Chunyan? Who to find? You rented a house in Landau City? Why don't you come back? You don't go back to Gufang?" He was so anxious that Fong Qing was a little strange. So she had to answer again, "Maybe not for now." "Lu Chunyan, how can this be?" "Fong Qing, why not?" Lu Chunyan realized that he was out of control. And after calming down, he immediately said, "Where did you rent a house? Is it reliable? Are you moving because of financial difficulties? Tell me. I will help you." "No. Why are you being polite to me? We have known each other for so long. Has the senior treated you badly?" "Not really. If you have financial difficulties, you can tell me directly. I have made a lot of money in the past few years, and I can still help you." "I don't. How about this? Where are you in Landau City? Give me an address, and I will go there to meet you tomorrow. And by the way, I will help you check out the environment and landlords there. You are too naive and simple. I am afraid that you will be cheated if you go out without permission. Landau is not a good place. I will help you find out what the landlord is like." In front, Fong Qing's landlord Ben Dongjiang said, Before he could talk to Fang Qing, the little employee next to him said, "Puff puff." Lu Chunyan heard the sound and asked again, "Who? What sound?" Fang Qing was afraid that Jiang Shuyan would be angry, so he avoided his eyes. No. 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 Senior. If there is nothing else, just leave it at that. I'm going to hang up first. I have something to do. What are you going to do? I found a new job. That's it for now. I'll contact you after get off work. Bye, Senior. He hung up the phone quickly. When the electronic light screen disappeared in the air, Jiang Shuyan was still leaning against the table and staring at him. Seeing that he hung up the phone, the latter raised his eyebrows and said, "Your senior cares about you a lot." Ha. He just thinks I'm still young. He was just too concerned just now. He didn't really say anything bad about Boss Jiang. Don't be angry. Jiang Shuyan hummed softly. But he knew that others didn't mean it, so he didn't really take it to heart. He turned around and pointed at the image of Wanhua City. Anything to say? Fang Qing said firmly. This is different from the last life. Jiang Shuyan, what do you think caused it? Well, maybe there is a place in this life where the defense is not in place, and there is a big loophole, which caused a different change. But if that's the case, there is no reason why so many places are different. Right? Fang Qing was silent, knowing that this is right. But if that's the case, he suddenly looked up and looked at Jiang Shuyan with worry. Does that mean that in this life, some kind of event with a great impact has occurred, which caused a chain reaction like the butterfly effect? Jiang Shuyan was silent for a long time, staring at the screen without blinking. After a while, he whispered, "If it's just one event, it's okay. But I'm afraid it's..." "What?" "I'm afraid it's not the events that have changed, but the people who have changed." Fang Qing? Just as he was about to ask, Jiang Shuyan decided, "Your senior is coming to see you?" "Ah?" He said so. "Right. Let him come." Let him bring the information. Why did Wanhua City and several other places fall? How did the police in Gufang City arrange to deal with it? And what special and unusual events have happened in Gufang recently? Let him check and bring the news. Fang Qing was still hesitating. Jiang Shuyan narrowed his eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. By the way, let him see if your landlord is reliable or not. Chapter 49. Finally, Fang Qing did as he was told, because he was afraid that Jiang Shuyan would be mad at him. He found some topics to talk to Lu Chunyan about. And finally, on the grounds of his own curiosity, he put forward Jiang Shuyan's request to Lu Chunyan. As a result, Lu Chunyan was also very enthusiastic, and immediately agreed to find relevant reports and materials for him, and bring them over when the time comes. Fang Qing was still afraid of wasting his time, but he had already booked the tickets, and the flight would arrive early tomorrow morning, and he would arrive at noon. Fang Qing thought that it seemed a bit urgent. Why was he so anxious? Does Boss Jiang have time? He went to tell Jiang Shuyan the news. The latter sat on the sofa, signing some documents while listening. After listening, he thought about it and asked without thinking, "Is the backpack I asked you to carry last time still there?" Fang Qing was stunned for a moment before he understood what he was talking about. "Is it the backpack that Sister Chuning gave you? Since bringing Mei Xian back to the compound that day, Boss Jiang has never picked up that backpack again." Jiang Shuyan nodded. "The gift box she took out separately was originally for you. It contains a wooden box. Try it out. If it fits you, take it with you tomorrow." Fang Qing was stunned again. What the hell? Gift box? The small gift box with a pink bow? For him? He blushed immediately and leaned back. "Why did you give me a gift? It was still that pink gift." Jiang Shuyan glanced at him inexplicably. "Why are you blushing? Don't get me wrong. Chuning was overthinking and thought I was going to give it to a girl. Who would give a girl a wooden gun? That's right. Her brain circuit is not normal. You don't need to care about her. Just take it apart and use it." Fang Qing thought again. "But why did you give me a wooden gun?" Jiang Shuyan said, "In my place. This kind of basic weapon is a must-have for everyone. Do you have one yourself?" Fang Qing was speechless. "I see that you have small hands and not much strength. That type of small-hand wooden gun is more suitable for you. Wait until you get used to it before changing it." Fang Qing was very embarrassed and asked in a low voice, "Then, is it expensive? Otherwise, I give you money? I am embarrassed to take it for free." Jiang Shuyan glanced over and laughed. I have answered this question before. Fong Qing didn't understand. He thought for a long time before remembering. Oh, when he was at Uncle Wu's store before. He asked him what he bought that would make Uncle Wu say that others couldn't afford it easily. Thinking about the number, Jiang Shuyan answered. Sorry to bother you, Boss Jiang. Let me do the work in the future. I can't afford to pay you, so I'll sell myself to you. Jiang Shuyan. Here we go again. This man has a great way of using words. He waved his hand unhappily. Go to sleep. I'll teach you how to use it tomorrow. And then go after you've learned it. At this time, Fong Qing asked curiously, why do you want me to take Musang with you? Jiang Shuyan recalled what that senior said. Ask him, how familiar are you with your senior? Does he know which city your friends and relatives live in? Fong Qing shook his head. I don't know. Well, to be honest with Boss Jiang, I don't have many friends. They are all some I met at school. And there are not many people I still keep in touch with after graduation. And I grew up in an orphanage. It is said that my parents died in a car accident not long after I was born. I later went to several adoptive families. But because I was a bit dull and not good at pleasing people, I was kicked out again. So after I became an adult, I didn't let the orphanage apply for an adoptive family for me. I worked and went to school on my own and didn't have any relatives. He told his life story lightly, and he didn't look sad or inferior after he finished speaking. He just stood by the door and waited obediently for Jiang Shuyan to explain the previous question. Jiang Shuyan was a little surprised and looked up at him twice. It took him a while to retract his gaze, look at the documents in his hand, and said calmly, So have you told your seniors about your life story? Fong Qing shook his head. No. Why do you say these things? He was very happy that Boss Jiang didn't say anything else. Otherwise he would have to comfort him again. It's okay. It's okay. I don't care. Jiang Shuyan said again. So you didn't tell him. But he can say with certainty that you have no relatives or friends in Blue Island if he didn't investigate you. At least he has learned about you from other channels. Fong Qing paused and said, Oh, can it be like this? But thinking about it again, it seems to be true? But why did he investigate me? Jiang Shuyan, how do I know? So you asked me to take Musang because you were afraid of him? No. If he really wanted to do something to me, wouldn't he have done it earlier? Why wait until today? Jiang Shuyan looked up at him and said unhappily, What if he just investigated recently? What if he somehow knew your identity as a reborn person? Have you told him about this? No. I just reminded him that he must stock up more in the bad environment. That doesn't prevent people from changing their minds. Besides, the place where you will meet him tomorrow is in the original apartment. The old town on the side is where the zombie wave broke out. If you don't bring some weapons to protect yourself, what will you do if something happens? Fong Qing suddenly realized and smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Shuyan couldn't get angry with him anymore. He asked him if he was okay. If not, he should go back to sleep. Fong Qing then went back to his residence happily and opened the gift box. It turned out to be a very delicate small handheld wooden cannon. It was light and portable in his hand. Very handy. And it seemed to be tailor-made for him. He was very happy. This is the first wooden cannon in his life, given by Boss Jiang. Although he was a little embarrassed to take it for free, he was still very excited. He played with it in his hand for a while, gestured a few times, and put it in the most conspicuous place in his space with satisfaction. The next morning, Jiang Shuyan came to teach him how to load and change bullets and the daily maintenance of the wooden rifle. Afterwards, he gave him a box of bullets to put in the space, and then took him out. Fong Qing saw that he was wearing the gold-rimmed glasses again, wearing a dark black vest, a close-fitting white shirt inside, and straight suit pants. His tall and strong figure was set off to the fullest, and it was visible at a glance. He also had a suit jacket on his hand, which was black and very formal. Fong Qing couldn't help asking, Is it cold today? Do you feel more dressed than usual? Jiang Shuyan only glanced at the jacket in his hand and looked away calmly. Aren't you worried that your landlord is unreliable? When the time comes, dress more formally. Will it be reliable enough? Fong Qing looked up at his face again. Just one glance, dazzled by the handsome face full of lust, blushed, and looked away in panic. This face. There is no way to be reliable. Jiang Shuyan saw his eyes flickering. What? Not good looking again? Fong Qing thought. Who said you are not good looking? Shaked his head. It's okay. It's fine. Sorry to trouble Boss Jiang. I can help you with your coat? Jiang Shuyan had already raised his legs and walked forward. No. Hurry up. You're going to be late. Fong Qing immediately hurried to catch up. It normally takes 2 hours to get from the compound to the apartment. But Jiang Shuyan's car is durable. And it takes an hour to go around the remote mountain road. The agreed place is the cafe below the apartment. Although the news of the end of the world is spreading, many businesses are open for business as usual. Even if they close a little earlier every day to stock up. They are unwilling to give up their business all day long. Lu Chunyan arrived at the entrance of the cafe in advance. Wearing a formal haute couture suit, holding a large gift box with exquisite packaging in his hand, and looking around frequently. A few minutes later, just as the agreed time arrived, a dark black SUV slowly stopped on the side. It was an imported brand, a global limited edition to commemorate the brand's 300th anniversary, and a super luxury car that was hard to buy even if you had money. Lu Chunyan didn't expect to see such a car here, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He didn't expect to see the person getting out of the car, and he was shocked to see his eyes widened. Fong Qing? When Fong Qing jumped out of the car was too high, and he didn't measure it well for a while, and he sprained his foot. Hearing this, he half jumped over and said, "Wow, Senior Lu. You're here so early. Have you been waiting for a long time?" The surprise in Lu Chunyan's eyes had not yet disappeared. Seeing Fong Qing coming over with a sprained ankle, he naturally reached out his hand and held his arm. "It's okay. We just got here. Why are you sitting in this car? Is your foot okay?" Fong Qing moved his ankle on the spot and felt that it was okay. At the same time, he pulled out his arm. "It's okay. This car is so high. I sprained it." Lu Chunyan took another look at the car. He didn't see the person in the driver's seat clearly, but he saw that the other party had no intention of getting out of the car. He thought Fong Qing was lucky to get such a great car. So he invited Fong Qing to the coffee shop. "Let's go. Let's talk inside." Fong Qing shook his head and looked back. "Wait for Boss Jiang." "Boss Jiang?" "Yes. Here he is. Let me introduce him to you. He is my landlord." Lu Chunyan followed his gaze, and saw a tall man putting on a suit jacket while getting out of the limited edition luxury car. He was wearing a dark black suit. From the appearance and design of the suit, the specific brand could not be seen. But from the details, it could be known that it was a high-end, pure handmade custom suit, which was probably a product of a top brand that normal people could not know. He walked over with his long legs straight against the sky, and arrived in front of them in just a few steps. The moment he lowered his eyes to look over, Lu Chunyan felt a sharp and fierce light in his eyes through his gold-rimmed glasses. Lu Chunyan's heart trembled when he was looked at, and he almost couldn't help but step back. At this time, the visitor's eyes changed again, and the hostility in his eyes dissipated. He looked at Fong Qing beside him, and then looked down at his ankle, foot. Fong Qing hurriedly shook his head. "It's okay. It's healed." Jiang Shuyan raised his eyes again, chewing a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. "Can this be sprained?" "Oh." Fong Qing smiled shyly and buried his head. "Who told you to drive such a big car? So high." His voice was very small, like a mosquito, but it could be heard that there was no real condemnation at all. The slightly rising tone of joy was something that even Lu Chunyan had never heard before. Lu Chunyan looked at Fong Qing, looked at Jiang Shuyan, and then looked back at Fong Qing. Fong Qing asked the two to go into the coffee shop to talk, and he also walked over. He didn't expect that when he raised his leg. He thought his ankle, which was healed, suddenly hurt. He couldn't control it, and his body tilted. Chapter 50. Lu Chunyan nervously reached out to help, but he didn't expect that a slender and strong arm got ahead of him, wrapped around Fong Qing's waist, and held him back steadily. Leaning against his chest, Fong Qing embraced him, and felt the firm and warm touch behind him. His face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly stood up and distanced himself. Yes. I'm sorry." Jiang Shuyan didn't realize that he was embarrassed by hugging others, and tilted his head. "Sorry for what?" He glanced at his ankle again. "Is this good?" Fong Qing was so embarrassed that he felt his face was as hot as if it was thrown into boiling water. "Accident. This is weak. My fault." Jiang Shuyan snorted and walked into the store. "Let's start tying sandbags to practice tomorrow. Do you want help?" Fong Qing was scared when he heard him say practice. The shadow of being almost crying by him a few days ago was still lingering in his mind. He unconsciously glanced at his muscular arms and shook his head. Not good. Right? Jiang Shuyan was very annoyed. Knowing that he was saying one thing and thinking another. He stretched out his hand to clamp his arm and force him in. It looked like a domineering move, but it actually didn't hurt anyone at all. Fong Qing was led by him, smelling his cold and light fragrance, blushing, and letting him take her in. Lu Chunyin, who couldn't say a word at the back, looking at Fong Qing, whose arm was held by the man. This time, he clearly didn't even struggle. Entering the coffee shop, the owner and waiter inside knew Jiang Shuyan, and blushed and took him to the VIP box. The three of them sat down and ordered coffee. The waiter left, and the remaining three sat in the box. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a while. As the leader, Fong Qing introduced the two to each other again. Jiang Shuyan had a strong aura. He sat on the sofa with his long legs raised, just like a big CEO coming for a business meeting. He had no expression. After listening to Fong Qing's introduction of Lu Chunyin, he nodded to him. Lu Chunyin had habitually wanted to say a few words, but seeing his posture, he didn't want to show weakness, so he just nodded to him. Fong Qing quickly began to ask about the news of Gufeng City. However, Lu Chunyin interrupted him again and picked up the big gift box that he had been holding in his hand. This is for you. Fong Qing was stunned, looking at the gift box with a dark red background and a red bow. And the corners of his lips moved. What? For me? Lu Chunyin looked at him with eyes that seemed to contain a pool of hot springs, soft and warm, and a little embarrassed. I came across it by chance, and felt it would be very suitable for you. So I bought it. Fong Qing shrank his hands in front of him. A little embarrassed. It's not good? Why do I have to bring a gift to meet you? I didn't prepare. Lu Chunyin, what's the matter? I said. I bought it casually. It just so happens that it's unsafe everywhere these days. So you can keep it for self-defense. So Fong Qing glanced at Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan, why are you looking at me? Fong Qing thought to himself. Yes. And retracted his gaze. After thinking about it, he didn't want to reject the senior in public. So he accepted it. Thank you. Take it apart and have a look. Now? If it doesn't fit, I'll change it for you. Fong Qing was shocked. Can it be changed? Don't take it as clothes or something. I don't need it. He opened it with trepidation, only to find that it was a dagger with a nice shape. Lu Chunyin, it is made of special materials, the same grade as the materials of mechanical curtains. I happened to meet someone who knows about this, so I bought it. Fong Qing picked up the dagger. It was heavy. The handle was a bit big, and it was a little uncomfortable to hold in his hand. When he heard that it was made of special materials, he hurriedly wanted to return the dagger. No. I can't have it. This thing is expensive. Too expensive. Lu Chunyin, it's not expensive. Only 30,000. I had a good talk with the boss, and he gave it to me at a low price. 30,000 is not expensive? But? Lu, I originally wanted to buy you a wooden cannon. That thing is more practical. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is a controlled item and people like us can't get it. Fong Qing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shuyan. The latter looked indifferent, as if he didn't understand it all, and his eyes were fixed on the lenses of his glasses. Fong Qing knew at a glance that data was running on his glasses. He didn't know what data it was, but it was probably Lu Chunyin's personal data. Think about it again. 30,000 is not a small amount for him. He can give a handmade wooden cannon worth hundreds of thousands with his eyes closed. Fong Qing retracted his gaze and said a few words to Lu Chunyin. He couldn't refuse this gift no matter what, so he had to accept it and planned to find a reason to return the money to him in a while. He couldn't afford Boss John's wooden cannon, but this knife was only 30,000, and he could save up and make up the money. The two finally got to the point, but Lu Chunyin looked at Jiang Shuyan again. With a look of alertness, Fong Qing was about to say that this was his own man. Lu Chunyin, this gentleman Mr. Jiang. Right? Although this is offensive, what we are going to talk about next may involve some confidential information that should not be disclosed. Can you please step aside? Lu Chunyin looks good, gentle and kind, with a good voice. He was polite and courteous when he said this, and it sounded fine. But Jiang Shuyan heard a hint of hostility from the depth of his tone. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the other party. He didn't have any special reaction, and looked at Fong Qing again. Can you? Fong Qing didn't want to. Jiang Shuyan said in the car that he wanted to leave them to talk slowly, and he would go to the old city to take a look. But Fong Qing was worried that if he didn't ask deeply enough, it would affect Jiang Shuyan's judgment. Besides, Jiang Shuyan was present, so if he had any questions, he could ask them immediately, so he didn't have to go around him again. Right? Fong Qing looked at Lu Chunyan. But Boss Jiang is one of us. Lu Chunyan, you know. The content of my work is sensitive, and it's not suitable to tell others. I told you because you want to know. Fong Qing, then. Jiang Shuyan had already stood up and patted Fong Qing's head. Talk properly. Put down a card. Keep it for backup. Then he left. Lu Chunyan took a look and was shocked again. Black card? The kind of international level? Damn. Who is this guy? Why does he look like he is covered in money? As soon as Jiang Shuyan left, Lu Chunyan immediately asked Fong Qing, who is he? What is your relationship with him? Fong Qing looked innocent. What kind of relationship? Is he really my landlord? Will the landlord give you a black card? And he rents out the house? He needs to live on the rent? Did he deceive you into doing something? Did any strange man or woman ask you to do something for them? Or is his rent sky high? Or are these things really his? Fong Qing thought that it was not a sky-high price. He didn't even ask for money, and the things were really his, and he could just give his black card to his subordinates to use. He not only had many apartments, but also a compound consisting of a group of villas. The compound had all kinds of high-end products, and he even had cannons. Fong Qing knew that Lu Chunyan had misunderstood, and hurriedly smiled and said, No, it's not true. Boss Jiang is a very nice person. By the way, he is also super reliable. Senior, don't worry about him. But Lu Chunyan's face was gloomy, staring at Fong Qing without blinking. Tell me the truth. Do you have any difficulties? Do you owe money? How much do you owe? Senior, I will help you pay it back. You don't have to follow this kind of person. Fong Qing, I really don't. Senior, your monthly salary has been very high these years, and you will be promoted soon. Don't worry. No matter how much money, I can pay you, and I can support you if you want. Fong Qing? I really don't. Lu Chunyan stood up, leaned over across the coffee table, and put his hands on his shoulders. I'm serious. As long as you are happy, I can do anything. Fong Qing was stunned for a while, listening to his words, thinking, why is this so uncomfortable? Why does it make people goosebumps? He leaned back on the sofa suddenly and hid his whole body. Senior, what are you talking about? Lu Chunyan immediately realized his loss of composure, and seeing Fong Qing's evasive and frightened look, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. But he still tried to calm down and whispered, in short, I hope you know that no matter where you are, or what difficulties you have the seniors here. Okay? We are friends. Fong Qing felt that this friend said it with gritted teeth, but in order to help Jiang Shuyan get the news, he suppressed his inner discomfort and forced the topic back. Then let's talk about Gufang City. Is Wanhua City really in a serious situation? Have other places fallen? Gufang City is in danger now. Lu Chunyan was thinking about how to get Fong Qing back, and he suddenly realized, yes, we have to let little Fong Qing know the situation in Gufang City, so that he can rest assured that the city can control the situation, so that he can go back with peace of mind. So he explained the local situation in detail. After saying that, he remembered something and whispered, I heard from my friends in the same industry that there are also problems in your Blue Island city, but they have been suppressed by the higher-ups. So you don't know about it. Fong Qing was surprised. Is it a problem that our boss Jiang doesn't know about? He hurriedly asked what it was. Lu Chunyan, is there a place called South City in the south of Blue Island City? A few days ago, it was yesterday, the police station received an alarm saying that there was a large zombie wave. And that day, the deputy director of the Blue Island City Police Station personally led a team to deal with it, but still failed to settle the matter. Later, it was said that they invited underworld forces to bring in big guys to settle it. The Blue Island City Police Station seems to be a bit weak. As he spoke, he handed Fong Qing an electronic photo, as if he was citing evidence. The face of the man sitting in the SUV in the photo was hard to make out, but his handsome features were still blurred. Fong Qing knew without a closer look, isn't this Boss Jiang? It was about Boss Jiang leading his team to break into South City yesterday. He raised his eyes and looked at Lu Chunyin. Brother, you really can't recognize that this person is the man who sat next to me just now. And I'm not from the underworld. I'm very clean. I think. He was a little unhappy, so his tone was a little cold. Oh, I see. Lu Chunyin. So Blue Island is not safe. The police here are not reliable. It's better to go back to Gufang. But the person in the photo looks quite reliable to me. Huh? Lu Chunyin suspected that his brain was burnt out. That's the underworld. Who cares what? Isn't it okay to be reliable? And Fong Qing glanced at the photo again. And I don't think he's a gangster. Lu Chunyin leaned back at his chair and frowned. This kid. Why did he suddenly disobey? Is his brain not working? I want to check his temperature. But I'm afraid of scaring him again. So I held back. But you can't rely on the gangster boss to save you? Why not? If you're going to get into trouble. Does the boss know? Can he be there? Can he come to save you? No. Can be there. Can come. And even if he knew, could he bring a team to rescue at any time? Could he bring a big group to rescue at any time? If not, what use would he be alone? Yes, he could rescue. And he could be alone. He could defeat a whole team of others. And you have no relatives or friends in Blue Island. All alone. If something happens to you, who will take care of you? Fong Qing was startled, thinking of what Jiang Xuyan said last night. Originally, he didn't quite believe that Li Chunyin really went to check on him, thinking that the previous words might be a guess. And Boss Jiang was too cautious and thought too much. But now, he heard the other party's tone was really firm. So, Senior, how do you know that I have no relatives or friends in Blue Island? Have I ever told you such a thing? When Lu Chunyin heard this, he was startled and his face suddenly changed color. When Fong Qing saw this, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that he was going to turn hostile. So he activated his supernatural power with his hand in his pocket, and took out the wooden barn that Jiang Xuyan had given him. And Lu Chunyin looked like he didn't know how to explain. And he was stunned there on the spot. After a long time, he saw Fong Qing's face turn cold, and he looked like he was going to get angry. So he took a deep breath and leaned against the back of the sofa. Okay. I'll explain. Fong Qing was talking to Lu Chunyin over there. And here, Jiang Xuyan came to the old city where the zombies were found before, bypassed the guards guarding the city, and sneaked in. When he came back to the place where the Sure sisters were hiding, he put his hand in his pocket and looked up, and saw that the windows of every household in the residential buildings here were all closed. This detail, he had been busy transferring Shermashing before, and he never noticed it, and he didn't think about it later. Now I see, the windows here, including the door downstairs, are all intact, proving that when the bird tide came, these people all pulled down the mechanical curtains according to regulations to block the destruction of the bird tide. Then, if the bird tide never invaded, how did those zombies that mutated in the house die? How were they infected? And how did they mutate? Even if a mutated zombie sneaked in and injured someone, the neighbors next door would not know about the noise caused by the zombies when they injured people? The zombies only ran the door with brute force, so they would not alert the residents? How is it possible that when every household has its door closed and the door is intact, someone will die inside and be infected, and then mutate into a zombie? Abnormal. This is too abnormal. Jiang Xuyan clenched the wooden warehouse in his hand, walked forward, opened the door of the residential building with the card, and walked up step by step. The building was still very quiet. All the zombies and living people were cleared away by the people in the bureau. This urban area should be left with only an empty city. And this building should be an empty building. As he went upstairs, he searched all the rooms. The doors of the cleaned houses were not locked. And he went in easily, but came out with nothing. After searching this building, he found the tallest building in the city, standing on the rooftop and looking down. He was looking for clues nearby while thinking quickly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly saw a strange white shadow passing by in the corner of the street in the distance. Chapter 51. Fong Qing and Lu Chunyin were still chatting in the cafe. Hearing Lu Chunyin say that he only investigated his life experience out of curiosity, Fong Qing didn't say anything, but he felt unhappy in his heart. This kind of thing is not like Boss Jiang. First, the latter has a different status and should be cautious. Second, he went to find him first. For the sake of safety, it is not excessive for him to check his background. And even if Fong Qing is ready to be completely exposed, He talked to Boss Jiang about his life experience yesterday. But Boss Jiang looked very surprised? This proves that he didn't know it at all. If someone like him didn't check it, what right did the senior have? He sat opposite Lu Chunyan holding a coffee cup, biting his lower lip imperceptibly, with a calm face. Lu Chunyan's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he saw him with such an expression. So he naturally panicked and stretched out his hand to him. I didn't mean it. Fong Qing immediately retracted her hand and avoided his touch, took a deep breath, looked at her reflection in the cup, and gritted her teeth. Forget it. It's not a big secret. But if you want to know something next time, you can ask me directly. Lu Chunyan opened his mouth, wanting to ask you, but you didn't answer. It was obvious that his face was not good. So he didn't say anything else. So he just nodded. Okay. Fong Qing brought the topic back again. This time, Lu Chunyan didn't want to make him unhappy again. So when he answered, he said many details in detail. Fong Qing listened very carefully and remembered it very carefully. The sunlight outside the window hit his side face, and his face was so white and delicate that it almost glowed. Lu Chunyan was stunned as he watched, thinking that he liked such topics very much. He secretly decided to communicate with him more in the future. The two talked like this until the afternoon, when the sunlight outside the window began to tilt towards the outside. Fong Qing suddenly began to be distracted, always looking up from time to time, looking at the sun and the clock in the room. Seeing him like this for a few times, Lu Chunyan couldn't continue talking and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you absent-minded? Are you tired of listening?" Fong Qing didn't say anything, glanced at the clock on the wall again, and said to himself, "What time is it? Almost 4 o'clock. What time did we come? Less than 1 o'clock. 3 hours. Fuck. Boss Jiang stayed outside for 3 hours?" He stood up in a flash, scaring Lu Chunyan. Hearing him say Boss Jiang, Lu Chunyan frowned, a little unhappy. What's wrong? He shouldn't really be waiting outside the door, right? Fong Qing thought that it would be fine if he really waited outside the door. But he was going to the old city where zombies had been. If he just went to take a look as he said before, he would have finished it in 3 hours. And there was no sound all the time. He opened the address book and called Jiang Xuyan. In the end, no one answered after 3 calls. Fong Qing suddenly remembered the time when Mei Xian disappeared, and his head buzzed and he was stunned, seeing that his face was extremely ugly. Lu Chunyan couldn't help but get anxious, and stood up. What's going on? Do you want to go downstairs to look for him? Fong Qing had already run away. After going downstairs, he confirmed that he was not downstairs, nor on the street outside. Jiang Xuyan's car was not there either, and it was obviously driven away by him. Fong Qing's heart was beating like a drum, and he called Rensheng. Sure enough, he didn't return to the apartment. Then he is still in the old town. He must still be there. Fong Qing's face turned pale in an instant, and even his hand was shaking a little when he hung up the phone. Lu Chunyan followed him anxiously. Did he say where he was going? Don't worry. We will look for him again. In fact, what he was thinking was, a grown man. He only went out for a few hours. How could he get lost? But seeing Fong Qing's anxious look, he felt unhappy. But he had to patiently comfort him. Fong Qing suddenly took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and muttered it's okay. Then he dialed Chu Ning's number. The background of the other party was a little noisy, as if he was busy. Chu Ning's charming and delicate voice came through the heavy noise. What's wrong? Xiao Fong Qing? Did you go out smoothly? Lu Chunyan frowned, looked at the number of this charming voice, and called the person intimately, and found that there was only one no Chu. Fong Qing's voice calmed down. At least there was no tremor in it. He spoke quickly. Boss Jiang is in the old city. He hasn't been back for 3 hours. The phone call was unreachable, and he didn't leave a message. You guys don't. Chu Ning just said hack and hung up. Within 2 seconds, he called back again, speaking quickly. He's alone? Did he take anything with him? I didn't see it. Where are you? In front of the apartment. Okay. You wait there, and do whatever he tells you to do. Don't go over there. After saying that, she hung up again, before the voice was completely cut off. Fong Qing heard her shout, "Mobile medical team." Fong Qing listened to the busy tone, and his mind went blank. After a long while, Lu Chunyan patted him, and he came back to his senses. Ah! Lu Chunyin, what's going on? What happened in the old city? Do you want to go and take a look? Fang Qing pursed his lips and thought. Chuning told him not to go, because he was afraid that if something happened to him, they would not be able to take care of him. But, just take a look outside. Let's go. Take a look. He ran away. Over there. When Fang Qing and others were panicking, Jiang Shuyan was chasing a ball of snow-white things in the old city, and his legs were almost numb. The dog thing, looking small, moved fast enough, not to mention that he, a tall man of more than 1.9 meters, couldn't catch up, and he used a small folding crossbow with a low sound to chase. But it couldn't hurt him at all. After several close encounters, Jiang Shuyan saw that the thing was a baby less than 3 years old. But how could a child under 3 years old have such a fast speed and such agility? He knew that this thing was not normal. And it was even possible that it was the root cause of the zombie tide in the old city. He chased for 2.5 hours. Even though he had amazing physical strength, he was exhausted after following this little bun up and down. And his ears began to buzz. But just when he was about to give up, the little bun in front of him seemed to have lost physical strength, and his speed was obviously getting slower and slower. Jiang Shuyan was like a madman when he saw hope. He was no longer tired, and he held the wooden handle hidden behind him, ready to give the other side a good one for the last time. As a result, he followed the little bun around several streets and came to a dark alley. This place should have been a gathering place for homeless people to spend the night. Although the city residents were cleared out, the paper mats, rags and other things were still there, and the furnishings were messy. When they arrived at this place, Milk Ball disappeared. Jiang Shuyan saw that there were 2 corners at the end of the alley, and knew that he must be hiding in one of the directions. He took down the wooden gun, held it with both hands, turned sideways, and walked over step by step. At the corner, he leaned against the wall with his back, first glanced at the opposite corner, and didn't see anything. He took a deep breath, turned around, and pointed the wooden gun directly at the opposite corner. Click. When he saw the white shadow, he had already fired the gun immediately. But the gun jammed? He was stunned for a moment. How could it be possible? The white shadow on the opposite side flew over. He rolled sideways to avoid the attack, and fired another wooden gun at the white shadow. It was still jammed. He immediately threw away the wooden gun and changed to a crossbow, thinking it was not reliable. So he drew out a dagger to meet it. The milk bun moved very fast and was small, making it difficult to catch. Jiang Shuyan tried very hard, but could only protect himself and injure him twice. After bleeding, the milk bun fell to the ground on all fours and roared at Jiang Shuyan. The sound was not loud, but Jiang Shuyan saw sharp teeth from his open mouth that were different from those of humans. The color of the teeth was also the color of countless flesh and blood, dirty and smelly. Jiang Shuyan took a look. Little zombie? He moved more cautiously. However, at this moment the little zombie roared, he heard a rustling sound behind him, and turned around to see 4 or 5 little zombies hiding in the trash can. Fang Qing took a taxi and headed straight to the old city. In the dark 1 kilometer in front of the city blockade, he saw Jiang Shuyan's car. He urged the driver to drive faster, but thought it would be bad to get off the car directly at the door. Too conspicuous. So he got off the car near the blockade and walked over. There were several guards guarding the blockade, with a blockade order from the upper level. They directly posted a written notice on the roadblock in front of the blockade, strictly prohibiting people from entering. And they basically didn't need to do anything else. Fang Qing was thinking about finding an excuse to sneak in and take a look, but he never thought that the sound of a heavy motorcycle whistled in the distance. Looking back, he saw that Chuning had arrived. The guard immediately stepped forward to stop the speeding car. Chuning didn't care at all, and rushed over with full throttle. She swung her tail in front of the roadblock and stopped in front of the guard. After she got off the car, she first glanced at Fang Qing, who was still coming over, and walked in front of the guard without saying a word. The guards were about to interrogate her about what she was doing, but another car came from behind, drawing their attention away. At this moment, Chuning used a wooden crate to knock out the guard in front of her, and then opened a few wooden crates for the other guards. The anesthetic injections in the crates were injected into the guards' necks, and they soon fainted. "I'm sorry. I need to find someone, and I'll apologize to you when you wake up," Chuning said to the guards on the ground, and walked in with his head raised. Fang Qing was about to speak, But Chuning said, "Don't worry. We'll look for him first. You wait outside and contact us if you see him." Fong Qing had no choice but to follow her instructions. Be careful. Chuning led the pair to remove the roadblocks and drove in to search. Lu Chunyan was confused. What's going on? Who are they? How could you be with such people? Openly attacking the guards and using anesthetic injections. This is obviously not a normal person, is it? The style of the underworld. Fong Qing was in no mood to explain. Standing outside anxiously waiting. His palms were about to be scratched by his nails. After waiting for half an hour, the cars came back one after another. And everyone reported to Chuning, "Can't find it." No. No response even after shouting. Fong Qing's legs went weak when he heard it. Chuning was also anxious, and directly took out a loudspeaker and shouted at the empty city. But there was still no response. She was going crazy. Just then, Fong Qing suddenly saw the place where Shermei was found before. Thinking of his sensation that day, he decided to take a gamble, and walked over to make everyone quiet. He stood in the empty city, and closed his eyes. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The sound of the wind became clear, and the body's perception instantly soared. Fong Qing stood in the city, as if standing on the misty clouds. He suppressed his heartbeat like a drum, and asked in his heart over and over again, "Jiang Xuyan, where are you?" Chapter 52. As soon as he closed his eyes, all the senses in his body except for his eyes became clear and sensitive. Last time, he only sensed the residential building in front of him. This time, he had to try the entire city. He clearly felt that it was no less than 100 times more difficult. But he didn't want to give up. He intuitively felt that he could do it. The sound of the wind around him first became louder, and then slowly calmed down. He began to feel a throbbing pain in his head. The subtle and complex information details around him kept pouring into his mind, filling his mind. He didn't know what those things were, but his mind was replacing his reason, quickly analyzing and filtering these things, leaving only some very subtle and difficult to distinguish feelings to pull him to pay attention in certain directions. While he was shocked by this, he increased his attention and tried his best to cooperate with this strange instinct. Soon, he suddenly heard a muffled bang in a certain direction from the silence. He was instantly excited, resisted the urge to open his eyes, and listened carefully for a while to accurately identify that direction. Then I heard a faint sound of fighting. I opened my eyes and saw that it was far away, almost reaching the edge of the city. Over there. He pointed his finger and ran towards it. Chuning was about to ask him how he knew. But suddenly, Fong Qing's heart beat suddenly for no reason. He panicked and ran away. "Hurry up!" Chuning and the others were so scared that they subconsciously followed him. Halfway through the run, he turned back. "Wait! Fong Qing! Get in the car!" Fong Qing turned back, got in her car, and showed her the way. After turning left and right, they finally came to the entrance of a very hidden alley. Fong Qing and Chuning finally heard the sound of a real fight inside. There was a very strange and low roar coming from inside. The sound was so small, and the place was so remote. No wonder they didn't find it before. Chuning stopped the car, and Fong Qing got out first and ran over. In the depths of the alley, they saw several naked little babies about 2 or 3 years old lying in the alley. Jiang Xuyan knelt on the ground, pinching one with each hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was crazy. Fong Qing was shocked by his cold and murderous aura, and was also frightened by the miserable situation on the ground. At this moment, there was another rustling sound from the side. He turned his head, and saw that there was a bloody child crawling down from the wall behind him, using both hands and feet. When he came behind Jiang Xuyan, he jumped up and pounced on Jiang Xuyan with his bloody mouth wide open. Fong Qing was so shocked that his breathing stagnated when he saw his mouth full of fangs. His mind suddenly started to spin uncontrollably again. He stared at the child. Needless to say, he knew what this thing was. What would happen if it bit Boss Jiang? Boss Jiang? Almost inadvertently, Fong Qing moved his fingertips, and the wooden basket that Jiang Xuyan gave him appeared in his hand. The little zombie was about to fall on Jiang Xuyan's back. Without thinking, he raised the wooden basket and closed his eyes to the air. Bang! 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 Ding! 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 The sound of bullet shells falling to the ground came. Pa! The sound of some soft object falling to the ground was also heard. Fong Qing came back to his senses in an instant, and found that he actually opened the wooden basket with his eyes closed. He was so scared that he opened his eyes and looked. There was another little zombie lying on the ground. The little thing seemed to have been hit in the head by him. Half of its head was bloody, and it lay on the ground motionless. Although it was obvious that this thing was abnormal, it was still the same as an ordinary toddler when it lay motionless on the ground. Fong Qing's legs softened, and a terrible thought hit his head again. Murder? Fuck. I killed a child. But as he was stunned, a roar rushed into his ears again. He looked closely, and saw that the little zombies under Jiang Shuyan began to struggle violently. There was also a little zombie with a broken leg crawling towards Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Shuyan was looking at him, a little stunned. He was afraid that Jiang Shuyan would be distracted. So he shouted, "Boss Jiang." He threw his wooden can to him. Jiang Shuyan withdrew his doubts about Fong Qing's appearance here. The experience of the jam just now made him wonder if he could use this thing. But seeing that Fong Qing had no problem at all, he raised his hand to catch the wooden can. At this time, the little zombie crawling on the ground just heard Fong Qing's voice. And with a groan, it jumped over Jiang Shuyan and pounced on him. Jiang Shuyan didn't even raise his eyes, and banged the wooden can twice at the little zombie, knocking it to the ground. Knowing that the wooden can was useful, he immediately lowered the mouth of the wooden can to the head of the little zombie in his hand, and pressed the trigger expressionlessly. Bang! Blood and mincemeat were like exploding fireworks, scattered in the air, splashing Jiang Shuyan's face. He tilted his head, and felt the coldness on his face. He frowned and wiped the blood on his mouth, and then wiped the blood on his face with the cuffs of his white shirt. All this happened too quickly. When the sound of the wooden can fell, Fong Qing and Chu Ning and others who rushed over had not reacted yet, looking at the little zombies on the ground, and then looking at Jiang Shuyan covered in blood, not to mention Fong Qing. Even Chu Ning and others were stunned. Jiang Shuyan was no longer surprised. After letting go of the little zombie that stopped moving, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was tired for a long time, and was still a little out of breath. After standing up, he irritably opened the collar of his shirt, and the breeze poured in from the collar, finally starting to take away the heat from his body. He glanced at the little zombie on the ground and began to fall into deep thought again. At this moment, Fong Qing finally reacted, "Boss Jiang." Jiang Shuyan's murderous mood had not yet come out. When he turned his head, his narrow eyes were still filled with a cold and fierce light like Yama. Fong Qing was startled again, and almost at the same time, the hair on his back stood up. But when he saw Jiang Shuyan covered in blood, he came back to his senses in an instant, and a burst of inexplicable anger and irritability ignited. He quickened his pace and walked over. "How are you? Are you injured? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you answer the phone and call for help? But fought alone? Why didn't you use the wooden warehouse when you clearly had it? Do you want to be bitten to death by them?" Jiang Shuyan was startled, and the fierce light in his eyes gradually dissipated. He looked at him in astonishment. "You?" Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing threw a punch at him. He raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and grabbed Fong Qing's hand to prevent him from moving. His brows were furrowed. "What are you doing?" Fong Qing felt a lump in his heart. He didn't know why or where the anger came from, but he was just very angry. He tried to struggle, twisting his hand in Jiang Shuyan's hand. "Let go." Who is Jiang Shuyan? He had just fought with a little zombie that was so fast that it was inhuman. His arm muscles were still in the most explosive state of congestion. He grabbed Fong Qing's hand like a chicken and said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Fong Qing was getting more and more angry, and his head was about to explode. He suddenly recalled the scene in his previous life when his teammates left him one by one. He also suddenly recalled the desperate and fearful mood when there were fewer and fewer people around him, and he was increasingly isolated and helpless. His eyes turned red, and his lips were bleeding from being bitten by his upper teeth. Let go. How could Jiang Shuyan let go? Seeing that he was in a bad mood, he couldn't help but slow down his voice. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. You don't have to worry." "Fuck. Do you look like you're fine? You can't even answer the phone. Do you look like you're fine?" Jiang Shuyan was about to ask when he called me, but Fong Qing grabbed him with his other hand, grabbed his collar and his blood-stained clothes. "Does this look like you're not injured?" Jiang Shuyan wanted to say that he was really not injured, but Fong Qing didn't listen, and was still condemning him like crazy. Jiang Shuyan was stunned. He shouted several times but failed to stop. He suddenly got annoyed. He grabbed Fang Qing's wrist and pushed him to the wall. He pressed against the wall and pinched his cheek. Fang Qing. Fang Qing was like being poured with cold water. His anger was extinguished from head to toe. His body was cold, and he calmed down, looking at the familiar face of Jiang Xuyan in front of him, but he had not known him for too long. His thoughts gradually withdrew from the nightmare of his previous life. His head was confused and blank. It's Boss Jiang. Not in the previous life. Jiang Xuyan saw that he seemed to have calmed down. He frowned and said in a rough voice, "Have you made enough trouble?" But seeing his red eyes and the mist on his eyes, Jiang Xuyan couldn't bear to say a harsh word for some reason. His voice changed back to, "It's okay. It's really okay. I'm not injured. You don't have to be afraid." He didn't know why he was sure Fang Qing was afraid. But when he heard Fang Qing's trembling voice and felt his shaking hands, he just felt that he was afraid. And he also felt that he should be thinking of some unbearable memories in the past. Jiang Xuyan sighed slightly. And when he spoke again, his tone was so soft that he was shocked. "It's really okay. It's okay. Don't be angry. Okay?" Fang Qing was silent for a while. Jiang Xuyan followed the silence. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Qing gradually came back to his senses from the things in front of him, and finally realized what he had just done. He suddenly became nervous, shrank back, and pressed tightly against the wall. Jiang Xuyan said unhappily, "Are you back to your senses? Are you okay?" Fang Qing was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Are you calm? Are you thinking of bad memories? Nothing like that happened here. Can you be more sober?" Fang Qing was completely seen through by him, and was surprised again. At the same time, he lowered his head embarrassedly, and he was almost embarrassed to evaporate. The distance was too close, so his hair poked Jiang Xuyan's chin and neck. It was itchy and cold. Jiang Xuyan was stunned for a moment, and stepped back slightly. Just then, more footsteps came from the alley. Chu Ning, who was standing at the alley, hugging his arms and rubbing his arms, was forced to watch the whole process of the two of them. He almost collapsed and said, "Hey, you two. How long are you going to pull and tug over there? Be affectionate, ambiguous, and show off? It's so annoying." Chapter 53. When the two heard Chu Ning's words, they realized something and looked down at each other's postures. They separated immediately. Fang Qing felt a chill on his wrist without Jiang Xuyan's restraint. The heat left by Jiang Xuyan on his wrist and in front of him quickly faded, and the cold fragrance in his nose gradually disappeared. Fang Qing's consciousness suddenly blurred for a moment. He was startled and shook his head to quickly dispel the strange dizziness. Seeing that the medical team led by Chu Ning had rushed over and was grabbing Jiang Xuyan for an emergency check, he was relieved and worried at the same time, staring closely at the movements of the medical team, fearing that Jiang Xuyan would be found to have any injuries or abnormalities by them. In the end, it seemed that he was really not injured, and Fang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Ning looked at his face without showing it, but in fact, a big stone in his heart was also put down. At this time, Fang Qing was not as gentle as her hot temper. She walked over and kicked Jiang Xuyan's calf without any hesitation, saying in a bad tone, "What the hell? Explain." Jiang Xuyan. He cast a look towards the alley. "You suddenly appeared. I don't want to make so much effort." "Okay." Chu Ning didn't want to see those little milk balls with tragic deaths, and said, "You should call us when you find something wrong. Isn't this what we agreed on before? And you don't call. You don't even answer the phone. Are you going to scare me and little Fang Qing to death?" Jiang Xuyan took the opportunity to glance at Fang Qing, then retracted his gaze. "When are you going to call me?" "Chu Ning? Fang Qing?" Fang Qing angrily pointed to the communication records, pointing to the several unanswered calls on it. "What else is this?" Jiang Xuyan took a look. He also checked his communication records. The palm chip can be used, but there is no call information in the communication records. He has not received any calls during the time he entered the old city. Fang Qing and Chu Ning, all of them were shocked. Chu Ning also called Jiang Xuyan, and there was a record, but Jiang Xuyan had nothing here. What's going on? Jiang Xuyan looked at the little zombie in the alley with a gloomy face. "Do you remember the day when Mei Hui and Mei Xin disappeared?" The two of them didn't get through on the phone. At first Mei Hui said she didn't answer on purpose, but what if she didn't answer before entering the old city? After all, Li Bai and Ren Sheng had been calling each other since they got lost. During this period, The two sisters hadn't run to the old city in the first place. It made sense that Sure Mei Wei didn't answer the phone on purpose during this period. Fong Qing was silent after hearing this. He knew what Jiang Xuyan was talking about. Chu Ning was puzzled, but when you stayed in the city and called us, we had no problem communicating. This was also a question that Jiang Xuyan hadn't figured out. But as he stared at these little zombies, a crazy idea suddenly came to his mind. Fong Qing. Ah? Do you think that zombies in the end of the world have superpowers? Fong Qing was startled, and then covered his mouth. You don't doubt. Jiang Xuyan, when I first arrived here, I found that every household in the residential building here was intact. But you also found that day that there were zombies in the residential houses in the building. Fong Qing and Chu Ning nodded in unison. Jiang Xuyan said again, if there are no broken doors and windows, and there are no signs of damage by the mad bird tied in the building, then how did the zombies in the room come from? It's impossible for a sudden change. And it's impossible for so many people to run back home after being injured outside? Chu Ning hissed, so they are very likely to be indoors, bitten by something other than mad birds. Jiang Xuyan pointed to the small zombies behind him. If it was other big zombies biting people, there would definitely be resistance and calling the police. It's absolutely impossible for everyone to be bitten by them without resistance. If you have to find a kind of zombie that is not suspected, and even takes the initiative to bring it into the house at a glance. These on the ground, these infant-shaped zombies are definitely the best choice. Chu Ning looked at them with a complicated mood. What are these? How can there be zombies in this form? And just now I saw their way of action and speed for a short moment. That kind of ferocious and extremely fast appearance is definitely not something a normal infant can do. Moreover, the unusually sharp fangs were simply full of terrifying. No matter how tough Chu Ning was, he couldn't help but shudder when he recalled a little zombie with a tender face and a ferocious mouth. But then the question came again. They are so small. If they run and knock on other people's doors like before, normal people would also find it strange. Right? Jiang Xuyan said. Do you know what the scene was when I first saw them? What? I saw one of the little zombies from the top floor, and rushed downstairs to see it crawling on the ground like an abandoned child. Chu Ning stared in surprise. Jiang Xuyan said again, when the little thing saw me, it was not afraid of strangers at all. It crawled over pitifully and grabbed my trouser legs, looking like a pitiful little thing that wanted to be hugged and taken away. Chu Ning took another breath. Finally, Jiang Xuyan sneered, staring at the dead little zombie body, and said in a cold tone, fortunately, I still remember that Deputy Dong said that this city has been cleared, and it is impossible for such a little thing that will die without an adult to appear for no reason. I was about to retreat, and this thing immediately showed its true colors, grabbed me and wanted to bite. And then I fought with it and chased it for a whole afternoon. It didn't count as catching up. It deliberately led me to this place and called out other little zombies hiding here. These little cubs who don't know how they grow up, with attack speed and strength. Even 10 ordinary people can't deal with them. Chu Ning and Fong Qing looked at each other and were speechless. Fong Qing was puzzled. But what does this have to do with your call not being connected? Jiang Xuyan, this is just my guess. Since they can use tricks on people, it proves that they have intelligence. Maybe they didn't do it last time because there were too many of us. This time, seeing that I was alone, they got bold again? Besides, before Fong Qing came, my wooden silo got stuck. Chu Ning, you should know the quality and structure of our wooden silo. It is absolutely impossible for it to get stuck. But it got stuck twice today. Fong Qing suddenly realized. So this is why he has a wooden silo but doesn't use it? No wonder. Then when I came here, the wooden silo can be used again. Does it mean that the little zombie's ability is only enough to target one person? This is not impossible. But if so, these little zombies are too powerful. At this time, he suddenly thought of a very important information. Wait, they are in human form on the surface. Jiang Xuyan, Chu Ning, what do you mean? Look, the zombies you usually see are all corpses. Right? But look at them. He pointed at the little zombies on the ground. They are in human form. They are children. They are advanced zombies. Jiang Xuyan and Chu Ning? Fong Qing paced anxiously. I don't know what this is. But this kind of zombie. I died good senior is not here before I died. I only saw it once. They have evolved from ordinary zombies to advanced zombies. At this time, they can have intelligence and superpowers. And they can also have an image that is no different from that of normal humans. Or in other words, they will recover from the state of decaying corpses to their appearance before they died. However, in the previous life, those zombies did not appear until more than half a year after the end of the world. I don't know why there are such zombies in this place at this time. And they are actually children. Jiang Shuyan recalled the appearance of the little zombies, but immediately shook his head, although they can't see their faces clearly now. I can be sure that before their heads were broken, they had exactly the same faces. Are the high-level zombies in your life like this? Fong Qing was confused again. What the hell is this? It can't be a nest of multiple births. He frowned at the zombies, and couldn't explain a word. Jiang Shuyan saw that there were many mysteries, and was very irritable. He waved his hand. Forget it. Let's go back and look again. Chu Ning, tell Deputy Dong about this, and ask them to be more careful when dealing with other zombies in the future, and not leave such a big hidden danger. Chu Ning nodded and was about to make a phone call, but stopped after thinking about it. You guys were too ruthless when you opened the wooden warehouse. Fong Qingqing. And you even hit them directly on the head. I won't tell you why you could open the wooden warehouse so accurately with your eyes closed. But if you do this, will Deputy Dong accuse you of killing innocent people and fabricating facts to deceive the police? Jiang Shuyan glanced at her unhappily. It's true that he doesn't get along with us, but he's not a fool. Besides, who told you that I didn't leave any evidence? I left it. Here. Come and see. He brought Chu Ning and Fong Qing to a corner, and they realized that there was a small corner recessed on both sides. Jiang Shuyan kicked over one of the trash cans, revealing the gap under the trash can. The two were surprised to find that he had tied up two little zombies here. The two zombies were placed separately. One had obviously broken limbs, and the other had even had its cervical vertebrae twisted by him. Both zombies were still alive vigorously, but had lost their basic mobility. Seeing Jiang Shuyan and Chu Ning, they bared their teeth and growled to threaten him. But it was useless. Jiang Shuyan tied them up tightly. Chu Ning, you have time to tie up zombies while fighting? Jiang Shuyan, why not? Why didn't you tell us just now? Why didn't you show us just now? He even described their appearance. Wouldn't it be better to show them directly? At this time, Jiang Shuyan looked back at her for no reason, and then at Fong Qing, who was stunned. Suddenly, he snorted, looked at the two of them, and said reluctantly and disgustedly, tell me the truth? Are you afraid that you will go crazy again? Grab me and beat and scold me, as if I am more out of line than you. Fong Qing. Chu Ning. Chapter 54. Finally, Chu Ning decided to leave a few people behind to call the police, and wait for Wu Yandong to come to negotiate. Jiang Shuyan was tired after a day, so he only needed to take a few people to take away one of the living little zombies, and the two dead little zombie bodies. Jiang Shuyan didn't mind this leisurely arrangement at all, and agreed immediately, but he singled out a dead little zombie, and asked the medical team to dig out its corpse crystal. These high-level zombies have corpse crystals wrapped in their bodies, either in their brains or in their hearts. The medical team spent a lot of time to take them out. That was the zombie that Fong Qing killed with his eyes closed. Jiang Shuyan took out the corpse crystal, and gave it to Fong Qing directly. Yours. Fong Qing was shocked. Give it to me? Didn't you kill it? But Sister Chu Ning and the others didn't take the corpse crystal when they killed the zombies before. And you? You didn't take it either. Jiang Shuyan, they are them. And you are you. You are a novice. And this is a reward. Why don't you want it? Fong Qing was still a little embarrassed, scratching his head and looking at the people who had never taken a zombie. A beautiful sister in the medical team laughed, and a gentleman wearing glasses beside him smiled at Fong Qing. Our boss Jiang spoils you. And you are not happy? Fong Qing? Jiang Shuyan, spoil? The two turned their heads and dared not say anything. Chu Ning was used to it. While checking other small zombies, she didn't raise her head and said faintly, oh, anyway, we reward according to merit, and distribute according to needs when we go back. I didn't encounter this kind of treatment when I was a novice. Also, Boss Jiang, that little gun was meant for Xiao Fong Qing. Then why were you being so mysterious? Wouldn't it be okay to just give it to him? Right. Xiao Fong Qing? Fong Qing's face was almost flushed, and his voice was high. No. No. Jiang Shuyan rolled his eyes and kicked Chu Ning's leg. I didn't treat you well when you were a newcomer. Huh? Say it again. Who risked his life to save you every now and then. Chu Ning was so scared that he quickly jumped up and hid. hiding behind Fong Qing. That's different. You didn't save him alone. The reward is not just for me. You used to treat us well, and you gave us a bunch of people. This time it's different. Jiang Shuyan was so angry that she wanted to kill him. Are there a bunch of new people this time? His knuckles were cracking. Come here. Come here. I see you're itching for trouble recently. Chu Ning was so scared that he tried his best to pull Fong Qing to block him. Calm down. I admit that Qing is soft and adorable. Fong Qing? Finally he couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, okay. The voice was soft and gentle, like a pile of feathers floating in the sky, and a big white cloud under the blue sky. Even if the volume was raised, it didn't seem threatening, but it unexpectedly made people feel like they were immersed in a clear stream on the top of a mountain in summer, and they felt relaxed and comfortable all over. After he shouted, he blushed and tried to pry Jiang Shuyan's hand. He took out the corpse crystal from his palm and put it in Chu Ning's palm, asking Chu Ning to wrap it up. Then, I will also reward according to merit and distribute according to need. Does this count as forcibly integrating into your team? Then he went to pull Jiang Shuyan. Let's go. Boss Jiang? Aren't you tired? Look. Your clothes are so dirty. Go back and change. Jiang Shuyan glanced at the corpse crystal in Chu Ning's hand, turned around and asked, Really? Are you sure? She was just joking with you. She's just a bitch. Chu Ning, yes. Yes. I was teasing Boss Jiang. This thing really should be given to you. Everyone agreed. Fong Qing didn't know why. Was it because he was too weak, and he had to praise him desperately after finally being powerful once? He shook his head, tiptoed, and whispered in Jiang Shuyan's ear, You gave it to me alone. Is it because you are being polite? Is it because you are not familiar with me? So you can tell the difference clearly? Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. No way? Fong Qing, then why do you want special treatment? I don't want it. I want to integrate into the small group as soon as possible. Find a place to settle down and sit down, and wait for Boss Jiang to take me away. Jiang Shuyan glanced at him sideways, and for a long time, he couldn't figure out what his train of thought was. And there are people who don't want special treatment. Don't want the special treatment he gives? You have an idea. He shrugged. It's up to you. If you don't want it, just go. Fong Qing nodded quickly, turned around and walked happily in front. But he turned back after walking 2 steps and looked at Chu Ning, who was still stunned. Also, Sister Chu Ning, Boss Jiang didn't give me the gun at that time because you said it was a gift from him to his girlfriend. And I'm not his girlfriend. He thought he had explained it well, and walked away happily. Jiang Shuyan was stunned behind him, always feeling something was wrong. Even Chu Ning, whose brain circuit was very clear, scratched his cheek and thought, This guy. Is he digging a hole for himself? Jiang Shuyan and Fong Qing took a car with a little zombie and went back to the city. Chu Ning was the driver today. At the cordon, Fong Qing saw Lu Chunyan being held hostage in a corner by 2 black-clad men from a distance. He immediately remembered that his senior was still there, and hurried to get out of the car. Jiang Shuyan happened to want to change back to the car he drove, so he got out as well. He was covered in blood and mud, and his originally white shirt had lost its original color after the fierce battle. Lu Chunyan's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it, and he broke free from the restraints of the black-clad men and ran over, pulling Fong Qing over to protect him in his arms. What's going on? Who are you guys? Are you gangsters? That's enough. I'm calling the police. I'll pay off the money Fong Qing owes you, and you give him back to me. Fong Qing? Just as he was about to speak, Lu Chunyan determined that he was held hostage by a gangster, or that he was too naive and was deceived. So he didn't let him speak and covered his mouth. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows when he saw it, and his aura suddenly cooled down. Let go. Lu Chunyan was frightened by his momentum. But for Fong Qing, he did not back down, narrowed his eyes, and said indifferently, Tell me. Name a price. I can afford it. Can afford it? Jiang Shuyan snorted coldly. With you? Fong Qing thought it was wrong. Did the topic go astray? He still wanted to struggle, and his mouth blocked by his palm tried hard to open, making a humming sound. Lu Chunyan, don't worry. It's okay. I'm here. Jiang Shuyan saw that Fong Qing's face, which was so tender that it was almost transparent, was actually strangled with red marks, and frowned, feeling inexplicably unhappy. Say it again. Let go. Lu Chunyan, Name a price. Jiang Shuyan was impatient, and took a step with his long legs, approaching Lu Chunyin. The tall body was like a wall. The powerful aura was intimidating, and the hostile face was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. Like an Azura from hell. Let go. You can't afford the price. Lu Chunyin, what? You still want to raise the price? I know Fang Qing. I can't owe him a sky-high price. Just tell me how much you have borrowed from him, and how much interest you have. And I will pay it for him. What if he doesn't owe you anything? If he doesn't owe you anything, there is no reason to keep him. He volunteered. He was just blinded by power for a while. Power? You gangsters. Do you think power is too much? That's enough. No more quibbling. I will take this child back. If you want to play with little boys, it's better to find someone else. And if I really call the police, you might as well avoid it as soon as possible, so as not to be difficult to explain later. Huh? As he said, he lowered his eyes and glanced at Jiang Shuyan's bloody shirt, with a trace of disgust in his eyes. It was obvious that they must have done something illegal and violent in there. Jiang Shuyan completely lost his patience. He couldn't understand this person's brain circuit, and he didn't want to understand it. Fang Qing was almost suffocating under his palm. He raised his big hand and directly grabbed Lu Chunyin's wrist and twisted it out. Lu Chunyin was trying to resist, but suddenly, his wrist tendons were pinched by Jiang Shuyan's 5 fingers, and he was pressed down, and his hand immediately lost strength. Jiang Shuyan had no expression on his face, and easily pulled his hand away. When he lifted it up, Lu Chunyin, who was about 1.8 meters tall and often exercised and boxed to maintain his physical fitness, actually felt a terrifying force that was completely unshakable. His hand was about to be torn off. At this moment, Fang Qing, who was afraid that Jiang Shuyan would be too violent, stopped him. Boss Jiang, calm down. He is my senior. Jiang Shuyan lowered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, Great? Fang Qing, oh, that's not what I meant. I meant, after all, he is my friend. His voice gradually became quieter, with pleading and embarrassment in his voice. Jiang Shuyan saw his expression, softened his heart, and let go. Then what do you want to do? Go with him. Go with me. Deputy Dong will be here soon. Fang Qing, of course I will go with you. Lu Chunyin, Fang Qing. Fang Qing, enough. Jiang Shuyan then looked at Lu Chunyin again, seeing him staring at Fang Qing with persistence and anxiety. He frowned, retracted his gaze and looked at Fang Qing. Give you 5 minutes to explain clearly. Fang Qing, okay. Right away. You wait in the car. Put on your coat, or you will scare passers-by when you go out later. Jiang Shuyan got in the car and put on his coat. Lu Chunyin was stunned and pulled Fang Qing over. What's wrong with you? What kind of drug did he give you? When Fang Qing talked to him, his voice changed and his tone became a little impatient. Boss Jiang is telling the truth. I found him, and he is not a gangster. He is very good. He is not doing anything shameful, and he has not oppressed me. Lu Chunyin, is this the reason why you want to follow him? You insist that he is good and that you find him. Then let me ask you, what do you want to do by finding someone like him? Where did you find him? I went to check him out. What do you want to check him out for? How can I find him if I don't check? Then where can you check? It's not important. And, senior, don't blame me for being harsh. But we are not actually related. Right? We are friends. But we are just friends. Right? Isn't it a bit too much for you to control me like this? I know you are doing this for my own good. But I am an adult. I am not a fool. I have my own judgment. I want to follow Boss Jiang. That is my own choice. It has nothing to do with him. And it has nothing to do with you, senior. Even if I am bullied and suffer in the future, that is the path I chose myself. Senior, you should not control me for both emotional and rational reasons. Chapter 55. Lu Chunyin was shocked by Fang Qing's words. A wave of heart-wrenching pain came over him. His breathing stagnated, and he took a step back. You? His eyes gradually turned red. So in your eyes, we have always been ordinary friends. Fang Qing? What else? Lu Chunyin was punched in the heart again. He gritted his teeth. So, in your eyes, my kindness to you is ordinary friends? Fang Qing? If not ordinary friends, what else can it be? Lu Chunyin. He suddenly felt a kind of despair, as if the sky was falling. He originally thought that at least he would have a different status in Fong Qing's heart. He suddenly asked, in your heart, have you ever felt that we have another possibility? Fong Qing? No. Senior. You are a man. I am a man. We are not related by blood. What possibility can we have? Lu Chunyin. Take a deep breath. And the hand hanging by his side trembles. At this time, Fong Qing felt that he had said enough and was impolite enough. The senior was indeed very nice to him. So in order not to make the relationship so awkward, he added, anyway, don't worry, senior. I know what I am doing. Have you seen the popular apocalypse posts now? Since zombies are found, it probably proves that what the posts say is true. Senior, go back and stock up on things and protect yourself well. We will meet again when we have a chance. As he said this, he felt that he had made himself clear, and turned around and wanted to leave. But Lu Chunyin seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait, Fong Qing. You ran here from Gufang. Isn't it just because of this post? Fong Qing didn't understand, and turned around to ask. What do you mean? You think the end of the world is coming? So, find a powerful person to protect yourself? Fong Qing was stunned. Why did he feel that his tone and words were weird when he said this? But thinking about the reason why he came here in the first place, he was also frank and felt that there was nothing to hide. So he answered very straightforwardly, yes. Lu Chunyin's hand trembled again. He suddenly let go of Fong Qing's hand. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I thought you were innocent and pure, and a decent person. But I didn't expect that in order to save your life. He glanced at Jiang Shuyan, who was half hidden in the car. So you would do this kind of thing? Fong Qing? What did I do? Lu Chunyin snorted. With a depressed and mocking face, you know what you did. So you didn't want to ask for help in the first place because I was not strong enough, but went to find this kind of black boss with unknown origin. Fong Qing got angry because he repeatedly said that Jiang Shuyan was a black boss. Grabbing Lu Chunyin by the collar, his expression was the most gloomy and cold Lu Chunyin had ever seen. Have you said enough? You want me to say it a few more times? He is not a gangster? And just now, did you want to say that I asked him to keep me? He has money, power, looks and strength. Is he someone who will just keep someone? Does he need it? Have you ever seen such a strong and good-looking man keep someone? If he wants to find a bed partner, a wife, a boyfriend or a girlfriend, does he need to use money and status to buy it? Isn't it enough for him to attract bees and butterflies with his face? Does he need to use such a despicable method to find a partner? He was a little angry when he said that, and tightened his grip on Lu Chunyin a little more. Veins popped out, and his face was burnt black. I don't know what's wrong with you, senior, but I'm going to reiterate this time, for the last time, that I don't want to hear you say anything bad about Boss Jiang again. Boss Jiang is such a strong man, and he will treat all his subordinates carefully and attentively. Such a strong man. Even if a stranger like me who is not familiar with him rolls down the mountain, he will rush to save me without hesitation. Even someone like me who didn't give him money, didn't give him any resources, and even didn't sleep with him, he still protects me carefully. You don't deserve to slander such a person, and you can't slander him again. As he said that, Chu Ning, who was sitting in the car and listening to everything he said, suddenly turned around and said to the quiet man in the back seat of the car, do you think this kid speaks strangely when he gets excited? Jiang Shuyan sat in the back, playing with a wooden cannon in his hand, ready to take action at any time if he saw something wrong. Hearing this, he lowered his head and couldn't see his expression clearly, but he could only hear him say huh in a low voice, with a slightly cheerful tone. I'm used to it. Chu Ning listened to Fong Qing talking a lot to the senior, and at the end, he concluded, so Boss Jiang is not a bad person. You are not allowed to say anything about him. If you insist on thinking that I want to ask him for a package, then, he thought about it in silence. It seems that it is not impossible, but don't worry. He doesn't want to. You can slander me, but he can't. From today on, I think the senior and I don't need to contact each other anymore. Thank you very much for what happened today. And thank you for coming all the way for me. I will book your return ticket for you later. And I will return the dagger you gave me. For other things, I don't think I owe the senior anything. From now on, we don't need to contact each other. He said no need to contact twice, His tone was firm, and without hesitation. He let go, took 2 steps back, and kept a clear distance. It was the first time that Lu Chunyan saw Fong Qing talk so much, so densely, and so emotionally. Fong Qing was always indifferent, even if he was very careful, gentle, and soft, but he could feel that he didn't care too much about anything. At least nothing could really stimulate his emotional ups and downs. Lu Chunyan originally thought that he would warm his heart with his own hands. He didn't believe that there were really people who were born cold. He thought that he must have a way to shine a ray of light in his life, and be someone he cared about and loved. Unexpectedly, before he could do it, this person had already left. To a person who had only known him for a short time, and whose origin was unknown. He was open-hearted, happy for him, worried for him, and even excited for him. Lu Chunyan clenched his fists, and there was a smell of iron in his throat. At this moment, the police car came, and the sound of the sirens broke the silence at the scene. Lu Chunyan was stunned, wondering why the police came. He actually didn't call the police at all, because the 2 men who looked like bodyguards were staring at him the whole time and didn't let him move. When he heard the sirens and looked at the dark and mysterious car behind Fong Qing, Lu Chunyan didn't want to implicate Fong Qing even though he was a little hateful now. He suddenly pulled Fong Qing's hand and was about to leave. Hurry up. The police are here. It's too late if you don't leave now. Fong Qing struggled to break free. Don't you understand what people say? Lu Chunyan, are you a fool? If a person like that meets the police, can he still get away with it? In fact, I didn't call the police. I don't know who it is. But anyway, you come with me first, and we can talk after the matter is settled. Okay. Fong Qing was really convinced, and pulled his hand out with force. Of course, I know you didn't call the police. Without Boss Zhang's order, how could his bodyguard let you call the police? We called the police. Lu Chunyan, what? Fong Qing, so I said Boss Zhang is not a gangster. He cooperates with the police and is very clean. Just now, he was serving the people, not doing any illegal actions. So if you want to leave, go ahead. I'm going back. As he said, he turned and walked to the car. At this time, the leading SUV police car came speeding, and when it saw Jiang Xuyan's car, it braked and stopped. Soon Wu Yandong got out of the car, and when he closed the door, he looked at Jiang Xuyan's car, and his fierce face was really dark and helpless. He walked over. Lu Chunyan looked at him and said, Deputy Dong? Wu Yandong then realized him and stopped. Hey, Chunyan, why are you here? Seeing an acquaintance, Lu Chunyan was very happy and walked over quickly. I'm here to find someone. Do you know Jiang Xuyan? Jiang? No, I don't know him. I'm looking for someone else. Deputy Dong is here? Have those people committed any crime? Committed a crime? Wu Yandong snorted and thought to himself that I still want them to commit some crime, so that it is easier to control them. He shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. He walked directly to Jiang Xuyan's car and saw that Chu Ning was in the driver's seat. He walked to the back and knocked on the closed dark window. Are you there? Come down and talk. The car window was lowered a little, and Jiang Xuyan's voice came out. What to talk about? The matter over there. Your subordinates will talk to you. Wu Yandong sighed. It's not that matter. Other things. More serious. What? Oh! Wu Yandong was so angry that he wanted to die. Why are you so arrogant? Huh? It's fine that I, a deputy director, stand by your car and talk to you. But you don't even open the window. Don't show your face. And you have to ask questions when I'm having fun telling you something? I will eat you. Wu Yandong was so angry that he jumped up and down, not caring about his identity as a deputy director, and didn't care about his image. Jiang Xuyan snorted in the car, and finally opened the door with satisfaction, moved a little inside, and waited quietly for Wu Yandong to get in the car. Wu Yandong. Fuck. You still want me to go with you? You can go if you want. Wu Yandong got in the car quickly. Seeing this, Fong Qing consciously walked around to the front of the car and got on the passenger seat next to Chu Ning. Chu Ning looked at it and said, What do you mean? Are you done arguing? There's no more show to watch? Deputy Dong. You are blind. She saw Lu Chunyan standing on the side looking at their car in astonishment, and she couldn't help but feel pity. So she leaned out and said to Lu Chunyan, Hey, brother. It's okay. We'll leave. Seeing that Lu Chunyan's eyes were still blank, Chu Ning couldn't help laughing and shook her head. I'll let our bodyguards take you back. Did you forget anything? It's okay. Just tell them to do it. Just consider it as our apology to you on behalf of Xiao Fangqing. As for Boss Zhang's matter, don't worry. We are really clean. If you think it's not okay, aren't you in the media? And a high-ranking official? Then go and check if our boss and Deputy Dong have any bad deals. After all, Deputy Dong is going with us. If you find out the inside story, you might get promoted and make a fortune. Ha ha ha. After she said that, she lifted her long hair in front of her forehead and pinned it behind her head in a very casual manner, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and took Wu Yandong away. The police car over there automatically gave way, and no one dared to stop it. Lu Chunyan looked at the scene, and for some reason, he felt that his faith in life seemed to be collapsing. Chapter 56. Jiang Xuyan called Wu Yandong to get in the car and left, which made Wu Yandong very angry. You took me away in front of my men. Jiang Xuyan, not happy? Get off the car? I'll take you back. Wu Yandong. I'll bear it. He put the briefcase on his knees, clicked on the electronic light screen of the palm chip, and showed him a map. Look! Jiang Xuyan lowered his eyes and glanced at it, seeing the dense light spots flashing on it. He frowned. What is it? Immediately, without waiting for Wu Yandong to answer, he asked first, zombies? Wu Yandong swallowed the answer that was on his lips and nodded. Yeah. Zombie tide. Jiang Xuyan took action directly and swiped Wu Yandong's map information onto his palm, without any courtesy. Wu Yandong. Jiang Xuyan looked for a while, leaned back on the chair, and raised his long legs. Have you learned about what happened today in the car? Wu Yandong, the little zombie you met? Yeah. He looked up. Chu. Seeing that she was driving, he turned his head. Fangqing. Upload a photo. Fangqing was about to ask me where to find the photo and what photo to upload. Chu Ning instructed him. There is a control console in the electronic intelligence of the car, which contains all the information temporarily uploaded and shared by us internally. Open it and send him what he wants. As he said, he used his palm print to unlock the use of the electronic intelligence, and then let Fangqing operate it. Wu Yandong glanced at Fangqing through the rearview mirror. This one? Jiang Xuyan, one of our own. I'm asking you when you got another one of your own. What? You want to intervene again? Check it out. I guess there is no one in my compound with a cleaner background than him. Wu Yandong. Fangqing. After finding the photos, he passed them all to Jiang Xuyan. Wu Yandong looked at them and muttered, Tell me everything in the console. Aren't you afraid that I will find someone to hack your system? Jiang Xuyan, can your technicians compare with Wu San? Ask them if they dare to hack the system made by their master. Wu Yandong. Fuck. At this time, he saw the content of these photos clearly. His face changed, and he no longer wanted to joke. What the hell are these? Jiang Xuyan found a few photos of living zombies and passed them to him. It is said that they are advanced zombies. It is said? Look. Wu Yandong enlarged the photos and looked at them carefully several times. This? Jiang Xuyan, I left it at the scene for you to see. But who knew you would follow me here? These little zombies are different from the zombies we encountered before. No matter from which aspect, they should be the products of advancement. But according to the confession of the Reborn, this product should appear a long time after the end of the world. He pointed at the map said by Wu Yandong. You can't solve these zombie waves and want to ask me for help. Right? But now, I think the most urgent task is not to simply eliminate the zombies. I suspect that the current situation is caused by someone behind the scenes. Wu Yandong's eyes were dark. What do you mean? Do you believe that there are really reborn people in this world? Although our official does not want to admit it. Your question is a bit redundant after I asked you for that person? Do you believe that there may be more than one reborn person? Wu Yandong was suddenly stunned and looked at Jiang Xuyan. You don't think? Jiang Xuyan glanced at Fangqing in front of him without leaving a trace, and then retracted his gaze calmly. In fact, I met another reborn person. Fangqing's back stiffened, thinking that it would not be my turn to be sold. Right? Jiang Xuyan, the man is Qing Ge, and he should be considered your colleague. Wu Yandong frowned. Qing Ge? Do you know him? Captain TJ and Qing Nan. How can I not know him? Is he strong? Captain, do you think he is strong? I don't think he is strong. Jiang Xuyan said. He came to me a few days ago and claimed to be reborn. Although I don't know why he came to me first instead of you. Wu Yandong's eyebrows were almost twisted into a ball. He also came to you. Why do those who are reborn come to you? Jiang Xuyan shrugged. You ask me? Wu Yandong looked at Chu Ning and Fang Qing in the car again. Do they all know about this? Are you so confident in your subordinates? Jiang Xuyan was very amused. What's there to worry about? I can even tell you. How can I hide it from them? And this guy came up and cut off my subordinate's arm. Who else can I hide it from? Chu Ning, humph. Wu Yandong glanced at Chu Ning. Turned back and choked. Do you mean that my position in your heart is not even as good as theirs? The thought just came up. And quickly shook it out of his mind. Bah. 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 Who wants to have a position in this man's heart? This guy is poisonous. He asked again. What did Qingge tell you? How are you sure he is really a reborn person? I don't know him. And I have no connection with him. But he came up and wanted to tear down my compound and beat up my men. I think there must be a grudge between them in a previous life. Fang Qing. So if you make Boss Jiang angry, he will sell you out. Wu Yandong pondered for a while, staring at the electronic screen. So why didn't this guy tell his colleagues about his identity first, but went to find Jiang Xuyan first? After thinking for a long time without any results, he silently wrote down this information and changed the subject. So do you think there is a mastermind behind this? Are you suspicious of Qingge? Or are you suspicious of another reborn person? Jiang Xuyan said, It's possible. What do you think? What do you think? How to find these people? I don't know. You are the police. You should work hard to solve the case. Wu Yandong choked again. He rubbed his nose. How can I have time to solve cases? Damn. There are so many zombies to fight. But if you only fight zombies without stopping the source, you will never be able to fight them all in your lifetime. So I came to you? How much? Jiang Xuyan snorted. You want me to do things without paying? Wu Yandong. You are getting more and more naive as you get older. Wu Yandong rolled his eyes. In front of Jiang Xuyan. He couldn't put on any airs. Funds are limited recently. Wait until later. Jiang Xuyan sneered. I know you have limited funds. You can change. Wu Yandong. Fuck. Wait here. What do you want to change? I can't take zombies away for you anymore. Are you going to raise a zombie compound or something? Jiang Xuyan. I bring zombies because I want to study them. Don't you know the research level of our institute? At least the efficiency is faster than yours. I don't understand what you are worried about. Isn't it because I am worried that you will use zombies to destroy the world if you disagree with me? He said again. So you only want samples? I will send you one at each location. Is that enough? Samples are one of them. Fuck. I want corpse crystals. Corpse crystals or anything else are fine. We should have the freedom to decide on the zombies I have solved here. Right? These are my conditions. Whoever fights will decide. If you disagree, you can apply for enough funds. Wu Yandong put one hand on his face, leaned his head against the back of the chair, and his face was full of collapse. Everyone knows that it is a sky-high price to hire Jiang Xuyan to do things. In the past, the Bureau had sufficient funds. Occasionally, when there was something to hire him, the senior officials who took the lead in handling the matter had to tighten their belts for a few months. Now zombies are rampant. The Bureau is on duty everywhere, and the equipment and weapons are consumed at a rapid rate. Where can we get the funds to hire him? He looked at the red dots all over the map. It's not enough to hire him once. I'm afraid he will have to help in many places. Calculated like this, how many months of tightening the belt will be enough? I don't know if it's enough to sell myself for a lifetime. He leaned against the back of the chair and took a deep breath. Tell me again. What are the conditions? Zombies. Corpse crystals. Whoever fights will dominate. He took another deep breath. You can't let the outside world see it. Especially the media. You are sick. If you don't show up at the same time as us, who cares who we are? Jiang Xuyan tapped the screen. By the way, I'll give you a little bonus. Didn't you notice that the places where zombies appeared were all remote areas or old urban areas? Such places have poor public security and are not easy to attract attention. They are just the best bases for capture or experiments. Wu Yandong, experiment? Just a guess. Then, there were some hidden surveillance equipment in these places that we wanted to monitor. If you want to check, I'll lend it to you. Wu Yandong. Jiang Xuyan, don't ask me who I'm monitoring. If you ask, just get out of the car and leave. Wu Yandong. Finally, he compromised. Transfer it to me as soon as possible. Which place are you calling? Jiang Xuyan looked at the map for a while, and clicked on a few areas. Okay. Then I'll take people to deal with other places first. Yes. Wu Yandong was silent for a moment. He didn't expect the negotiation to be so fast. He thought Jiang Xuyan would have to negotiate with him for a long time. But he didn't expect him to cooperate unexpectedly. A thought came to Wu Yandong's mind. And he couldn't help but look at him sideways. Seeing Jiang Xuyan's calm and nonchalant expression, without any calculation or impatience, Wu Yandong couldn't help but think again, is it because he is still worried about the common people? In fact, he still cares about the society and the masses. So he agreed so quickly. In fact, if those things hadn't happened, this man would still be a kind person. Just thinking about this, Jiang Xuyan raised his head from a pile of photos, glanced at Wu Yandong, and said in a cold tone, "Have you seen enough? Is it beautiful? Are you wondering why I agreed so quickly? Then I might as well tell you that it's because you are too slow and progress is too slow, which affects our development. If your bureau doesn't speed up, one day, this place will become the world of our compound. You have to be careful." Wu Yandong suddenly choked and threw away all the thoughts that had just occurred to him. Damn the good man. This guy must have been a bad guy since he was born. He was so angry that he shouted to Chu Ning, "Stop the car. I'm leaving." Jiang Xuyan, "Command my men? Fuck. What do you want?" Chu Ning, "Stop the car and let them go." Wu Yandong, "Do you have to?" In the end, Wu Yandong was pushed down by him mercilessly. And then he closed the door mercilessly and drove away. At this time, Wu Yandong looked around again. Damn. Wild mountains and wilderness. Forgot that this bastard loves to walk on mountain roads. He took out his mobile phone again and looked. Damn. No signal. This group of things must have used a timer jammer just now to block his mobile phone signal. Which means that now he has to walk back alone. Wu Yandong, standing alone in the wilderness. Fuck. Chapter 57. Jiang Xuyan and others returned to the compound, and first arranged several teams to deal with the zombie tide. These teams acted quickly. As soon as they received the order, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, thermal detectors, and various newly developed big guys were all dispatched. And they quickly left the compound in several streams. The advanced little zombies were sent to the laboratory. The laboratory has been a bit unemployed with zombies these days. The ordinary zombies brought back a while ago have been tested and buried. The laboratory has taken emergency enhanced defense measures in the vacant space. And then, the little zombies were sent inside and locked up. Fong Qing saw such a small zombie for the first time, and was very curious about it. So when Jiang Xuyan finished arranging the task, and went to the laboratory, he also went to see it. The baby, who should normally stay in his mother's arms, was now being held by high-voltage current rings and movable iron chains, running up and down in the room, without stopping for a moment. As soon as the researcher saw Jiang Xuyan, he walked over quickly. "Mr. Jiang, the basic data has been collected. Now we are observing its activity patterns and trajectories." Jiang Xuyan stretched out his hand. "Let me see." The researcher immediately handed him the data. The little zombie had just been received, and many things had just been collected and not sorted out. What the researcher showed him was a draft of the research room. Not a formal research report at all. Dense numbers and charts, and even various calculation formulas that had not been summarized as a whole, were all piled up in an electronic file. Messy, complicated, and difficult to understand. But Jiang Xuyan quickly browsed through all the data as if nothing had happened. After finishing, he returned the tablet and looked at the little zombie whose hands and feet had been reattached. The physical ability is almost 100 times that of a child of the same age, and the speed is more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary adult. This guy is lucky that he is still young. If he were an adult, he would be terrible. The researcher nodded in agreement and added, "Its self-recovery ability is also stronger than that of ordinary people. When you sent it here before, its wound was still very serious. Now the wound has obviously healed a little, and the activity of cells around the wound is also much stronger than other places." Jiang Xuyan also nodded. Looking at the wound on the little zombie's body, it has healed more than when he just knocked it down. This speed, this ability. He heard the head of the laboratory staring at the tablet and sighing. "I hope it won't grow up. It would be even more terrifying if it could grow up." Jiang Xuyan heard it and looked at Fong Qing. "Will it?" Fong Qing just leaned over to look at the data beside him. And before he finished reading, The data had been taken away. Hearing this, he retracted his gaze and shook his head. If it is an adult-like advanced zombie, all the advancements will be reflected in the increase of abilities. But the body size will basically not change. But this is a child. A product I have never seen in my previous life. I really don't know whether it will grow up. But its abilities may not stop here. Jiang Shuyan, how does it advance? Fong Qing, in the end-time environment, it mainly relies on eating people to provide a lot of energy for the virus in the body. What about when there is no one to eat? For example, here, it may be that the virus in the body slowly reproduces and strengthens. Or it may. It depends on whether it has superpowers. It is said that some superpowered zombies can absorb the surrounding elements to advance. Like ancient immortals. I have only encountered a high-level zombie once. But when I heard from others, some zombies with electrical energy can absorb the surrounding electricity and turn it into their own power to attack others. There are also zombies with thunder energy potential. In thunderstorms, their attack power will be multiplied. But these are the rumors of the few high-level zombies at that time. What exactly are they like? He looked at Jiang Shuyan and spread his hands. Not many people have seen them. And those who have died long ago. Jiang Shuyan fell silent, staring at the little zombie without saying a word, recalling the previous confrontation and the abnormal function of his palm chip, and even the failure of the wooden warehouse branch. He told these things to the researchers and asked them to observe the situation and conduct targeted experiments. At this time, the head of the laboratory said, if it has this ability, wouldn't our self-destruction defense system here be equivalent to being scrapped? Now that technology is in vogue, many things are controlled by electronics, especially large instruments involving precision monitoring operations. This method is obviously more efficient and more accurate. But if this little thing can shield the signal, many electronic instruments here will face the risk of losing control and failure. Since the laboratory wanted to observe more zombie data, they took the risk of letting the little zombie move semi-freely. For this reason, they signed a life and death order on the spot and activated the escape self-destruction system in the laboratory. Once the little zombie escaped, the entire laboratory would be automatically blocked and the self-destruction program would be activated immediately, so that it would never have a chance to escape. If this zombie could control the signal, this self-destruction system would obviously be useless. Jiang Shuyan thought it was the same reason. So he decided, the manual operation is still there, and on this basis, physical control methods will be added. I'll ask the technical department to come over later. The researcher was relieved, but Fong Qing didn't understand. After the researcher left, he whispered to Jiang Shuyan, self-destruction system? Jiang Shuyan told Fong Qing about the life and death order and the defensive measures. Fong Qing felt disappointed when he heard this, and felt that it was too tragic. Isn't this sacrifice too great? Jiang Shuyan, without sacrifice, how can there be a breakthrough? Without strict discipline and the willingness to die at any time, no one can do things to the extreme. It is precisely because they know that if they are not careful, they will lose their lives. So they will be more cautious and efficient. This self-destruct system has been opened many times in our laboratory, but it has never been really used. I hope it will be as smooth this time. Fong Qing muttered, but it still feels terrible. Jiang Shuyan, we probably see things differently from you. The current situation has already endangered the living environment. If we don't act ruthlessly from the beginning, when there is no way out, everything will be too late. Fong Qing asked again, then are you doing this for yourself and the compound? Or for the people outside? He has always wanted to ask this question, because he found that every time something happened, Jiang Shuyan and others said that they didn't care, but in fact they would help every time. For example, on the rooftop of the old city that day, Jiang Shuyan helped the enemy police officer who was in danger escape. For example, during the zombie tide in the South City, he led people to help Wu Yandong. For example, today, he was angry with Wu Yandong, but he agreed very straightforwardly. Don't say there is a price. He paid money and worked hard. None of the equipment brought out by the mobile team was a cheap little thing. The rewards, such as corpse crystals and corpse flowers, were what he deserved. On this basis, even if he asked for a reward, Deputy Dong, who was in dire straits, would never refuse him. But he just didn't ask for it, not even a penny, and agreed to it. Fong Qing had seen too many large bases in the end times that protected themselves and developed themselves. With the strength of the compound, Jiang Shuyan could do the same. But he actually cooperated with the police officer, who was said to have a grudge. Fong Qing didn't think he was just thinking about long-term interests. He felt that he was saying one thing and thinking another. As soon as Jiang Shuyan heard his tone, he knew he was testing him. He couldn't help but lower his eyes, and saw the serious guy blinking his eyes, looking at him with great scrutiny, as if he wanted to verify something. Jiang Shuyan smiled and crossed his arms. Why? Do you have to know if I'm a good person? Would you feel uncomfortable if I was really a gangster? Fong Qing didn't realize his teasing tone at all, and shook his head violently. No. No. I just think that you look bad. But you are kind at heart. As soon as he said kind, all the researchers in the laboratory couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Shuyan glanced at them, but rarely did he lose his temper. He retracted his gaze. Oh, so you think I am a big hero behind the scenes who is honest but honest? Fong Qing thought seriously for a long time and nodded solemnly. Yes. Jiang Shuyan, hey. He was so sincere that he didn't feel like teasing him anymore. He looked away and turned to the monitoring equipment of the little zombie, and fell silent. After a while, he suddenly whispered, in fact, there are not so many good people in this world. Fong Qing. Huh? Instead of thinking about verifying who is kind-hearted and has good motives, it is better to regard the other party as a profit-seeking person from the beginning. Fong Qing. Why? Jiang Shuyan glanced at him. Because few people are not profit-driven. When all relationships are based on interests, you will feel much more relaxed and less vulnerable. Fong Qing frowned. What are you talking about? Don't people make friends in their lives? Is there no interest factor in making friends? What interest factors can there be? Too many. Even if you just want to talk to someone, it is also a kind of interest exchange. I think you are talking nonsense. Jiang Shuyan laughed and looked down at him. Is it a perverse logic? Yes. Although I don't have this kind of fairy friendship at present. There must be people who are selfless and willing to sacrifice for each other regardless of their own interests. There must be fairy love, fairy family affection, and fairy friendship. Jiang Shuyan smiled again. You still don't understand. Huh? But Jiang Shuyan didn't say anything else, thinking that it's not bad to keep such innocence. If he is destined to hit the wall, he will always hit it, and he will always understand what he is talking about. Fong Qing didn't give up, and wanted to argue with him. Look, you also have this kind of fairy feeling here. Look at the people here, and the people in other compounds. Aren't they willing to work for you and work for you? Everyone here is so obedient. Jiang Shuyan sneered and looked at the researchers in the room, who were all wearing white uniforms. They? Haha. You can ask them why they want to follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the laboratory, whether standing or sitting, busy or not, all laughed and said in unison, of course, it's because of the $1 million monthly salary. Fong Qing heard, fuck? As if he didn't hear clearly. He rubbed his ears. What are you talking about? What salary? Monthly salary or annual salary? When Fong Qing came out of the laboratory, he was still confused. He always thought that the salary conditions of his subordinates, who worked in the compound, were good. But they were just good. He didn't expect that the highest monthly salary of this group of people could reach 1 million. A real 1 million, a salary that he might not get after working for 2 years. He was shocked and kept asking Jiang Shuyan when he came out, where did you make the money? How can you be so rich? 1 million per person. A compound counts as 1,000 people. And you have to pay at least 1 billion per month? Jiang Shuyan shrugged. I didn't say that everyone got 1 million. The laboratory is full of elites, and they have been working hard during this period. In addition to the group of people who went out to perform tasks, they have been paid 1 million per month. Is it too much to take 1 million? Fong Qing, but that's still a lot. Not bad. Not bad? He was so shocked that his pupils trembled. How rich are you? Jiang Shuyan, otherwise. Why would I rent it out if I have nothing to do? I don't have money. If I make full use of real estate resources, I will be poor in the last few years. I don't believe it. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. Do you take other business? Yes. We take everything. The kind that pays 100 million at a time? Jiang Shuyan was annoyed. How can it be so exaggerated? That's a big order. How many big orders a month on average? Will you take any incredible assassination missions? Jiang Shuyan. Ignore him. Let him use his imagination freely. And take him to Li Bai's laboratory. The latter's recent physical data is very stable. except for the slightly unusual fluctuations in the first few days after taking over. His data is no longer abnormal. So Jiang Xuyan naturally can't detain him any longer. When he came to the laboratory where Li Bai was staying, Li Bai was puzzled when he saw the two of them. Are you two here? Jiang Xuyan, no more? The upper management said they wanted to keep it secret. We came here, so they only let us come. Li Bai looked at Fang Qing again. I heard that you had been accompanying Mei Hui. Fang Qing nodded obediently. Yes. But Mei Xin is not getting worse. But she is not getting better either. So you are the only one going back today. Li Bai nodded without knowing his mood. Looking at this small iron house, where he had stayed for who knows how many days, he finally felt liberated. But the employees here are actually very nice to him. And the food and drink are very sufficient. Even rich. He hadn't been out for a long time. And hadn't had concentrated exercise. He had gained several pounds. And his muscles were almost out of shape. He couldn't help but feel that the upper floor was still very good. He walked out of the room, thinking that it would not be very comfortable to leave Mei Hui and Mei Xin here. So he asked Jiang Xuyan again, can I go see Mei Hui? He didn't know why. But he asked Jiang Xuyan as soon as he opened his mouth. As if he could make the decision. Jiang Xuyan nodded and said naturally, Mei Hui can. But Mei Xin can't, the staff here told me. Li Bai also nodded, raised his eyes, and looked around. Where is it? Jiang Xuyan and Fang Qing took him out. And a car stopped in front of them. The driver in the car was wearing a suit and sunglasses. And his face could not be seen clearly. But he looked very serious. After the three of them got in the car, Jiang Xuyan was in the passenger seat. Fang Qing and Li Bai were in the back. Li Bai looked at Fang Qing sideways for a few times, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Why do I feel that you have changed? Fang Qing? What have I changed? Li Bai couldn't explain it clearly. It was a very strange feeling. He always felt that he was more cheerful. It was different from the soft and gentle look before. In the past, he spoke softly, lowly, and slowly. As soon as the other party's tone was a little bit disturbed, he would retreat and give in. He looked docile, but not very confident. But now, why does he feel that his eyes are firm? And he smiles more cheerfully, livelier, and his temperament is also different. Li Bai didn't understand, and looked at him with curiosity. Fang Qing felt embarrassed and smiled helplessly. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Li Bai looked for a long time, but didn't see anything. But he didn't care too much. So he retracted his gaze. No. Maybe it's an illusion. The car moved forward, and he looked at the environment outside while asking, what's going on outside? That Doomsday post, that Reborn person, and Rensheng. Are they all okay? Fang Qing was silent for a moment, rubbed his nose, and told him the news that Ling Ming had left and the zombie tide had appeared. He was also silent for a long time. Soon, Mei Hui arrived at the research room, and he whispered before getting off the car, Zombie tide, is it scary? Fang Qing didn't know how to answer, so he just said, I heard it's scary. You must be careful in the apartment. Li Bai caught the question, are you still not going back? Looking at Jiang Xuyan, Boss Jiang. You too? Jiang Xuyan, I have something to do, so I'm not in the apartment recently. Fang Qing, I'm accompanying Mei Hui. Mei Hui is alone, and we can't let her live here alone. You two sleep together? No. How is that possible? We were assigned a big house, each with a room. Oh! Li Bai nodded, and said nothing more. He got out of the car when he saw it parked. Sure, Mei Hui was originally talking to Mei Xin in the laboratory. When she heard that Li Bai was coming, she didn't want to show him Mei Xin's appearance. So she walked out under the guidance of the researcher. Brother Li Bai? Are you okay? The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the feelings of living together for many years instantly made them greet each other warmly. They also talked about some of their feelings about staying here recently. And even Li Bai, who was always cold, talked more. The two were in similar situations, so they talked for a long time. When Mei Hui talked about Mei Xin, she felt very heavy and unconsciously talked more. Fang Qing and Jiang Xuyan stood beside the two of them, without interrupting, just waiting patiently. It was getting late, and the street lights on the avenue in the courtyard were turned on one after another. The night wind was a little cold, and the temperature at the beginning of the extremely cold weather was a little bit cold. Fang Qing waited, and felt cold. He blinked his slightly sore eyes, and rubbed his arms. After that, He did not move again, standing straight in the same place. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, he felt that his consciousness seemed to be blurred, and the scene in front of him also shook. He thought it was an illusion, rubbed his eyes, and didn't care. Unexpectedly, soon, his head became heavier and heavier, and a strange feeling of dizziness enveloped him, and he gradually couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. He was startled and was about to call Jiang Shuyan, but he didn't speak, and his eyes went black and he fell down. Chapter 58. Jiang Shuyan saw a white shadow flashing in the corner of his eyes, and when he looked over, Fong Qing had already fallen down. He quickly caught him, and saw that Fong Qing's face was pale. In a short period of time, a large patch of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing was short. Fong Qing? Fong Qing had no reaction, and his eyes were closed. He had obviously fainted. Jiang Shuyan picked him up, and was about to get into the car on the side of the road. After thinking about it, he turned back, and went directly into Shermaxian's laboratory. Turn off the surveillance, he whispered to the researcher who followed him in. After entering the laboratory, Shermaxian's surveillance screen had been turned off. A temporary bed was set up in the room. Various instruments and injections were ready, and the researchers lined up inside to wait. Jiang Shuyan brought Fong Qing over, and they immediately placed Fong Qing on the bed, connected various instruments, and gave him a shot of cooling agent while testing, because his body temperature was soaring, especially on his forehead. Jiang Shuyan had just carried him for a distance and could already feel the heat through his shirt. The researcher saw that the cooling agent had no obvious effect, and his brain wave detection image was soaring like crazy. He immediately said to his colleagues, "Ice packs, and prepare ice baths. His body temperature is too high. If he doesn't cool down, his brain will be ruined." The researchers were busy, and Jiang Shuyan and Shermei had to give way to them. Jiang Shuyan kept recalling what Fong Qing did today, but couldn't find the answer, until suddenly, he looked at the brainwave instrument and thought of Chu Ning and that senior. He was about to look for Chu Ning, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Bai, who was also waiting anxiously on the side. With a flick of his fingertips, he sent a message to the driver outside, asking him to come and take Li Bai away first. Seeing that someone was urging him, Li Bai realized that it was useless for him to stay here, and he might even cause trouble. Although he was a little worried, he still followed. "He's fine. Send me a message," he told Jiang Shuyan this before he left. The latter nodded and told him to go without worry. As soon as he stepped out of the laboratory door, Jiang Shuyan called Chu Ning. "What did you do with Fong Qing today?" Chu Ning was confused. "What did you do? We don't have an improper relationship." Jiang Shuyan was not in the mood to chat with her. He is in a coma. His temperature is very high. Not normal. What did you do today that might make him like this? Chu Ning heard it and immediately became serious. What happened? Nothing unusual happened. Jiang Shuyan pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. Seeing Fong Qing breathing rapidly and sweating not far away, he suddenly thought of something and asked Chu Ning, "How did you find me at that time?" Chu Ning was stunned. "At that time? Are you talking about the old city?" It was Fong Qing. "Tell me more carefully." "Well, he didn't do anything special. He just stood in the city, closed his eyes, and waited for a while, as if listening to the sound. Then he suddenly pointed in a direction and asked us to follow him." Jiang Shuyan immediately thought of the day when he went to find the Sher sisters. Fong Qing did the same thing. Looking at the EG graph again, he thought, "Superpowers?" He frowned, looking at the person who still couldn't cool down on the bed. "Well, you go find Senior Liu, who made an appointment with him today, and ask him if anything happened in the cafe. Be prepared for both situations. Then you have time to come over and bring more corpse crystals, which may be useful." Chu Ning agreed immediately, hung up the phone and went to work. Jiang Shuyan walked to Fong Qing's bed and said to the person in charge of the laboratory, "Do you have any corpse crystals in stock here?" In order to make the laboratory progress as soon as possible, he did not distribute the corpse crystals obtained from dealing with the zombie tide in the past few days, but gave them to them first, asking them to investigate first. The person in charge of the laboratory nodded when he heard it. "Yes." He went to a small dark room and took out a small plastic bag, in which there were only 3 or 4 corpse crystals. "There are only these few left. The others are not here, and they need to be transferred over. I asked Chu Ning to do it. Feed these few one by one to him." The person in charge was surprised for a moment, Why? Jiang Xuyan, do it first. The person in charge immediately started. Quartz crystals are highly water-soluble. Once they come into contact with warm water, they melt immediately and turn into a dark blue in the water, which looks dazzling and seems to be dangerous. Direct injection into the blood may cause an overreaction. So the person in charge did not dare to try it randomly. To be on the safe side, he used a syringe to inject it into Fang Qing's mouth. When the quartz crystal water first entered Fang Qing's mouth, Fang Qing seemed to have no reaction, and all monitoring indicators did not change. But after a while, Fang Qing suddenly closed his eyes, frowned and groaned, and then connected to his brain wave map. The fluctuation amplitude actually decreased a little. It works, Jiang Xuyan immediately said. Hey. The person in charge continued to soak the quartz crystal, and the researchers who realized that this was an excellent opportunity to observe the human body returned to their own positions and began to monitor, operate and record various instruments. Even Mei Wei was nervous and worried, holding her breath and biting her fingernails, watching without blinking. After the second tube of quartz crystal water, Fang Qing's body temperature quickly stabilized at a level and stopped rising, and his brain waves stopped jumping wildly. After the third tube, his breathing became stable. His head was no longer sweating, and various data began to stop jumping. After the last tube, his various values remained unchanged. Fang Qing lay on the bed, without any reaction, quiet, as if he was asleep. There was no stock in the laboratory, and the researcher had no choice but to observe the current situation for a while continuing to apply ice packs to Fang Qing, replacing them, and applying them again, constantly cooling him physically. About 20 minutes later, Chuning came with more quartz crystals and several medical staff. How is it? Are you okay? Is it stable? When she came in and saw the brain wave graph, she was shocked on the spot, seeing that Fang Qing's electrocardiogram was normal, and he was still alive. She breathed a sigh of relief. Here, this is the quartz crystal for room 3. If it's not enough, I'll have someone send over the ones for rooms 4 and 5. This batch of quartz crystals was placed in a bulletproof mechanical safe box and had not been touched. When it was opened, a rough count showed that there were 20 of them. Jiang Xuyan took a look and said, "It should be enough. I heard that if you take too much at once, something bad will happen." After the person in charge took the quartz crystals, he saw that Fang Qing's temperature had not dropped. He was worried that it would burn his brain if it continued for too long. So he gritted his teeth and fed him another tube. After only one tube, Fang Qing suddenly coughed and his temperature began to drop. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then looked up at Jiang Xuyan a few times. The latter had no expression, nor did he seem to be relieved. He was still frowning and staring closely at all his reactions. He took a deep breath and let it out until his body temperature quickly dropped to normal. At this time, he looked at Fang Qing's brain waves again. It hasn't recovered. It's still above the normal value. He raised his chin to the instrument. What's going on? The researchers immediately carried out the next wave of examinations. But after half an hour, the fluctuation amplitude did not decrease again, and there was no sign of brain damage. The person in charge hesitated a little, holding the 6th quartz crystal, and asked hesitantly, "Still feeding?" Jiang Xuyan looked at Fang Qing for 2 seconds. Suddenly he walked over, touched his forehead, it was okay, squeezed his palm, it wasn't hot, and patted his cheek. Fang Qing, can you wake up? When asking, his eyes were fixed on the instrument. The brain waves jumped very slightly. There are signs of activity, proving that he can hear and make thinking reactions. But he didn't wake up. It seems that something is wrong. He asked again, do you need more quartz crystals? Can your body still bear it? If you can, respond like you did just now. If not, you react a little more intensely? The EG graph was rising rapidly. Okay, that's enough. I understand. Calm down. Fang Qing calmed down again. Jiang Xuyan removed his hand, stood up straight, walked to the side and sat down. Let's wait like this for now. No need to feed him. Researchers. Oh my god. We took turns calling him so many times just now, and asked him so many times, but he didn't respond at all. As soon as Boss Jiang came? It's amazing. But thanks to Jiang Xuyan's action this time, the researchers did not pile up quartz crystals for Fang Qing again, and Fang Qing's body data began to increase to varying degrees from the second day. especially the brain data, which made the researchers think that the problem last night had appeared again. This state lasted for 5 days. On the 5th day, Fong Qing, who was transferred to another laboratory for observation, slowly woke up. When Fong Qing saw Jiang Xuyan sitting by the bed and working, his eyes suddenly turned red. Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan looked back and saw that he was awake. He leaned over while calling for help. What's wrong? Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing reached out and grabbed his clothes on his chest. It hurts. Jiang Xuyan's heart tightened, fearing that he would have problems again. He waved to urge someone to come quickly, and whispered, Where does it hurt? What do you want? Do you want corpse crystals? Fong Qing spoke with some difficulty. Headache. Brain pain. Jiang Xuyan took a look at his brain test, no difference from before. But the value was still higher than normal. Another one? He asked again. Fong Qing shook his head. No. It hurts my body. Jiang Xuyan was helpless. What should I do? Do you know what's wrong with you? Do you have any special feelings? Fong Qing was about to speak, but suddenly he choked with a hum sound. And as he stood up and turned sideways, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Puff. Jiang Xuyan looked at him, and his eyes were red with anxiety. You. Before he finished speaking, Fong Qing grabbed him and squeezed out a few words from his throat. Let me vomit. Then he vomited black blood, and the ground was full of hideous blood. Everyone gathered around and watched him, because no one dared to move when he asked him to vomit. After vomiting intermittently for nearly half an hour, he finally whimpered and lay back on the bed with a relaxed expression. It seems to be better. Everyone looked up again. The values were still unchanged. But Fong Qing really didn't cry out in pain anymore. Jiang Xuyan finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. He ordered someone to wipe the blood from him and sat back beside him. Is it really better? There is really no pain? Fong Qing stared at the ceiling. My head still hurts. But it's not too painful. I can bear it. Jiang Xuyan, why should I bear it? If not, I'll dilute some corpse crystal water for you. Drink a little bit. Maybe it will be better? No. That's not the question. Fong Qing rejected his proposal, his eyes still staring at the ceiling. Motionless, I think I might. He thought about it, and was silent for a while. After a while, he continued to speak uncertainly. I think I might. I have been stimulated to have a new superpower. Chapter 59. Fong Qing's words caused a burst of surprise among the crowd. Although they had thought of this possibility when Jiang Xuyan asked them to feed him corpse crystals, they were still surprised to hear Fong Qing say this himself. There are superpowers? Really? Will they have a living, safe and convenient research subject in the future? Thinking of this, they all looked at Jiang Xuyan on the side. The latter was still silent, staring at Fong Qing's eyes, always feeling that he was looking at something. But looking over, there was nothing on the ceiling above. He couldn't help it, and asked, What superpowers? What are you looking at? Fong Qing was silent for a long time. When Jiang Xuyan thought that there was something wrong with him, he suddenly shifted his gaze, glanced at Jiang Xuyan, and then looked down, fixed on his chest. It turns out that Boss Zhang's heartbeat is slower than others. Jiang Xuyan looked at his heart. What? Fong Qing raised his hand, gently placed it on his heart, covered his heart and closed his eyes to feel it for a while. The slightly cool temperature penetrated through the thin shirt and entered Jiang Xuyan's heart. He was stunned. Soon Fong Qing withdrew his hand and said weakly, It's really you. As he said that, he glanced at the researchers, picked one, and stretched out his hand. Let me see. The man was a little stunned, and subconsciously asked Jiang Xuyan for his opinion. Jiang Xuyan didn't say anything and agreed. The researcher walked forward and touched Fong Qing's heart. After a long moment, Fong Qing withdrew his hand. It's you. But your heartbeat is a little noisy. Researcher? Grab the collar of another colleague. Pat me quickly. I might be sick. Everyone was stunned again, and began to ask him, Can you hear heart sounds? Can you tell which heart sound belonged to which person? Can you hear other things? What does it feel like? What kind of supernatural power is it? There were a lot of questions, and Fong Qing frowned. Jiang Xuyan, shut up. Everyone immediately shut up. But at this time, Fong Qing said, It's so noisy. Jiang Xuyan was about to condemn the researcher for not being calm. But Fong Qing added, It's not them. Jiang Xuyan was stunned. What's the noise? If the researcher doesn't speak, this place will be dead quiet. Fong Qing raised his eyelids and glanced up at the EG detector above his head. Everyone saw. This thing will only sound an alarm when the EG amplitude is too large. Normally, it is basically very quiet. But Jiang Shuyan still reached out and turned it off. Think about it. Let the researcher turn off all the instruments. Fong Qing lay quietly for a while. Immediately, he shook his head. It's not that either. There was nothing left in the lab that could be turned off. Finally, Fong Qing said, "It seems to be an electric current." He closed his eyes and rubbed his nose. It's the sound of an electric current. Oh my god. It's so noisy. A researcher asked, "Are you sure it's not tinnitus?" No. The frequency is different. Hey, do you have a place with no electricity or anything, where I can stay for a while? I feel like a lot of things are being stuffed into my head. And I have a headache. Everyone was in a dilemma again. No electricity or anything. Mr. Jiang? Cut off the power here? Jiang Shuyan waved his hand. Yeah. Can you still hear anything? Let's cut it off for you and try it. Fong Qing shook his head. I can't tell them apart. Like the small dark room like Guanmeixian's. Lock me up too. There's too much information. I want to vomit. Everyone did as they were told. The soundproofing inside is very good. And if no equipment is connected, there is no electric current or anything like that. The researchers were heartbroken that the experimental materials were going to be gone. And they took away all the testing equipment on Fong Qing. In the end, only Fong Qing and Jiang Shuyan were left in the room. Are you feeling better? Jiang Shuyan was rarely patient, and asked in a low voice while sitting next to him. Fong Qing's mind was indeed much clearer. He rested for a while, and then struggled to sit up. Better. Jiang Shuyan helped him up, leaning against the wall behind him. Fong Qing bent one leg and rubbed his temples on both sides. How many corpse crystals did I eat at that time? I felt like I was almost blown up by the power of the corpse crystals. Without so much information to disturb him, he was obviously in better spirits. Jiang Shuyan said, 6 pills. Maybe? Your body temperature couldn't go down at that time. And I was afraid you couldn't hold it. So I had to force it in. 6 pills? Fong Qing smiled. That's amazing. I may not have eaten 6 pills in my last life. Jiang Shuyan was a little annoyed. Are you changing the subject? What kind of superpower do you have? Or can't you say it? Huh? No. No. What can't I say in front of you? He shook his head. Oh. So you are curious. I thought you didn't care, so I didn't dare to say it. Jiang Shuyan. So what is it? Fong Qing was silent for a while. When Jiang Shuyan thought something was wrong, he spoke. I suspect it's a psychic superpower. Psychological? Yes. Let me put it this way. If my body functions have improved, such as hearing has improved, then it should be a physical ability. And the things I hear should be poured into my ears. Right? But I am not. He paused and pointed to his head. I receive everything in this place. I don't know why. Jiang Shuyan glanced at his head, his eyes thoughtful. At this time, Fong Qing said again, you talked to me before it was you. Right? I didn't hear it. But I don't know why. A picture suddenly broke into my mind. And there was you. And then you asked me a question, was it you? Jiang Shuyan thought for a while. Ask you if you still want the corpse crystal? It was me. Fong Qing nodded very confidently. See? That's the question. Jiang Shuyan leaned back and hugged his arms. So you found Mei Xian, Mei Hui and me before. In fact, it was because of your special ability? Fong Qing nodded. It should be. It was too hard to find you. Maybe my ability was not in place. But I pushed it hard. And it was backfired. And I died. Jiang Shuyan thought to himself that your death was too scary. In his compound, no one has ever suddenly fainted for a few days, for no reason. Nor will they reach the brink of death for no reason. So far, no one has died in his compound. And this guy has just come and scared a group of people. He took a deep breath and asked, can you control your superpowers now? I can't just ask someone to cut off the power and machines wherever Fong Qing goes in the future. Right? Then Fong Qing doesn't have to go out. After all, he's not powerful enough to control the whole world. Fong Qing shrugged. I don't know. I need to spend some time practicing. It's okay, Boss Jiang. It won't stop me from going out. Although it's a bit noisy. But after getting used to it, it should be okay. Right? Jiang Shuyan was very skeptical of his okay. But there is no way at the moment. And this ability sounds like it can be used in more areas than this. Maybe. He can practice it well. He turned back and glanced at the various instruments outside the confinement room. It's a pity that they can't be used. Fong Qing saw what he was thinking at a glance. Chuckled. And kicked his arm lightly. Are you planning to hit me? Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. Dare to kick me? But in fact, he didn't mean to resist at all. Just said, not only me. Look at the group of people outside. Their eyes are already green, and they are as fierce as wolves and tigers. Indeed, in order to study the special features of the corpse crystal as soon as possible. No one in this place has touched the corpse crystal. Fong Qing is the first and only person in this compound whose superpowers have been stimulated on the spot. No one except Jiang Shuyan knows about his space ability. This is Jiang Shuyan's advice. As Jiang Shuyan said before, people live for interests. The people in his compound are indeed loyal, and he trusts them. But in the end of the world, people's hearts will inevitably change. He never expects anyone to really give everything for him. Nor does he force others to have such a spirit. Therefore, he is used to persuading everyone in the compound. He has taught them to keep a hand in everything. And Fong Qing's hand is the space ability. Resources are particularly important in the end of the world. If you expose too much, you will be easily targeted. Apart from this, the psychic ability in front of him was stimulated in front of everyone. After Fong Qing woke up, he also admitted it honestly. Then there is nothing to hide. So, naturally, he will be targeted by researchers who have been doing research for half their lives. Jiang Shuyan said, from the perspective of value, you are indeed worth studying. But since you can't control your ability, don't do things that make you uncomfortable. He was out of humanitarian considerations. But he didn't expect Fong Qing's heartbeat to speed up after hearing it. And a very strange feeling crept into his heart. Seeing that Jiang Shuyan, such a powerful and domineering person, chose to give in for his own sake. He was satisfied and said with a smile, give me a day. What? Take a day off. Replenish blood. And rest. I will cooperate with you in research. Jiang Shuyan raised his eyebrows. You don't have to. Oh! I also want to make some contributions. He muttered softly. I have been here for so long. But you don't want the things I brought. And you don't use the information I gave you. After that, I am not a capable person when I go out to do things. If this goes on, how can I have the face to stay by your side? Jiang Shuyan looked at him with amusement. Why are you embarrassed? Of course. But this will cause too much damage and mental consumption to you. I am afraid that they will not research anything. And you will be driven crazy first. That's not that exaggerated. You still have to be cautious. I really can. Jiang Shuyan did not argue with him again. But he did not mean to agree. He stood up, waved to the person in charge of the branch office outside, and then went out. You take a rest first. Whether you want to work or not. We will see the situation tomorrow. Fong Qing asked, where are you going? Jiang Shuyan turned back unhappily. I don't want to work. Do you really think you can be idle every day? He went out, said a few words to the person in charge, and then left. Half an hour later, the person in charge brought in the pig liver porridge specially cooked by the chef in the kitchen of the compound. Eat first. Jiang Zong specially asked the kitchen to cook the porridge. Fong Qing, you have to take good care of your body. Chapter 60. Fong Qing ate and drank well, and felt much better the next day. He took the initiative to ask to be the subject of the research in the laboratory. The researchers did not dare to do anything wrong. So they asked Jiang Shuyan, who said that it was fine as long as they were willing, and also reminded them not to go too far, and let them arrange it. The problem of the zombie tide was handled very well. It was only the third day, and Wu Yandong called, okay. You are efficient enough. Jiang Shuyan snorted meaningfully. Good equipment. High efficiency. How about the deal? Wu Yandong choked. When he spoke again, he said in a muffled voice, don't say it. We want to, but the higher-ups won't let us. Fuck. What's the situation now? And these people are still stingy? Are they keeping this money to wait until they can't save it in the future and then go to the coffin with it? Or are they using it now? Using it themselves. And leaving the people to fend for themselves. Jiang Shuyan laughed. And seeing him furious, he was in a good mood. You are not suitable to say such things in front of me given your status. Wu Yandong choked again. And after a while, he looked at him and hummed. By the way, what is your relationship with Qing Gu? When Jiang Shuyan heard this, His originally gentle and relaxed expression instantly changed to a gloomy one. With a bit of disgust, "What?" Wu Yandong saw his expression. "Tsk. Wonderful. That guy is obsessed with you. We asked him to come to the bureau to talk. But he went crazy when his subordinates mentioned you." "What?" "Ask if you sold him out. Ask what you want to do. And say, He also said that if you want him to cooperate with us, he can cooperate. But if not, there's no point in talking about it. Tsk. Jiang Xuyan. I didn't expect you to be so attracted to both men and women." Jiang Xuyan leaned back in his office chair, clasping his hands together, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging because he was secretly exerting force. "Wu Yandong, it seems that I look much better recently. So you dare to joke with me?" Wu Yandong said. "How can this be called a joke? This person is really, what?" The word love is written on his face and eyes. "Get lost? No. It's really not my problem. You can't blame me. Hang up. Annoying. Also, don't mention me in front of him next time. I don't know him. It's weird," he said, and hung up the phone again. Wu Yandong on the other side glanced at the dark screen. "Hiss," said, "Straight man." Just after Jiang Xuyan hung up the phone, an internal call came in from the office. "Mr. Jiang. Someone is looking for you outside." "Who?" It is said that it is another reborn person." "Again? Not the ones who left messages before?" "No." "Then you can find out clearly first." There's a little problem this time." "What?" "It is not just one person who came. It is a group of people." "A group?" Jiang Xuyan stood up and called up the gate surveillance from the desktop computer. At a glance, wow, there are at least a dozen people blocking the gate of the compound. Both men and women. And the anxious pushing and shoving looks like they are going to demolish his compound. Jiang Xuyan's head was a little swollen. Is this a refugee shelter? In the end times. Is the address of the compound known to everyone? He said in a deep voice. Let them go. Guard, they won't leave. And they said that if you don't come out to see them, they would rather die in front of the door. Boss Jiang? Everything else is fine. But there are children in here. If you really fight, I'm afraid. Jiang Xuyan was furious and ready to swallow people. But the guard was right. There were really 2 little boys in here. He endured and endured, barely suppressed the urge to kill them all, and stood up. Wait! Before that, you are not allowed to let them go. The security guards outside the door immediately stood in full battle array. Jiang Xuyan brought Chu Ning and Fu Wen. He subconsciously wanted to call Fang Fanqing, but thought that he was probably being observed now. So he didn't call him. When they reached the gate, this group of people cried immediately for some reason. Boss Jiang? Boss Jiang. Jiang Xuyan's scalp suddenly went numb. He was sure he had never seen this group of people before. But now they were so familiar with him, calling him madly, which made him feel uncomfortable and disgusted. He walked over, glanced at the crowd, and finally said in a deep voice, What's going on? There was a person, a middle-aged woman, who was holding a child, and came over. Boss Jiang. We are reborn. We come to you. Jiang Xuyan? Anyone can come here to seek refuge? But I am reborn. I know the information of the end of the world. I can help you. What do you know? Let me in, and I'll talk. Get out. Then I can say it now. If you don't want to listen, get out. What's wrong with you? Another younger man came over. Boss Jiang. What's the use of such a woman? She has a child with her. And she is just a hindrance. Take me away. I can fight. And I know a lot of future secrets. With me, you will definitely have smooth sailing. Jiang Xuyan was furious and kicked him to the ground. Huh? You can fight? You can't even block a kick. What's the use? You still look down on women. The more useless a man is, the more he talks about gender. You know? Chu Ning. Take care of him. Chu Ning, who had long been angry at his previous prejudiced remarks, dragged him to a distant corner and beat him up. And the wailing sound was endless. Some people behind were immediately frightened. And one of them suddenly whispered, Why are you hitting people? Jiang Xuyan looked over coldly, feeling that these people didn't seem to have lived in the end of the world at all. It didn't seem like they really understood him. He said coldly, Why did you come to me? The man, just to listen. Listen. No. I just know you will be very powerful in the future. So I want to help each other. Help each other? Jiang Xuyan snorted coldly. Help each other, or do you want to take advantage for free? Of course it's mutual help. Okay. Where can you help? We can provide you with information about the end of the world. Tell me. If it's useful, I'll let you go. One per person. Come on. Everyone was silent for a while. Gradually, some people began to scramble and shout. Zombies have corpse crystals. Corpse crystals can be advanced. People who eat corpse crystals have superpowers. There are many kinds of superpowers. Everyone was talking at the door. But Jiang Xuyan's face became gloomier as he listened. Seeing everyone's reaction, he quickly became more gloomy. When they finished speaking, who sent you? Everyone was stunned. Jiang Xuyan took a long step and approached the middle-aged man closest to him. Who sent you? How could we? First, you can find this information online. Second, you don't memorize it well enough. And third, he lowered his eyes and looked at the man who was about to bolt. You just said that the zombie tide will become more and more powerful in the future. Then tell me, when did the first zombie tide happen in your life? The man was stunned for a moment and stammered, yes. Oh, I don't remember clearly. Jiang Xuyan raised his eyes and glanced. Everyone who remembers clearly. If you are right, I will let you go immediately. A young boy immediately raised his hand. I know. Just a week ago. Oh, where a week ago? The boy hesitated. South City of Blue Island. Did you search online again? Follow that media? He asked again. In your last life? When was the second bird rush? Such a serious bird rush. There must be someone who remembers it. Can you all tell me? Everyone started to answer again. And in the end, 10 people answered. And all 10 answers were wrong. Jiang Xuyan frowned and sullenly stepped back to the gate. I'll ask again. Who asked you to come? And what are you doing here? If you don't answer again. He raised his hand. And the guard at the door activated the mechanical wooden warehouse installed on the gate, switched to manual mode, and swept the open space behind everyone. After the sweep, the machine gun retracted and pointed at everyone. Didn't the person who asked you to come tell you how ruthless I am? When everyone saw the row of dark wooden guns and the bullet holes behind them, they were finally scared. Will they really do it? The middle-aged woman, who was holding the child before, immediately protected the child and hid behind. Jiang Xuyan was in a very complicated mood. Who made this farce? After thinking about it, he glanced at the surveillance at the door, called Fu Wen, and whispered something in his ear. Fu Wen quickly turned around and ran away, and no one knew what he was doing. Jiang Xuyan said to these people again, either tell the truth or leave quickly. There is no third way to choose. I give you 10 seconds. Immediately, some people began to retreat, and some wanted to leave. Jiang Xuyan spoke again. Those who take the initiative to confess will pay 50,000 yuan per person on the spot. When everyone heard this, they looked over with bright eyes. But they only stopped there. There was actually no one here who was willing to reveal information for this reward. Jiang Xuyan was very confused. Judging from their attire and words and deeds, these people were all ordinary civilians. They did not have the courage to die for the mission. Nor did they show any signs of not being moved by money. But why did no one say anything in the end? Did they not know the other party's information at all? Or did they not dare to say anything because their lives were threatened? But why did they dare to come here? He watched everyone come and go the same way. And no one stayed. When Chuning finished cleaning up the people and dragged the only survivor over, he looked at the man. How is it? Can you still fight? The man was so scared that he didn't dare to look at him. He shrank back and didn't say a word. He guessed that the man was busy howling for mercy and must not have heard what he said. So he said to him, Are you really a reborn person? The middle-aged man was still wondering why the person in front of the door disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, he quickly nodded. Yes. Why are you looking for me? Tell the truth. You are safe here. Safe? Jiang Xuyan thought for a while and said, Just now, I asked them about the information of the end of the world. One of them didn't answer well. So they all left. You are the last one. If you are right, you can stay. Man, really? Of course. Ask. What is a zombie? What does it look like? This is what a dead body mutates into. And it looks like a dead body. Really? Of course. Okay. Well, you come in. Jiang Xuyan leaned aside. as if to make way. Middle-aged man, that's it? Can I go in? Jiang Shuyan, yes. Chu Ning's eyes widened behind him, and he gave her a suggestive look. Chu Ning stopped talking and waited for the man to go in. When he walked a little further away, Jiang Shuyan whispered to Chu Ning from behind, take him away and lock him up. Interrogate him. And see who is playing a prank behind him. Think about it. Do you know that people in his compound are playing a prank on him? No. Maybe they are planning something. He also told Chu Ning, be careful. Take him for a full body check first. And detain all communication equipment. Don't leave any security secrets. Chu Ning nodded and went immediately. Jiang Shuyan stood at the door and looked outside. Seeing that it was quiet outside, the group of people who came here walked back on foot, and there was no trace of a third party. He frowned, asked the guards to close the gate of the compound, and be on full alert, and then walked to the place where the middle-aged man was detained. Just then, a small gray bird perched on a tree in front of the compound gate looked at the compound, flapped its wings, and left.